What does it feel like to fall from heaven to hell overnight? Come, Shen Ran will tell you. The day before, she was just an ordinary office worker. On a whim, she walked into a lottery shop and bought tickets worth 100 yuan. That night, the results came out. She had won 1 billion. Shen Ran was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, she skipped work and rushed to the provincial lottery center to claim her prize. But halfway there, a brick suddenly fell from the sky and hit her on the head, killing her instantly. When she arrived in the underworld, the soul collector, Xiao Bai, looked guilty and told her that he had taken the wrong soul. Shen Ran shouted, "What? You took the wrong soul? Send me back right now. I need to claim my prize." Xiao Bai replied, "I can't send you back. Your head was badly injured. There's no way to fix it." "What do you mean? I haven't even collected my billion yet." "Do you know what a billion means? With that money, I could buy my dream seaside villa, a Ferrari 812, and all the clothes, bags, jewelry, and makeup I want. I was even planning to travel around the world, stay in 5-star hotels, and enjoy the best life possible. But now, because you took the wrong soul, everything is gone, completely gone." The more she spoke, the more upset she became, until she was on the verge of breaking down. She grabbed Xiao Bai's shoulders and shook him wildly. "Give me back my villa, my Ferrari, my billion." Thud. Xiao Bai's head fell off. He calmly picked it up and put it back on. Shen Ran kept shaking him. Thud. It fell off again. She shook him once more. And again and again. Xiao Bai lost count of how many times his head had fallen and been reattached. His once round head was now full of dents. All he could say, over and over, was, "I'm sorry. It's my first day working in the underworld. I'm not familiar with the process and made a mistake. It's my fault. You can scold me or hit me if you want. I won't complain." In the end, he just went silent, looking completely resigned. "I want to file a complaint," Shen Ran shouted. Xiao Bai was so frightened that he almost jumped out of his skin. "Cease. Please don't file a complaint. I waited 100 years just to get this job in the underworld. As long as you don't complain, we can work something out, okay?" Shen Ran said, "Then I want compensation." Xiao Bai quickly replied, "Compensation is fine. You wanted your 10 billion, right? I'll convert it into supplies for you, give you a space to store them, and then send you to be reborn." "Deal." Shen Ran's eyes lit up as she began listing her demands. "First, put my seaside villa and Ferrari 812 into the storage space. I need both of them. Next, let's talk about the supplies in detail. I need everything for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. For clothes, underwear, t-shirts, pants, shirts, dresses, sweaters, coats, and down jackets, 5,000 sets of each size. For food, 300,000 jin of rice, 200,000 jin of flour, 100,000 jin each of millet, corn, and sorghum, plus 100,000 jin of various grains. Fruits, vegetables, meat, and seafood, watermelons, melons, grapes, bananas, cabbage, lettuce, tomatoes, chicken, duck, fish, lamb, beef, rabbit, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, 50,000 jin of each. And snacks. I like spicy strips, jelly, cakes, chips, candies, chocolate, and instant noodles, 10,000 packs of each. For housing, large furniture like sofas, wardrobes, tables, and beds, 10,000 of each. Bed sheets, quilts, pillowcases, and curtains, 10,000 sets. Appliances, skincare, daily necessities, medicine, tissues, cleaning products, and pet supplies, 20,000 of each. For transportation, cars, SUVs, pickups, sports cars, RVs, ships, yachts, speedboats, helicopters, motorcycles, tractors, and bicycles, 20 of each. And other things, luxury bags, cosmetics, gold, silver, jewelry, 20,000 sets. Outdoor and fitness equipment, 5,000 pieces. Oh, and I want some handsome assistants, at least 188 centimeters tall, and in good shape. If that's not possible, a few robots will do. I don't want to manage the space myself, so they can help with that." Shen Ran finished her long list in one breath without even pausing. No wonder she had read so many novels about magical spaces. She used to imagine that if she had her own space and lots of money, what kind of things she would store inside. Shen Ran had even searched online for ideas. She remembered all that information clearly, never expecting it would actually become useful one day. After hearing what Shen Ran wanted, Xiao Bai was completely stunned. Wow, she was really asking for a lot. All those things together would cost more than 10 billion, maybe even 100 billion. Xiao Bai said, "You've already gone over the limit. How about cutting down a bit?" Shen Ran replied, "You can choose, reduce it or deal with my complaint." Grinding his teeth, Xiao Bai said, "Fine, whatever you say." Oh no. All the savings he had collected for hundreds of years were about to be gone. He needed to send this troublesome girl away quickly. Xiao Bai said, "I've already placed the supplies into your body. Go and be reborn. I'll let you be born into a rich family." Shen Ran said, "Wait a minute." Xiao Bai glared. "What now?" Shen Ran said, "Those supplies were already part of my 10 billion compensation. You took my soul by mistake, so you should make it up to me." Xiao Bai sighed. "What do you want?" Shen Ran smiled. "Aren't you underworld workers supposed to be powerful? Just give me a special ability." Xiao Bai was speechless. Unwillingly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing golden orb, tossing it into her body. "This is called the Heart of Beasts. With it, you can talk to animals and hear their thoughts." Shen Ran's eyes lit up. "That's great." Xiao Bai gave a bitter smile. Of course, she thought it was great. He had just given away his last treasure. And so, with her magical space and her new ability to understand animals, Shen Ran happily went to be reborn. But just as she entered the reincarnation tunnel, someone attacked her from behind and kicked her into a nearby time travel passage. A cold voice came from behind. "You took everything I had, and you still want to be reborn into a rich family? Dream on." Shen Ran. Wow, what a petty guy. Mingyu sure. A new story set in a different era is here. Thank you all for your support. This story is still a funny, carefree tale about a strong female lead. Don't miss it. Please give it a 5-star review. Thank you so much. Love you all. Parallel World. Summer of 1977. Beijing, Shen family's old house, 2nd floor. Shen Ran slowly opened her eyes and sat up in confusion. The unfamiliar room around her made her pause. The little ghost from the underworld had kicked her into a time tunnel, so where had she ended up this time? Curious, Shen Ran looked around. The room had a strong vintage feel. Old wooden windows let in a warm breeze, and the bamboo-patterned curtains swayed gently. On the desk by the window sat a few books and an orange retro lamp. A red enamel cup with a double happiness symbol rested on the bedside table, next to a redwood wardrobe with a large mirror on one of its doors. As Shen Ran's eyes fell on the mirror, she almost jumped out of bed in shock. Oh my goodness! The beautiful young woman in the mirror. Was that really her? She hurried over and looked closely. The woman had long, shiny black hair, smooth fair skin, and delicate features. She wore soft cotton pajamas, and her graceful neck and slim figure made her look elegant and charming. Wow, what a perfect look. Is this really me? Shen Ran touched her cheek in disbelief, and the woman in the mirror did the same. She bit her lip without thinking, and the reflection looked even more stunning. Oh no! Covering her flushed face, Shen Ran couldn't help but squeal inside. She was so beautiful, she almost fell in love with herself. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded beside her. "TSK, this silly girl is still admiring herself in the mirror. Doesn't she know trouble is coming?" Shen Ran turned her head and saw a dirty stray cat sitting on the windowsill. The stray cat lay there, licking the fur on its paw while giving her a look that seemed to say she was being silly. Shen Ran. Was she just looked down on by a cat? The animal language skill given by the Underworld's little white was truly amazing. Even though the cat hadn't spoken, she could clearly hear its thoughts. "Silly human, what are you staring at me for? Have you fallen for my charm? I'm handsome and loved by all, don't fall in love with me." Humans and cats can't be together. Shen Ran. This little stray cat is quite full of itself. But what did it just say? Something about trouble coming. At that moment, a rush of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Shen Ran's expression changed again and again. She hadn't just traveled through time, she had entered a novel. It was a dramatic story about a real and a fake daughter. The original person in this body was a spoiled, thoughtless real daughter, while the heroine was a gentle and kind fake one. Because of a mix-up at birth, the real daughter had lived in a small village for 18 years before being found 3 years ago. But the family she longed for didn't like her at all. They adored the fake daughter instead. The fake daughter was a perfect actress, sweet in front of others, but always scheming behind their backs. The original girl already had a bad temper, and being treated unfairly only made her worse. She often lost control and acted without thinking. Trying to win her family's love, she competed with the fake daughter in everything. When the fake daughter married a military officer, the real one schemed to marry another officer right after. Whatever the fake daughter did, she had to do too, always trying to outshine her. But the more she did, the worse things became, until everyone turned against her, and she met a tragic end. Remembering all this gave Shen Ran a headache. As the saying goes, when one door opens, another closes. She had become a beautiful woman, but she also had to deal with the mess left behind. At this point in the story, the original girl wasn't dead yet. So where had she gone? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a proud voice echoed in her head. I don't want this body anymore. I'm off to be reborn. Do whatever you want with it.
Goodbye.
Shen Ran. She just left like that? That girl really had some attitude. Feeling that her spatial supplies and ability to understand animals were still there, Shen Ran finally felt more at ease. Well, since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. She had 2 powerful advantages. What was there to be afraid of? If something came her way, she would face it head-on. That fool probably doesn't know yet. Someone hid a jade bracelet in her wardrobe drawer. I saw it with my own eyes. 2 police officers just arrived downstairs, and her so-called sister is about to bring them up to search her room. This is going to be interesting. The stray cat on the windowsill changed to a more comfortable position, looking as if it was ready to enjoy the show. Shen Ran. This cat sure had a lot of thoughts. It almost seemed human. Big sister, are you in there? Open the door, I need to talk to you. A sweet, soft voice came from outside the door. It was the fake daughter, Shinyan. The original Shen Ran used to love competing with her. Whatever the fake daughter did, she would follow and do the same. The fake daughter's husband, a military officer, often went on long missions, so she frequently stayed at her parents' home. Naturally, the original Shen Ran wouldn't be left behind and would follow her back as well. This time was no different. They had only been home for 2 days when the fake daughter suddenly claimed that the jade bracelet her mother had given her was missing. Everyone searched the house but couldn't find it, leaving her very upset. That morning, her close friend came to visit, heard about the missing bracelet, and immediately accused the original Shen Ran of stealing it. She even went to the police to report it. Later, the police and the Shin family actually found the bracelet in Shen Ran's room. After that, the Shin family completely lost faith in her and kicked her out. Her husband, who had already been unhappy with her, divorced her as soon as he heard the news. With nowhere to go, she decided to return to her adoptive parents in a small mountain village, but on the way, she was kidnapped and tragically lost her life in the mountains. It could be said that everything changed for her starting from this very day. Whether she had really taken the bracelet or not was never made clear in the story. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was that Shen Ran had to turn things around. She went straight to the wardrobe, opened the drawer, and quickly found a jade bracelet inside.
Meow?
How did that fool suddenly get smart? How did she know the bracelet was there? The stray cat watching from the windowsill tilted its furry head, looking surprised. Shen Ran smiled gently at it. Of course I know. I could hear what you were thinking just now.
Meow.
The stray cat's fur stood on end, and it almost fell off the windowsill. Shen Ran reached into her pocket, though in truth, She summoned a small dried fish from her secret space and waved it in front of the little cat. "Hey, little one, how about we make a deal?" At the door of the room, Shen Ran knocked again, but there was still no response from inside. She turned to the two police officers with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, officers. My sister might be asleep and didn't hear it." Her close friend by man snorted impatiently. "Asleep in the middle of the day? I think Shen Ran is just pretending not to open the door. She must have stolen the jade bracelet." Shen Ran glanced at her worried mother and shook her head. Man, don't say that." By man crossed her arms. "I will say it. Yunru, you're too kind. That's why Shen Ran keeps taking advantage of you. Think about all the trouble she's caused before. Why are you still defending her? Just let the officers break the door open." Hearing that, Madame Shen's troubled eyes turned cold. The jade bracelet had been passed down through generations of the Shen family, always given to the daughters. Before Shen Ran was found and brought home, she had already given it to Yunru. When Shen Ran learned about it, she made a big scene, demanding the bracelet back. Madame Shen refused. Although Yunru wasn't her biological daughter, she had raised her for more than 10 years. She was like her own child. Shen Ran, who grew up in a mountain village, had many bad habits and was rough and selfish. Between the two girls, she naturally preferred the gentle and obedient Yunru. She thought the matter had been settled long ago. But unexpectedly, more than a year later, Shen Ran was still thinking about that jade bracelet. They always said family matters shouldn't be made public, but this time Shen Ran had gone too far. Madame Shen could no longer protect her. "Officers, please break the door open. I have tools downstairs. I'll bring them up." Just as she finished speaking, the door suddenly clicked open from the inside. Shen Ran was wearing a floral dress, leaning lazily against the door, her voice full of sarcasm. "Mom, I just changed my clothes, and you let someone break into my room. Do you not care about my reputation at all? Are you really my mother?" Mrs. Shen's expression stiffened. "Xiao Ran, that's not what I meant." Bai Man jumped out and pointed at Shen Ran angrily. "Shen Ran, stop pretending. You're the one who took the jade bracelet. Aunt Shen did nothing wrong." Shen Ran pushed her hand away and covered her nose with a look of disgust. "Did you eat something bad this morning? Your breath is terrible. Stay away from me. You awful girl. How dare you talk to me like that?" Bai Man's face changed, and she rushed forward to scratch Shen Ran, but Shen Yunru quickly stopped her. Man, calm down. The police officers are still here. Don't forget why we're here." Bai Man said, Right. Officers, please search Shen Ran's room. The jade bracelet must be hidden there." The two police officers, who had been quietly watching, exchanged awkward looks and walked over. One of them spoke, "Comrade Shen Ran, someone reported that you stole a jade bracelet. Is that true?" Shen Ran asked, "Who reported me?" Bai Man lifted her chin. "I did." "So what?" Shen Ran sneered. "According to Article 64 of Huagua Law, whoever makes a claim must provide evidence. What proof do you have that I stole the bracelet?" That law existed in modern times, but she wasn't sure if it did in this parallel version of the 1970s. Still, no one here had the time to check the law books anyway. The key was to take the initiative. Hearing Shen Ran's question, everyone's expressions became complicated, especially Shen Yunru's. She secretly looked down on Shen Ran. How could a village girl who only finished elementary school know anything about the law? She must be bluffing. Bai Man also realized this and shouted, "Why should I prove it? You've always bullied Yunru." Shen Yunru's eyes turned red, and her voice trembled. "Sister, I know you really like that jade bracelet. If it were any other piece of jewelry, I'd give it to you, but the bracelet was a gift from Mom. This is the only thing that connects me to the Shen family. If I lose it, I'll be really sad." Look at her, such a sweet talker. She never said that Shen Ran stole the jade bracelet, but by acting a little pitiful, she easily made others speak up for her. Sure enough, the one who loved Shen Yunru the most, Mother Shen, spoke up. "Enough, Shen Ran. Stop making trouble. Can't you see your sister's upset? Let the officers search your room. The truth will come out once they check." How righteous she sounded. Even though Shen Ran had already experienced this helplessness many times in her memories, she still felt a dull ache in her heart. It was because of such unfair family treatment that the original Shen Ran slowly lost herself. No wonder she would rather leave everything behind than face this family again. Fine, you can search my room, Shen Ran said, looking at them calmly. But I have one condition. Everyone's rooms should be searched too. That's the only fair way. Mother Shen frowned. That's not necessary.
Why not?
Shen Ran replied. You suspect me of stealing the bracelet, but I can also suspect any of you. Officers, isn't that a reasonable request? You should check everything carefully, not just believe one side. The officer nodded. That's true. Mother Shen's face darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Shinyan interrupted. Mom, let the officers do their job. They came all the way here, so we shouldn't make things difficult for them, right? The officer smiled approvingly. Comrade Shinyan is right. Thank you for supporting our work. With things said that way, Mother Shen had no choice but to agree. All right, please be careful when you search. My husband and I have some important books and papers in our room. Father Shen was a history professor at a university. Their home was filled with books, so many that even their bedroom was stacked with them. He hated it when things were moved around, and if he couldn't find a book, he would lose his temper. The officer nodded. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Soon the search began. 2 officers went to Shen Ran's room first. They searched every corner but found no sign of the jade bracelet. Bai Man couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Shen Ran must have hidden it somewhere. Shen Ran put on a hat and said, So, are you saying you think the police officers are covering for me, or that they didn't do their job properly? The 2 officers shot her a sharp look, cold as ice. Comrade Bai Man, please don't disturb our investigation. Otherwise, we'll have to arrest you for obstructing official duties. Bai Man turned pale with fear and stammered, Officers, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Tisk, how typical. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She was so fierce in front of me, but now she's acting like a mouse in front of a cat. Shen Ran crossed her arms, watching with a smug smile. Seeing her gloating expression, Shinyan bit her lip, feeling uneasy. She had clearly put the jade bracelet in Shen Ran's wardrobe last night. How could it be gone today? Could Shen Ran have found out? Did the bracelet somehow end up back in her own room? Her heart was pounding, but when the officers finished searching her room and found nothing, she finally relaxed. Thank goodness it wasn't there, otherwise she'd have no way to explain. She guessed Shen Ran must have discovered the bracelet and hidden it somewhere else. Just as she thought that, the officers opened a drawer in her parents' dressing table and found a small metal box. Inside was the Shen family's heirloom, an emerald jade bracelet. But it was shattered into pieces. The relief on Shinyan's face slowly disappeared. Her jade bracelet. It was priceless, and now it was broken. Oh my, so it was you who took the bracelet, Mom. Shen Ran covered her mouth in mock surprise. Mom, if you took it, fine, but why did you bring people to break into my room? Isn't that like blaming others for your own mistake? Officers, what a mess this has turned into. How embarrassing. Shen Ran laughed openly. The 2 officers' faces darkened. The Shen family was really testing their patience. Officers, I didn't take the bracelet. I don't know why it ended up in my room. Mrs. Shen looked flustered and quickly explained, If I really wanted to take the jade bracelet, I wouldn't have given it to Yunro in the first place. There must be some misunderstanding. Shen Ran sneered. A misunderstanding? Don't tell me you're going to say I stole it, broke it, and then put it back in your room? Mrs. Shen was at a loss for words. That was exactly what she had been thinking just moments ago. After all, Shen Ran's reputation was already bad. One more accusation wouldn't make much difference. But facing the sharp eyes of the 2 police officers, Mrs. Shen couldn't bring herself to lie. I'm sorry, officers. I must have been confused and made a mistake. I'm sorry for wasting your time. For now, it was best to let the officers leave first. Shen Ran found it amusing. She hadn't expected Mrs.
Shen to say something like that.
In fact, Mrs. Shen didn't look old at all. Because of her comfortable life, She looked more like she was in her 30s, even though she was over 40. She was proud and cared a lot about her appearance, and she hated it when people called her old. But today, to calm things down, she had to admit she was getting forgetful. Her face changed colors like a painter's palette, first pale, then flushed. All right, next time make sure things are clear before calling the police. Don't waste public resources, one of the officers said. Since the truth was out, there was no need to pursue the matter further. After saying that, they prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Shen Ran quickly stopped them. Officers, the matter of the jade bracelet is settled, but there's still another issue. The officers paused. What issue? Shen Ran raised her voice. Someone made a false report and accused me of stealing. Shouldn't that be dealt with? Bai Man's face turned pale. Mrs. Shen frowned. Rand, stop making trouble. How am I making trouble? Shen Ran's beautiful eyes turned cold, her expression sharp. So it's fine for you to accuse me, but I'm not allowed to defend myself? If my own mother won't stand up for me, then the police will. Be quiet. Mrs. Shen froze, staring at Shen Ran in disbelief. No matter how rebellious the girl had been before, she had never spoken to her like this. She was her mother. Wasn't it natural for her to scold her a little?
How could she treat her like that? How could she?
Shen Ran ignored the sad and resentful look from Mother Shen. Where was all this concern before? Now she puts on a pitiful face. What's the point? Still, she had to admit, the original Shen Ran's dramatic personality was really useful. She could argue whenever she wanted, speak her mind freely, and never worry about being exposed. It was as if this role was made just for her. Police officer. Comrade Shen Ran, we understand your complaint. What would you like to do? The two officers had witnessed everything today. It was clear who was right and who was wrong. As representatives of justice, they would make sure she got fair treatment. Shen Ran said, "Thank you, officer. I want Bai Man, Shinyan, and my mother to apologize to me." Just an apology? Bai Man felt relieved, but also looked down on her. Typical country girl, she thought. If it were her, she wouldn't stop until the other side truly paid for what they did. But before she could finish that thought, Shen Ran added, I also want Bai Man, the one who started all this, to compensate me for emotional distress. Not much, just 100 yuan. Bai Man gritted her teeth. 100 yuan? That's too much. You're asking for the impossible. A pair of liberation shoes cost only 1.8 yuan. With 100 yuan, you could buy 55 pairs. A dress from the department store cost 5 yuan, so 100 yuan could buy 20 dresses. Unbelievable. She had been working for just over 2 years. After daily expenses and helping her family, she could only save 5 yuan a month. It had taken her 2 years to save 100 yuan, almost all her savings. Now Shen Ran wanted to take it all in one go. How could she agree? Bai Man said, I can give you at most 20 yuan. Not a cent more. That was already her limit. Shen Ran replied calmly, if you don't pay, I'll go to your workplace and tell your supervisor that you made false accusations. I'll ask them to handle it properly. You wouldn't dare.
Bai Man panicked.
You can't go to my workplace. Jobs were hard to get, and her family had used connections to find hers. If she lost it, her parents would be furious. Bai Man grabbed Shinyan's arm and complained, Yunru, look at your sister. She's being so unfair. Yunru gently patted her arm to comfort her, then turned to look at Shen Ran. Sister, please let Man go this time. She didn't mean it. She only acted that way because she was too worried about me. Shen Ran smiled. All right, I'll let her go, if you pay the 100 yuan for her. Bai Man's eyes lit up immediately. The Shin family was wealthy, and Shinyan's husband, a military officer, was well off too. Surely, she would help her. But Shen Yunru shook her head. I'm a bit short on money lately. I don't have that much right now. Bai Man's face fell in disappointment. Mother Shen couldn't stand it anymore. Enough, Ran. Don't go too far. For my sake, let's just forget about it. Shen Ran sneered. For your sake? What kind of sake is that? Is it the kind where you always take the side of your adopted daughter and blame me no matter what? Or the kind where you help outsiders break into my home, ignoring my reputation? Or maybe the kind where you broke your own jade bracelet, didn't want anyone to know, and let others accuse me instead? If you admit to all that, then sure, I'll give you that sake. Let's see if you dare. Mother Shin was speechless, her face turning red with anger. She wanted to say she wasn't being unfair, that if Shen Ran didn't always cause trouble, she wouldn't treat her this way. She also wanted to say the jade bracelet wasn't broken by her, but she had lied earlier to make the police leave. Still, no matter what, Shen Ran shouldn't have questioned her like this in front of others. Where would her dignity go? If the other ladies in her social circle heard about this, they would laugh at her endlessly. Thinking of that, resentment grew in her heart. If that's how you see me, then I have nothing more to say. From now on, handle your own affairs. Since you dislike your mother so much, I won't interfere anymore. Her words were full of anger, carrying a hint of cold indifference. If it were the original Shen Ran, she would have panicked and tried to explain to ease the tension. But now, the person inside this body was different. Having been hardened by years of working life, the new Shen Ran was calm and detached. She turned to Bai Man with a mocking smile.
See?
You let yourself be used by others, stood up for them, and now not a single one of them is helping you. Isn't that funny? In an instant, Bai Man's face turned pale with anger. In the end, she apologized to Shen Ran in front of the police officer and promised to give her 100 yuan within 3 days. Shen Ran said, "All right, but only 3 days. If you're late, I'll go to your workplace and talk to your boss." Bai Man hurried away in embarrassment. Mother Shin quietly said sorry, then went back to her room, saying she felt tired. Only Shinyan was left. "Sister, I'm sorry. I really didn't know things would turn out like this. I hope you won't take it to heart." A true pretender stays calm. Though she had cursed Shen Ran countless times in her mind, Shinyan still smiled gently and politely. She had no choice. There were still outsiders around, so she had to keep up the act. After she apologized, the police officer saw no reason to stay and left. As soon as they disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Shinyan's expression changed. "Sister, you broke that jade bracelet, didn't you? How could you be so cruel? That was our family's heirloom." Shen Ran replied with a laugh. "You're just pretending to be part of the Shin family. Stop trying to make yourself look important. Trying to trick her? Not a chance." Being called a fake made Shinyan's smile almost crack. Her plan had been to use Bai Man to expose Shen Ran for stealing the bracelet. Once everyone knew, she could stir up trouble and make the family lose faith in Shen Ran, forcing her out of the house. Everything had been planned perfectly, but something went wrong, and now it was a complete mess. Annoyance flashed in Shinyan's eyes.
Fine.
If you won't admit it, there's nothing I can do. I just hope you won't be so lucky next time. With that, she stormed off. Shen Ran leaned against the door, chuckling and shaking her head. So she's already that upset? What happened to her calm and graceful act?
Meow?
A small stray cat jumped in through the window, holding half a dried fish in its mouth. "Silly woman, why did you tell me to put the jade bracelet in that older woman's room? Shouldn't it have been your sister's? She's the one who tried to frame you." The little creature tilted its head, its round eyes full of confusion. What an adorable little thing. Shen Ran crouched down, gently patted its furry head, and smiled. "Little one, the human world is too complicated for you to understand. If the jade bracelet had been found in Shinyan's room, she could have just cried a little and apologized, and the matter would have passed quietly. But now, too many people were involved. As for Bai Man, she was just a foolish bystander, not worth mentioning. The real problem was the Shin family. Mother Shin usually favored Shinyan, but only when her own interests weren't affected. And Father Shin cared most about his reputation. If his wife lost face in front of others, would he be able to swallow his anger? Someone had to take the blame for the missing and broken jade bracelet. But no matter what, it wouldn't be her. She had just proven her innocence to the police today. There was no way they could accuse her again. When the Shin family started doubting each other and arguing, it would be quite a show to watch. Feeling pleased with her victory, Shen Ran was in a great mood. She took out a small dried fish from her pocket and tossed it at the stray kitten's feet. "Little one, this is your reward. You did great today. Let's work together again sometime." "Humph, that's what I deserve." The fluffy kitten lifted its head proudly, its thoughts slipping out. It quickly finished the half-piece of fish in its mouth, picked up the new one, nodded at Shen Ran, and with a flick of its tail, leapt onto the windowsill and disappeared. Shen Ran locked her door and went out for a walk, partly to get used to life in this era, and partly to test her ability to talk with animals. After walking around for a while, she came to a conclusion. She could only communicate with animals that had been around humans for a long time or had strong spiritual energy, like cats, dogs, and parrots. Other creatures without such awareness couldn't talk to her, but she could still control them with her beast heart, making them follow her will. This special ability was amazing. She had always hated mosquitoes in summer, but now she didn't have to worry about them anymore. She could even use small insects to secretly do things for her. How clever. Outside her room stood a big tree. Every day, flocks of little birds chirped noisily on it, and hundreds of cicadas sang without rest, day and night. Fortunately, these animals didn't have any special awareness. If they could all talk, the noise would probably drive people crazy. Shen Ran walked around the street and only found 3 animals with spiritual awareness. One was the green parrot at the end of the street, owned by Editor Zhang. Editor Zhang was the chief editor of a newspaper. He stayed up late every night writing, and half of his hair had already fallen out. The green parrot was greedy and always flattered him to get food, but in its heart, it kept complaining. "Baldy, so stingy. Might as well lose all your hair." Shen Ran happened to pass by and heard that. Another one was the yellow dog next door, Grandma Wen's pet, named Little Potato. Little Potato had soft yellow fur and cute floppy ears. It was round and chubby, very adorable. But when it saw her, it ran away in fear. "That scary woman is here. She glared at me last time. I still remember." Shen Ran. The original owner really wasn't liked by anyone, not even dogs. The last one was a little stray cat that often appeared on her windowsill. The kitten was proud but fluffy and soft to the touch. Next time she saw it, she planned to give it a small fish treat and pet it more. After finishing her special ability test, Shen Ran was ready to go home. But she didn't expect to see someone surprising at her door. Beside a military jeep stood a tall, straight figure. His green uniform fit perfectly, showing his broad shoulders and strong build. The sharp crease of his pants outlined his long legs. Sensing her gaze, the man turned around. Shen Ran froze for a moment. The man had short cropped hair, tan skin, and dark eyes as sharp as an eagle's. A scar ran from his cheekbone down to his jaw. Instead of ruining his looks, it gave his handsome face a stern, commanding air. Shen Ran swallowed hard. She recognized him immediately. He was Qin Lai, the military officer who had become her husband through the original owner's scheming. Fu Ziming, the husband of the fake heiress Shinyan, served in the same city's 378th Division as Qin Lai, though they were in different brigades. Both of them became regiment leaders at a young age and were considered the most promising officers in the army. They only knew each other slightly. 2 years ago, when Fu Ziming married Shinyan, Qin Lai was also invited to the wedding. The original heroine, as a bridesmaid, naturally went to the Fu family's banquet as well. At that time, she had already returned to the Shin family for a year. When she was first brought back, the fake daughter, Shinyan, often showed off how much the Shin family loved her. The heroine was unwilling to accept it. Although she grew up in a small village, her pretty face meant she hadn't suffered much. Now that she had finally found her real family in the city, she wanted to win back their affection. But she was impulsive and acted without thinking. Whenever the fake daughter provoked her, she would lose control and make a scene. After several incidents, the Shin family's guilt toward her turned into dislike. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to earn her family's love and outshine the fake daughter. When she learned that the fake daughter had a fiancé who was an officer, she tried to attract his attention during a family dinner. As expected, she was caught and scolded harshly by the Shin family. Feeling hurt and resentful, she swore to make them see her worth. At the fake daughter's wedding, she noticed the most striking man in the crowd, Chin Lai. It was said that, like the groom, he was also a newly promoted regiment leader, equally outstanding and, most importantly, single. She immediately came up with a plan. When Chin Lai went to the restroom, she pretended to be drunk and stumbled into his arms on his way back. While he was startled, she left a lipstick mark on his face. A group of older ladies happened to see the scene. Within half an hour, rumors spread through the banquet that she and Chin Lai were in a relationship. A month later, she got what she wanted and married him. However, on their wedding night, Chin Lai was called away for an urgent mission, leaving her alone. She felt disappointed. To make things worse, the fake daughter often bragged about how gentle and caring her husband was. Compared to Fu Ziming, who was warm and considerate, Chin Lai, with his scarred face and cold expression, seemed much less appealing. The heroine once again felt overshadowed by the fake daughter. She was furious and took out all her anger on Chin Lai. When Chin Lai returned from his mission, what awaited him was not a gentle, loving wife, but a sharp-tongued woman scolding him harshly. He had even prepared a gift to apologize, but her attitude completely chilled his heart. After that, every time she was upset by the fake daughter, she would come home and lash out at Chin Lai, not caring about his feelings at all. They lived as husband and wife in name only for 2 years, and their relationship grew worse and worse. At first, when she went back to her parents' home, Chin Lai would still patiently come to take her back to the military family compound. But in the past year, he had stopped doing that. Each time, she would only return on her own after feeling wronged at her family's house. This time, she didn't expect him to show up at the Shin family's gate. Looking at his cool, serious face, Shen Ran couldn't help but feel speechless toward her past self. Silly girl, how could you complain when you had someone like this? That face, that strong build, he really looked impressive. Thinking of that image, Shen Ran's cheeks turned bright red. Her soft, rosy face looked as fresh and lovely as a ripe peach. Chin Lai's throat moved slightly for no reason. He had always known that Shen Ran was beautiful. When she had schemed to marry him, he hadn't resisted much and even accepted it willingly. But after marriage, life turned out completely different from what he had imagined. Endless arguments, constant criticism, and daily tension had worn everything down. All the warmth and affection from the beginning had vanished. What man could stay calm after being insulted and humiliated again and again? Even with his good temper, he had finally lost all hope. Thinking of the news he had just heard, Chin Lai's brows furrowed tightly. Shen Ran, what are you doing wandering around again? His questioning voice pulled Shen Ran back to reality. Oh, right. She had forgotten. Her relationship with this soldier husband was terrible, almost like enemies. They hadn't even shared a meal together, let alone anything else. Still, Shen Ran thought maybe there was a chance to fix things. Chin Lai's face was exactly her type, rare and hard to find. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. He was already her husband, so if she used a little charm, maybe things would work out. I didn't really go shopping, just walked around a bit. Shen Ran blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes, pretending to be innocent. Inside, she was secretly pleased. Humph, they say eyes are the windows to the soul. With my big, sparkling eyes, how could you not be enchanted? Is there something wrong with your eyes? You keep blinking. Chin Lai looked at her with clear annoyance. Shen Ran. Seriously? What a completely clueless man. When dealing with a man like him, being direct was the fastest way. Shen Ran decided to try again. She copied the way actresses on TV acted charmingly, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Honey, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. Her soft voice carried a hint of affection. Chin Lai frowned, just about to respond. Shen Ran suddenly leaned closer, and a faint sweet scent surrounded him. Her almond eyes were right in front of him, the amber pupils shining softly. The tiny beauty mark near her eye seemed to move slightly as she blinked. Don't you think my eyes are pretty? Look closely. Her tone was playful, almost teasing. Qin Lai suddenly felt his throat go dry, as if he had swallowed a ball of cotton. His gaze was drawn to the small mark near her eye, and for a moment, he almost reached out to touch it. Meow, a stray cat cried out nearby. Qin Lai snapped back to his senses. He quickly pushed Shen Ran away, his face full of irritation. Shen Ran, stay away from me. Don't get so close. Shen Ran stumbled and nearly fell. Why are you pushing me?
You could have just said so. She was annoyed now.
So handsome, yet so cold. What's the point? Forget it. Qin Lai's dislike for her ran deep. It wouldn't change overnight. No need to make things harder for herself. Just as she turned to go inside, Qin Lai stretched out his arm, blocking her way. The tall figure completely overshadowed her, his voice cold and emotionless. Wait a minute. Did you cause trouble again? Your sister said you took a jade bracelet. Shen Ran suddenly smiled. So, you came all the way from the army just to question me about that? That troublemaker Shin Yunru had already found out the truth, yet she still called Qin Lai to complain. She couldn't embarrass Shen Ran herself, so she brought Qin Lai here to make things worse. Qin Lai frowned. You can still smile? Don't you feel even a little sorry for what you did? He truly regretted marrying her. Not only had she made his life a mess, but she also caused trouble for others. Why can't I smile? It's my choice. Shen Ran's face turned serious. She wasn't really the type to chase after looks, but Qin Lai's face was exactly her type, and he was her husband. She couldn't help teasing him sometimes. But clearly, that had been foolish. Qin Lai, you don't even know the full story. You just listened to what others said, and came to question me. Do you think that's fair? Yes, the original Shen Ran had made many mistakes, but that was in the past. She had just arrived in this body today, and hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she be blamed? Stop making excuses. Since we got married, have you ever done anything that didn't cause trouble? Qin Lai's face was as cold as ice. Seeing that, Shen Ran knew there was no point in explaining. She grabbed his arm and started walking toward the yard. If you don't believe me, let's go talk to Shen Yunru face to face. Those dramatic misunderstandings from novels didn't work on her. She had a voice and hands. She wouldn't take any unfair treatment quietly. At first, Qin Lai didn't react, but after a few steps, he pulled his arm free. Let go. I can walk by myself. Shen Ran sighed inwardly. He really couldn't stand her. As they reached the yard, Shen Yunru appeared with a gentle smile. Brother-in-law, you're here. It's been so long since you visited. I thought, before she could finish, Shen Ran strode forward and gave her 2 sharp slaps. Red marks instantly appeared on Shen Yunru's pale face. She covered her face, tears welling up in her eyes, and asked pitifully, Sister, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? Qin Lai's forehead veins bulged, his face dark with anger. Shen Ran, why can't you change your temper? You actually hit your sister again. Apologize to her. Apologize? Why should I? Shouldn't you ask what she did first? Shen Ran crossed her arms, her delicate features now cold and sharp. Qin Lai frowned. No matter what your sister did, that's no reason to hit her. Apologize now. Shen Ran lifted her chin. I won't apologize. What are you going to hit me to? Qin Lai clenched his jaw and glared at her, his hands tightening, but he didn't move further. Shen Ran knew that Qin Lai was a decent man. Though his words could be harsh, he never raised his hand against her. Shen Yunru's eyes flickered as she said in a falsely gentle tone, Oh no, sister, brother-in-law, please don't argue because of me. Shen Ran slapped her again. Enough. Shen Yunru, you told your friend to call the police and accuse me of stealing the jade bracelet. I haven't even settled that with you yet. Then you called Qin Lai and spoke badly about me behind my back. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Shen Yunru covered her face. Sister. I didn't. You didn't? Shen Ran cut her off, her voice cold as ice. If you hadn't said something, would Qin Lai have left his training and rushed all the way here to question me? Qin Lai opened his mouth to speak, but Shen Ran shot him a sharp look. Be quiet. Let me finish. Qin Lai fell silent. This woman, she seemed even scarier than before. Shen Ran turned back to Shinyan and continued, Shinyan, the police already investigated everything today. It was Mom who accidentally broke the bracelet and left it in her room. Everyone saw it. So, why did you still call Qin Lai to tell him otherwise? Qin Lai suddenly looked up, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could it be that he had misunderstood Shen Ran? Shinyan bit her lip, looking pitiful. Sister, I didn't mean to. I just really miss my husband, Zimming, so I called my brother-in-law to ask if he knew when Zimming would come back. Then, I just mentioned it casually. Shen Ran sneered. Shinyan, who would believe that? You and Fu Zimming have known each other since childhood and have been married for 2 years. He's been in the army for so long. Don't you already know how things work there? Who would tell others the exact time of a mission? Qin Lai's eyes darkened. A flash of panic crossed Shinyan's eyes. I was just asking for a rough idea, that's all. I didn't mean anything else. Annoying. What's wrong with Shen Ran today? She's usually so quick-tempered, but now she's so calm. Before, just a few words from her could make Shen Ran and Qin Lai argue badly and end up upset with each other. But today, not only did they not fight, they even turned their anger toward her. No, she couldn't let Shen Ran keep pressing this issue. Brother-in-law, I'm really sorry. Maybe I didn't explain clearly and caused a misunderstanding. The bracelet thing really has nothing to do with my sister. Shinyan had a pair of charming eyes that always seemed gentle and affectionate. It was her best weapon. She used it to win people over, especially men, who usually softened when they saw her look like that. Unfortunately, Qin Lai wasn't one of them. Comrade Shinyan, please don't speak halfway and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Also, we're not that close. You should call me Comrade Qin from now on. And finally, you apologized to the wrong person. The one you should apologize to is your sister. Shinyan's face stiffened. Her smile froze for a moment. Then she slowly nodded. Yes, Comrade Qin, you're right. She turned to Shen Ran, bit her lip, and said softly, Sister, I'm sorry. She had apologized to Shen Ran twice in one day and had even been slapped 3 times. She would remember this humiliation. One day, she would make Shen Ran pay it all back, with interest.
I'm sorry.
I was too hasty just now. Upstairs, in Shen Ran's room. As soon as he entered, Qin Lai took the initiative to apologize. He was always straightforward and bold, never afraid to take responsibility. Even though Shen Ran was someone he deeply disliked, he wouldn't run away from his mistakes. Sit down, Shen Ran said calmly, without mentioning forgiveness. The mess had been left by the body's original owner. Since she had taken over this body, she naturally had to bear some of its consequences. Qin Lai didn't sit. He stood there openly, like a guard at the door. Seeing that he had something to say, Shen Ran closed the door and turned to him. Go ahead, what is it? If it wasn't important, he would have left after clearing things up earlier, instead of following her back to the room. Qin Lai was a little surprised by how calm she was. Before, every time they were together for more than 5 minutes, Shen Ran would jump up and start yelling at him. Her wild temper back then made her seem completely unreasonable. Her calmness today was unusual. Could it be that she had guessed what he was about to say and decided to soften her attitude? Thinking of this, Qin Lai's eyes grew complicated. He never thought she would have a day when she chose to back down first. But he had already made up his mind to say what needed to be said. No one could stop him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lai said each word clearly. Shen Ran, I want a divorce. After 2 years of marriage, his patience had been completely worn out. He truly couldn't take it anymore. Although he had never hurt her, he was afraid that one day he might lose control and do something he would regret. He didn't want that to happen. After all, they had been married once. It was better to end things with dignity. I've already submitted the divorce request to the army and received approval from my superiors. As long as you come with me to the political office and sign your name, we can get the divorce certificate. At that time, soldiers didn't need to go through the civil office for a divorce. Everything could be handled within the army. Qin Lai's application had been approved a month ago, but he hadn't told Shen Ran yet afraid she would cause trouble at the base. After struggling with it for a month, he finally decided to speak up. A loveless marriage was doomed to fail. Instead of living as resentful partners, it was better to let each other go. So Shen Ran had come today just to ask for a divorce? Shen Ran felt completely numb. Just a moment ago, she had been trying to flirt with him, and in Shen Ran's eyes, she probably looked no different from a restless monkey. Ugh, the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Seeing Shen Ran's stunned expression, Shen Ran quickly said, "If you agree to the divorce, I'll give you half of my savings and help you find a job. Your life afterward won't be too hard." Shen Ran was a team leader. His basic monthly salary was 80 yuan, and with bonuses and allowances, he earned about 110 yuan a month. They had been married for 2 years, and every month Shen Ran gave her 20 yuan for living expenses, while saving the rest. That was one of the things the original Shen Ran had always been unhappy about. Even though she never did housework or took care of Shen Ran's daily needs, she still wanted to manage the money. After all, her cousin Shinyan's husband handed over all his earnings to her, so Shen Ran felt she should have the same. Because of this, she and Shen Ran had argued many times, and each time ended badly. She never expected that this time, he would actually offer to give her half of his savings just to get a divorce. Shen Ran was an orphan with no parents to support, so all his money was his own. He had joined the army at 15 and, after 12 years of service and many achievements, had saved nearly 10,000 yuan. Half of that, 5,000 yuan, was a huge amount. Shen Ran suddenly remembered that there was a similar scene in the novel. At that time, the original Shen Ran had been wrongly accused of stealing a jade bracelet. Shen Ran believed it too and, disappointed, asked for a divorce. Out of anger, she agreed. But she was proud and stubborn, and she refused all the compensation he offered. Then, in a fit of temper, she went alone to a small mountain village to find her adoptive parents. On the way, she was tricked by a deceitful woman and taken to a remote area, where she suffered greatly and lost her life. Thinking of that ending, Shen Ran sighed. That foolish girl had such a good chance but ruined it completely. After Shen Ran finished his long speech about divorce, he turned his head away. He thought Shen Ran would never agree. After all, she had schemed to marry him in the first place. Even though she disliked him deeply, he believed she would never agree to a divorce. But the next second, he heard her voice.
Fine.
If you want a divorce, then let's get divorced. Shen Ran paused and turned his head in surprise. You agree to the divorce? Yes, Shen Ran replied firmly. Shen Ran already disliked her deeply, so there was no need for her to make things harder for herself. She had plenty of resources and a special ability to communicate with animals, so she could build a good life anywhere. Still, she wanted what she deserved, especially money. I want half of our savings, Shen Ran said. But I don't need the job. I don't plan to work for now. I'll think about it later. It was July 1977, only half a year before the college entrance exam in December. She was determined to take the exam and needed time to study. She planned to major in veterinary science, so she could have a proper career in that field. Also, after the divorce, I hope we can keep it private for now. I don't want others gossiping about me. As a modern-minded woman, she wasn't afraid of judgment, but the 1970s were still quite conservative. She planned to stay with the Shin family for a while, at least until she finished the exam and got into college. She didn't want them constantly bringing up the divorce. Some might say she should leave since the Shin family didn't treat her well, but she preferred to choose the most practical option. As a single young woman living alone, she would face many troubles. Besides, she wanted to stay and make things difficult for the fake daughter who had replaced her. If that girl wanted to isolate her, Shen Ran would make sure she experienced the same feeling. After a military marriage ended, the woman's household registration would be moved back to her original place. Fortunately, when Shen Ran first joined the Shin family, she had her own registration book, so there was no need to inform them. She had nothing to worry about. As Shen Ran watched the woman speaking calmly before him, she suddenly felt unfamiliar. Was this really the same Shen Ran who used to cry and make a scene over everything? He hadn't expected her to agree to the divorce, So easily. Could she be pretending now, only to cause trouble later when they went to sign the papers? Given her unpredictable nature, it wasn't impossible. I agree to everything you said, Chin-lai said, his eyes fixed on her. But I hope you won't go back on your word. He searched her face for any sign of deceit, but found none. Shen Ran could tell what he was thinking just from the doubtful look in his eyes. She lifted her clear, bright eyes and said firmly, I will never go back on my word. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. To her, men were not a necessity. If she had one, fine. If not, she could still live happily on her own. All right, it's too late today. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning to go back to the base, Chin-lai said, his brows still tightly furrowed. He couldn't bring himself to trust Shen Ran. In his eyes, she had no credibility. Only when everything was settled tomorrow would he finally be able to relax. Shen Ran replied, okay. After finishing their discussion, the two of them went downstairs together. Mother Shin was setting the table when she saw Chin-lai. Her eyes lit up with surprise and joy. Xiao Qin, you're here? Stay and have dinner with us? Chin-lai glanced at Shen Ran and politely declined, no. Thank you, Mom. I still have some work to do at the base, so I'll get going. With that, he turned and left with long, steady strides. Mother Shin sighed. This child, he's always so busy. Shen Ran didn't respond. She knew the reason. The husband of the fake daughter, Fu Ziming, came from a wealthy family with both parents alive. Chin-lai, on the other hand, was from the countryside and had lost his parents early. The contrast between them was stark. The original Shen Ran, feeling overshadowed by the fake daughter, had taken out her frustration on Chin-lai, calling him names, saying he wasn't worthy of her, and even complaining that he was too noisy when eating. Since then, Chin-lai had never shared a meal with her again. Thinking about it now, he had been incredibly patient. So it was understandable that he wanted a divorce. If that was the case, she would let him go. After all, the original Shen Ran had given her this body. Now she was Shen Ran, and Shen Ran was her. She had the right to make her own choices. Mom, Sister Yunru won't come down for dinner. She says her face is swollen and she's too embarrassed to see anyone. At that moment, a chubby little boy came running down the stairs with quick steps. It was Shun Yunyang, the youngest son of the Shin family, only 10 years old. As soon as he saw Shen Ran downstairs, his face showed clear disgust, and he shouted loudly, Shen Ran, it's all your fault. If you hadn't hit Sister Yunru, she wouldn't be so upset. What? She hit Yunru? Mother Shin frowned and turned to Shen Ran. Ran, why did you hit your sister? How could you do that? Mom, I didn't want to either. But Shin Yunru called the army and said I stole the jade bracelet. If outsiders found out the truth, they'd laugh at you for being careless. I only hit her because I didn't want her to spread rumors. I was thinking about your reputation. Shen Ran's words left Mother Shin speechless. Her face turned pale, and she said unhappily, that Yunru really? The matter was already settled. Why did she have to talk about it again? See? People only worry when something happens to them. Mother Shin had always favored Shin Yunru and never understood how much the original Shen Ran had suffered, because she had never been hurt by Yunru herself. Today, Shen Ran wanted her mother to experience what it felt like to be tricked. Her eyes glimmered with satisfaction as she waited for the drama to unfold. Not long after, Father Shin came home from work. Shin Yunru came downstairs right on time and eagerly handed him a warm towel. Dad, you must be tired after a long day. Here, wipe your face. But Father Shin didn't take it. He threw his briefcase onto the sofa, his face dark and cold. Seeing his expression, Mother Shin's heart skipped a beat. She asked carefully, Old Shen, what happened? Father Shin gave her a sharp look and said sternly, You still have the nerve to ask? The police came to our door today. The neighbors all saw it. Do you still want to hide it? Mother Shin's face turned pale. She hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly in just half a day. Hearing their conversation, Shin Yunru's eyes flickered with guilt. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Her plan had been for Bai Man to stir up trouble, so everyone would believe Shen Ran had stolen the jade bracelet. Then, their parents would be so embarrassed they'd drive Shen Ran out. But although the situation had indeed blown up, the one who lost face in the end was her mother. In truth, the matter should have stayed small. It was Shinyan who encouraged Bai Man to call the police, deliberately making her speak loudly outside, so that all the neighbors could hear clearly. As a result, after the officers left the Shen house, they were surrounded by a group of curious neighbors asking what had happened. Since it wasn't a criminal case, the officers didn't hide anything and simply told the truth. Now, rumors were spreading that the Shen family's matriarch, Lin Jia, had become confused with age, accidentally broke the family's heirloom jade bracelet, and then blamed her daughter for it. Shen Ran, thank you to the honest and open police officers. When Father Shen came home from work, he hadn't even reached the door before several neighbors stopped him to ask questions. Always concerned about his reputation, he was furious after hearing what had happened. The moment he stepped inside, he started questioning his wife. "Wife, what's going on? Tell me everything clearly." Mother Shen said nervously, "Today Yunru's friend Bai Man came over. Yunru told her about the missing bracelet, and then she called the police." She explained everything that had happened without exaggeration, since everyone involved was present. After listening, Father Shen grew angry. "Yunru, why didn't you stop your friend from calling the police? Do you know how embarrassed I was today?" Typical of Father Shen, always putting his pride first. He didn't even ask whether his daughter had been wrongly accused, only cared about his reputation. Shen Ran sneered inwardly, feeling even more distant from her family. Being scolded by her father, Shin Yunru quickly apologized.
"Dad, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have invited Bai Man over. She's too impulsive. I didn't even know she went to call the police. Since Bai Man wasn't there, she could say whatever she wanted." Father Shen's face darkened. "Don't spend time with people like that again." Shin Yunru bit her lip. "I understand, Dad." Mother Shen grew anxious. "Old Shen, what should we do about this?" They needed to give the neighbors an explanation, but it couldn't be that Mother Shen was confused. Not only would she refuse to accept that, but Father Shen wouldn't allow it either. A couple's reputation rises and falls together. If people said Mother Shen was losing her mind before even turning 50, Father Shen would lose face as well. His eyes swept over his 3 children and finally stopped on Shen Ran. He ordered coldly, "Shen Ran, tomorrow you'll tell everyone that you accidentally broke the jade bracelet and hid it in your mother's room.
Do you hear me?"
Shen Ran was so angry that she laughed. What a sight to see. Father and Mother Shen really were a perfect match, both equally shameless. They didn't even hesitate to push their own daughter into trouble. No way. Shen Ran refused firmly. She wasn't stupid. Why should she take the blame? Sure, she had played a small part in what happened, but the fake daughter had provoked her first. "I just proved my innocence to the police today. If I say that tomorrow, wouldn't that make me look like a liar? What will people think of me? Do I not care about my reputation?" Father Shen's face darkened. "That's enough, Shen Ran. Your reputation is already bad. One more rumor won't matter. You must do this for the sake of our family." Shen Ran raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of mockery. "Fine, I'll do it. I'll go out tomorrow and say whatever I want. I promise the Shen family will become even more famous." "You wouldn't dare." Father Shen's face turned black with anger. Shen Ran sneered. "Why wouldn't I? You've never treated me like your real daughter. Why should I care about you?" Father Shen gritted his teeth. "If you don't listen, get out of this house." Shen Ran replied, "I'm not leaving. This is my home. If that fake daughter can stay, why can't I?" Now she was determined to be shameless. Let's see who could stop her. "If you keep pushing me, I'll shout it out for everyone to hear how unfair you are. You ungrateful girl." Father Shen was so angry that his face turned red, struggling to breathe. Mother Shen quickly patted his back to calm him down, then turned to scold Shen Ran. "Shen Ran, stop talking. Can't you see your father's upset?" Shen Ran said on purpose, "It's not my fault. Mom, you're the one who caused all this. If you hadn't been so careless, none of this would have happened." Mother Shen. How dare this girl? She wasn't old at all. Seeing this scene, the younger brother, Shen Yunyang, was completely stunned. What was going on? How did Shen Ran suddenly become so sharp-tongued that she could even make their parents angry? A hint of suspicion flashed in Shen Yunru's eyes. She felt that the Shen Ran in front of her seemed different. Before, she had always been foolish. Even when she was wronged, she would only cry loudly and never defend herself with reason. But today, after everything that happened, Shen Ran managed to handle each situation calmly and even clear herself of all blame. If it weren't for the same face, Shen Yunru would have thought someone else was pretending to be her. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is often your rival. Shen Yunru's guess was already close to the truth. But since she was a person of this era, she could never imagine that Shen Ran had actually come from another time. Maybe Shen Ran had been holding back for too long and suddenly became smarter, which changed her personality. That was the only explanation Shen Yunru could think of. But the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Why should someone so foolish suddenly become clever one day? If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted time trying to make Shen Ran suffer slowly. She would have dealt with her sooner. Forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in thinking about the past. She needed to plan carefully how to completely defeat Shen Ran next time. Sir, madam, dinner is ready. At that moment, the housekeeper, Aunt Sue, came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. Seeing the strange atmosphere in the living room, she looked awkwardly at Father Shen. Sir, should I set the table? The dishes are getting cold. Father Shen said, go ahead. No matter how angry they were, they still had to eat. At the table, everyone ate quietly and no one spoke. Suddenly, Shen Ran said, if you really want to find someone to explain things, why not just find the person who stole the jade bracelet? Shen Yunru's heart tightened. She forced a smile and said, Sister, don't make things harder for our parents. It's not easy to find that person right now. How could it be hard? The person involved is right here. It's not that difficult. Shen Ran's lips curved into a mocking smile as she looked at her mother. Mom, you know I've never been inside your room. Her words suddenly made Father and Mother Shen realize something. Mr. Shen has many important books and documents in his room. Usually the door is locked. Only when Mrs. Shen is resting inside during the day, or when Mr. and Mrs. Shen are both in the room at night, is the door open. During these times, except for Shen Ran, the other children can come and go freely from their parents' room. Shen Yunting, the eldest son, works as a translator for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is very busy and often travels for work. He has been away on a trip for several days, so it's definitely not him. Mr. and Mrs. Shen wouldn't steal anything valuable, especially not their daughter's jade bracelet. Shen Wan is not a suspect because she has never been in their room. The only remaining suspects are Shen Yunru and the youngest son, Shen Yunyang. Mr. Shen looks at both of them. Shen Yunru hasn't spoken yet, but Shen Yunyang suddenly jumps up. It's not me. I didn't steal my sister's jade bracelet, and I would never break it and blame Mom. 10-year-old Shen Yunyang is already quite mature. He saw the commotion earlier and understands how serious this matter is. He is indeed mischievous and often causes trouble. But it's not his fault, and he would never admit to something he didn't do. Seeing her young son react so strongly for the first time, Mrs. Shen instinctively defends him. It probably wasn't Xiaoyang. He wouldn't lie. Mrs. Shen loves her adopted daughter Shen Yunru very much, especially compared to her biological daughter Shen Ran. But if she compares her two biological sons, especially the youngest Shen Yunyang, she favors them even more. Mrs. Shen asks, Yunru, did you accidentally drop the bracelet and then put it in my room without telling me? Shen Yunru's eyes immediately turn red. Mom, what do you mean? Are you suspecting me? No, I don't suspect you, but... Seeing Shen Yunru crying, Mrs. Shen feels a little upset. But if she had to choose someone to take the blame, she would rather give it to Shen Yunru, since Shen Yunyang is her biological son. It's clear that Mr. Shen, who favors boys over girls, thinks the same way. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Shen Yunru's fleeting look of anger quickly disappears. She unconsciously clenches her fingers, pressing hard on her palm until it bleeds, then stops. Shinyan interrupted before Shen's father could speak. You know what kind of family the Fu family is? I was married into a wealthy family, and my mother-in-law has always been critical. If she finds out about this, she might say something bad about me in front of my father-in-law, and it could affect the Shin family. She didn't need to say more. Her father understood. The interests of the Shen family came first. Shen's father immediately looked at Shinyan and scolded. Xiaoyang, did you mischievously take your sister's jade bracelet, break it, and then hide it in your mom's drawer? It's not me. I didn't. Shinyan has a quick temper. Angry at being falsely accused, he threw the bowl beside him onto the floor. Shen's father also has a bad temper. Today, after losing face in front of others, he was already angry. Seeing his youngest son dare to throw a bowl in front of him, he was furious and grabbed his arm to hit him hard. You brat. Dare to challenge your father? You're tired of living. Old Shen, that's your son. Don't hit him. Shen's mother saw her son being beaten and quickly tried to stop him. Shinyan was too scared to go over and try to stop it, so she just stood there, clutching a handkerchief and crying. Wawa, Dad, please don't hit my little brother. Can't I step in? Her words only made Shen's father angrier. He grabbed a broom from the corner and started hitting his youngest son. Quick, admit you took your sister's bracelet. If you don't, I'll beat you to death. Shin Tai, if you kill my son, I'll fight you. Shen's mother let out a loud cry and rushed forward. Suddenly, the Shen family living room was in chaos, lively and noisy. Shen Ran watched the scene while eating, enjoying it very much. Finally, she raised her hand and said, Su-ma, please bring another bowl of soup.
Xuma.
My young lady, you should hide away instead of watching this chaos. In the end, the farce concluded with Shinyan crying so hard that tears and snot covered his face, and he agreed to take the blame. Shen's father was so angry he didn't even eat dinner and went straight back to his room. Looking at the red marks on her younger son's body, Mother Shen lovingly held him and kept calling him her precious. Mother Shen cried for a long time while Shen Ran calmly ate and watched a show. Finally, Mother Shen couldn't help but glare at her. You are so cold-hearted. Your brother is hurt so badly, and you still have an appetite for food. Shen Ran put down her bowl and chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a warm towel, and said slowly, Mom, it seems you're blaming the wrong person. You should blame my sister, the main culprit. If it weren't for her, our brother wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Dad. While wiping her tears with a handkerchief, Shen Yunru pretended to cry. Shen Ran, this mean girl, really makes me angry with her cleverness. She should be the one saying such provoking words. Yunru, what are you standing there for? Hurry and bring the medical kit to help your brother apply some ointment. For the first time, Mother Shen showed resentment toward Shin Yunru, even speaking more bluntly. Yunru clenched her lips tightly, a flash of anger crossing her eyes.
Got it, Mom.
In the end, she obediently went to get the medical kit. Seeing this scene, Shen Ran's lips curled into a pleased smile. Isn't it supposed to be deep mother-daughter love? Let's see how long it can last. After eating and drinking enough, it was naturally time to go back to her room. Shen Ran pushed open the door and saw a familiar figure on the windowsill. But the dirty little cat from before had turned into a pure white cat. I just took a bath in the river and cleaned myself up. Now I look even more handsome. Women must be stunned by me. I told you not to fall for me. The white cat lazily posed on the windowsill in a charming way. Shen Ran. This little guy has quite the dramatic personality, but it's pretty cute. And the clean white cat is really beautiful. Pure white fur, eyes like two emeralds, a pink nose, and chubby little paws. Shen Ran felt a little itchy inside, really wanting to pet it. Little one, come here. Let me pet you. I'll give you some small fish snacks. Shen Ran took out some small fish treats to tempt it. Meow, no way. The white cat puffed up its fluffy little head proudly. However, her true feelings were revealed inside. Little fish. Slurp. I really want to eat. Shen Ran chuckled softly. Come on if you want to eat. Just come. The small white cat stiffened. It had forgotten that this woman could read its thoughts. Annoying woman, deliberately stealing my thoughts. I don't want to talk to you. The white cat turned its head, leaving its backside for her. Oh, this beef jerky is so tasty. Shen Ran took out a piece of beef jerky and waved it in her hand. The white cat quietly turned its head, eyes brightening at the sight of what she held. Beef jerky? What is that? Smells pretty good. I want to eat. Shen Ran placed both the small fish and beef jerky on the ground, smiling warmly at it. As long as you let me touch you once, all these treats are yours. All right, deal. In the end, the little greedy cat compromised. It was just a quick pet, no big deal. No fur would fall out after all. The little creature lay on the ground, one paw pressing a small fish, the other holding the beef jerky, munching happily. Shen Ran reached out her delicate, white hand and gently stroked its back. Wow, it's so soft. Petting the fluffy fur was such a joy. She also stroked the white cat's chin and belly. The little one cooperated throughout. It lay on its belly, relaxed, purring comfortably, still chewing on the beef jerky. Its adorable, soft appearance made Shen Ran laugh happily. Suddenly, she had the idea of adopting it. Little one, do you want to come with me? I'll always have plenty of small fish and beef jerky for you. She had loved fluffy animals even back in modern times, but her finances didn't allow it. Now that she could, she definitely wanted to keep one.
Meow?
Really? You're not lying to me? The white cat looked up with big, round eyes, innocent and pure. Shen Ran nodded, really. The white cat tilted its head and thought for a moment. It wandered outside every day, sometimes hungry, sometimes full, not knowing when it might starve. If this woman really had tasty food, following her wouldn't be a bad idea. Most importantly, she smelled so nice, just being near made it want her to pet it. Afraid she might dislike it, he even took a shower today. However, he ate a bit too much, and I wonder if the woman would mind. All of the little guy's thoughts were heard by Shen Ran. Shen Ran, I don't mind. I have plenty of food, enough for you to eat for many years. Upon hearing this, the little white cat immediately climbed up from the ground and stretched out its pink paws to rest on Shen Ran's hand. Woman, I trust you just this once. Shen Ran pinched its soft paw, smiling happily. Yes, from now on we are friends. Please take care of me. After calming the little white cat, Shen Ran took it to her space. Inside the space, on a lush green lawn, stood a beautiful villa. Next to it were several huge warehouses filled with all kinds of supplies and goods. Shen Ran, with the little white cat looking surprised, took a walk around and said, Little one, this is my secret base. You can play freely inside. Also, there are endless dried fish, beef jerky, cat food, and other treats. Eat as much as you want. Meow? So happy. So happy. I finally won't be hungry anymore. The little white cat was overjoyed, running around happily on the grass. Sometimes lying on the ground spinning like a top, sometimes jumping into the air to perform a cat ballet. In short, it didn't stop for a moment. Shen Ran lazily sat in a wicker chair, nibbling on a big apple, smiling all the while. Having a cute pet at home feels pretty nice. The next morning, Shen Ran went downstairs for breakfast. The lively dining table was empty today. Housekeeper Su Ma brought a bowl of dumplings and a plate of dipping sauce from the kitchen. Shen Ran looked around. Su Ma, where is everyone? Su Ma. Sir left early for work. Madam took Yunyang to school, and Yunra doesn't seem to have gotten up yet. Shen Ran pulled out a chair and sat down. Then eat with me. No one else is here. Su Ma smiled. It's okay, I've already eaten. Su Ma had been working for the Shin family for over 10 years. She was honest and hardworking, never spreading gossip, and treated the original mistress quite well. She has little say in the Shin family and only makes nice food for her when the original owner is sad. Aunt Su, Ran, this morning the supplies store got some pork. I bought a piece of pork belly and will make your favorite 4 happiness meatballs for lunch. Last night the Shin family caused a big fuss. Ran probably got very scared and ate 2 bowls of rice, which she never did before. Shen Ran was dipping dumplings in soy sauce, and her chopsticks paused slightly. Aunt Sue, I have to go out later, and might not be home for lunch. Later, she plans to go with Chin Lai to the military to get a divorce. The trip is a bit far, so she probably won't make it back. Aunt Sue. All right, I'll save some for you to eat tonight when you return. Shen Ran felt warm inside. Thank you, Aunt Sue. Seeing her be so polite in front of her but acting like a troublemaker in the Shin family made Aunt Sue unable to help but speak. Ran, maybe you should talk calmly with Mr. Shin and Mrs. Shin. There are too many misunderstandings between you. If you don't clear them up, it won't get better. Shen Ran shook her head. There's no need to talk. As long as Shinyan is around, they will never see me as their real daughter. She continued. Like this time, Shinyan encouraged her friends to call the police and falsely accuse me of stealing a jade bracelet. When the truth came out, no one apologized to me. This has happened many times before. In my parents' eyes, I am just a village girl who doesn't belong. Whenever something happens, I am the first one they blame. Do you think a few words of talking can change how they see me? Shen Ran could say so much to Aunt Sue because she had previously been wronged by her family and had cried to Aunt Sue many times. Aunt Sue is very discreet and cares for her deeply. She never tells Shen Ran's parents about these things. So, in front of her, Shen Ran can speak freely. Hearing this, Aunt Sue could only sigh. She, as a maid, cannot interfere in her master's family affairs. All she can do is comfort her. All right, if you want to be happier, don't always be upset and throw tantrums. I think Shin is a good young man. You should have a good life with him. Things will get better. Yes. Shen Ran felt a little embarrassed. If Mother Sue finds out that she went out today to divorce Chin Lai, she would probably be very upset. Speaking of which, here he comes. After talking with Shen Ran, Mother Sue turned around and saw a familiar figure. Her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she said, Little Chin, you're here. Have you eaten breakfast? Today I made 3 delicacy dumplings. They taste really good. Shen Ran paused while eating her dumplings. She instinctively looked at her watch. It was only 8:30 in the morning. The Beijing military base is in a remote suburb, about 3 hours' drive from the city center. That means Chin Lai probably got up around 4 or 5 in the morning. It seems he is very eager to get a divorce. Seeing Chin Lai standing stiffly at the door, Shen Ran turned her head to look. He was standing straight like a pine tree. He wore a white shirt and army green work pants. His chest muscles looked so strong they seemed about to burst through his shirt, revealing firm muscles under the fabric. His stern eyebrows and tight jawline added to his serious look. His eyes, usually icy cold, were now filled with complicated feelings. Shen Ran. So, did he hear her talking with Mother Sue and start feeling sorry for her? Could it be that Chin Lai is feeling pity for her and no longer wants a divorce? Oh no, absolutely not. She really hopes things won't change now that they've decided. Seeing Shen Ran staring blankly at him, Chin Lai's dark eyes darkened immediately. He suspected that Shen Ran was deliberately telling Mother Sue those things to avoid the divorce. Have you finished eating? Chin Lai showed a hint of impatience. He must get a divorce. No matter what happens, he won't change his mind. Seeing his disgusted expression, Shen Ran nodded, thinking, yes, that's more like it. I've finished. You sit and eat. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes. He probably hadn't eaten breakfast since he came so early. It was awkward for them to sit at the same table, so it was better to avoid it first. Chin Lai frowned, about to say he didn't need to, but Shen Ran got up and left. At this moment, Mother Sue came over and took his arm, smiling warmly. Little Chin, sit quickly. Auntie will bring you a bowl of dumplings to eat. Chin Lai had no choice but to sit down. Soon, a large bowl of steaming 3-flavor dumplings sprinkled with chopped green onions appeared before him. Eat while it's hot. You haven't tasted my cooking yet, right? Today I made extra, so eat more, Annie said with a warm smile. Since it was already this late, it didn't feel right to refuse. Thank you, Chin Lai replied politely. Not being a picky person, he thanked her and used chopsticks to pick up a dumpling. The 3-flavor dumplings had thin wrappers and plenty of filling. When he bit into it, the juice burst in his mouth, filling his entire mouth with the aroma of meat. Qin Lai's eyes showed surprise. Then he quickly ate the remaining dumplings. He eagerly picked up another dumpling and put it in his mouth, eating one after another, enjoying the delicious taste. Because his parents passed away when he was young, Qin Lai endured many hardships growing up, often hungry and cold. He developed a near obsession with food. Every time he ate, he would gobble it down carelessly, with a rough eating style. The original owner disliked this and often scolded him as a ghost of hunger. But there's a saying, if you dislike someone, even their breath feels wrong. Qin Lai's way of eating was common in the military. Plus, with his handsome face, others didn't find his eating habits unattractive. In fact, Auntie enjoyed watching him eat. Don't rush, eat slowly. There's more in the pot. If it's not enough, I'll go get more, she said kindly. Auntie, your cooking is really amazing. Qin Lai rarely complimented others, and he was even less willing to do so willingly. Haha, if you like it, come often. I'll cook for you, she replied happily. Having her approval made Auntie very happy. Hearing this, Qin Lai pressed his lips together. This might be the last time. He had divorced Shen Ran and wouldn't come to Shen's house again. At that moment, a faint movement was heard. Qin Lai instinctively looked up. At the top of the stairs, a bright red figure caught his eye. In an instant, Qin Lai was stunned. A head of smooth, long hair was tied back with a yellow hairband, with a few strands falling softly by her ears, adding a touch of laziness and charm. She slowly walked down from the upstairs, her steps light and graceful. Vivid, beautiful, and stunning. All these words perfectly describe her, without exaggeration. Qin Lai's eyes suddenly showed some complexity as he couldn't help but recall how they first met. That day, Shen Ran was also wearing a red dress. She pretended to be drunk and fell into his arms, her face blushing beautifully, and she secretly kissed him. At that moment, Qin Lai's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a strong desire to marry her. He did marry her, but she turned out to be a difficult and stubborn person. Over 2 years, all their feelings had worn out. Qin Lai often regretted that he had fallen for her at first sight and wished he had taken more time to get to know her. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Shen Ran was really good at lying. Yesterday, she insisted she wouldn't change her mind about the divorce, and today she came out looking so beautiful to tempt him. She just wanted to stir up his memories and soften his heart. But he refused to be swayed by her. Qin Lai's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm as he stood up and said, "Let's go." He strode forward quickly, and Shen Ran hurried to follow.
Hey, slow down.
You're tall and impressive. Why are you walking so fast? Qin Lai's face darkened, and he quickened his pace. He didn't like Shen Ran praising him. He had never been praised before, and now, after lying about the divorce, it just made him feel sick. Watching Qin Lai walk faster and faster, Shen Ran was confused. What was wrong with him? Why did he suddenly look angry? She didn't think she had done anything wrong. They reached the jeep, and Shen Ran was about to open the passenger door when Qin Lai's cold voice came. "Get in the back." Shen Ran replied, "Okay." Since he wanted her to act as the driver, she wouldn't hold back. She quickly sat in the back seat and, without waiting for Qin Lai's instructions, fastened her seatbelt. She was very afraid of dying and didn't want to die again. Qin Lai didn't even look at Shen Ran. He started the car and slowly drove away from the street. Just as the jeep was heading onto the main road, and Qin Lai was about to step on the gas to speed up, Shen Ran suddenly spoke. "Wait, stop the car." Qin Lai pretended not to hear and continued driving forward. Shen Ran leaned forward and loudly shouted in his ear, "Qin Lai,
stop the car.
Let me get out." Her clear voice didn't numb Qin Lai's ears, but instead made his ears turn slightly red. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car, and turned with an angry look. "Shen Ran, what are you up to again? Can't you behave for once? I'm in a bit of a hurry now." "Wait for me." She quickly unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. Qin Lai was so angry, he hit the steering wheel. He knew that Shen Ran was just fooling him. He wanted to see what urgent matters she had. Qin Lai parked the jeep by the side, got out, and hurried toward Shen Ran. After searching for a while, he finally saw her figure in a dark alley. Seeing him come, she happily waved at him. Qin Lai, maybe we should get a divorce another day.
I need to save a dog.
It needs me more right now. Qin Lai looked around but didn't see any dog. His eyes turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. Shen Ran, stop playing tricks on me.
Get in the car now.
We're going to get a divorce. His words sounded a bit frantic. He was either upset because Shen Ran broke her promise or because he was annoyed that a dog was more important. No, I won't. This dog is badly hurt, and I need to save it. Shen Ran stood up and revealed a poor little dog in her arms. The small creature's fur was a sandy yellow, its round body curled up, looking very weak and resting in her arms. This dog is called Little Potato. It belongs to Grandma Wen next door. She's alone and having a hard time as her children have passed away. Now only this dog keeps her company. Can you really bear to leave such a cute dog behind? Earlier, she mentioned that only 3 animals on this street had a special spirit. One was her newly adopted white cat, another was the green parrot at Editor Zhang's house, and the last was the little potato in her arms. Just now, when a vehicle passed nearby, Shen Ran keenly heard the inner cry for help from Little Potato. The little guy was playful and ran around alone, trying to jump from the wall onto a tree to catch sparrows. Unexpectedly, he didn't catch the sparrow and accidentally fell from the wall, breaking his leg. Coincidentally, hidden in the damp, fallen leaves on the ground was a black snake that bit Little Potato on the thigh. It was probably a venomous snake. After being bitten, Little Potato couldn't move and lay in the leaves, feeling dizzy and unable to call out. This place was very hidden and few people passed by. If Shen Ran hadn't heard his heartbeat, Little Potato might have died here. His leg is broken and he was bitten by a snake. We need to find a veterinarian quickly to help him. Seeing the woman's worried face, Qin Lai suddenly felt a strange sensation. Was Shen Ran always this kind? The answer was no. Not just dogs, even people, if she was slightly upset, she could scold them harshly. When they first got married and weren't fighting, he once suggested they get a dog to keep her company, since he often had to go on missions. But she didn't appreciate it at all and scolded him fiercely, calling him useless and saying he was disgusting for bringing a useless dog. He still remembered her look of hatred and disgust. Now, she was willing to hold even her most hated dog just to avoid divorce. He didn't know if she was pretending or truly wanted to save the dog. Little Potato, where are you? Come back to me. At this moment, a worried voice came from nearby. Soon, an elderly woman with white hair ran over. Little Potato, seeing the little guy unconscious in Shen Ran's arms, the old woman hurriedly ran faster, almost tripping. Grandma Wen, be careful. Shen Ran quickly helped her steady herself and explained Little Potato's condition. When she heard that Little Potato's leg was broken and he was bitten by a snake, Grandma Wen was very anxious. What should we do? There's no veterinarian nearby. There's a small pig farm in the suburbs, but it's too far away. I'd have to take a bus for over an hour. Little Potato was bitten by a snake, and I don't know if he can endure such a long trip, Shen Ran suggested. How about this? We go to the nearest hospital first, have the doctor give Little Potato an anti-venom shot, and then take it to the vet station for treatment. Grandma Wen nodded. Okay, that's a good idea. I'll take Little Potato by myself. The nearby hospital is a 20-minute walk away. As an older person, she could walk faster and still make it in time. Shen Ran was worried and said, Grandma Wen, maybe I should ask Qin Lai to take you. He's driving now. She winked at Qin Lai beside her. Qin Lai is a soldier, honest and kind. When people need help, he always offers to help. Even if Shen Ran didn't ask, he would volunteer to help. Qin Lai said, Grandma Wen, Shen Ran is right. I can drive faster, and Little Potato might get help sooner. Grandma Wen wanted to refuse but hesitated after hearing Qin Lai. Of course, she wanted Little Potato to be saved quickly. The longer it took, the more risk there was. She asked, Are you all going out today? Will it be too much trouble for you? Qin Lai opened his mouth to answer, but Shen Ran spoke first. No trouble at all. We're just out for a drive nearby. Qin Lai clenched his teeth. He knew she didn't want a divorce. Come with us too, Qin Lai suddenly said before they left. I was going to go with you anyway. No need to tell me. Shen Ran rolled her eyes. She was annoyed. She had agreed to the divorce this morning, so why was he giving her attitude? Shen Ran didn't realize it was because she was wearing a red dress today, which made Qin Lai misunderstand. If he knew what she was really thinking, he would definitely sneer. Divorce meant a new start. She wore the pretty dress to celebrate, not to keep him. This time, Shen Ran sat quietly in the back seat without Qin Lai needing to ask. Grandma Wen held Little Potato and sat in the car, glancing at Qin Lai driving. She thought to herself that the young couple was probably arguing. She decided to stay quiet so they wouldn't get more upset. The hospital was a 20-minute walk away, only 5 minutes by car. Qin Lai got out of the car, took the Little Potato, and showed his officer ID to get priority treatment from the doctor. Shen Ran supported Grandma Wen and followed closely behind. The big hospital in Beijing has the most complete medicines, including anti-venom serum for poisonous snakes. The doctor quickly gave the Little Potato the serum and wrapped its slightly fractured leg. Worried there might be other issues, the doctor suggested. Medical expertise varies. I recommend finding a veterinarian to check the dog. Grandma Wen nodded. Thank you, doctor. We will go find a vet now. The Little Potato was well cared for by Grandma Wen. It was chubby, weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, at 3 months old, and a bit heavy to hold. When leaving the doctor, Shen Ran spoke up. Grandma Wen, let me hold the Little Potato. Grandma Wen smiled kindly. All right, thank you, Ran. When Shen Ran lived at the Shin family before, she rarely went out and didn't know many neighbors. Grandma Wen had heard some gossip about Shen Ran from others, all of which was slander. Now it seems those rumors are not true. This girl is pretty, with bright, lively eyes. She looks very capable. It seems I should find some time to chat with a few old friends and clear up some of the rumors about her. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? Shen Ran held the Little Potato and glared at Qin Lai, who had been acting strangely, sometimes cold, sometimes complicated. He seemed surprised when she said she wanted to hold the Little Potato. Does he think the original owner wouldn't do such a thing? But the original owner was known for being unpredictable. One moment happy, the next irritable. No one could guess her mind. Shen Ran didn't think she would be exposed. The original owner didn't spend much time with Qin Lai, her cheap husband. They argued every time they were together, and neither understood the other's basic habits. Most importantly, they were about to divorce. So, who cared what he thought? Who cares? Let him do whatever he wants. In the suburbs of Beijing, beside a shady grove, several simple houses made of green bricks and white tiles sat quietly there. A red sign hangs above, with 5 large characters. Jingjiao State Veterinary Station. At the gate, an old man and a young boy, grandson and grandfather, are sitting and chatting. Sun Jingfei sighs and says, Grandpa, why don't you agree to work at the pig farm? Their veterinary station is in a remote area, with few people nearby, and very few people know about it. Because of this, the station has been open for almost a year, but apart from visits from the neighboring pig farm, they haven't had many customers. If it weren't for a good friend of Grandpa's who has influence, the station would have closed long ago. Anyway, we eat from the state, so working anywhere is fine. Grandpa, maybe we should go to the pig farm. Director Zhang offers much better conditions. About 5 kilometers from the veterinary station, there is a small pig farm, managed by Director Zhang. Since the farm is small, with only 100 pigs, no veterinarian is assigned there. So, whenever the pigs have problems, Director Zhang comes to ask Grandpa to check them. Recently, Director Zhang suggested that Grandpa and Sun Jingfei move directly to the pig farm to avoid traveling back and forth, and he would handle all the paperwork. But Grandpa is very stubborn and refuses to move. You don't understand. Our family's veterinary skills are passed down from ancestors, and I can't let them end with me. Grandpa puffs on his dry tobacco, his face lined with the marks of age. If I agree to go to the pig farm, I can only help take care of the pigs. What about other animals? I can't give up my family skills just for a little higher pay. That's impossible. Grandpa is so stubborn that not even 10 cows could pull him back. Knowing he can't persuade his grandfather, Sun Jingfei's eyes twinkle and he teases with a smile. Grandpa, how about I go to the pig farm? You can stay here at the veterinary station alone. Little brat. Grandpa taps him on the head with his pipe and scolds. You half-hearted fool. Don't embarrass our family. Stay here and learn from me. Sun Jingfei pouts and rubs the bump on his head, saying, What's there to learn? I see animals only a few times a year. I'm about to go crazy from boredom. Just then, the roar of a car engine sounds. In the distance, a military green jeep sped toward them, kicking up clouds of dirt. Old Sun and Sun Jingfei exchanged a quick look and both stood up. Soon, the jeep stopped and 3 people got out. There was a tough-looking man with a scar on his face and a crew cut, a beautiful woman dressed in red, and an elderly grandmother with white hair, holding a sick little dog. Old Sun hurried forward. What's wrong with the dog? Grandma Wen quickly explained the situation. Old Sun asked his grandson to bring the little dog over, and they all headed inside. Hurry, put him on the bed so I can check him carefully. The veterinarian station had a consultation area on the left and 2 care beds on the right. Sun Jingfei gently placed the little dog on the bed, and Old Sun immediately began examining him. He carefully checked the dog's limbs and belly, then looked at its mouth and eyes, muttering to himself. Everyone else stood quietly nearby, afraid to make any noise and disturb him. After 10 minutes, Old Sun finished his examination. Grandma Wen looked worried. Doctor, how is my little dodo? Can he be saved? The little dog had been unconscious the whole time, only opening his eyes briefly when given serum at the hospital, then falling back asleep. Grandma Wen was anxious, her eyes welling with tears. Old Sun said, He can be saved. Luckily, you were quick and gave him serum at the hospital. If you hadn't, it might have been too late. He continued, From what I see, there's still some poison in his body. I'll give him acupuncture a few times and some herbal medicine for a few days. He'll be fine. As for the injury on his leg, it's not too serious. The previous doctor did a good job bandaging it, so no need to redo it. Hearing this, everyone present relaxed and let out a breath. Xiao Fei, go get my acupuncture kit. Old Sun ordered his grandson, then turned to Grandma Wen. When we do the acupuncture, 2 people will need to hold little Dodo's limbs, so he doesn't wake up and move the needles. Shen Ran said, I'll do it with Grandma Wen. Qin Lai frowned. Little Dodo is familiar with Grandma Wen, so even if he wakes up suddenly, he probably won't hurt her. But Shen Ran might not be so lucky. In case the dog went crazy and bit her, she would definitely use that as an excuse to cause trouble and refuse to go to the army for a divorce. Shen Ran is really a very clever woman. I thought she was making some changes to keep him interested. But now I see she was just playing hard to get, confusing him with her actions, making him lower his guard. Luckily, he is smart and didn't fall for it. He plans to stop everything early, so she won't have any chance. Let me do it. I have more strength, Qin Lai said with a mysterious look. This woman will probably refuse his offer, so he needs to think of other ways. Shen Ran nodded. Okay, you do it, Qin Lai. She actually agreed so straightforwardly. Until he finished acupuncture on Little Potato, Qin Lai was still a bit stunned. Hey, Qin Lai, what are you waiting for? We can leave now. At that moment, a clear voice sounded in his ear. Then, a soft little hand poked his lower back. Qin Lai suddenly straightened up as if electrocuted, his ears turning bright red. Shen Ran dared to touch him in public. How shameless. Don't do anything too crazy. Everyone is watching, Qin Lai warned. Shen Ran. What is this guy talking about? She seems to not understand at all. After acupuncture, Little Potato woke up. It opened its eyes and tried to climb off the bed, wagging its tail vigorously at Grandma Wen. Then, with big, wet eyes, it looked at Shen Ran with gratitude. Earlier, after being bitten by a poisonous snake, it was semi-conscious. Although it couldn't see who saved it, it could smell the person. Woof woof. Vicious woman, I'm sorry. I won't call you vicious anymore. I'll call you fragrant woman. You hold me so sweet and fragrant. I really like being held by you. Shen Ran, the original owner, when feeling upset, happened to pass by Little Potato, and she scolded it loudly. The little guy remembers grudges and has been criticizing the original owner as a vicious woman ever since. But unexpectedly, this accident suddenly changed its impression of her. Little Potato is a very well-behaved puppy. Next, it wagged its tail at the other people, and everyone thanked it once. Because its condition was still unstable and there was concern about possible problems tonight, Old Man Sun decided to let it rest at the veterinary station and keep an eye on it. As for Grandma Wen, Qinlai drove her home, and Shen Ran naturally went along. When the three of them were about to leave, a middle-aged man hurriedly came from outside the door. Old son, come quickly and look at my pigs. I don't know why, but early this morning they were both vomiting and pulling, and they can't stand steadily. At the veterinary station entrance, a man was pulling a cart on which 4 or 5 large, grunting pigs were lying. Next to one of the big pigs, a small pink piglet was curled up. Old Man Sun said, Director Zhang, why did you bring a piglet here? Is it also sick? Director Zhang from the pig farm shook his head. No, it just wants to stay with its mother. When I try to take it away, it screams loudly. Old Man Sun quickly checked the pigs and said, it probably ate something bad. I'll give it some medicine to stop diarrhea and also some glucose to see if it helps. Just then, several large pigs suddenly started vomiting uncontrollably, and their vomit had traces of blood. Old Man Sun's expression grew serious. If these pigs only had simple indigestion, they wouldn't be vomiting like this. It's likely they ate something toxic. He asked, what did you feed the pigs this morning? Director Zhang scratched his head. Nothing special, just the usual feed and pig grass. And little fruits, lots of green little fruits. A soft, milky voice suddenly sounded. Shen Ran, who was about to walk outside, paused and turned to look at the piglet lying in the mother pig's arms on the cart. The little creature was nervously curled up in its mother's embrace, with big round eyes constantly darting around. Old Man Sun frowned and said, if we don't know what they ate wrong, it's going to be difficult. Our family's old veterinary skills aren't perfect. At best, we can detect poisoning, but we don't know exactly what poison it is. Forget it, I'll try acupuncture first and see if it can help them feel better. Old Man Sun had just finished speaking when Shen Ran couldn't help but speak up. Grandpa Sun, I think that little piglet seems to understand what's going on. Maybe I can take it to the pig farm for a walk. Maybe we can find the answer. Huh? Grandpa Sun looked confused. The others looked at each other, also unsure what to think. Is this pretty lady joking? What can a little pig understand? It's not human. Taking it for a walk to find answers sounds like a joke. Qinlai also looked disapproving. Shen Ran, stop joking. Let's go back quickly. It's almost noon now. If we drive fast, maybe we can finish the divorce process this afternoon. Shen Ran didn't look at him. Instead, she looked at Director Zhang. You are in charge, right? If you believe me, then let's give it a try. Anyway, someone is driving there, and it won't take long to go back and forth. Director Zhang opened his mouth but didn't speak. Grandma Wen, standing nearby, answered. I believe Shen Ran. If it weren't for her, my little potato might have already died in that pile of fallen leaves in the alley. She quickly told Director Zhang what had happened before, then said, my little potato is usually shy, but it stays calm in Shen Ran's arms. That shows animals like her. Maybe that little piglet can really get close to her. Grandma Wen was really helpful. Shen Ran added, I grew up in a small mountain village. I often run in the mountains, so I get along well with animals. I understand their habits. I just want to see if I can help. Her words were very convincing. Since she was so eager to help, there was no reason to doubt her. Director Zhang immediately agreed. All right, let's take the little piglet back and find out what's wrong. Strangely, the little piglet, which had been curled up in its mother's arms and refused to move, immediately became lively and snuggled into Shen Ran's arms after she gently touched its head twice. At this moment, even Qinlai, who had been frowning, seemed a little more relaxed. Could it be that Shen Ran wasn't just talking nonsense to delay the divorce? Maybe she really has this ability? This question was left unresolved until Shen Ran, holding the little piglet, found dozens of deadly nightshade plants in a grass patch near the pig farm. Maturity is black, while immaturity is green, and unripe fruit is more toxic. If livestock eat these wild fruits, mild cases may cause nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, while severe cases can lead to breathing paralysis, hemolysis, and death. Old Mr. Sun knew about this kind of food. When he learned that the pigs had accidentally eaten the toxic fruits, his face changed color quickly. He hurriedly said, "Zhengfei, quickly, give the pigs soap water to induce vomiting so they can spit out all the wild fruits from their bodies." After speaking, Mr. Sun also quickly went to get glucose and injected glucose solution into several fat pigs. Seeing the busy scene of the grandfather and grandson, everyone helped voluntarily. Some helped hold the pigs, some fetched things, and others cleaned up the vomit. After an hour of effort, the condition of the pigs finally stabilized. Director Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed to everyone. "Thank you all. Thank you for saving the organization's property. On behalf of the organization, I thank you." It was already noon. Since Director Zhang had other matters at the farm, he sent someone to bring a piece of pork as a thank you gift and hurriedly left. Shen Ran and the others initially wanted to leave, but old Mr. Sun spoke. "This pork is the result of everyone's hard work. I still have some noodles here. Why don't we have lunch together?" Grandma Wen smiled warmly and raised her hand. "You all worked hard. Let me cook some noodles and you can rest a bit." 10 minutes later, a pot of pork noodles with a golden shine was served. Grandma Wen served each person a large bowl. Everyone sat at the table, picked up their chopsticks, and started eating eagerly. Honestly, there's nothing like the taste of food earned through your own effort. It's really delicious. In the Jeep, Qin Lai was driving quietly. Perhaps because he was older, Grandma Wen leaned back on her seat and fell asleep shortly after getting in. Shen Ran sat beside her, looking out the window at the scenery without speaking. Qin Lai glanced at her several times through the rear-view mirror. For some reason, Shen Ran felt very different today. He decided to stay for breakfast at Shen's house, showing kindness by saving Little Potato and the pigs, and they sat together at the same table eating noodles. If these things had happened before, he would never have believed it. Today, something unexpected happened. Qin Lai pursed his thin lips, feeling very upset. Why did it have to come to this point before she would change? Unfortunately, it was already too late. No matter how much Shen Ran tried to please him, he wouldn't change his mind about getting a divorce. When she got home, it was already 4 p.m. Grandma Wen got out of the car, held Shen Ran's hand, and said some kind words of thanks. Finally, she patted her hand gently and whispered close to Shen Ran's ear. "Ran, I wasn't really asleep just now. I was just closing my eyes for a quick rest. I saw that little Qin kept sneaking looks at you. It seems he still cares about you. You and your husband shouldn't argue anymore. Just focus on living happily." Shen Ran. Probably Qin Lai wasn't looking at her, but was angry and glaring at her. She only realized just now in the car why Qin Lai had been scowling all day. This guy wanted to go to the army to get a divorce, but she kept hesitating and messing around. He was probably angry. Maybe he even thought she was deliberately delaying things. Forget it. Better to get the divorce done soon. She couldn't stand Qin Lai's angry face anymore. It was like she owed him 8 million. Shen Ran, "It's too late now. I don't think we can handle the divorce today. I'll go straight to the residential compound with you. Tomorrow morning, when we wake up, we'll go to the army to finish the paperwork. I also need to pack some things from the house. You don't have to keep running back and forth." Hearing this, Qin Lai instinctively wanted to refuse, but he stopped himself. All right. Considering her efforts to change today, he decided to trust her for now. Just hope she doesn't cause any more trouble along the way. Shen Ran went back to the Shin family home, went to the kitchen, and told Aunt Sue. She heard she was going to the residential compound, so Aunt Sue quickly packed about 10 four-flavor meatballs in a covered metal lunchbox and handed it to her. "Since you didn't eat lunch, I specially saved this for you. Just heat it up when you get to the compound, and you'll be able to eat." Shen Ran nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Sue." She took a change of clothes and a metal lunchbox, then got into the Jeep. It was only one night, and she already had everything else at the compound, so she didn't need to bring much. Qinlai is a very skilled driver. Even on bumpy, rocky roads, he can drive smoothly. After a long day, Shen Ran couldn't help but doze off for a little while. Then she fell asleep beautifully. When she woke up again, it was getting dark outside, and everything was dim and blurry. "You're awake." Qinlai's deep voice came from ahead. Maybe it was just her feeling, but she thought Qinlai's voice sounded a bit gentler than before. Shen Ran. Her voice was soft and a little fuzzy right after waking up. Qinlai swallowed hard and looked straight ahead. Actually, when Shen Ran was sleeping just now, he couldn't help but glance at her a few times. He had to admit, she looked very cute and pretty when she was peacefully asleep. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she looked like someone else. Even if she tried to change, she couldn't undo the things she had done before. He decided he wouldn't be soft-hearted anymore. Mingyu, the male lead, is stubborn but kind-hearted. He's a little protective and will try to improve later. Don't dislike him too much. Also, dear readers, please give a 5-star review if you like this. Love you all. Thank you. Nightfall. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of the jeep driving could be heard. Inside the car, Shen Ran greeted Qinlai but didn't say anything else. It was mainly awkward, not knowing what to say. Qinlai also didn't pay much attention to her and focused on driving. Half an hour later, the jeep arrived at the military family compound. The originally dark night was now lit up by red lanterns at the entrance of the compound. The jeep's window was slightly open, and Shen Ran curiously looked outside. On both sides were neat, uniform small houses, which looked quite charming. Soon, the jeep reached the destination. Hearing the sound of parking, a friendly neighbor loudly asked, "Little Qin, you're back? Want to come over for dinner?" "We just started eating." Qinlai. "No need, sister-in-law. My wife is here. I'll go to the canteen later to get some food." It was only a little after 7 p.m., and the military canteen was still open. The neighbor's voice was cheerful, and she laughed. "Oh, your wife is back. Okay, you two go ahead and eat by yourselves." Shen Ran awkwardly scratched her head and got out of the car. For the first time, Qinlai called his wife in front of others, and it felt a bit strange to him. Who would have thought they would get divorced tomorrow? The layout of the military district family compound is quite similar. 3 rooms plus a small yard built with stones. On the left is the bedroom, in the middle is the main room for guests and meals, and on the right is the kitchen. In the corner of the yard, there is a simple outdoor toilet made of bamboo, and on the other side, there is a water well and a big tree. Such a small space is turned into a tiny home. Shen Ran followed Qinlai into the main room. He took out a matchbox, struck a match, and lit the kerosene lamp hanging on the wall at the entrance. Suddenly, the dark main room was bright. Qinlai said, "You rest inside for a while. I'll go to the canteen to get some food." Shen Ran nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Qinlai turned and left. Shen Ran looked around. The main room was simply furnished, just a square table for long benches and a portrait of a great leader hanging on the wall. On the table, there was a red double happiness thermos and 2 enamel cups with the words, "Serve the people," printed on them. Shen Ran took down the kerosene lamp from the wall and went into the left bedroom. She had a flashlight in her space, but she couldn't just conjure it out of nowhere, in case Qinlai came back and she couldn't explain. The bedroom was quite large and cozy. A bright red wooden bed was covered with a fresh green floral sheet, and there was a matching pillow in the middle. Next to it was a dressing table with a mirror, holding several bottles and jars. There was cold cream, clam oil, pearl cream, body lotion, and hair oil, some of the most popular skincare products from the department store. Although the original owner disliked Qinlai and didn't like doing chores, she still cared about her own things. She paid attention to keeping the bedroom tidy and her appearance. In the past, Qinlai gave her 20 yuan each month, mostly spent on pretty clothes, shoes, and skincare products. Opposite the bed was a red wooden wardrobe filled with the original owner's clothes. Below the window was a single military cot, which was Qinlai's sleeping place. There was a clear 2-meter gap between the 2 beds, like a border dividing 2 worlds. Sometimes, at night, Qinlai would move his military cot to the main room to sleep if the original owner's noise bothered him. Most of the time, they are not in the same room together. Shen Ran went to the kitchen for a quick look. There were cabinets, a stove, and a coal oven. Qinlai is a very clean person. Besides the bedroom, he usually tidies up the main hall and the kitchen. Shen Ran put the kerosene lamp aside and took out a metal lunchbox, reheating the 4 happiness meatballs inside. Mom Sue had poured a lot of sauce over the meatballs. When heated, they gave off a strong meaty smell that made Shen Ran salivate. Thinking of her little greedy cat in the space, she called it out. Meow. The little creature was playing on the lush grass in the space. Suddenly, the scene changed. It tilted its head in surprise, then saw Shen Ran and immediately happily rubbed its head against her. Ran.
Pet me, please.
Since following Shen Ran these past few days, it loved being petted by her and wanted to stick close all the time. Unfortunately, Shen Ran was busy during the day, so it had to stay quietly in the space, nibbling on small fish and beef jerky. When bored, it watched an animated show called Cat Chasing Mouse. Shen Ran had shown it how to turn on the TV last night, so now it knew how to do it on its own. The cats in that cartoon were really silly. They could never catch the mice and were often teased by them. But it was different. It was a skilled mouse catcher, able to catch any mouse in the street. When hungry and out of food, it would go after mice to eat, and it enjoyed the meal very much. So, even though it was a stray cat, it was a shiny, well-groomed one, unlike the scruffy cats others had. Ran, when you go into the space, can you put me inside that thing called a TV? The white kitten rubbed against her hand, resting its fluffy head in her palm, blinking its big, shiny eyes and acting cute. Shen Ran's heart softened completely. She gently stroked its head and smiled. What's wrong? Why do you want to go into the TV? That mouse in Cat Chasing Mouse is so annoying. I want to go in and catch it, then bite it and eat it. The kitten held its head high, waving its chubby paw at the air, looking fierce. Shen Ran couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was just too funny. Can't go in, it's just a machine, and the images inside are fake. Hearing this, the little creature looked sad and lay there without moving. Shen Ran used chopsticks to pick up a meatball and waved it in front of it. Oh, this meatball is so tasty and fragrant. Does anyone want to eat? Meow. Meow.
Melv. E.
I want to eat. I love eating. The little creature immediately perked up, sat up straight, and reached out its paw to grab. Shen Ran let out a small, "Hey," and moved the meatball to the left. The little creature quickly turned its head to the left. Shen Ran then moved it to the right. The little creature eagerly looked to the right, then back to the left, then to the right again. After about 10 times of this back and forth, Shen Ran stopped. But the little creature didn't stop. Its fluffy little head kept turning left and right like a machine. Ha ha, Shen Ran laughed happily. Just then, there was a sudden noise in the yard. It was Qinlai coming back. Shen Ran quickly quieted down, threw the cat into a space, and then gave it 2 more meatballs as a treat. She then picked up the plate with the meatballs and took a kerosene lamp and went outside. Before Qinlai stepped inside, he saw a smiling face. A woman stood at the door, her eyes crescent-shaped with a gentle smile and a small tear mole at the corner of her eye. The dim light shone on her hair, making her dark hair glow softly, highlighting her skin as bright as snow. She held a plate of steaming meatballs, her voice cheerful. "You're back? Come try the meatballs Mom made. They taste really good." This scene looked like a wife waiting for her husband to return home. Qinlai's heart unexpectedly beat a little faster. For the first time, he felt a bit defeated. As a soldier, he was invincible and cold on the battlefield. But in real life, he was just an ordinary man full of blood and energy. Faced with her gentle and lovely face, he couldn't help but feel moved. This feeling shouldn't be there. He was already completely disappointed and hated her deeply. Why did he still feel touched by her small actions? Qinlai suddenly remembered that when he was very young, After playing outside and coming home, his mother would stand at the door holding a plate of food, smiling and waving at him. Until his mother passed away, such warm scenes would sometimes appear in his dreams. Now, Shen Ran was standing at the door, and her figure overlapped with that memory. So, he must be feeling restless because he misses his mother too much? That must be the reason. He couldn't possibly have feelings for Shen Ran. Once he understood this, Qin Lai's brow relaxed. He handed her the lunchbox gently and said softly, "This is the food I made for you. I've already eaten at the cafeteria, so you can eat it yourself." Shen Ran paused with a smile at the corner of her mouth. It seemed this guy still cared a lot about eating with her. Forget it, she wouldn't insist. If she couldn't finish, she could leave it in her space. Anyway, her space has a preservation function, so she could eat it later or give it to Xiao Bai Mao. Shen Ran opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of food wafted out. On the left was plain white rice, and on the right were pickled vegetable eggs and shredded green pepper with meat, all looking very appetizing. "Thank you." After thanking him, Shen Ran sat at the table and started eating happily. Qin Lai stood nearby for a while before leaving. He needed to go to the kitchen to heat some water. Shen Ran was very clean and tidy. She usually used several pots of hot water for a bath, so he had to boil more. Of course, this didn't mean he had any special feelings for her. They weren't divorced yet, so as long as they were married, he had to fulfill his duties as a husband. Boiling water and cooking were things he did whenever he was free. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, Shen Ran paused her eating. Actually, Qin Lai was a very good marriage partner. Losing both parents meant no worries about in-laws, and as a regiment commander in the army, he had a bright future. He was handsome, strong, kind, physically fit, quiet, hardworking, and his salary was handed over to her. In modern times, he would definitely be a highly sought-after man. But unfortunately, the original owner was too stubborn. She was completely caught up in comparing herself with the fake daughter-in-law, lost in her crazy emotions, unable to see the good in the man in front of her, and ended up destroying a marriage that was originally quite good. She came here hoping to fix things, but Qin Lai disliked and rejected her too much, so she had no choice but to give up. Sighing, Shen Ran bit into a meatball hard. She watched as her six-pack abs disappeared, feeling a little disappointed. Since she couldn't feel her abs, she decided to eat delicious meatballs to make up for it. Shen Ran turned her frustration into her appetite, eating bite after bite. Soon, she finished all the meatballs on the plate. She also ate most of the lunchbox Qin Lai had prepared for her. Eating too much made her stomach feel very full. Shen Ran patted her round belly and decided to change into different clothes. Then she went for a walk in the small yard to help digestion and do some light exercise. She couldn't let her perfect figure be ruined by her own actions. Qin Lai finished boiling water and came out to find no one in the main room. He turned around and saw a pretty figure in the yard doing some strange movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Shen Ran, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, was quietly chanting her workout routine while gasping for breath, doing jumping jacks. Qin Lai stood at the door, watching her as if she were a fool. He wondered if she was acting strangely because she was upset about the divorce, losing her mind and jumping around like that. He pursed his lips. He wanted to remind her not to make too much noise at night, or it might disturb the neighbors. But he didn't say anything. Forget it. Let her be crazy for one more night. After tonight, they would have no more connection. Qin Lai packed up the lunchbox and plates on the table, then turned and went into the kitchen. He cleaned up the kitchen, then placed hot water and a bucket of cold water into the wooden tub in the room. Shen Ran came back sweaty and tired. Her chest rose and fell slightly, with a few damp strands of hair sticking to her neck, sweat sliding down her white collarbone into her clothes. Qin Lai suddenly looked away, his voice cold and firm. "The hot water is ready for you. Go take a shower, rest early tonight, and leave for the army to finalize the divorce tomorrow morning." Shen Ran replied happily, "Okay, thank you." After exercising, she felt very refreshed. She didn't notice the complicated look in Qin Lai's eyes. She hummed a little tune and went into her room. After washing up, Shen Ran quickly got into bed. In the hot weather, the room only had a fan blowing directly at her big bed. The buzzing of mosquitoes still echoed softly in her ears. Shen Ran muttered a few words, and suddenly all those annoying mosquitoes flew out of the window. Qin Lai finished his shower and entered the room, finding Shen Ran already asleep. The woman was lying sprawled on the bed, exposing her fair arms and thighs, completely unguarded. Qin Lai only glanced once and silently moved the camp bed to the main hall. Tonight, he would endure sleeping on it. Tomorrow, he could sleep in the big bed and enjoy the cool breeze from the fan. However, unlike before, when he slept well, he suddenly found himself unable to sleep. Maybe he was too excited about the upcoming divorce tomorrow. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sleep now, and when he woke up, his wish would be fulfilled. Qin Lai closed his eyes, but outside, the sound of crickets reached his ears, and he just couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned on the bed for a long time, finally drifting into a light sleep in the middle of the night. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the courtyard door. "Captain Qin? Captain Qin. Open the door quickly. There's a mission upstairs, and we need to leave soon." Mini scene. Shen Ran opened her eyes in the morning. "Didn't we say we were getting a divorce? Where is everyone?" "Qin Lai, wife. I regret it." "Mingyu sure. Dear friends, please give a 5-star review and support us with love. Xiao Mingyu really needs everyone's help. Thank you. She probably slept very deeply last night and didn't hear anything. It's okay. She can leave when she returns. She's not in a hurry." Shen Ran went into the space to wash up. "Meow. Ran, you're awake." "Good morning." The little white cat came over and sat at the bathroom door waiting for her. "Good morning, little white." Shen Ran's voice was lazy from waking up. She squatted down, her eyes level with the fluffy white ball. The little creature immediately came closer, gently touching her fingertip with its damp nose, looking obedient. Shen Ran couldn't help but pet its head, softly stroking through its fluffy white fur. The little creature closed its green gemstone eyes and tilted its chin up, purring comfortably. Shen Ran smiled happily. There's nothing better than cuddling a soft, furry friend early in the morning. After petting the little one, Shen Ran was about to have breakfast. "Master, breakfast is ready. Please enjoy," a pink robot with a clear mechanical voice announced. The dining table was filled with a variety of breakfast foods: egg pancakes, meat buns, vegetable salad, and fresh juice. Shen Ran's space has 2 versatile robots. One is Pink, which she named Little Pink, and it specializes in cooking and cleaning at the villa. The other is Gray, called Little Gray. Shen Ran assigned Little Gray to farm the land. Yes, that's right, farming. Her space has plenty of supplies, but she knows there might come a time when resources run out. It's better to grow some food herself, just in case. There are many seeds for grains, vegetables, and fruits stored in the space. Shen Ran set aside several hundred acres behind the villa for Little Gray to work on. Every day, Little Gray works in the fields for 12 hours, then automatically returns to the villa to recharge and rest for 12 hours. Little Pink does the same. It not only works in the villa but also tidies up the storage, organizing everything neatly for Shen Ran to command easily. With these 2 robots, Shen Ran can be a hands-off boss in her space. She can just snap her fingers to get what she wants, and the robots will bring it to her. That feeling is simply amazing. After eating and drinking well, Shen Ran went to the villa's gym to exercise. She now has a perfect figure, but she is too weak. If she encounters danger in the future, she won't be able to protect herself. In her previous life in the modern world, Shen Ran worked 2 jobs every day to save enough for a 2-bedroom apartment in the city. During the day, she worked at a company, acting like a beast of burden, and at night, she also worked part-time as a boxing coach at the gym. She was so busy every day that she had no time to rest, sleeping at most 5 hours at night. Shen Ran doubted that even if she wasn't mistaken for a lost soul by the Underworld, she might have a sudden death someday. Now, in this era, she has plenty of time to rest and can do what she likes. She can also come to her space to practice boxing or watch movies. Life is so comfortable. Unfortunately, she can't sit still, otherwise, she could stay in her space forever. After half an hour of boxing, Shen Ran was exhausted. Even though she wore boxing gloves, her finger joints still swelled inevitably. Her skin is too sensitive and fair. With just a little force, she easily gets bruises and red marks, making it look like she's self-harming. But it doesn't hurt, so it's not a big deal. Just spray some medicine on it. Shen Ran took a shower, sprayed Yunnan Baiyao on her fingers, and put on a bright yellow dress. Since she is so beautiful, she should dress nicely. She also tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her full, white forehead. Looking in the mirror, her skin was clear, her eyes moist and bright. She looked like a young, beautiful girl. Who would think she was already 21 and married? Why do I look so good standing in front of the mirror? Shen Ran cupped her face and started her daily self-praise. The little white cat meowed non-stop at her feet, but inside, it couldn't help but think. Ran is showing off again. No matter how pretty she is, I am the most beautiful. I'm the #1 beauty in the world.
Huh?
Shen Ran raised an eyebrow and turned to look at it. Little White, are you criticizing me again? I'll punish you by not letting you eat small fish or beef jerky today. Meow meow, no. Ran, I was wrong. You're the most beautiful. The most beautiful, okay? The little furry paws grabbed Shen Ran's pants and big, round eyes shed a few tears like cat tears. Shen Ran was amused by its pitiful look and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, just kidding. I'm about to leave the space now. Be good, okay? Okay. I promise to be good. Xiao Bai stood up, brought his two little paws together, and bowed to Shen Ran. Shen Ran patted its head, and then left the space. She still had many things to do, and couldn't stay inside forever. She looked around her room, rolled up her sleeves, and started tidying up. She planned to gather all her belongings in one big wooden box so that it would be easier to take everything when she got divorced. Shen Ran worked quickly. In less than half an hour, she packed everything into the large wooden box and leaned it against the corner of the wall. Looking at the time, it was almost 10 a.m. Every morning, the military family compound had 2 buses going to the town to buy supplies. One left at 6 a.m. and the other at 10 a.m. She missed the early bus at 6, but the 10 a.m. one was just right. Shen Ran looked around her room and saw it was quite clean, with nothing that needed cleaning. She locked the door and then headed to the gathering point to catch the bus. Miss Shen, wait a moment. At this moment, a warm voice came from behind. Shen Ran turned around and saw Sister Yang from next door. She was the one who asked Qin Lai last night if he wanted to come to her house for dinner. Her husband, Captain Zhang, was of the same rank as Qin Lai but had been promoted long ago and was a bit older than Qin Lai. The original owner looked down on Qin Lai and didn't socialize with the military families when living in the compound. She never greeted people when she saw them, always looking down her nose. Everyone else didn't show it openly, but had complained about her many times behind her back. They all felt sorry for Qin Lai, thinking he had married a troublemaker who argued every day and never considered his feelings. Sister Yang was one of the few who didn't join in the gossip. Good morning, Sister Yang. Shen Ran greeted her with a smile. Note, over the past 2 days, I haven't been feeling well and have had some dizziness. I will update more tomorrow. Sorry for the inconvenience. Good morning.
Sister Yang looked surprised.
Could it be that the sun is rising from the west? Shen Ran actually greeted her first, which was unusual since she usually ignored her. But to be honest, this girl was dressed very beautifully today. Her yellow dress looked like a blooming sunflower, shining brightly. But more than her pretty dress, her lovely face was truly eye-catching. Her skin was as white as peeled lychee, soft and tender, almost like it could drip water. Sister Yang smiled warmly at her and said, I heard Xiao Qin went on a mission last night. If you're free at noon, come over to my house for a meal. Unlike others who gossip, she was a big fan of beauty. Whenever she saw a pretty girl, even if she looked cold, she would smile at her. Most importantly, if Shun Mei and Captain Qin argued, It was just a couple's matter. It didn't concern her, so she didn't want to interfere. People should know what's good for them. Since Captain Qin hadn't said anything, she definitely shouldn't get involved. Hearing her invitation, Shen Ran smiled and declined. No need, Sister Yang. Qin Lai is on a mission. I'd be bored staying alone at the military housing, so I might as well go home. Oh, that's fine too. Sister Yang's eyes showed a hint of envy. Her family was in Beijing, so she could go home anytime she missed it. Unlike her, whose hometown was in Jiangnan, and she only went back once every few years. Whenever she missed home, she could only cry secretly at midnight. In this military housing area, women came from all over the country, and few were from Beijing. No wonder she was proud and didn't want to play with people like them. As they talked, they reached the main gate gathering spot. There were already several military wives there. Seeing the two of them arrive together, they looked a bit surprised. Yang sister, you're here. Yesterday we agreed to go to town to buy fabric. Have you decided what color to get? A woman about Yang sister's age approached warmly, pushing Shen Ran aside. She linked her arm with Yang sister's and lowered her voice. I don't get why you're hanging out with Captain Qin's wife. You don't know her personality. She's so proud. Every time we greet her, she acts deaf, not even lifting her eyelids.
Ashu.
A clear sneeze interrupted her. A few people turned to look and saw Shen Ran smiling as she gently rubbed her nose. She said, Sorry for startling everyone. I don't know who was talking behind my back, which made me sneeze so loudly. The sister-in-law who was gossiping immediately blushed deeply. The others kept quiet, watching silently, not saying a word. As long as they didn't provoke her, they just watched the scene unfold. Sister-in-law Yang also felt a bit awkward. She didn't know that person well, and that person deliberately came over to say those words, making her feel uncomfortable. Just then, the vehicle arrived. Everyone hurried to get on. The vehicle was a military truck used for shopping in town. They all sat outside at the back. There wasn't much space at the back. More than 10 people got on, so even if someone disliked Shen Ran, they had to squeeze together. At first, the atmosphere was a little tense, but then sister-in-law Yang started chatting casually. The more they talked, the more lively it became, and soon everyone was laughing and having fun. Shen Ran listened with a gentle smile all along. When someone tried to talk to her, she responded politely. This surprised everyone for a while. Although Shen Ran didn't visit the military compound often, she had been married to Captain Qin for 2 years. In these 2 years, she had never paid much attention to any of them. But today, she suddenly seemed to change. Unfortunately, when they reached town, Shen Ran had to take a bus home. Otherwise, they really wanted to get closer to her. After all, Captain Qin was one of the most promising young officers in the army. Building a good relationship with Shen Ran would definitely benefit her husband. Shen Ran didn't know what these people were thinking, and even if she did, she would just smile and ignore it. Soon, she was on a bus heading to the city. She chose a seat in the corner to reduce her visibility. The bus trip to the city took over 2 hours. Shen Ran closed her eyes, resting while thinking about her next plans. She needed to go to the Xinhua bookstore later to see if she could find some educational books from this era. There were only 6 months until the college entrance exam, and she had to review all her middle and high school knowledge. But she wasn't worried. In modern times, she has always performed well academically. Even after graduating from university, she continues to study diligently. Although the education level in the parallel 1970s is different from today, many of the basic knowledge topics are similar. She just needs to focus on studying political and historical subjects, and she should be fine. As for the fake daughter, since she keeps trying to deceive and push her out, she can't just sit and wait. She must fight back. Regarding her biased family members, once she finishes the college entrance exam, gets into university, and establishes herself in this city, she plans to cut all ties with them. On a shaky bus, Shen Ran was lost in thought and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, the bus had arrived at the city bus station. It was already around 1 p.m., and Shen Ran's stomach was growling with hunger. She went into a hidden alley and entered a space where she could eat a good meal. After eating, she left the space. The bus station is in the city center, not far from the Shinhwa bookstore, about a 30-minute walk. Although there is a bus that goes directly there, Shen Ran chose to walk. I'm a bit full, so I might as well take a walk after eating. At the bookstore, she bought books for middle school and high school studies along with some practice books, ballpoint pens, and pencils. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to buy an important set of study materials. That was the self-study series for math, physics, and chemistry. It is said that after the college entrance exam was restored in October 1977, these books became extremely popular, and people across the country scrambled to get them. Everyone said that whoever owned these books would be able to get into university. But since the college entrance exam hadn't been restored yet, these books had been forgotten and covered in dust. It was uncertain whether the Shinhwa bookstore had any. Shen Ran looked around the bookstore but found nothing. Maybe she should check the scrapyard? In stories from that era, the female protagonist often finds valuable items at scrapyards. Thinking of this, Shen Ran made up her mind immediately. Go to the scrapyard. Search for treasures. In the southern part of the city, at the entrance of the scrapyard, an old man was sitting under a large tree, cooling off, waving a palm fan in his hand. Grandpa, I want to go to the scrap yard to find some newspapers to start a fire. Do you think that's okay? Shen Ran spoke as the female protagonist from the story would. The next moment, the old man nodded and said, Go inside. Don't take things randomly. When you come out, we'll weigh them and pay you, okay? Shen Ran's eyes lit up with happiness. She didn't expect the old man to agree so easily. In the stories from that era she read before, many female protagonists had to bribe people with things just to get permission. And when they went inside, they would be told very seriously about what to do, making it feel like a secret base. But those stories were usually set in the 1960s or early 1970s. Back then, the authorities hadn't relaxed control, and people didn't dare to act out of line. Now it's 1977 and many policies have become more relaxed. Innocent people who were unfairly persecuted are gradually returning to the city, and everyone's mood has eased. After greeting the old man, Shen Ran entered the scrapyard. The yard was quite large, divided into 4 areas: household trash area, broken furniture area, books and paper waste area, miscellaneous items area. Shen Ran headed straight for the books and paper waste area. She rummaged through it but didn't find any copies of the mathematics, physics, and chemistry self-study series. However, she found many other books. Original editions of famous classics from home and abroad, traditional Chinese veterinary medicine books, magazines, and comic novels, among others. Shen Ran collected all the usable items into her space. She knew this was a bit unethical, but these items would either be burned or left to rot here.
It was better to take them.
Morality, she thought, was something to show others, not to bind herself. As long as she didn't do anything evil or harmful, she could feel at peace. She didn't find what she wanted in the books and paper waste area, and the other sections would probably be even harder. Just as Shen Ran was feeling stuck, suddenly, a swoosh sound came from ahead. A quick, lightning-fast mouse darted past. Wait a minute, little guy. Shen Ran immediately activated her beastly instincts and controlled it with her mind. Go find all your relatives and friends. I need you to do something for me. Chirp, chirp. The small, dark mouse blinked its round eyes, looked confused, and nodded. Then it scampered away quickly. 10 minutes later, looking at the dark, shadowy mice in front of her, Shen Ran's mouth twitched a few times. I didn't expect a large scrapyard to have so many mice, about 40 or 50. If Little White were here, she would be so happy she'd go crazy. But just thinking about it biting into a bloody mouse and crunching makes my stomach turn. It's a bit disgusting. Forget it, I won't tell the little one. She has food, drink, and play areas at her space now, so she probably isn't interested in mouse meat anymore. The main thing is, I need these little creatures to help me. Split into 4 teams and go to 4 different spots to find things for me. Since I finally came to the scrapyard, I have to make the most of it. I know some good items have already been taken, but there are still some left. Finding unexpected treasures is always a pleasant surprise. I give the order, and immediately, the 40 or 50 mice split into 4 teams to search. I nod in satisfaction. These mice aren't very smart and can't communicate properly, but I can control them with my beast world mind, making them obedient. That's much better than animals with intelligence. Soon, I sense a wave of thoughts in my mind. Some mice have found something good. I rush over and see a small mouse biting and holding onto a torn shoe. I pick up the shoe, and a terrible stench hits my nose, almost making me vomit.
Ugh.
Are you sure there's something good? If I didn't know the mouse wouldn't mess around, I'd be tempted to smash the shoe on its head. Squeak, squeak. The mouse stops biting the shoe and climbs onto the sole. I understand what it means. I use my dagger to cut open the bottom, and sure enough, I find something inside. It's an ancient jade pendant with a dragon pattern made of sheep fat jade. Under the sunlight, the pendant glows with a gentle, smooth shine, and the texture is delicate, like congealed fat. A five-clawed dragon coils around it, its head raised proudly, with flowing whiskers and a skilled carving. In the modern world, I work in an auction house and know a lot about antiques. A similar palace-style dragon-patterned jade pendant usually sells for 3 to 5 million yuan at auction. I never thought that just a simple online shopping trip would make me millions. This is amazing. My eyes light up with excitement, and I can't hide my happiness. After placing the jade pendant into the space, she took out a small, palm-sized cream cake and handed it to the little mouse. This is your reward. Go rest and enjoy it. The little mouse saw the delicious cake and drooled all over. It hugged the cake and ran away. It was afraid that if it waited too long, other mice might come to steal it. This cake was earned through its hard work, and it wanted to enjoy it alone for several months. Seeing this, the other mice were envious and squealed loudly. They all started working even harder. Soon, another mouse made a noise nearby. Shen Ran went over and saw that this mouse was circling inside a broken ceramic chamber pot. Shen Ran. Again with this sour, stinky thing. Feeling disgusted, she picked up the ceramic chamber pot and knocked on it here and there. Soon, she found the handle of the pot. She broke the handle and discovered a set of gold jewelry inside, gold necklaces, earrings, and rings. This jewelry set would be worth thousands of dollars in modern times. Better to take it all. Even a small piece is valuable. She knew a little about cleaning antiques, so she planned to clean and disinfect everything she collected later. This time, Shen Ran rewarded the mouse with an apple. Seeing this, the other mice's eyes turned green with envy. It was a whole big apple, not a rotten or spoiled one. Although it wasn't as fragrant as the cake earlier, the mice loved apples too. For the apple, they were willing to work hard. All the mice were full of energy, jumping and running around the scrapyard, almost turning the place upside down. Half an hour later, Shen Ran collected a large pile of items. Ancient calligraphy and paintings from the Tang and Ming dynasties, a Qing dynasty gold-inlaid bracelet, a Qianlong-style imitation porcelain, 50 small yellow fish from the Republic of China period, old coins from the same era, and more. All these items were extremely valuable in modern times, some priceless, with a total worth exceeding 10 million. She never expected that a trip to the scrapyard would bring such a big harvest. Shen Ran was overjoyed and took out some tasty snacks to send the mice away. Looking at the mountain of treasures in the Space Villa's empty room, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. In her previous life, besides winning 10 billion in the lottery, she had never collected so many good things. From now on, even if she does nothing, she can happily live as a wealthy, carefree person. Just thinking about it makes her feel happy. Sir, how much do these cost? Shen Ran held a bundle of newspapers in her left hand and a book about animals in her right hand. The old man glanced at her and asked, "What are you going to do with this book?" Shen Ran smiled and said, "I just like looking at animals in it. I'm curious and want to take a look." "All right, just give me 5 cents. The old man didn't ask more and took the money directly. Anyway, no one had checked the scrapyard for a long time, so he just turned a blind eye. So, Shen Ran paid 5 cents and left the scrapyard. She used her mind to scan the space for the treasures she had collected. Her heart was filled with excitement. There are more scrapyards in Beijing City. Maybe she should check other places too? If she wants to do it, she will. Shen Ran has never been a person to hesitate. Next, she spent the whole afternoon visiting all the other scrapyards. Of course, before each visit, she disguised herself and changed her clothes. At the West City scrapyard, she pretended to be a middle-aged woman. At the North City, a young person, and at the East City, a village girl. She used her special abilities to command small mice to search inside the scrapyards, finding good items and rewarding them. The mice, who had only tasted coarse grains and never fine food, were overjoyed and frantically searched everywhere. In the end, Shen Ran returned with a full load. Ancient antiques, jewelry, old books and paintings, small gold fish-shaped ingots, and old silver coins. Plus the treasures from the previous scrapyard, her space villa's room was almost full. Now, these items are worth more than 10 million, even over 100 million. Haha, Shen Ran is now a billionaire. She was so happy that she rewarded the mice with many small cakes and fruits. The mice all gathered in the sewer, surrounded by delicious food, dancing and celebrating like it was New Year. Coincidentally, a gang of stray cats passed by and caught them all. Of course, that is a sad story. But let's go back to the main character, Shen Ran. When she left the last junkyard in the east part of town, she ran into an acquaintance. "Hey, Comrade Shen, is that you?" What a coincidence. A tall young man was happily jumping around and greeting her. Shen Ran paused. She was dressed like a village girl, wearing dull clothes with 2 braids and some dirt on her face. Despite how she looked, he still recognized her. "Comrade Sun, what are you doing here? Isn't your home in the suburbs?" Yes, the young man in front of her was Sun Jingfei, whom she had met once at the veterinarian station, Grandpa Sun's grandson. "Yes, I came nearby for some errands," he said with a friendly smile, then pointed at her face with dirt. "Why does your face look like that? Did you get sunburned?" "Yes," Shen Ran replied with an awkward smile. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." Sun Jingfei puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Of course. I have sharp eyes, like a military radar. I can even tell the gender of a mosquito just by seeing it fly." Curious, Shen Ran asked, "How do you tell?" Sun Jingfei grinned and said, "Same gender repel, opposite gender attract. That's basic. The mosquitoes biting me are females. The ones not biting are males." Easy to tell. Shen Ran's mouth twitched. She wondered if he was a bit silly, but didn't want to hurt his feelings. "Comrade Shen, are you interested in veterinary work?" Sun Jingfei asked, noticing the newspaper and veterinary books she was holding. Shen Ran didn't deny it. "Yes, I just look at them casually." Every time she left the junkyard, she would pick up some newspapers and books about animals to make an excuse. The last time, she hadn't even had time to put them away before meeting Sun Jingfei. Sun Jingfei asked, "Comrade Shen, are you thinking of becoming a veterinarian?" Shen Ran nodded. "That's what I'm considering," he quickly advised her. "I tell you, you should forget that idea early. Being a vet is really tough." Shen Ran was surprised. "Why?" Sun Jingfei explained, "Because veterinarians deal with chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, cows, and pigs. Dirty work all day long, tiring, and not very meaningful. If it weren't for my ancestors being veterinarians, my grandfather would insist, and I really wouldn't want to do this job. I have my own dreams. I like to do business and want to make a lot of money in the black market. This way, I can support my grandfather in his old age and enjoy my later years peacefully. Unfortunately, my grandfather doesn't understand and often scolds me for it. I don't want to make him angry, so I sneak out secretly to explore the black market." Now that Shen Ran wants to become a veterinarian, Sun Jingfei doesn't understand. He hates that job so much, yet someone actually wants to do it. "Actually, Comrade Shen, you're so beautiful. You could easily work at a department store counter or apply to an art troupe. Those are more suitable jobs for women like you." Shen Ran raises an eyebrow. "Actually, your idea is a bit narrow-minded. Who says girls can only do those jobs? Everyone has different thoughts, and there's no such thing as suitable or not." She can't tell him that she chose veterinary medicine because she has a special ability to communicate with animals. Most importantly, who says veterinarians only deal with livestock? There are many animals in the mountains and forests, military dogs in the army, Tibetan mastiffs and wolf packs on the plains. As long as she's there, all communication problems can be solved. She just wants to study veterinary medicine as a stepping stone to meet more people and experience a broader life. Of course, she doesn't need to tell Sun Jingfei these things. They haven't become close enough to share everything. Choosing to be a veterinarian is just my personal interest, that's all. Shen Ran's words are simple, but Sun Jingfei understands. He looks at her with admiration and sighs. Comrade Shen, every time I see you, I am amazed anew. Suddenly, an idea pops into his mind. Since he doesn't want to study veterinary medicine, but Shen Ran is willing and talented, why not suggest her to the old master? Anyway, the old Sun family's ancestral rule is to promote veterinary medicine, but it doesn't say it must be passed down to family members. Thinking of this, Sun Jingfei immediately says, Comrade Shen, are you still looking for a job? I have a position I can recommend to you. Sun Jingfei chuckled and said, the veterinary station near the city. You're taking over my job so I can go out and explore, Shen Ran. You're not just introducing me to work, you're trying to make me look bad. My grandpa definitely wouldn't agree. Jobs are hard to find these days. That's why so many young people went to the countryside a few years ago. Moreover, the veterinary station near the city only has Grandpa's son and me working there. It's officially a state-run place, but in reality, it's run by our family. As an outsider, I wouldn't be welcomed. Hearing this, Sun Jingfei looked at Shen Ran's expression and guessed what she was thinking. Comrade Shen, you're overthinking. Our Sun family, although our ancestors were veterinarians, we don't only pass the job to family members. Besides, my grandpa really likes you. After you left last time, he even said to me that you are naturally suited for this veterinary work. Sun Jingfei usually talks a bit carelessly and sometimes says things to achieve his goals. But these two sentences he just said are sincere. Grandpa's son genuinely thinks highly of Shen Ran and values her talent. Not everyone has the special luck of being naturally connected to animals. In their family's ancient records, only one person with a similar experience is recorded. Such talent is truly rare and precious. Thinking of this, Sun Jingfei added, don't look down on our veterinary station. It's old and in a remote place. But we have strong backing. If you come, you'll have a stable job for life. Long ago, the Sun family ran a well-known veterinary clinic in the city, which was very successful. After nearly 10 years of ups and downs, only Grandpa and I remained. Last year, the authorities relaxed policies, and we were brought back from the countryside and assigned to run the veterinary station outside the city. The person who arranged this was the son of my grandpa's close friend, who takes good care of both of us. This past year, the station had little business, but it's been safe and sound, thanks to that leader. Now that the situation is more stable, as long as nothing major happens, the station can stay open forever. That's why Sun Jingfei confidently assured Shen Ran. Hearing this, Shen Ran actually felt a bit tempted. Of course, she wasn't after a secure government job. Her space had enough food and supplies, enough to last 10 generations, so she wasn't worried about a little shortage. She was simply interested in the family's traditional veterinarian skills. Anyway, she planned to study veterinary medicine in college later, so it was better to learn some knowledge now. The veterinary station outside the town was a bit far from the Shen family. Taking the bus would take over an hour, and round trip would be 3 hours, almost half her day spent on the road. Shen Ran shared her worries, but Sun Jingfei said it was no problem. It's okay, you can go later and come back early. Just half a day, since the vet station isn't busy. Shen Ran agreed, mainly because she wanted to come back early to study at night. What about your grandfather? Sun Jingfei waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll tell him when I go back later. He'll definitely be happy to see you visit. He wouldn't make such promises for just anyone, but Shen Ran was someone her grandfather admired, so it would surely work out. They discussed a bit more, and in the end, Shen Ran decided to visit the vet station in person tomorrow. Whether it would succeed or fail depended on this visit. After saying goodbye to Sun Jingfei, Shen Ran walked straight home. The scrapyard was not far from the Shen house, only about 20 minutes away. Before she reached the door, she saw two familiar figures. It was Shun Yunru, the pretend daughter, and her loyal assistant by man. They were smiling, walking hand in hand, very close, like conjoined twins. Shen Ran twitched her lips. Just 2 days ago, when she arrived, Shin Yunru had encouraged Bai Man to call the police, trying to frame her for stealing a jade bracelet, but she had turned the tables on them. Bai Man had been pushed out to take the blame, apologized publicly, and promised to compensate her with 100 yuan within 3 days. At that time, Shin Yunru had hidden herself perfectly, not even offering to help. Bai Man had left angrily, glaring at Shin Yunru before she went. Now, just 2 days later, they were back together again. Shin Yunru really was clever, just a few sweet words, and she had convinced Bai Man again. Big sister, why are you back? Didn't you go to the army with brother-in-law yesterday? Where is he? Where did he go? Shin Yunru stood at the door, asking in surprise, but a look of glee flashed in her eyes. Bai Man rolled her eyes and replied, Is that even a question? It's obvious someone argued with Captain Sheen again, and ran home in a huff. Shen Ran said, Enough nonsense. Have you gathered enough money? You're here today to pay me back, right? She had thought that if Bai Man didn't pay her back, she would go to her workplace tomorrow. But now that Bai Man came to find her willingly, she had to take advantage of the situation. Bai Man's face stiffened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Shen Ran, are you blind? All you talk about is money, money, money. There's no helping it. Some people have a bad memory, so I have to remind them. Otherwise, they shamelessly refuse to pay back, and even come here shouting. I thought I was dealing with a mad dog. Shen Ran crossed her arms and smiled sarcastically. Shen Ran, how can you call me a dog? Bai Man's face twisted with anger, and she wished she could slap her. Yunru Shen looked disapprovingly. Sister, how can you insult people like that? That's too rude. If Mom and Dad find out. Shut up, Shen Ran cut her off sharply. All you do is yap all day. Do you think you're so important? You're just a fake who's taken someone else's place. I don't have a sister who likes to act all pretentious. Big sister. Yunru Shen's eyes turned red. Bai Man immediately jumped in. Shen Ran, enough. Yunru didn't do anything to you. Why are you talking like that? Shen Ran laughed. Oh, you really are a loyal little dog. So loyal that your owner can't even spare 100 yuan to help you. You probably don't know, but Yunru Shen has at least 1,000 yuan. She only borrowed 50 from you to send you away, like a beggar. Bai Man, it seems in Yunru Shen's eyes, you're not even worth a dog. When these words were spoken, Bai Man's face instantly turned green. Shin Yunru's expression, which was enjoying the show, also changed. Man, don't believe her. You know how close we are. You can't listen to her lies and tricks. Bai Man looked into her eyes and asked only one question. Shen Ran said you have over 1,000 yuan. Tell me, do you really have that much money? No, I could never have that much. Hearing this, Shin Yunru looked at Shen Ran with some annoyance. Shen Ran, I call you sister out of respect, but you can't just make up stories without proof. Shen Ran sneered. I didn't make it up. Before, you boasted in front of me that your husband hands over his entire salary. Do you remember saying that, Shen Yunru? I did say that. But, Shen Ran scoffed. But what? Fu Ziming is at least a squad leader, earning about 100 yuan a month. If he gave you all his salary, you could save at least 1,000 yuan in a year. Yunru, are what Shen Ran said true? Bai Man's eyes nearly burst with fire. Clearly, she believed Shen Ran's words. Shen Yunru's heart skipped a beat. Though Bai Man was a bit naive, she was very useful. If she didn't turn the situation around now, she would lose a valuable helper. Thinking of this, Shen Yunru forced tears to her eyes and looked tearfully at Bai Man. Man, you misunderstood me. What I told my sister before was just out of vanity. It wasn't really like that. You also know my mother-in-law is very strong-willed. She takes most of Ziming's monthly allowance, leaving me only 20 yuan. That 20 yuan is for my living expenses, social outings, and buying things for Ziming. Over a month, I hardly save any money. I even had to borrow 50 yuan from you, which I had to muster up the courage to ask my mother-in-law for. You don't know how many cold looks I endured from her for your sake. I never thought you'd believe others' words over mine. I feel so wronged. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, Shinyan started crying. Tears fell like broken beads. Shen Ran watched from the side, amazed. This White Lotus actress is really good at acting. Tears come easily to her. Her pitiful look truly makes people feel sorry for her. If she didn't know her true nature, she might have been easily fooled. Look, the sycophant by man is apologizing with a guilty face. I'm sorry, Yunro. I really didn't know your situation was so tough. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Shinyan wipes her tears and holds her hand. We're good friends. Whether I forgive you or not doesn't matter, as long as you're not being used by someone with bad intentions. That statement is almost like she's openly criticizing her. Shen Ran can't stand it and immediately retorts. Shinyan, what do you mean? You're just pretending to be generous, always showing off your wealthy life in front of me. Now that the truth is out, you're angry and upset. You're making it seem like it's my fault. I've never seen someone so shameless. Shinyan's face turns pale, and Bai Man glares angrily at Shen Ran. Shen Ran, don't bully Yunro. If you say one more word, I might lose my temper. Smack. Shen Ran slaps her face. Since you want to tear my face apart, I'll do it first. Shen Ran, you wicked woman. How dare you hit me? Just wait, I'll make you regret it. Seeing her so arrogant, Bai Man's face flushes with anger as she lunges forward, claws baring. Shen Ran quickly dodges and kicks her in the backside. Bai Man falls forward. Right in front of her, there's a fresh pile of dog poop. Bai Man's face hits the poop directly. She has truly fallen into a pile of dog droppings. Ah, Bai Man screams as her face is covered in poop. She frantically gets up, disgusted, and wipes her face with her sleeve, then urgently asks Shinyan for help. Yunro, quick. Take me to wash my face. I can't stand this anymore. Shinyan almost vomits from her stench, her eyes full of disgust. She dodges and pretends to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll get water to wash your face right away. Just wait a moment. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't even open my eyes. Please take me now. Bai Man's sleeve is covered in poop, and some of it drips onto her hand. When she grabbed Shinyan's arm, she directly stained her white shirt with a dark mark. Ugh, Shinyan, who has a cleanliness obsession, immediately vomited. She wanted to tell Bai Man to let go of her hand, but Bai Man leaned in and used her clothes to wipe her face.
Stop it. Stop.
You smell terrible. Shinyan couldn't hold back anymore and pushed her away, her face twisted with anger. Her usually gentle image was gone, revealing her true sharp and harsh side. Bai Man sat on the ground, staring at her in disbelief. Oh no, her pure image is ruined. Shen Ran stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching happily.
Woof. Woof.
Woof. At this moment, a dog's bark sounded at her feet. Shen Ran looked down and saw a small, muddy dog from next door's Grandma Wen's house, the little guy she rescued yesterday. Maybe after being acupuncture treated by Grandpa's son for 2 days, the little dog looked much better. Its big, round eyes were bright and clever. Xiang Ran, that mean woman wants to hit you. I'll make her eat my poop. Hee, I did a great job, right? The little dog wagged its tail happily, almost as if it wanted to say, praise me. Shen Ran smiled and took a piece of ham from her pocket, holding it near the dog's mouth. You did great. This is your reward. Go hide and eat it so that the mean woman doesn't see and bother you. Woof. Okay. Thank you, the most beautiful Ran. The little dog grabbed the ham and happily ran away. Bai Man finally reacted. Seeing a small, yellowish dog carrying something in its mouth and running past her, she sneered at her with disdain. She was so angry she immediately got up from the ground and ran to catch the dog. Little brat, you're bullying me too. Just wait. I'll catch you and tear you apart. Shen Ran's eyes turned cold. She kicked a stone, hitting Bai Man's knee. With a thud, Bai Man knelt on the ground, grimacing in pain. The small stray dog, which had run away earlier, suddenly turned back. It lifted its leg and urinated all over her. Little brat.
Darn it.
Darn it.
Bai Man shouted loudly in anger.
For a moment, the whole street was filled with her screams. Shen Ran secretly gave a thumbs up to the small potato nearby. Good job, little potato. The small potato wagged its tail in response and ran away quickly. Shen Yunru noticed Shen Ran's interaction with the small potato and asked angrily, Big sister, did you tell the dog to do that? How could you do such a thing? That's too much. Did I tell the dog? Do you think dogs understand human language? Shen Ran looked at her with a cold smile, her eyes full of icy intent. After the founding of the country, dogs can't become spirits. Yunru, if this gets out, do you think it will affect your husband's career? Yunru's eyes flickered with panic. I was just talking casually. She was too angry earlier and said some reckless words. No, she couldn't let Shen Ran find any flaws. If it affected Ziming's career, it would be terrible. The most urgent thing now is to prevent Shen Ran from bringing up this matter again. Thinking of this, Yunru quickly said, Big sister, don't take this to heart and don't spread it around. Then she turned to Bai Man and said, Man, both you and my sister are at fault. Let's each take a step back. Bai Man's face was covered in dirt, and she looked incredulous. Yunru, do you even know what you're saying? It was clearly Shen Ran who started it. I know, Yunru interrupted her, trying to persuade her, but you were too emotional just now, and my sister couldn't help but hit you. Man, for my sake, let's just forget about this today. Why should I forget? Bai Man's face turned pale, her silver teeth almost grinding together. Yunru, if I hadn't helped you vent my anger, I wouldn't have been hit. How can you treat me like this? Yunru cursed Bai Man silently, but put on a look of grievance. I'm sorry, Man. I was forced. I didn't want to do it. Who was forcing her? It was obvious. Bai Man remembered Shen Ran's threatening words earlier and suddenly understood the key point. But even if she understood, her heart still felt a bit cold. Although she had some attachment to Yunru and considered her a friend, deep down she truly regarded her as a friend. Unexpectedly, Shen Yunru quickly abandoned her to avoid affecting her husband. It was the same last time. Bai Man felt a bit resentful. She really wanted to yell at her. But when she saw Shen Yunru's bright red eyes, she held back. Forget it. For your sake, I'll let her go this time. Just consider it her reluctance to lose this friendship. Man, I'm really happy you understand me. At this moment, Shen Yunru no longer looked down on her. She linked her arm and headed home. Let's go. I'll take you to wash up. I recently bought a dress that I haven't worn yet, so I'll give it to you. A new dress. She hadn't bought a dress in a long time. Bai Man's eyes lit up, and her anger instantly disappeared. Thank you, Yunru. Let's go. It was like a scene of sisters turning against each other, and then making up again. Shen Ran, standing there, thought. No, that's it? She hadn't even put in much effort. She beat Bai Man and made her swallow a mouthful of dirt, and Shen Yunru got embarrassed, and now she's just letting her go? Really? Her threats were just loud noises. TSK, she wasn't done causing trouble yet. Maybe she should cause another scene later. Since she chose to stay at the Shen family, she had to make sure Shen Yunru, this fake, was always unhappy. Shen Ran's lips curled into a cold smile as she waited at the staircase. Soon, Bai Man finished packing and came down wearing a floral long dress. When she saw Shen Ran, her face immediately darkened. Shen Ran, what are you waiting here for? Shen Ran stretched out her hand. Pay back the money. Since she was already here, she had to get her money back. Otherwise, she'd have to come again. Bai Man clenched her teeth, recalling Shen Yunru's earlier instructions, and reluctantly took 100 yuan out of her pocket. Here. Bai Man glared at her and slapped the money into her hand. It was getting dark. Usually, she would stay at the Shen house for dinner. But just now, Yunru told her that because of the incident with the police last time, Uncle Shen had some opinions about her and wanted her to leave early. Originally, Uncle Shen had a good impression of her. It was all Shen Ran's fault. Let her be proud for a while longer. When I've thought of a plan, I'll come back to find you. That's what Yunru told her in her room. Bai Man's face gradually showed a hint of pride. Shen Ran, just wait and see. I won't let you have an easy time. After saying this, Bai Man turned and walked away. Shen Ran looked at her back, her eyes narrowing slightly. From her appearance, it was clear that Shinyan had told by man something. No need to guess. She probably came up with some bad tricks to deal with her again. Shen Ran returned to her room, found a small recording device about the size of a button in her space, and put it on a thin silver collar. Then she called the little white cat over and put the collar around its neck. Meow. Ran, what is this thing? Why are you putting it on me? The little creature held its head high, looking confused. Shen Ran patted its head and explained the recorder and how to use it. Starting tomorrow, you follow Shinyan. Whenever you see her talking to someone, press this switch. Come back in the evening, and I'll listen to it. The little white cat was clever. Although it couldn't communicate with humans, it could roughly guess what was going on. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to her window to gossip earlier. Meow. Okay? The little white cat nodded seriously, showing a very obedient attitude. It was completely different from the proud little wildcat it used to be. No wonder, Ran was its caregiver and provider. It had to listen. After giving instructions to the little white cat, Shen Ran went downstairs to eat dinner. Seeing her appear, the other members of the Shin family looked a bit surprised. Shin mother was somewhat displeased. Xiao Ran, you and Xiao Qin are rarely together. It's hard enough that he was brought back to the family compound. He's only here for a day and then you leave. How do you think he feels? Last night he went out on a mission. Shen Ran picked up a piece of lotus root and cut it, cutting off her mother's words. Shin mother's face looked a little displeased. Shin father glanced faintly and said, Xiao Qin went on a mission. Don't you think you should stay a few more days in the family compound? Why are you always rushing back? Aren't you afraid of making people laugh? Shen Ran paused with her chopsticks, then smiled faintly. What's there to laugh at? This is my home. Why can't I come back? Shinyan often comes to our house too. Can you compare yourself to her? Shin father instinctively spoke, then immediately regretted it. This rebellious daughter probably couldn't say anything good. As expected, Shin Ran immediately retorted. Of course I'm different from her. I am your biological daughter, but Shinyan has no blood relation to you at all. She stole 18 years of my comfortable life and took away all your love for me. She's just a thief who enjoys taking what isn't hers. Shinyan bit her lip. Sister. I didn't expect you to think of me like that. Seeing her look of hurt, Shen's mother couldn't stay silent. Xiao Ran, how can you say that about your sister? Yunra has been with us for many years, taking care of you and showing filial piety. You should be grateful to her. Haha, I should thank her. Shen Ran looked like she was hearing the biggest joke full of sarcasm. Thank her for what? Thank her for taking my place for 18 years, and after I was brought back, she kept rejecting me? Thank her for always showing off how well you treat her, deliberately provoking me and making me angrier? Or thank her for secretly doing little tricks behind the scenes, making you all dislike me even more? With each word Shen Ran spoke, Shinyanru's face grew paler. The others present were also stunned by her words, especially Shen's mother, who showed a hint of complicated emotion. Shen Ran was her child born after 10 months of pregnancy. When she first brought her home, she had high hopes, but the more she hoped, the more disappointed she was. She originally thought that her daughter, born to her and old Qin, wouldn't be much different regardless of the environment. But Shen Ran, apart from her decent face, was a mess inside. Not only did she have only a primary school diploma, little education, but she was also rude and hot-tempered, with a bad character. She was completely different from Shinyan, whom she raised with care. As days went by comparing them, her heart naturally shifted to her adopted daughter. She didn't expect that Shinyan was actually stirring things up behind the scenes. If that's the case, then perhaps they had misunderstood Shen Ran from the start. Shen's father also seemed to have thought of this. Their eyes looked at Shinyan, but she remained very calm. Dad, Mom, you both know what kind of person I am. I was raised by you myself. This statement almost implied that if she had problems, it was because her parents didn't raise her well. Father Shen, who cares about face, would he admit it?
Impossible.
As for Mother Shen, she is just dependent on Father Shen. She follows whatever he says. Shinyan added, I don't know why my sister thinks that way about me, but before she came back, our family was very happy. Hearing this, Father Shen also seemed to reflect. Yes, before Shen Ran returned, the Shen family was full of laughter and never argued. But after this rebellious daughter came back, she often caused chaos at home, making everyone outside laugh. If his eldest son weren't so outstanding and if he didn't have a capable adopted daughter, his pride would have been completely ruined by Shen Ran, this unfilial daughter. Thinking of this, Father Shen became very angry. Shen Ran, enough. All this is your own doing. Why blame Yunru? Don't always blame others for your misfortune. You should look at yourself and think about how to change. Shen Ran nodded. Yes, I shouldn't be so timid. I should go in front of everyone and loudly tell them that my biological parents don't like me, and they prefer a thief who has taken over my life for 18 years. Shen Ran, what exactly do you want to do? Father Shen was so angry, he almost shouted himself hoarse. Mother Shen's face looked even worse. Shen Yunru took out a tissue and pretended to wipe away a few tears. Only Shen Yinyang didn't react. He kept his head down, eating silently. This brat was beaten by Father Shen the night before last, forced to admit outside that he took a jade bracelet and accidentally broke it, then secretly put it in Mother Shen's drawer. People outside thought he was just being naughty, laughed it off. But in Shen Yinyang's heart, it wasn't him who did it but was forced to admit it. This was humiliating. At only 10 years old, Shen Yinyang developed rebellious feelings and resented everyone. So, at the dinner table, he just ignored the chaos. In response to Father Shen's angry questions, Shen Ran only said 4 words. I want fairness. Father Shen frowned. What fairness? You and Yunru have the same clothes, food, and shelter. What more do you want? Shen Ran casually ate and replied, still missing one thing. Father Shen looked amused. You don't really expect us to treat you the same as before, do you? Think about all the trouble you've caused. And now you're here, making demands. Mother Shen added, Xiaoran, your father is right. That's enough, stop making a scene. Shen Ran gave a cold laugh. You're overthinking it. I don't care about your concern. It means nothing to me. Both of their faces darkened as she continued. What I mean is, whatever allowance the Shen family gave Shen Yunru, I should receive the same amount. Mother Shen froze. What allowance? Yunru is already married. How could we still be giving her money? Shen Ran smiled. You might not have, but others did. She turned her gaze to her father. Dad, you're a university professor. You earn about 80 yuan a month, right? But you only give Mom 40. Where does the rest go? Father Shen's face changed. You ungrateful child. Are you after my money? Shen Ran replied calmly, I'm not after it. But shouldn't you explain it to Mom? Mother Shen quickly said, Xiaoran, stop it. Your father needs to socialize. We're not short of money. The Shen family had inherited wealth, several houses and savings of over 10,000 yuan, so they weren't struggling financially. But what if Father Shen had been hiding something? Mom, Shen Ran said, you probably don't know this, but Dad gives Yunru 20 yuan every month. So his so-called socializing is actually secretly giving money to his foster daughter. What would people think if they found out? Fortunately, Shen Yunru liked to show off and had mentioned it to the original Shen Ran many times. The original Shen Ran had been too afraid of her father to speak up, but she wasn't. What? Mother Shen's face darkened, her eyes sharp. She turned to Shen Yunru and demanded, Yunru, is what your sister said true? Shen Yunru hesitated. Mom, please don't misunderstand. Mother Shen cut her off angrily. Just tell me, is it true or not? Shen Yunru's face turned pale, and she trembled in fear. Father Shen frowned. Why are you scaring Yunru? I gave her the money willingly. She's having a hard time in the Fu family and needs money to manage things. Once she's settled there, it'll benefit our family too. Hearing that, Mother Shen began to think it actually made sense. Her face brightened from gloomy to happy, and she was about to apologize to Yunru. Shen Ran spoke again. It's funny, Shen Yunru has been married for 2 years, and she's still getting support from her. That means she's been managing for 2 years but hasn't settled well in the Fu family. How useless is that? She's really a waste. Shen Yunru's face instantly darkened. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, gritting her teeth with anger.
Shen Ran, well done.
Just wait and see. Shin's mother reacted and looked very upset. No matter the reason, Yunru shouldn't have gone behind her back to ask old Shin for money. Clearly, Shen's family is her rightful home. Shin's mother opened her mouth to speak, but Shen's father made a firm decision. Enough. It's all in the past. Why keep bringing it up? At most, I won't give Yunru money in the future. Shen Ran's words just now made him realize that after 2 years, he really didn't need to keep giving Yunru money. But as a father, he found it hard to speak up. Now that someone else was speaking for him, he decided to go along. Hearing this, Shen's mother's expression softened a lot. Dad, you've already helped me enough. Thank you for your care all these years. Yunru's face showed a stiff smile, but her heart was bleeding. Don't think she married into the Fu family and looks glamorous on the surface. In reality, life there is very tough. Mainly because her mother-in-law is hard to get along with. That old lady is very difficult to deal with. She looks down on Yunru's family background and is very stingy. Her husband, Fu Ziming, has all his savings controlled by her. Since getting married, there are many expenses, and she has to ask her family for money when she has none. Her father used to be quite generous, but once her mother found out, he immediately stopped giving money. That was only 20 yuan, but in a year, it adds up to over 200 yuan. Now it's gone. It's all Shen Ran's fault, that despicable person, causing trouble behind the scenes. Yunru gritted her teeth and glared at Shen Ran with anger. Shen Ran raised an eyebrow. Is she panicking now? But it's not over yet. Dad, if you don't give money, that's your business. But you supported Yunru for 2 years, totaling 480 yuan. You can't favor her over your own daughter. You have to give me that money. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will think you, as a father, give money to your adopted daughter, but not to your biological daughter. People who don't know better might think you have some shameful secret. When these words were spoken, several people present changed their expressions. Father Shen's face darkened. You rebellious girl, what nonsense are you talking about? He was just trying to support Yunru a little and was doing it for the Shen family. But now, it sounded different coming from Shen Ran. Yunru covered her face with a handkerchief and sobbed loudly. Sniff, sniff, sister. You're so mean. I am innocent with Dad. Yunyan lowered his head and ate even faster. He could sense that the atmosphere at the table was very tense. If Dad got angry and had nowhere to vent, and then grabbed a broom to hit him, what would he do? He decided to finish eating quickly and leave. Mother Shen frowned. Xiaoran, how can you say such things? Apologize to your dad and sister right now. Apologize? My dad wasn't fair, so why should I apologize? Shen Ran looked fearless, acting carefree. If I don't get the money, I'll go out and cry in front of everyone. I bet many people are interested in Shen family's gossip. Good for nothing. Father Shen was so angry he slammed the table and stood up, pointing at her nose. If you dare say one more word outside, do you believe I'll hit you? Don't think just because you got married I won't dare to do anything. Come on. Shen Ran also stood up, leaning her face close to his hand. Come on, hit my cheek if you want. As long as you dare to hit me, I'll run out and shout for help. Who's afraid of whom? You. You. Father Shen was trembling with anger, pointing at her but not making a move. It wasn't that he was afraid. He was worried. This rebellious girl had always been disobedient, but she never talked back like this before, nor dared to say such bold words. He didn't know what had triggered her. He dared not hit her again. If she really lost her mind and ran out talking nonsense, would the Shen family's reputation be ruined? Seeing her husband so angry, Mother Shen felt very upset. She looked at Shen Ran with a stern face and scolded. Xiaoran, how can you become so unreasonable? What are you causing? Shen Ran replied, I'm not causing trouble. I just want fairness. If you give me the money, I'll be satisfied. This was a point where further discussion was impossible. Worried that Shen Ran might cause trouble, Father Shen finally clenched his teeth and paid out 480 yuan to Shen Ran. Thank you, Dad, Shen Ran said with a smile as she took the money. She then turned to Shen's mother and asked for money again. Mom, you should be fair too. Shen's mother frowned and said, Why are you asking me for money? I haven't given Yunru any money privately. When Yunru got married, Shen's family contributed a large part of her dowry, which was already enough. So, after her marriage, she didn't receive any more support from them. If Shen Ran hadn't exposed this today, she wouldn't have known her husband was secretly giving Yunru money. Actually, if one of them had told her earlier, she wouldn't be so angry. But what hurt her most was that Shen Ran then said, "Mom, you probably don't know this, but Big Brother gives Yunru 20 yuan every month, and he's been doing this since his first year at work." What? Shen's mother looked surprised and then angry. Her eldest son, Shinyan, joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when he was 20, and he's been working for 5 years now. Over these years, because he's often busy with work and travels, he rarely comes home. She was worried about his health and didn't ask him to give money from his salary. But she never expected that he would give Yunru 20 yuan every month. And his monthly salary is only about 40 yuan, so he's giving half of his income to her. As a mother, she hadn't received a single filial gift from him, yet he was giving money to support his sister. He really is her good eldest son. Just thinking about it makes her feel a bit cold. Yunru, is Shen Ran telling the truth? Are you still taking money from Yunting every month? Shen's father was also a bit angry now. What is Yunru doing? She's married, but still taking money from her family. He gave money for Shen's family, but what is her brother giving for? Yunru isn't really Shen's sister, so if others find out, they might think badly. And now Shen Ran, this rebellious girl, is threatening them. Sure enough, in the next second, that girl spoke again. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to doubt. Yunru told me herself, so it must be true. It's a pity Big Brother can't save money. If he comes back, I want to ask him for it myself. Mom, since you love Big Brother so much, why don't you give me all the money from these 5 years? Don't glare at me.
It's actually you who owe me.
If I get upset and run out impulsively, I can't keep my mouth shut. Here, take it. You debt collector." Mother Shen's face turned pale with anger. Even at this moment, she was worried about her eldest son being affected. When he returns from his business trip, she must ask him about it carefully. And old Shen, sharing a bed with her for so many years, didn't even tell her about this. The most hateful person is Shen Yunru. Even though she is just a foster daughter, she has been kind and caring to her, but in the end, she betrayed her. It's clear she's not a real family member. You can't raise someone properly if they're not blood-related. Feeling her mother's angry and hostile gaze, Shen Yunru felt like she was falling into an icy pit. It's over. Mother hates her now. Darn it, how did things turn out like this? It's all Shen Ran's fault. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Shen Yunru clenched her lips tightly, almost biting her lower lip until it bled. This wicked woman has been acting as if she's suddenly become very powerful these days. Her words are sharp and pointed, yet she makes sense, leaving no room for rebuttal. Why has she changed so much? Could it be that she was hiding her true strength all along, just pretending? If that's the case, she needs to change her plan. Before, she just wanted to kick Shen Ran out of the Shin family and make Qin Lai divorce her, leaving Shen Ran with nothing. But now, she thinks she was too soft before. She should destroy Shen Ran, make her fall into despair, and never have a chance to recover. Only then can she truly vent her hatred. Shen Ran, who received 2 large sums of money, didn't know Shen Yunru was plotting to ruin her. But even if she knew, she wouldn't be worried. Since she traveled here, every time she faced Shen Yunru, when did she ever lose? Bring on the challenge, block it with water, and bury it with earth. Having died once and visited the Underworld, what does she have to fear now? Shen Ran took the money and went upstairs. Shin Yunyang saw her leave and quickly finished the rice in his bowl, then hurriedly said, "Mom and Dad, I've finished eating. I'm going upstairs to do my homework." Tonight, her parents were very irritable. If she didn't leave now, what if they start fighting and hit her face? After helping Aunt Sue with dinner, she went back. Now, only 3 people remain in the living room by the dining table: Shen's father, Shen's mother, and Shen Yunru. Shen's father looks very angry, as if he could spill ink. He lost a lot of his private savings, which makes him feel uncomfortable, and he looks at Shinyan with some blame. If it weren't for her careless words, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Shin's mother directly speaks up. Yunru, your father gave you money for the sake of the Shin family, and I can understand that. But why did you ask your older brother for money? You know he hasn't been working long and doesn't have much saved. How could you be so greedy for his money? Mom, I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it at first. It was my older brother who offered. Shinyan looks anxious and quickly explains. He was worried that if I got married later, I might be bullied by my in-laws. So he gave me money to save for my dowry, and he told me not to tell anyone. You know how stubborn my older brother is. If I didn't accept his money, he would think I looked down on him. Hearing this, Shen's mother's expression softens a little. Indeed, her eldest son is very stubborn. Once he makes a decision, nothing can change his mind. For example, he once dated someone, and they had planned to get married last year. But somehow midway, she suddenly changed her mind and broke up with him. Since then, her eldest son refused to date anyone else. She even tried to find suitable girls through a matchmaker, but he refused to meet any. In desperation, he even said he would never marry in his life. Shin's mother was worried that pushing him might backfire, so she delayed things. But a year passed quickly. Now her eldest son is 25, and most people his age are already married with children, but he is still single. How could she not be worried? She even dreams of having a grandson. But on the other hand, they are now discussing Shinyan asking for money. This girl is really clever, deliberately changing the subject. Shin's mother feels a bit upset. No matter what, you can't take your older brother's money. The dowry Shin's family gave you when you got married was already enough. You shouldn't be greedy and ungrateful. Shinyan's face instantly turns pale. Ungrateful? Her mother actually called her ungrateful. I never expected that my usually loving mother would say such things to me. It's all because I am not her biological daughter. When I was still the daughter of the Shin family, and my background was unknown, my mother loved me very much. No matter what mistakes I made, she never scolded me loudly. But now, just because of some money, she doesn't care about her face and publicly calls me ungrateful. It's really funny. All that talk about deep mother-daughter love is just a joke. My heart hurts, and with teary eyes I say, Mom, I see now that I am just a disappointment to you. Seeing the sad look on my face, my mother also feels a bit uncomfortable. Yunru, I don't want to say this, but sometimes you do things too much and you never discuss anything with me. Maybe you don't even consider me your mother. It's because you don't consider me your daughter. I really want to shout, but I hold back.
Mum, I'm sorry.
I was immature before and didn't tell you everything in time. Can you forgive me? As I speak, tears fall from my eyes. I try to be strong and say, don't worry, I will pay you back the money. Just give me some time. Now, showing weakness is the best way. I can't fight back aggressively. Forget it. Seeing my apology, my mother's anger eases a lot. This is the last time. Don't do this again.
Thank you, Mom.
You're so good to me. Tearful, I hug my mother's arm affectionately. But in a place no one notices, a flash of hatred quickly crosses my eyes. All right, since we've talked it out, let's eat. My father also calms down now, returning to his caring father role. What's happened is done. There's no point in dwelling on it. After all, Yunru married well. The Fu family is a big family, and the Shin family will still need to rely on them. We can't have too much conflict. The food has gone cold now. With Mom not here, no one feels like reheating the dishes. The three of us sit at the table and start eating. In this quiet atmosphere, everyone has their own thoughts and no one has much appetite. A farce has caused the Shin family to drift apart. The first thing Shen Ran does when she returns to her room is count her money. A few, then more, then even more. To shut her up, Mr. Shin gave her 480 yuan, and Mrs. Shin gave her 1,200 yuan. In just one meal, she earned 1,680 yuan. That was a lot of money in this time period. Shen Ran smiled happily, shaking the money in her hand. Oh, Today was really a big success. During the day, she visited several junk shops, picking up old antiques and collectibles, and at night, she made the Shin family spend a lot. Haha, she was really happy. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Shen Ran hummed a little tune and put all the money into her space villa. Then she went to the gym to practice boxing. She knew all the techniques perfectly, but her body couldn't keep up. She had to practice every day to improve her physical strength. After practicing boxing for over half an hour, Shen Ran was exhausted and out of breath. She drank some juice, ate a plate of boiled shrimp, and then relaxed in a luxurious massage bathtub with warm water. While Shen Ran enjoyed herself in her space, Shinyan was feeling unhappy. After dinner, she went back to her room. As soon as she closed the door, her fake smile disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face. Since she was young, she was loved and spoiled by Mr. and Mrs. Shen, and she had never suffered any unfair treatment. Even after discovering she was not their biological daughter, her status in the Shin family remained unchanged. In fact, with her manipulations, everyone sided with her and disliked Shen Ran intensely. Everything was going according to her plan. But unexpectedly, in just 2 or 3 days, many things happened that she couldn't control. She felt more frustrated and uncomfortable than ever before. She also saw the true faces of Mr. and Mrs.
Shen.
It turned out she wasn't as important to them as she thought. She had even considered them her real parents. What she couldn't accept most was that Shen Ran, this fool, would one day become clever and cunning. She was so close to losing everything because of her. Just a little more, just a little more. Shinyan was so angry her teeth almost ground together. Shen Ran, you wicked girl. I won't let you go. I will make you wish you were never born. Shinyan took a pair of scissors from the drawer and, pretending the pillow was Shen Ran, vented her anger by stabbing it more than 10 times. Soon, the pillow was completely torn apart, with cotton flying everywhere. Shinyan stood in the room, laughing wildly, like a mad person. On the windowsill, her little white cat watched the scene and quietly slipped away.
What?
You say Shinyan is going crazy. Shen Ran just came out of her space when she heard the report from her little white cat. Meow meow meow. The little creature waved its fluffy paws and described fiercely. Yes, she's acting like a madwoman, stabbing the pillow with scissors. It scared me to death. Ran, please give me some beef jerky, or my little heart won't be able to take it, Shen Ran. This little thing was getting smarter every day. Go eat in the space yourself. Remember to get up early tomorrow and keep an eye on the neighbor. She was so angry that Shinyan would definitely make a move in the next 2 days. At first, she wanted to take the initiative, but now, forget it. Let Shinyan come to her. She really didn't lack tricks and schemes. When the time comes, she would just respond accordingly, no matter what. She wouldn't suffer any loss. Okay, I'm going to the space now. See you tomorrow. The little white cat gently rubbed against Shen Ran's pant leg, then slipped into the space. Shen Ran turned on the desk lamp, lay on the bed, and picked up a veterinary book to read. This book was found today at the junkyard, mainly about different animals. Shen Ran read for an hour and then turned off the light to sleep. She had to get up early tomorrow. She had an appointment with Sun Jingfei to visit the veterinary clinic and talk with Old Sun. She slept soundly until late morning. Shen Ran called the little white cat out and told it to follow Shinyan all day. After breakfast, she left the house. Today, Shen Ran dressed very fresh. A floral shirt, black pants, a fishbone braid tied at the back of her head, revealing her fair and beautiful face. She didn't need to do anything. Just walking on the street made her a sight to see. After taking a bus for over an hour, she finally arrived at the suburban veterinary clinic. Sun Jingfei was already waiting at the door. Seeing her come over, he quickly greeted her happily. Comrade Shen, you're here. Shen Ran smiled and nodded. Comrade Sun, good morning. Just as she finished speaking, another person came out of the veterinary station. It was Grandpa Sunday, young Shen. Come in quickly. It's too hot outside. I brewed a cup of brown sugar water with mountain spring water for you. Come and drink. Grandpa Sun had a smiling face, clearly welcoming her arrival. Shen Ran felt relieved. It seemed there was no need for further discussion. Sure enough, not long after Shen Ran entered the veterinary station, Grandpa Sun took the initiative to speak. Yesterday, Xiao Fei told me you want to work at the veterinary station. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even think twice and would refuse. But since you said so, I can consider it. Would you like to do an internship first? Her last move had shocked everyone. He was very supportive of her idea to come work here. However, working as a veterinarian can be very busy at times and very slow at others. Mainly, this pretty girl would be working closely with livestock in a dirty environment, so whether she could adapt was another matter. Therefore, Grandpa Sun proposed a 2-month trial period for Shen Ran. If she could fully adapt and learn the veterinarian work within 2 months, she could officially join. He accepted her proposal happily, but they still needed to confirm her working hours. Grandpa Sun said, Xiao Fei already told me, and we don't have strict rules here. Just follow what you discussed before. Come before 11 a.m. each day, leave by 5 p.m., and you'll get a lunch included, earning half a day's wages. Shen Ran nodded happily. That works. This way, she could sleep in until 8:30, have breakfast, then head out, arriving around 10. She would return by 5 p.m. and be home before 7 p.m., just in time for dinner. Perfect timing.
Who would understand?
She had only been here a few days and already found a stable job. And the best part was, she had flexible hours, working only half a day. Such an opportunity was rare, for most people. Shen Ran said, Grandpa Sun, why don't I start my internship today? Since she was already here, she definitely couldn't waste time. Old Master Sun nodded and said, All right, today let Xiao Fei show you around and introduce you to the procedures. Hearing this, Sun Jingfei quickly took a uniform from the room and handed it to Shen Ran. The veterinarian uniform is white, like a cooking apron, tied at the back with a strap, and designed to keep dirt off the front. Sun Jingfei said, Comrade Shen, come on, let's start over here. Next, Sun Jingfei took Shen Ran on a tour of the entire veterinary station. When they reached a tool room in the corner, Shen Ran suddenly asked, Comrade Sun, have you told your grandfather that you don't want to work at the veterinary station? She had been meaning to ask this earlier but hesitated because of the old man being present. Hearing her question, Sun Jingfei smiled awkwardly. I haven't told him yet. Don't think my grandfather is easy to get along with. He's actually quite old-fashioned. If he finds out I don't want to follow the family tradition and work as a veterinarian but want to do something else outside, he might get really angry. I'm planning to wait until you decide to officially join before I bring it up, or I can't handle his anger. Shen Ran smiled and said, I see. In that case, I'll rely on you. Please take care of me. Sun Jingfei patted his chest confidently. Of course. Only after I teach you well can I feel that he's leaving. Somehow, even though they had only met a few times, he felt a strange trust in her. He was usually very accurate with his judgments, and Shen Ran definitely wouldn't let him down. The meals at the veterinary station are prepared by Old Master Sun and Sun Jingfei himself. Since Sun Jingfei often cooks, his culinary skills are quite good. At noon, Sun Jingfei made a big pot of authentic Shaanxi-style noodles. These noodles are a local snack from Shaanxi, where Sun Jingfei's hometown is. Shen Ran had never been to the north and had never tried this kind of noodle before. She loved it on her first bite. The noodles are bright red with chili oil, fragrant and tempting. They are soft yet chewy, and when she slurped a mouthful, it was spicy and sour. The side dishes, egg skin, black fungus, carrots, and tofu, are all soaked in the chili oil broth, full of flavor and juicy. When she took a bite, the juice exploded in her mouth, making her feel incredibly happy. Shen Ran thought, if she didn't get paid, eating this bowl of noodles every day would be worth it. After lunch, everyone takes a rest. Old Mr. Sun and Sun Jingfei live at the veterinary station, each in their own room. Now that Shen Ran has arrived, Sun Jingfei kindly offers her his room to rest. Shen Ran waves her hand and says, No need to trouble you. I don't need a nap. I'll just read a book for a while. She usually goes to bed at 11 p.m. and wakes up after 8 a.m., sleeping 9 hours a night. Whether she naps or not, It doesn't affect her energy. She plans to use this hour at noon to learn more about veterinary work. Shen Ran says, "You guys rest. I'll watch over the veterinary station." Hearing this, the old man and Sun Jingfei thank her and go into their rooms. In Shaanxi, there is a tradition of taking a midday nap. Without it, people often feel tired in the afternoon. Soon, the large veterinary station is left with only Shen Ran. She moves a wicker chair to sit at the gate, holding a veterinary encyclopedia. The station is located in the countryside, surrounded by mountains and forests, with lush greenery and a pleasant view. Shen Ran sits quietly in the chair, reading her book. A gentle mountain breeze lifts her hair, and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled light on her. Her delicate fingers turn the pages softly, and her focused face looks especially gentle in the sunlight. When Zhong Wenshu walks over with his camera, he sees this beautiful scene. He pauses, instinctively takes out his camera, and snaps a photo.
Click.
The sudden sound of the camera startles Shen Ran, who is immersed in her reading. She looks up in surprise and sees a tall figure standing nearby. The man wears a fresh white shirt, black-rimmed glasses on his high nose, and has a gentle, handsome face. Their eyes meet, and the man quickly approaches with an apologetic look. "Comrade, sorry to bother you. I am a reporter from the newspaper here to do an interview at the veterinary station." He takes off his work ID hanging around his neck. Shen Ran leans forward to look and sees the name, Public Daily, and Zhong Wenshu. As his name suggests, he has a scholarly air, matching his gentle appearance. Zhong Wenshu smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Comrade Shen. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." "Hello." Shen Ran reached out and gently shook his hand, then quickly withdrew it. The warmth from their hands faded, and Zhong Wenshu felt a brief sense of disappointment. After a few seconds, he picked up his camera and apologized shyly. "I just took a photo of you. I hope you don't mind. If you do, I can delete it." Shen Ran, "It's okay. It's just a photo, nothing serious. Can I see it?" She was curious about his photography skills. "Of course." Zhong Wenshu quickly opened the camera and enlarged the photo for her to see. In the picture, she sat on a rattan chair, looking down at a book with an elegant posture. Sunlight danced through her hair, making her look like a fairy glowing with golden light, dazzling and beautiful. "So pretty." "Reporter Zhong, I think you're underusing your talent as a reporter. Maybe you'd be better as a photographer." Shen Ran smiled warmly and praised him. He had taken such beautiful photos of her. Praising him once or 10 times wouldn't be too much. Hearing her compliment, Zhong Wenshu's ears turned slightly red. He instinctively pushed up his glasses, and his eyelashes fluttered behind the lenses. His voice was gentle as he said, "Actually, my photography skills are average. It's mainly because Comrade Shen looks so beautiful that any photo turns out good. It would be even better if he took a few more shots." That last comment was a bit abrupt, and he didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhong Wenshu suppressed that strange feeling in his heart, then looked around and asked, "Comrade Shen, is there only you at the veterinary station?"
I want to do an interview today.
"Is it convenient for you?" Shen Ran, "You'll have to wait a bit. The person in charge is taking a nap now. Today is my first day on the job, so I don't know much about the station." "I see." Zhong Wenshu smiled. "Then I'll take a walk nearby to get some scenery. I'll come back later." Shen Ran nodded. "Sure, that's fine." Half an hour later, Old Master Sun and Sun Jingfei got up one after the other. Shen Ran told them that a reporter from the popular newspaper was coming for an interview and might come back later. Old Master Sun nodded. "I know about that. A few days ago, I received a call from the higher-ups about it." Sun Jingfei patted his thigh and said, "Since this is an interview, the reporter must have brought a camera. I need to put on some hair oil and change into a new outfit." Old Master Sun glared at him and said, "You brat, they're here for an interview, not just to take pictures of you." Sun Jingfei chuckled and said, "Grandpa, you don't understand. If I dress better, it also shows the image of our veterinary station." "Hurry up," Old Master Sun snorted, and Sun Jingfei quickly went to his room. Soon, he came out wearing a colorful shirt and black pants. His short hair was slicked back with hair oil, styled into a handsome pompadour. How do I look, Comrade Shen? Am I more handsome now? Sun Jingfei touched his hair and struck a pose. Old Master Sun couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him on the butt. Stop being so annoying, get out there and wait at the door. Oh, Grandpa, please don't keep kicking me. I'm grown up now, I have no face left. Sun Jingfei rubbed his butt and complained as he ran outside. Shen Ran covered her mouth and laughed. These grandpa and grandson are really a pair of lively characters. Not long after, Zhong Wenshua returned from nearby. Seeing old Master Sun, he smiled kindly and approached him. Are you Dr. Sun, the head of the veterinary station? I'm a reporter from the public news agency. I called you earlier. Just call me Xiao Zhong, old Master Sun. Xiao Zhong, welcome. Please sit down. Xiao Fei, bring some tea. After Zhong Wenshua sat down, he explained the purpose of the interview. Then he took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen from his army green bag and started taking notes. Dr. Sun, may I ask when this veterinary station was established? An hour later, Zhong Wenshua had almost finished asking about the entire station. Zhong Wenshua, our newspaper mainly wants to publish articles about employment in various industries. It would be even better if there are specific stories or events. Dr. Sun, when does your veterinary station usually see clients? Are there many livestock cases? Zhong Wen looked disappointed and said, It seems there are no more interview materials for today. Before he finished speaking, a cheerful laugh came from outside the veterinary station. Old Master Sun, this afternoon, we need to castrate the piglets at our pig farm. Could you please go there? It was Director Zhang from the pig farm. He walked in smiling warmly, and his smile grew wider when he saw Shen Ran. Hey, Comrade Shen, you're here too. Last time, if it hadn't been for Comrade Shen finding the cause of the piglet's illness, those big fat pigs might have almost died. He had been grateful ever since. Hello, Director Zhang. I started my internship at the veterinary station today. Shen Ran greeted him cheerfully. Hearing this, Director Zhang's eyes lit up. That's great. You naturally get along well with animals, so becoming a veterinarian suits you perfectly. Once you're familiar with the work, you can come work at our pig farm. I'll make sure to offer you a good salary. Old Master Sun frowned immediately and refused. Director Zhang, Shen is part of our veterinary station. Don't try to poach her right in front of me. That can be discussed later, and it depends on whether she's willing. Zhang replied cautiously, as he still needed old Master Sun's help. Zhong Wen was surprised to hear this. This was Shen's first day at work, and she was already so popular. Seeing his curious look, Sun Jingfei quickly recounted what had happened that day. After hearing this, Zhong Wen became even more curious. I wonder if I'll get a chance to see how Comrade Shen interacts with animals. Sun Jingfei smiled. You can see it today. Later, we're going to the pig farm to castrate the piglets. You can go and watch. Old Master Sun nodded. Yes, Shen, you can come help out. Shen Ran replied, Okay, Grandpa Sunday. Director Zhang looked pleased. It seemed today would go smoothly. Soon, everyone got on the tractor driven by Director Zhang and headed to the pig farm. Usually, pigs are castrated when they are 2 or 3 months old. This reduces risks and helps them recover faster after the operation. After getting off the tractor, Director Zhang and a few others went to the pig pen where the piglets were kept. Dozens of piglets saw strangers coming and huddled together in fear, making soft grunting sounds. Old Mr. Sun took down his medical box from his back, put on rubber gloves, and took out a sterilized surgical knife. Xiao Fei, Sister Shen, you each catch a piglet. I will perform the castration. Sun Jingfei and Shen Ran nodded together. Okay. They entered the pig pen, and Zhong Wenshu quickly raised his camera to capture this moment. He was doing an interview, so he needed both words and photos to publish in the newspaper later. This wasn't the first time Sun Jingfei helped his grandfather catch piglets for castration. Every time he caught piglets, the little guys would scream loudly, almost shouting his ears out. Today was even worse. Before he could catch one, the piglets were running everywhere, squealing loudly, making him sweat all over. Finally, he managed to catch one piglet, but when he looked over at Shen Ran, he was stunned. Shen Ran was holding a piglet in each hand, with a bunch following behind her, all quietly lined up. Everyone. Wow, Shen Ran is really amazing. These normally noisy piglets were perfectly calm in her hands. Zhong Wenshu quickly took out his camera and snapped a few photos, his face showing excitement. Today's interview was so surprising. He was sure the boss would praise him when he got back. Because Shen Ran caught so many piglets, old Mr. Sun couldn't finish castrating them all. Sun Jingfei hurried over to help. But the piglets in his hands were very unruly, kicking and struggling. Shen Ran took over, and the little piglet immediately became gentle. Sun Jingfei. He didn't have any spines, so why was he treated so differently? Old Mr. Sun was very quick with the castration. He skillfully made a small cut on the piglet's belly, removing the contents inside. Then Shen Ran pressed a cotton ball soaked in iodine onto the wound, completing the castration. Sun Jingfei and Director Zhang helped out nearby. After working for 2 hours, they finally finished castrating all the dozens of piglets. Director Zhang wiped his sweat and smiled warmly, saying, "Usually, it takes at least half a day to handle so many piglets. I thought we would work until it got dark, but I didn't expect we finished so quickly." Old Master Sun chuckled and replied, "It's mainly thanks to Miss Shen. With her help, everything went twice as fast." He was genuinely very happy. Finding someone so talented in veterinary work is really rare. Shen Ran said, "Grandpa Sun, I was just helping a little. You are the main person." Old Master Sun, who comes from a family of veterinarians, was excellent at castration techniques. Before, Shen Ran thought her ability to understand animal language was what made her suitable as a vet. But after working so hard today, she felt a new sense of satisfaction she had never experienced before. Shen Ran suddenly realized that doing a job she loved could be so joyful. Although pig pens smell bad and the scene is noisy, the feeling of achievement inside her was very comforting. Rather than saying she chose to be a veterinarian, it's more accurate to say that being a vet has shaped her. Shen Ran decided she must treat this job well and work hard to make it bigger and better. At the scene, reporter Zhong Wenshu interviewed Director Zhang again. Then he gathered a few people and took a group photo outside the pig farm. Old Master Sun and Director Zhang stood in the middle, with Shen Ran and Sun Jingfei on either side. All four were smiling happily, showing their teeth. Zhong Wenshu was very pleased with today's interview and specifically told them to check the newspaper in a few days. Director Zhang was overjoyed and said, "I never thought I would be in the newspaper someday." Old Master Sun felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have changed into a new outfit like his grandson. He wondered if he looked handsome enough in the photo. Sun Jingfei was thrilled inside, thinking, "Luckily, I slicked back my hair. I believe my handsome side will surely impress many ladies." The three of them felt excited, but Shen Ran remained calm. Not because she was indifferent, but because she had seen so much on TV, movies, and the internet that a newspaper was nothing special to her. It was getting late, and it was time to go home from work. Coincidentally, Zhong Wenshu was heading back to the city, and Shen Ran decided to ride the bus with him. On the bus, they sat in the back and chatted casually. Since Shen Ran was from the modern world, she had many fresh perspectives on things. Zhong Wenshu is a newspaper reporter, and his opinions are quite unique. The two of them had a good connection and enjoyed their conversation very much. By the end, Zhong Wenshu felt even more fond of Shen Ran. He thought it was just an ordinary interview, but unexpectedly, he met a woman who made his heart race. He didn't want to let this rare chance slip away. Thinking of this, Zhong Wenshu felt a spark and said, "Comrade Shen, I will develop all the photos I took of you in a few days. Do you want to see them?" Shen Ran replied, "Yes, especially that one you took of me. I really like it." She had never taken photos in this era before, so she wanted to keep one as a keepsake. Hearing this, Zhong Wenshu felt a bit excited. "All right, after I develop all the photos, I'll go to the veterinarian station. That way, he would have a second chance to see her." Shen Ran said, "No need to trouble yourself. I know where the newspaper office is. In a couple of days, I'll just come and pick up the photos myself." Zhong Wenshu quickly shook his head. "I usually don't stay at the newspaper office. I'm often out doing interviews. I'll make time to visit the veterinarian station." He didn't want to just meet her briefly and then leave. In a few days, he would take a day off and specifically go to the veterinarian station where he could stay the whole day. Shen Ran said, "All right, I'm near home now. We'll talk next time." She then stood up and got off the bus. As the sunset dipped below the horizon, the evening glow bathed the entire street. The woman's silhouette was graceful and charming, and in the dusk, she looked uniquely beautiful. Zhong Wenshu couldn't help but take out his camera again, leaning out the window to snap a picture of her back. Looking at the photo on his camera, he leaned back in his chair, smiling brightly. A gentle and elegant lady, a perfect match for a gentleman. He finally found the light that belonged to him. Shen Ran didn't realize she had unintentionally become someone's ideal image of a shining star. At this moment, she was humming a little tune as she walked home. Passing by an alley, a green-feathered parrot flew toward her. It flapped its wings and squawked loudly. "Help! Help!" Shen Ran paused in her steps. Isn't this the parrot from Editor Zhang's house at the end of the street? The one who previously teased that Editor Zhang was bald. Seeing it about to fly away, Shen Ran quickly called it back. "Little one, what's wrong? Did something happen?" The green parrot tilted its head, its tiny yellow eyes spinning around. "Isn't that the irritable woman? Last time she caught me, she almost pulled out all my feathers. She called me over, probably with bad intentions. I won't fall for her tricks." Shen Ran. "Great. It's another problem left by the original owner. Don't worry, I won't pluck your feathers this time. Can you tell me what happened?" She took a small bag of millet from her space and held it out to the bird. "This woman can actually hear what I'm thinking." The green parrot's feathers bristled. When it saw the millet in her hand, its big round eyes gleamed with cleverness. "I can eat the millet and then fart on her face to make her dizzy. That way, she won't catch me." Shen Ran. "This little thing is quite sneaky. I'm giving you food, and you want to fart on me? Fine, I won't give you any more." Shen Ran pretended to be angry and turned to leave. The little parrot immediately flapped its wings, anxiously speaking human words. "Don't go. Don't go. My owner, Mama, fainted in the alley. I can't find anyone to help. If you understand my thoughts, please go save her." Shen Ran raised an eyebrow. "Lead the way." 10 minutes later, Shen Ran followed the little parrot into a small alley. There was a figure lying on the ground, next to a vegetable basket, with vegetables scattered everywhere. She walked over and looked closer. It was someone she knew, Mrs. Hitsuehua, the wife of Editor Zhang. Mrs. He is the women's director of the street office. The original owner had met her a few times. She's a kind person. "Mrs. He, are you okay?" Shen Ran squatted down to check. She saw that Mrs. He was trembling all over, with a lot of sweat on her forehead and pale lips. It looked like she was experiencing low blood sugar. Shen Ran quickly took a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, broke it in half, and forced it into Mrs. He's mouth. The green parrot perched on her shoulder, tilting its head curiously at everything. About a minute later, Mrs. He slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the person in front of her, she looked a bit confused. "Shinyan, miss?" Shen Ran smiled and nodded. "It's me, Andy." When she learned that Shen Ran had saved her, and he quickly thanked her. "Thank you so much, Miss Shen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long I would have been lying on the ground. Today was so hot, I had no appetite. I didn't eat much all day, and I didn't expect to faint when I went out." Shen Ran helped her up and reminded her. "Annie, this is low blood sugar. You need to be more careful in the future. You shouldn't overexert yourself or skip meals. It's best to carry some candies with you and eat one when you feel dizzy. Also, I suggest you go to the hospital in the next couple of days for a full checkup to see if there are any other issues." Hearing this, Auntie nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning." "Thank you so much." She looked grateful on the outside but felt a mix of emotions inside. She had little contact with Shen Ran before and had only heard some bad rumors. She didn't expect this girl to be so kind and honest. Shen Ran picked up the vegetables from the ground and helped Andy to her door. Just then, Editor Zhang finished work and came back. Seeing what happened, he hurried over to ask what was going on. After hearing the full story, Editor Zhang bowed to Shen Ran. "Thank you, Miss Shen. Thank you for saving my wife." You're welcome. It was just a small favor, Shen Ran replied modestly. She took the green parrot off her shoulder and smiled. By the way, this little parrot also helped. If it weren't for it, I might not have found Andy. Editor Zhang took the parrot and gently stroked its feathers. Little Green, you did a great job today. Later, I'll reward you with some tasty treats. Tasty treats, tasty treats, chirped the cheerful parrot. Inside, it cheered. Yay! The bald owner is finally being generous. Shen Ran couldn't help but chuckle, almost laughing out loud. This little creature was really sharp-tongued. Luckily, Editor Zhang couldn't hear its thoughts, or he'd be furious. Shen Ran was about to leave when Andy stopped her. Miss Shen, why don't you stay for dinner at my place? I'll have my brother cook, and you can chat with me. Shen Ran declined. No, I have dinner waiting at home. Maybe next time. She didn't want to miss the family meals, mainly because she wanted to annoy those people. He tried to persuade her again, but Shen Ran still refused. Editor Zhang hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Comrade Shen, you saved my wife.
You can make a request.
As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help. He didn't like owing favors. Otherwise, he always felt uneasy inside. Seeing his serious expression, Shen Ran hesitated to say what she originally intended. Then, she thought for a moment and smiled slightly. I do have a small favor to ask. I'm currently looking for a set of study materials called Self-Study Series of Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. Editor Zhang, since you have many connections, could you help me get a set? Hearing this, Editor Zhang was first surprised, then smiled happily. That's funny. I actually have that set in my study. It's been gathering dust for a long time. If you need it, I'll give it to you. Shen Ran's eyes lit up. Yesterday, she had asked the mice to search through several junkyards, but found nothing. Unexpectedly, today she received it by chance. It's true that sometimes when you stop looking, things come to you easily. Life is full of surprises. Haha, carrot carrot. This self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry consists of more than 10 books. Shen Ran couldn't hold all of them with both hands. He simply found a basket and put all the books inside, then handed it to Shen Ran. Just return the basket when you have time next and be careful on the way. Shen Ran nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you, Auntie. I'm leaving now. On her way back to Shen's house, she had to pass by Grandma Wen's home. As Shen Ran approached the door, Little Potato smelled the aroma and ran out.
Bark.
Bark. Bark. Ran, you're back. I missed you so much. Little Potato had been acupuncture treated twice at the vet station, and its health was almost fully recovered. So today, Grandma Wen didn't take it to the vet. The little guy ran up to her happily, wagging its tail and circling around her excitedly. Shen Ran crouched down with a gentle smile, giving its fluffy head a good rub.
It was so soft.
Shen girl, you're back. Come, have a bowl of mung bean soup I specially made. Grandma Wen appeared at the door with a warm smile, holding a bowl of mung bean soup cooled with well water. Thank you, Grandma Wen. Shen Ran didn't refuse and took the bowl, sipping it slowly. After finishing a bowl of cold, sweet mung bean soup, Shen Ran felt much refreshed. Shen Ran, it's delicious. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma Wen smiled as she took the bowl back. You like it? I'll cook it again next time. Come to Grandma's house for a meal when you have time. Grandma Wen is kind and friendly. Shen Ran really likes her. The old lady lives alone without children, so she can feel lonely. Visiting her more often would be good. Shen Ran nodded and said, Okay, don't mind me bothering you in the future. Grandma Wen chuckled happily. Not at all. You're welcome anytime. This girl is getting more and more likable. She's so adorable. They chatted for a while longer. Shen Ran mentioned she went to the vet station for an internship today, which made Grandma Wen smile happily.
Good.
Finding a job is also good. Staying busy makes life feel more meaningful. Later, Shinyan came home from school, carrying his small backpack. From afar, he saw Shen Ran chatting happily with Grandma Wen next door. He sneered, Haha, smiling so happily at a stranger, but at home, you're always frowning. He rolled his eyes and ignored them, walking past. Soon after, Shen Ran also returned home. She was carrying a large basket filled with books. Shen Yunyang frowned and looked speechless. Although Shen Yunyang used to be timid at the dinner table, that was because he didn't want to challenge his parents' authority. But Shen Ran was not afraid of him, because Shen Ran had no presence in this family and was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Shen Yunyang put down his bag and started teasing. A primary school dropout reading books like others? Ha, you're hilarious. Shen Ran paused her upstairs movement, turned around with a smile, and said, "Oh, you primary school kid. You haven't even finished primary school, so you're probably even dumber than me, the illiterate. You're the real joke. Shen Ran, you annoying girl." Shen Yunyang stomped angrily, waving his fists. "How dare you insult me? I'm going to tell Mom and Dad and make them scold you." Shen Ran smiled. "Go ahead, I don't care. You love to tattle just like a spoiled little kid. You're the spoiled one." Shen Yunyang's small face turned bright red, like a startled sparrow. He casually picked up an ashtray from the table and threw it at Shen Ran.
Bang!
The ashtray missed Shen Ran's head but hit the stairs behind her. Luckily, she reacted quickly and tilted her head aside, or she would have been hit and injured. This mischievous kid had bullied the original owner many times before, often playing pranks. For example, putting caterpillars on her pillow, placing dead mice in her drawer, and once almost pushing her down the stairs. This wasn't just mischief, it was really bad behavior. The original owner, worried about her family's feelings, didn't fight back much, but she wasn't afraid. Now, she decided to settle all her old scores. Shen Ran put her basket on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and strode forward. Seeing her determined look, Shen Yunyang became a little scared. He shrank back and asked, "What? What are you going to do?" Seeing things were getting serious, he turned and ran away. Shen Ran grabbed his arm and pulled him back. She slapped his face. Smack. Shen Yunyang's chubby face instantly showed a red handprint. He suddenly realized what was happening and started crying loudly. "Wah wah, Dad, Mom, this bad girl is hitting me." His crying sounded terrible, like a broken drum, and it hurt Shen Ran's ears. She slapped him again. "Shut up. Stop crying. Like a pig being slaughtered." Ugh ugh ugh. Shen Yunyang didn't dare to scream anymore. He could only hold back his tears and sob. Actually, given Shen Yunyang's big and strong body, if he really wanted to fight back, Shen Ran might not be able to catch him. Once before, Shen Yunyang had even headbutted Shen Ran and knocked her down. But today, for some reason, when he saw Shen Ran's cold, sharp eyes, he didn't even think about resisting. His instinct told him that if he dared to fight back, he would get beaten even worse. At this moment, Shen's mother heard the noise, came downstairs, and saw what was happening. She frowned and said, "Xiao Ran, what are you doing? Let your brother go." When the savior arrived, Shen Yunyang started crying again. Before Shen's mother could pull her away, Shen Ran pushed her down to the ground. Shen's mother was angry. "Shen Ran, why are you so disobedient? You even hit your brother." Shen Ran picked up the ashtray behind her, sneering. "I had a reason to hit him. Your good son actually used this to hit my head. Shouldn't I hit him back?" Shen's mother looked impatient. It didn't hit you directly. Why are you overreacting?" In the past, Shen's mother would pretend to scold her little son a little. But last night's dinner made her lose over 1,000 yuan, all because of this rebellious girl. Now she already disliked Shen Ran and wouldn't bother defending her. Shen's mother. "Xiao Ran, why are you arguing with a kid? It's just a small matter. You're too petty." Fine, if she wanted to play this way. Mom wouldn't let her win. Shen Ran sneered. She quickly threw the ashtray at Shen's mother. Shen's mother was so scared she froze. The ashtray flew past her cheek, almost hitting her face. Shen's mother broke out in cold sweat, and anger surged from her heart to her head. "Shen Ran, you little brat. Are you trying to hurt your own mother?" Shen Ran chuckled coldly. "I didn't hit you. Why are you arguing with a younger person? Mom, why are you so petty? You're not generous at all. No wonder you're aging so fast." The words she said came back like a boomerang, hurting herself. Shen's mother choked with anger. You little brat. Shen Ran ignored her angry stomping and went straight upstairs to her room. As soon as she entered, the little white cat ran over happily. Meow. Ran, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shen Ran picked it up, petting its fur while asking about her fake daughter-in-law. The little white cat shook its head. She didn't go out all day today and didn't do anything. Shen Ran. It's okay. With her impatient personality, she'll cause trouble in a few days. Just keep an eye on her. Shen Ran glanced at the corner where the cat food was almost finished by the little white cat. Today, you've worked hard. Go to the space and get some beef jerky to eat. I'll also open a can of cat food for you. Yay! Zyabalian showed a happy smile, and the cat's ears twitched excitedly. After settling the little one, Shen Ran tidied up the books and went downstairs to eat. As soon as she reached the dining room, she felt several disapproving looks, especially Shun Yunru, whose eyes were full of glee. It seemed that what just happened had already been reported to Shen's father and the others. While sitting down to eat, Shen's father asked with a serious face, Shen Ran, did you just hit your brother and throw cigarette ash at your mother? Shen Ran replied casually, No, I was just joking around with them. Shen's father opened his mouth to scold her, but Shen Ran continued, Mom, you're really petty. Is such a small thing worth telling Dad about? Shen's mother. Shen Ran. What do you mean, what? Didn't you say that being hit with cigarette ash was a small matter? I was just trying to tease you like him. I didn't hurt anyone. Why are you so sensitive? Shen's mother gritted her teeth. You're just doing it on purpose, Shen Ran. I think my brother did it on purpose too. Otherwise, I should tell everyone outside about this and see what they think. Enough! Shen's father slammed his chopsticks down and glared at her. Shen Ran, can you stop using this trick to threaten us every time? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Shen Ran smiled. Oh, so you're not afraid? Then I'll go out and tell everyone later. Shen's father's face darkened. You unfilial girl. Do you understand the principle that family issues shouldn't be aired publicly? If you dare to spread rumors, I'll kick you out. Shen Ran picked up a piece of spicy shredded pork and ate it casually. Fine, if you want to kick me out, I'll just stay outside and keep talking about it. I'll make Shin family more famous. Shen's father was furious. He had been so angry these past few days that he felt like he'd never been this angry in his life. If he had known this girl was so difficult, he wouldn't have been soft and brought her home. Now, he couldn't kick her out or discipline her properly. Seeing her husband almost explode with anger, Shen's mother quickly tried to smooth things over. Forget it. Let's just move past today's matter. Xiaoyang, don't be so naughty in the future, Shen Yunyang pouted. Clearly, he was the one slapped, but somehow, it ended up being blamed on him. Big sister Yunru. Shen Yunyang wanted her to say a few words to help him. But she didn't even look at him. She was just busy eating. Shen Yunyang's face fell. He used to think that Yunru was perfect in every way. But after so many things happen these days, he realized she wasn't as good as he thought. She wouldn't even say a word to help him. He didn't want to bother with her anymore. And Shen Ran, that annoying girl, actually dared to hit him. He couldn't hold back his anger. Since no one was going to help him, he decided to handle it himself. He remembered that the annoying girl was very afraid of mice. So tonight, he would catch a few mice and put them in her room to scare her. That night, a sneaky, chubby figure appeared at Shen Ran's door. He stuffed 2 mice into the crack of the door and watched them slip inside. Only then was Shen Yunyang satisfied and left. In the room, Shen Ran was about to turn off the light and go to sleep when she heard some rustling sounds. She looked up and saw 2 small, gray mice looking around. Shen Ran was a bit surprised. Her room was marked with her cat scent, and mice usually didn't dare come close. Why did 2 mice suddenly appear? From their looks, it seemed they had come through the door crack, clearly arranged by someone on purpose. Shen Ran thought for a moment and guessed who was behind it. She took out some peanuts from her space and waved to the 2 mice. Come here, little guys. I'll treat you to some peanuts. Help me with something. Shen Yunyang happily returned to his room. Thinking about how Shen Ran would scream in fright, he couldn't help but laugh. Oomph. Annoying girl. This is what you get for offending me. He opened the drawer, grabbed a handful of fruit-flavored candies, and happily started eating. These candies were really delicious, so sweet. Shen Ran ate until his mouth was sticky with candy, without brushing his teeth or washing his face, just lying on his bed playing with toys. After a while, he started to feel sleepy. He turned over and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, as he was dozing off, he felt something licking his mouth. What's that? Go away. Shen Ran impatiently waved his hand, and his hand suddenly touched something furry. Startled, he jumped up from the bed. He turned on the bedside lamp and saw 5 or 6 dark mice on his bed. The worst part was, one mouse was crawling on his face. Go away. Go away. Shen Ran frantically slapped the mouse off his face. Just as he was about to use a pillow to hit the mice on the bed, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. He reached back and saw a mouse biting his bottom.
Ah, Mom.
A mouse is biting my bottom. Shen Ran cried out in pain. He quickly woke up his parents, Shen father and Shen mother. They rushed into his room with messy hair and saw the frightening scene. Their hearts sank. Shen mother hurriedly pounced on him, trying to brush the mouse off his bottom. Shen father grabbed a pillow and chased away all the mice on the bed and on the floor. Finally, the room was free of mice. Shen Ran had a big bloody bite on his bottom. Sniff, sniff, Mom, my bottom hurts so much. Am I going to die? Shen Ran threw himself into his mother's arms, crying with tears and snot all over his face. Seeing how badly he was hurt, Shen father and Shen mother took him to the hospital that night. The emergency doctor only disinfected and bandaged the wound and told them to stay for observation. They waited all night. Early the next morning, the main doctor examined him and said there was no serious problem. He just needed to watch and come back if anything went wrong. Shen father and Shen mother, worried all night, finally relaxed and took Shen Ran home. When they got back, Shen Ran had finished breakfast and was about to leave. At the door, she saw Shen Ran and smiled. Little brother, I heard you got bitten on your bottom by a mouse? You shouldn't play with mice or tease them, or they might get mad and bite you again. Shen Ran shivered. He had caught the mice to scare Shen Ran, that annoying sister. Why did the mice come into his room? Could it be, as Shen Ran said, that the mice were getting revenge on him? Sniff, sniff, Mom. Please find someone to get rid of those mice. I don't want to see them anymore. Shen Ran became more and more scared, holding his mother and crying loudly again. Shen's mother glared at Shen Ran. Shen Ran, why are you scaring your brother? Apologize to him quickly. Laughing to herself, she then told her to apologize. Shen Ran rolled her eyes at her and turned to leave. Shen's mother was so angry, she clenched her teeth. That girl is getting more and more unreasonable. Shen's father also frowned tightly. This rebellious girl is really a troublemaker. At this moment, Shen Ran approached with a caring look. Mom and Dad, you're back. Is Xiaoyang okay? Shen's mother shook her head. It's nothing serious. The doctor said he's fine. Xiaoyang, you've been through a lot. Your sister will take you to buy some snacks later. Shen Ran reached out to touch Shen Yunyang's head. But unexpectedly, her usually obedient little brother suddenly changed his face. Don't touch me. I don't need your fake kindness. Shen Yunru's face stiffened. Xiaoyang, did you misunderstand something? No misunderstanding. Anyway, I don't want to see you. Shen Yunyang spoke very harshly. He had been bitten on the butt by a mouse and hadn't slept well all night. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. Seeing his attitude, Shen Yunru looked hurt. But unfortunately, Shen's father and mother didn't notice at all. They were exhausted after staying up all night and went straight to rest in their room. Shen Yunyang also went to bed. He didn't dare sleep in his own room alone, afraid the mice might come back. In the end, only Shen Yunru was left in the living room downstairs. Sure enough, only biological children are truly loved. Shen Yunru clenched her teeth, her fingers digging into the soft flesh of her palm until it bled, then she let go. Shen Ran didn't know that after she left, more things happened at home. At this moment, She was sitting on a bus heading to the veterinary station outside the city. As soon as she arrived at the station entrance, she saw a familiar figure. It was the journalist from yesterday's interview at the veterinary station, Zhong Wenshu. Seeing her approach, Zhong Wenshu greeted her with a gentle smile. "Comrade Shen, we meet again." Shen Ran raised her beautiful eyes. "Journalist Zhong, is there something you need?" He had said yesterday that he would develop the photos in a few days. Why did he come today? Shen Ran looked at his outfit again and couldn't help but smile. He was wearing a black suit and slick-back hair, as if attending a formal event. But in the hot weather, wasn't he uncomfortable in a suit? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Zhong Wenshu smiled and explained, "Actually, after I went home yesterday, I realized I was missing some parts of the interview, so I came back today to finish it." In reality, nothing was missing. The editor was very satisfied with his interview materials. But he was eager to see Shen Ran. So, he developed the photos overnight, took a day off, and came to find her today. Shen Ran nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Comrade Shen, you're here." The photos taken by reporter Zhong are all developed. Sun Jingfei walked over holding several photos, smiling foolishly, and said, "Look at these. Reporter Zhong took such good pictures of you. We all look like fools standing next to you." Shen Ran took a look and was stunned instantly. There were 5 photos in total. Besides her solo picture, all the group photos included her. She was smiling brightly in each one, looking very eye-catching. The others seemed to be just background. Even the big group photo was like that. Shen Ran had a strange feeling. She thought reporter Zhong might have taken the photos on purpose. Only a photographer would know how to best frame a shot. Why would he do that? Maybe because she was too beautiful and eye-catching, stealing all the attention in the photos? Haha, being pretty is also an advantage. Shen Ran felt happy and sincerely praised Zhong Wenshu. "Reporter Zhong, your photography skills are really impressive." Seeing her so happy, Zhong Wenshu also smiled slightly. "I enjoy taking photos in my free time. If I have time later, I can take some more pictures of you." Shen Ran's eyes lit up. That would be great. Having a friend who can take good photos is such a blessing. With Zhong Wenshu's skills, if he were in modern times, he would definitely be one of the best photographers. Zhong Wenshu's gentle gaze flickered. It seemed that Comrade Shen really liked taking photos. So he planned to switch to a better camera and take more beautiful pictures of her. Standing nearby, Sun Jingfei scratched his head. He felt that the way the reporter looked at Comrade Shen was a bit strange. Could it be that he has feelings for her? No way. Comrade Shen is married. He remembered that a few days ago, Comrade Shen and her spouse had come to the veterinary station. Since the reporter is so familiar with Comrade Shen, he should know she is married, right? Surely, he must have guessed wrong. He must not say this out loud, or the old man will definitely scold him. Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Shen Yunru changed into a white dress and left the house. The little white cat quickly finished the small fish snack in its mouth and quietly followed. Half an hour later, Shen Yunru arrived at Bai Man's house. Today, Bai Man was on her day off. Seeing her, she happily welcomed her inside. They held hands as they entered the room. The little white cat wagged its tail and jumped neatly onto the windowsill. When it saw them about to talk, it quickly pressed the button on the tiny recorder attached to its neck. In the room, Bai Man took out a green headscarf and handed it to Shen Yunru. "Yunru, look at this. I bought it yesterday after work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I think it's pretty. I'm giving it to you." A flicker of dislike crossed Shen Yunru's eyes, but she smiled and said, "Thank you. It's very pretty." Man, you're so kind to me." Bai Man smiled. "What are you thanking me for? We're friends. Last time, I even gave you a brand new floral dress." So, she gives a dress and only receives a cheap, ugly headscarf in return? What a stingy person. Shen Yunru rolled her eyes inwardly. If Bai Man weren't somewhat useful, she wouldn't bother to stay in touch. Thinking about her purpose for this visit, Shen Yunru deliberately sighed. Lately, nothing has been going well. Bai Man immediately asked with concern. "What's wrong, Yunru? Did something bother you?" Shen Yunru forced a smile. "What could bother me? You probably guessed it too." Bai Man raised her eyebrows. "Yunru, tell me. Is that nasty Shen Ran bullying you again? Shinyanru. It's not exactly bullying, just that a lot has happened. Shinyanru roughly recounted what had happened at home over the past couple of days. She also said that Shen Ran took a large sum of money from Shen's parents, totaling over 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Bai Man's eyes nearly popped out of her head with jealousy. That shameless woman actually has so much money. Are your parents really spoiling her like this? Shinyanru shook her head helplessly. There's no way around it. She's my biological sister after all. I can't compare. Darn it. So, what if she's a biological sister? She's just a country girl. How can your parents be so clueless? Bai Man wished she could rush to the Shin family to ask why they were so biased. What's more, your older brother isn't here. I remember he treats you well. If he were here, you wouldn't be so wronged. When mentioning her older brother, Shinyanru's worried expression eased a little. Yes, my brother is very busy with work. He often has to go on business trips. This time, he went abroad with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They said he was inviting foreign visitors to China, so he won't be back for a while. Oh my goodness. Your brother is so impressive, able to host foreign guests. Bai Man's face showed a hint of envy. Unfortunately, Shen Daeji's personality is too cold. Otherwise, she really wanted to pursue him. Compared to the cold Shinyanting, she prefers the tough soldier Qin Lai. When Yunru got married, she immediately liked Qin Lai. She even wanted Yunru to help introduce him, but Shen Ran, that shameless woman, got ahead and snatched him away. This was a big blow to her, and for the past 2 years, she had been at odds with Shen Ran. She hoped Qin Lai would divorce Shen Ran, so she could have a chance to get close to him. Yunru, last time you said you wanted to find a way to deal with Shen Ran. Have you thought of anything? I can't wait to get rid of that shameless woman. Bai Man's face twisted with hatred as she spoke of Shen Ran, wishing she could devour her alive. Shinyanru's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm here today for that very reason. In recent days, she had repeatedly suffered setbacks at Shen Ran's hands, and her frustration had grown even more intense. Her hatred for Shen Ran was deepening. She couldn't afford to slowly torment Shen Ran anymore. She wanted to take her down all at once. Ideally, she wanted Shen Ran to be ruined and live a life worse than death. In this era, the best way to ruin a woman is to turn her into a fallen woman. Shen Yunru hinted at such plans, but she didn't say them outright. She wasn't stupid either. What if Bai Man betrayed her and bit her? She would never leave any evidence behind. After hearing Shen Yunru's plan, Bai Man quickly understood her meaning. Good. That's a great idea. Bai Man's face twisted with excitement, her eyes shining as she said, that shameless woman Shen Ran has a pretty face, but she only uses it to charming Qin Lai. If someone ruins her body and face, Qin Lai will definitely dislike her. Then we'll see how proud she can be. Man, isn't that punishment a bit too harsh? Shen Yunru pretended to be concerned, but inside she was laughing happily. Haha, Shen Ran, just wait. When you become a woman despised by everyone, let's see how you still try to act proud in front of me. Yunru, you're just too kind. Shen Ran has treated you so badly, it's time she gets some lessons. Bai Man gritted her teeth and looked fierce. Shen Yunru hesitated a little. But Ziming is in the army. If he finds out I'm involved, he'll be angry. Bai Man waved her hand. No worries, I'll handle it. It won't involve you, don't worry. She happened to have a cousin in the black market who had many contacts. It wouldn't be hard to find some thugs. All right, be careful, Shen Yunru said, then took 30 yuan out of her pocket and handed it to her. Man, this is some money I asked my parents for. I hope it can help you. Of course, doing things costs money. Bai Man had previously given Shen Ran 100 yuan, and she didn't have much savings left. She was worried about where to get more money, but unexpectedly, Yunru had just solved her problem. Yunru, thank you. You're so good to me. Bai Man hugged her tightly, looking touched. Shen Yunru gently hugged her back. In a place she couldn't see, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Bai Man, you fool. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, if you take my money, I will make sure you regret it someday. Shen Ran was busy at the veterinary station today. Originally, there was only a pig farm in the countryside, but now there was also a new livestock farm. The farm mainly raised chickens, ducks, and geese. It had just moved in 2 or 3 days ago. Based on the recommendation of Director Zhang from the pig farm, the farm manager visited old Master Sun early in the morning at the veterinary station. In the morning, there was work to do at the farm, so old Master Sun took them directly to help, and they didn't even have time for lunch. Zhong Wenshu also went along. Originally, he just wanted to chat with Shen Ran. But once they arrived, it was too busy on site, so he helped out too. The group worked until after 5 p.m. before finishing. After a busy day, Shen Ran got on the bus home and immediately fell asleep. Zhong Wenshu wanted to talk to her, but seeing how tired she was, he didn't disturb her. Near Shen's house, he woke her up. "Comrade Shen, wake up, we're at the stop." "Oh, thank you. I'll get off now. See you next time." Shen Ran waved goodbye and quickly got off the bus. Watching her gradually walk away, Zhong Wenshu felt a bit sad. He had taken a day off today and didn't expect to not talk much with her. He could only wait for next time. Next time, he must seize the chance. At the Shen family dinner table, Father Shen looked at Shen Ran's seat. Seeing she hadn't come down to eat, he frowned and asked, "Where is that rebellious girl?" Mother Shen shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe she's still sleeping upstairs." Shinyanru's eyes flickered for a moment, and she deliberately stirred trouble. "Dad, Mom, you probably don't know. These days, Sister has been leaving early and coming home late, out all day." "What?" Father Shen's face darkened, and he stomped in anger. "This spoiled girl, she's married and still running around outside. What is she doing?" Just as he finished speaking, Shen Ran slowly walked in. Seeing her return, Father Shen glared and scolded. "Shen Ran, you're never at home. Tell me, where have you been sneaking off to?" Shen Ran was completely calm. She wiped her hands with a hot towel from the table and sat down leisurely. She said plainly, "I just went to work. If working is sneaking around, then Dad, you're also sneaking around." "Work?" Father Shen sneered. "You, a primary school dropout, what kind of job would want you?" Shen Ran didn't reply. Instead, she poured herself a bowl of pig liver soup. She hadn't drunk much water in the afternoon and was very thirsty. Seeing she didn't respond, Shinyan thought she was scared and chuckled softly. "Big sister, you should be honest. You can't tell lies, or you'll get struck by lightning." Shen Ran took a few sips of soup, then retorted, "If heaven has eyes, it would strike down the fake who stole someone else's place." Shinyanru's face stiffened, then she showed a look of grievance. Mother Shen was displeased and said, "Xiao Ran, can you speak more kindly? Your sister is only trying to help you. Besides, you're a girl who goes out all the time. Aren't you afraid others will gossip?" Before she finished, a work ID card was thrown at her face. It was Shen Ran who threw it. Mother Shen's anger flared. She was about to scold, but then she saw the words on the ID card. State Veterinary Station. Shen Ran. Intern employee. Her eyes widened in shock. It was real. That girl really found a job. Curious, Shen Yunru picked up the ID card. When she read the details, her face changed. No way. How could that worthless girl find a job? With her foolish mind, who would want her? Father Shen also saw it, and his anger eased a little. Finally, this rebellious daughter did something right. He didn't want his 2 daughters-in-law to stay at home all the time, as outsiders might mock them. But since they married well, he thought it was okay for them to stay and help the family later. However, Shen Ran, this unfilial girl, always annoyed him. He really couldn't stand it. Now that she had a job, she wouldn't be at home bothering him every day, and he would feel more relaxed. Still, he was a bit angry inside. "Shen Ran, if you found a job, why didn't you tell us? You made us worry," Shen Ran sneered. "You didn't ask, so why should I tell you? I didn't expect you, as parents, to think so badly of your own daughter." This made Father and Mother Shen blush with shame. They did misunderstand Shen Ran, but it was impossible for them to apologize. They couldn't bring themselves to admit they were wrong, mainly because Shen Ran was such an unfilial girl and not worth it. Father Shen said, "Enough, let's eat. With one sentence, he covered up his own problems. Shen Ran chuckled softly, but didn't pursue the matter further. She didn't expect them to apologize. Talking to such people was just a waste of breath. The most important thing in the world is food. When you're hungry, just focus on eating well. Shinyan bit her lip, feeling a bit unwilling. But thinking about what would happen to Shen Ran tomorrow, she couldn't help but feel happy. Let her be arrogant for one more day. Throughout the meal, Shen Yunyang ate quietly without saying a word. His backside still hurt, so he didn't dare to provoke that annoying Shen Ran again. After dinner, Shen Ran went back to her room on the second floor. As soon as she entered, she saw the little white cat pacing anxiously. Meow. Ran, you're finally back. That mean woman wants to hurt you. The little white cat jumped over, grabbing her pant leg and meowing loudly. Shen Ran said, "Don't worry, you've recorded it, right?" The little white cat nodded. "Yes, I recorded it." Shen Ran opened a can of fish for the cat and patted its head. "Eat nearby. I'll listen to the recording." Half an hour later, Shen Ran turned off the recorder, her eyes cold. "Good, Shen Yunru. Since you hired someone to deal with me, I'll give you a big gift in return." Manhwa, sure, there are so few people reading this book. Can someone come out and say hi, follow, and encourage updates? The struggling author really needs everyone's support. Thank you. Sending love. The next day, Shen Ran went downstairs for breakfast. Everyone except Shin Yunru had gone out. Seeing Shen Ran holding a bulky shoulder bag, Shin Yunru asked curiously, "Big sister, why is your bag so full? What's inside? Is it money?" "Don't ask so many questions." Shen Ran looked like she was on high alert, clutching her bag tightly. "Why would I tell you?" Seeing her nervous look, Shin Yunru's lips twitched. Could this fool really be carrying money with her? That was over 1,000 yuan. If she lost it, she'd have nowhere to cry. Shin Yunru tried to probe again. "Sister, it's better to leave valuables at home." Shen Ran snorted. "It's not safe to keep it at home. Don't even think about taking what's in my bag." Shin Yunru almost laughed out loud. As expected, Shin Ran really had money in her bag. That fool thought carrying it around was safer, not realizing she was walking right into danger. There was no way she would let all that money go to those troublemakers. Her eyes flickered with an idea. She would go out later and tell Bai Man about it. What? She really carries all the money with her? Bai Man was at work that day. When Shin Yunru came to find her, she was a little surprised. After hearing everything, Bai Man became very excited. "Yunru, are you sure about this?" Shin Yunru nodded. "I'm sure. She's very protective of that shoulder bag. I think she's carrying all the money." Bai Man's eyes lit up. "Then we can make a lot of money. I'll take some time off and ask my cousin to remind those guys again. When they get the money, we'll split it evenly. Over 1,000 yuan, one share for her cousin, one for the guys, and one for her and Yunru. Even after dividing it, she could still get 200 or 300 yuan. Shin Yunru said, "I'm just letting you know. Be careful. I don't want any of the money, you can keep it." Although she was tempted, she didn't want to get directly involved. If something went wrong, having the money would make her look guilty. "I can't believe you're willing to share the money with me." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Bai Man was touched, completely unaware that Shin Yunru was setting her up to take the blame. Seeing how cooperative she was, Shin Yunru left, satisfied. Feeling so pleased, she decided to visit the department store. She actually still had quite a bit of savings from her dowry and money given by her father and brother. But she never told anyone, not even her husband, Ziming. She didn't want anyone to know her true situation. A woman, she believed, could only live happily by pretending and showing weakness. At the suburban veterinary clinic, Shen Ran's internship work continued smoothly that day. After several days of practice, she had already learned most of the clinic's procedures and important details. She has a special talent for animals. Any creature under her care behaves like a well-behaved baby, obediently following her commands. Even Grandpa Sun, who has experienced many hardships over the years, can't help but admire her natural gift with animals. He feels it's a rare blessing from heaven, a gift few people have. He considers himself lucky to have met such an extraordinary person. When Sun Jingfei noticed Shen Ran coming to work, she was carrying a bulky army green shoulder bag. However, she had been at work all day and hadn't opened it once. Sometimes, she would glance at the bag with a complicated expression, which made Sun Jingfei curious and a bit anxious. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked aloud, "Ranjia, what's inside your bag? Why do you look so secretive?" After a few days of working together, Sun Jingfei started calling her by a more familiar name, dropping the formal Mississippi. He was a year younger than Shen Ran and thought calling her sister would help them get closer. Shen Ran smiled and asked, "Do you want to see?" He nodded eagerly. "Yes, I want to see." 2 minutes later, she emptied the contents of her bag. Inside, there was a bag of flour, 2 bottles of red chili water, a strange stick, a coil of rope, and something wrapped in newspaper. Sun Jingfei looked surprised and asked, "Ranjia, what are you carrying all this for?" "Self-defense," Shen Ran replied calmly. "I'm so pretty, and if I ever face danger, these are my tools to protect myself." He still looked confused. "Apart from the dagger, it seems like I can't see much use for the other things. Especially the flour and chili water. They're not edible." "Why do you carry them?" Shen Ran didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked him, "If you were surrounded by a few people, what would you do first?" Sun Jingfei raised his eyebrows. "Fight back, of course." "Break out," Shen Ran then asked. "And what if you were me? What would you do?" He scratched his head and shook his head. "I don't know. You're a woman and you're too weak. Forget fighting. You'd probably get beaten unconscious in no time." Shen Ran raised her beautiful eyebrows, a hint of a smile. She wasn't as helpless as he thought. Although her body was a bit weak, she remembered some martial arts and boxing techniques. She had been practicing every night for the past few days, and the results were quite noticeable. She couldn't handle too many people. 2 or 3 she could barely manage. Bai Man hated her so much that she probably had many followers. Alone, she had little chance of winning. That's why she prepared these things. Of course, she also thought about asking Sun Jingfei to take her home tonight. But you can't hide forever. Eventually, you'll be caught. Instead of enemies sneaking up behind her, she preferred to bring them out into the open. She planned a good show tonight and had to be the one to handle it herself. "You just said that if you were me and faced danger, you wouldn't know what to do, right?" Shen Ran looked at Sun Jingfei and continued, "With these things in front of me, I can escape from trouble." Sun Jingfei frowned. "I don't believe it. If a few grown men surrounded you, how would you escape?" Shen Ran smirked and said clearly, "Very simple. First, I'd throw flour in their faces. While they're confused, I'd spray chili water into their eyes and mouths. That would weaken their attack. If they still try to fight, I'd use this extendable stick to beat them up, then tie them up with a rope. I'm sure I could subdue them." Sun Jingfei. "Wow, it's so cold. What's going on?" Sun Jingfei felt a chill down his back. He never expected that the usually smiling Shen Ran could be so ruthless behind the scenes. If these tactics were used on him, he'd be either dead or seriously injured. It's terrifying, so frightening. Cough, cough. "Sister Ran, what's inside that newspaper package?" "You didn't mention it." Shen Ran. "Secret weapon?" "I can't tell you." Sun Jingfei's mouth twitched. She was still being mysterious. Sister Ran. "Actually, the city's security is pretty good. You probably won't run into any bad people." Shen Ran smiled slightly. "Don't worry. Soon, some careless troublemakers will come knocking." Sun Jingfei. At sunset, after work, Sun Jingfei took the initiative to speak. "Sister Ran, if you're really worried someone might hurt you, I can take you home." Although he felt Shen Ran was joking, girls sometimes worry about such things, so it's understandable. Sun Jingfei said, "I told my grandfather that I will take you home for now, so you don't have to be afraid." Hearing this, Shen Ran felt a little warm inside. Although Sun Jingfei often acts silly, he is really dependable when it matters. "No need, I can go alone." If Sun Jingfei were here, she wouldn't be able to act in that scene. Sun Jingfei thought she was shy, so he quickly said, "Ranjia, you are the hope of our veterinary station. As a colleague and friend, I must ensure your safety. Seeing his insistence, Shen Ran felt that if she didn't do something, he wouldn't give up.
Shen Ran said, I'm actually not as weak as you think.
How about we have a little fight? Sun Jingfei hurriedly waved his hands. No, I can't fight a woman. What if I hurt you? Before he finished, Shen Ran walked over, grabbed his arm, and threw him over her shoulder.
Bang!
Sun Jingfei fell to the ground, completely stunned. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Before he could react, Shen Ran grabbed her bag and left. Sun Jingfei lay on the ground, blinking in surprise. So, the clown was actually himself. About an hour later, Shen Ran got off the bus. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the bus stop to Shen's house. Usually, Shen Ran tried to take the main roads. But as soon as she got off, she noticed some disgusting, sticky looks from a few people. So she changed her route and headed into a small alley. Seeing her turn down another street, a young troublemaker who had been watching her got a bit anxious. Third brother, what should we do? That woman is walking that way. Third brother, whose real name is Husan, is a notorious tough guy in the black market. This time, he was hired by a friend, along with a few followers, to deal with a pretty woman named Shen Ran. At first, he didn't think much of it. Husan had seen all kinds of women, and no matter how pretty, they weren't special. But now, seeing her graceful figure, Husan got excited. She's changing to a small path. We don't need to bother trying to distract her. Let's just follow her. A woman as fair and beautiful as her must taste good. He definitely wanted to enjoy her. Seeing the mischievous smile on third brother's face, the other young men exchanged glances and all showed knowing, playful grins. Hee. After third brother finishes, they can also share in the fun. Shen Ran deliberately walked into a small alley. Her sharp senses told her that a few people were following her, even without looking back. After walking around for a while, she reached a dark, quiet alley. Finally, the followers couldn't hold back and stepped out.
Hey.
What do you want to do? The sudden appearance of a few troublemakers startled Shen Ran. She trembled and tightly clutched her bag. Her helpless look made Husan and the others feel mischievous. Husan chuckled and showed his yellow teeth, saying, Miss, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. Just listen to us and stay calm. The other young men looked like they were enjoying the show. Shen Ran pretended to be scared. Don't come closer. I will call for help. One troublemaker sneered. Go ahead. No one is around here. No one will come to help you no matter how loud you shout. Really? Shen Ran's voice was calm. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Husan's eyes lit up, about to say she should take off her clothes, when a young follower said, Third brother, let her give us the money first. Money is the most important. Oh, right. Seeing such a beautiful girl, I almost forgot about that. Husan said, Hand over your bag. Let's see if there's anything valuable inside. No. Shen Ran quickly hid her bag behind her. There are very important things inside. I can't give them to you. The others immediately guessed that the money was inside. Husan ordered his followers, Take the bag. Don't hurt her. He also wanted to tie her up and have some fun, so he couldn't let her get hurt so easily. Seeing two young troublemakers approaching, Shen Ran quickly said, Don't come closer. You just want that thing, right? Here, take it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she opened her bag and threw out something wrapped in newspaper. Everyone saw that her bag was messy and didn't see any money. This means the newspaper was hiding money. A young troublemaker's face lit up with joy. He quickly picked up the items on the ground and happily ran to Husan. Third brother, look. We got the money. Husan looked excited.
Quick.
Open it and see. He heard that the woman had over 1,000 yuan on her, which he couldn't earn in 10 years. It was enough for him to enjoy life for a long time. The troublemaker opened the newspaper and found another layer of newspaper inside. He grinned and said, This woman is pretty cautious, but unfortunately, she met us today. He then opened the second layer and found yet another layer of newspaper.
Wow. He looked at Husan.
Husan frowned and glared. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? The troublemaker nodded. Okay. He quickly opened the third layer, which was also wrapped in newspaper. Husan's brow furrowed. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw that the fifth layer was not newspaper anymore. It was a small metal box. San's face lit up with excitement. Everyone else looked at it eagerly. The troublemaker carefully opened the metal box lid. As soon as it was opened, a foul stench hit their noses. In the middle of the box was a lump of dark, smelly stuff. Shen Ran, thanks to Xiaobai for the contribution. With a loud clink, the metal box was flipped onto the ground. San suddenly exploded with anger. You darn woman! How dare you play me like this? Shen Ran chuckled, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Oops, sorry. I didn't expect you guys to rob a pile of poop. That's so funny, haraha. Trash. So you were pretending. San's face turned pale with rage. He pushed away his little follower and walked toward Shen Ran. I'm going to catch you and give you a good beating, make you kneel and beg for mercy. He reached out his hand, ready to grab Shen Ran's neck. Shen Ran's eyes turned cold. She threw some flour from her hand directly into San's face. Cough, cough. What is this stuff? San waved his hands vigorously, trying to clear the flour from his eyes. Just as he was about to order his followers to act, Shen Ran immediately took out chili water and sprayed it directly into his eyes. Ah, the spicy chili water flooded into his eyes. San felt like his whole body was about to burn, and the pain was tearing him apart. The other young troublemakers saw this and were all scared. Taking advantage of their distraction, Shen Ran quickly threw flour into their faces. By the time they reacted, their faces were covered in flour, and everything looked gray and blurry. Shen Ran then sprayed chili water on their faces. Several of the troublemakers yelled and covered their faces from the burning sensation. Let me show you my dog-beating stick technique. While everyone was confused, Shen Ran took out a telescopic baton and started hitting them hard. She knew how to hit people effectively, aiming at their sensitive spots. Soon, 5 or 6 troublemakers fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Shen Ran quickly tied their hands and feet with ropes. Not satisfied yet, she used her baton to hit their faces again. Please stop hitting us. Let me go. Sorry, comrade. We won't dare to do it again. They kept begging for mercy. Shen Ran's face was cold, and she kept hitting. Fortunately, she was prepared, and these people underestimated her. Otherwise, she might not have been able to control them. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been harmed long ago. Judging by how experienced these troublemakers looked, they must have done many bad things. She absolutely couldn't let them go. At the end of the street, at Editor Zhang's house. Editor Zhang was having dinner with his wife, Aunt He. A green parrot kept jumping onto his head and then onto Aunt He's clothes, very lively. All right, eat your dinner, stop jumping around. Editor Zhang grabbed the little bird and put it back into its cage. The cage had a bowl with some coarse rice inside. The green parrot didn't even look at it and spread its wings to fly out. Aunt He smiled and said, "This little thing is so picky, it went out to find food again." Editor Zhang said, "Forget it. When night falls, it will come back on its own." As soon as he finished speaking, the green parrot suddenly flew back loudly shouting, "Ran Ran is dead. Ran Ran is dead." What? Both Editor Zhang and Aunt He looked shocked. They both stood up and rushed outside. As I arrived outside the door, I saw a familiar figure lying there. Oh my goodness, it's Miss Ran. She can't really be dead. Aunt He exclaimed in shock. Actually, they weren't very familiar with Shen Ran before. A few days ago, she fainted in a small alley due to low blood sugar, and Shen Ran was the one who saved her. After learning more about her, they found that she was completely different from the rough and selfish image in rumors. She was quite likable. Now, seeing her lying at their door, Aunt He was both surprised and scared, trembling with fear. Don't listen to Xiao Lu's nonsense. Don't worry, I'll check her. Editor Zhang comforted his wife, then squatted down to check Shen Ran's breathing. His tense expression eased immediately. She's still breathing. She probably just fainted. Quickly, let's carry her inside. They just placed Shen Ran on the bed and were discussing whether to call a doctor when she slowly woke up. Where am I? She asked softly. Rand, you're awake. And he was overjoyed and rushed over. Do you know you almost scared me to death just now? Editor Zhang stood by the bed, looking concerned. Girl, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Why did you faint at our door? Hearing this, Shen Ran's face suddenly changed drastically.
Quick.
Uncle Zhang, call the police. Just now, some troublemakers in the alley tried to rob me. I fought hard and managed to escape. Please report it to the police so they can catch them.
What?
There are such wrongdoers in broad daylight. I'll go to the police station right now. Editor Zhang was a man of integrity and couldn't stand such things happening. He immediately rode his bicycle quickly toward the police station. 1 hour later, at the police station, looking at the group of troublemakers tied up like gored babies, with bruised faces, the police officers couldn't help but smirk. Repeat after me, who beat you up so badly? It was her. That wicked girl. Husan pointed at Shen Ran with anger, eager to rush over and tear her apart. The other troublemakers also glared at Shen Ran with fierce eyes. Shen Ran was a bit scared and hid behind Aunt He, the women's director of the street office. She had seen all kinds of trouble before. Aunt He immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Ran, crossing her arms and loudly scolding. Bah! You bunch of little jerk, full of bad intentions, always causing trouble, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Even if Shen Ran did hit you, she did it to protect the people. Editor Zhang nodded vigorously. Yes, my wife is right. These people are lying. Comrades from the police, you must not let them go. He had just gone to the police station to report the incident and took the officers to bring the troublemakers back. Soon after, his wife came with Shen Ran to give a statement. But as soon as they appeared, the troublemakers started shouting, claiming Shen Ran was the one who hit them. How is that possible? Shen Ran was a weak girl with no strength at all. How could she fight off several troublemakers? It was obvious they were trying to shift blame and falsely accuse her. Suddenly, the police officer took out several items from a military green bag. Police officer. Comrade Shen, we found these things at the scene. The suspects say they belong to you. Is that true? Shen Ran. Yes, they are mine, the police officer continued, and the troublemakers just now said you hit them. Is that correct? Shen Ran nodded. Yes. Everyone looked surprised. They didn't expect her to admit it. Editor Zhang and Aunt He exchanged glances, realizing that Shen Ran was indeed the one who fought them. She fought well, very skillfully. It was because those troublemakers had bad intentions. The police officer then asked Shen Ran, Comrade Shen, how did you manage to subdue all of them? Everyone's eyes turned to her, curious about how a weak woman could handle 6 people at once. Shen Ran looked a bit embarrassed and hesitated before speaking. Well, I saw a news story in the newspaper about a young woman who was attacked and killed while walking at night. Recently, I found a job and I get off work close to dark every day. I remember the incident from the newspaper and felt a little scared, so I prepared some self-defense tools to carry with me. I didn't expect to meet this group of troublemakers tonight. I was so scared that I lost control. I threw flour at their faces and sprayed chili water on them. Then I used a homemade extendable stick to hit them randomly. After tying them up, I quickly ran away. Luckily, nearby was Editor Zhang's house. I ran until I was exhausted and fainted at their door. It was Editor Zhang and Aunt He who saved me. After hearing her story, everyone was silent. That girl really got lucky by chance. She hit the target by accident. Luckily, she is brave. If it had been an ordinary woman, she probably would have been scared to death. All of this is the fault of those bad little troublemakers. Aunt He was so angry she kicked one of the troublemakers. Stupid kid, trying to hit on that girl. You're really asking for trouble. She's a military family member. Her husband is a company commander. You'll regret this. When they heard that, the troublemakers' faces changed immediately. If they had known her background earlier, they wouldn't have done this. Now, their main goal is to clear their names. They all started making excuses. Police officers, we didn't do anything to her. We just talked to her briefly. Yeah, she's fine. We got hurt instead with bruises all over. Police officers, you can't just believe her. We're the real victims. Shut up. We know what you're like. The police officer glared at them. Several of these troublemakers were regular visitors to the police station. They used to do minor illegal things, get detained for 10 or 15 days, then be released. But now, they dared to bully a military family member. Do they think the police don't care? Shen Ran's eyes flashed. She deliberately added fuel to the fire. Police officers, these people blocked my way and said many disgusting things. If I hadn't fought back, I might have been harmed. I suspect they planned this. As soon as I got off the bus, they started watching me. Someone must have sent them. Hearing this, Husan and the others looked panicked. Their expressions showed they had a problem. And he was furious and quickly said, "Police officers, you must interrogate these troublemakers carefully and make them tell who the mastermind is." The police officer looked serious and said, "Don't worry, we will punish them severely." Under the officer's stern gaze, Husan and the others trembled as they were taken to the interrogation room. Within half an hour, they confessed. The police officer said, Husan said he has a good friend named Li Ming. Li Ming has a cousin who doesn't get along with Comrade Shen, so he asked some people to bother Comrade Shen. Then the officer looked at Shen Ran and asked, "Comrade Shen, do you know Li Ming and his cousin?" "I don't know Li Ming." "May I ask what her cousin's name is?" Shen Ran asked deliberately. The officer shook his head. "They don't know her exact name, but I think her surname is Bai." Shen Ran suddenly understood. "I know who that is. It should be Bai Man, who is my sister's close friend. I really don't get along with Bai Man. She always falsely accuses me of bullying her and my sister, but actually, it's my sister who bullies me." "Your sister?" The officer frowned. And he, who was nearby, interrupted, "Her sister's name is Shinyan. She and Ran have been switched at birth since they were little and were raised as if they were real daughters by the Shin family for over 10 years. Poor Ran was lost in a small mountain village for 18 years before being found. But the Shin family didn't like her at all, as the women's director of the neighborhood committee, and he was very nosy and knew about everyone's affairs. At first, she didn't know Shen Ran's character and thought the Shin family didn't like her because she was difficult, so she blamed herself. Now, thinking carefully, she suspected there might be some hidden secrets. Hearing Aunt He say this, the police officer also seemed to consider a possibility. He asked, "Comrade Shen, how is your relationship with your sister?" Shen Ran smiled bitterly. "Not very good. After all, she took up 18 years of my life, and my family favors her. How could our relationship be good?" Hearing this, everyone present showed a hint of sympathy. It made sense if their lives had been taken over by someone else and they suffered outside, they would probably feel resentful too. "Comrade Shen, have you had any conflicts with your sister recently?" the officer asked in a much gentler tone. Shen Ran shook her head. "No conflicts, but a few days ago I asked my parents for some money and my sister was there at the time." The officer asked, "How much money?" Shen Ran. "It's over 1,000 yuan. After my sister got married, my dad and brother often used their salaries to support her. After learning about this, I felt it was unfair. I argued loudly with my parents, and only then did they agree to give me the money." Everyone present. The Shin family is really strange. They don't love their own daughter, but go out of their way to support an adopted daughter. That's over 1,000 yuan. Some people might never save that much in their whole life. Suddenly, Shen Ran hesitated and said, "I just remembered something. Today, when those troublemakers stopped me, they said I had to give them the money." Hearing this, everyone understood what was going on. It's clear that Shinyan, the adopted daughter, was jealous of Shen Ran having so much money. She probably encouraged her close friend Bai Man to cause trouble for Shen Ran and then steal the money. And he was angry and said that Shinyan is really not a good person. She's taken so much and still treats Shen Ran badly. She's truly ungrateful. "Officer, I suggest you catch Shinyan and her friends and put them in jail." Shen Ran silently nodded in approval of Aunt He. She deliberately fell at Aunt He's door to let her say some things. Some truths might get twisted if she said them herself, but others might not. Plus, Aunt He is the women's director at the street office. Once she spreads the story, whether or not Shinyan is involved, her reputation will be affected. It's a perfect plan, double benefit. Hehe Beijing City, Shen family. Shen's father and others had finished dinner and were sitting in the living room chatting. Shen's father looked outside with some dissatisfaction. It's already dark, and Shen Ran still hasn't come back. I wonder where she's gone, Shen's mother frowned. Could something have happened to her? She wasn't worried about Shen Ran herself, but she was afraid Shen Ran might cause trouble outside and bring trouble to the family. Shen Yunru's lips curled slightly, pretending to advise. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Sister is grown up. She'll come back. She might come back, but whether she returns safely or intact is another matter. White man's person probably already confronted Shen Ran. Thinking of that mean person being badly punished, she feels happy inside. At this moment, 2 police officers in uniform walk into the room. Seeing them, Shen Yunru's eyes light up with joy. It must mean things are settled, or else the police wouldn't come here. Shen's father quickly stands up, looking confused. Police officers, is there something you need? The officers glance at everyone, then focus on Shen Yunru. Are you Shen Yunru, the adopted daughter of the Shen family? Shen Yunru's smile pauses. What's going on? Why are they asking like that? Yes, she is Shen Yunru, my adopted daughter. Shen's mother nervously stands up. That's right. The officer looks serious. Shen Yunru, please come with us. Shen Yunru suddenly panics. Dad. Mom. Wait, police officers. Shen's mother looks anxious. Are you sure you've got the wrong person? I have a daughter named Shen Ran. You should be looking for her. Shen's father nods. Yes, Shen Ran is very disobedient and often causes trouble outside. You should go find her. Hearing this, the officers look uncomfortable. They had heard about Shen Ran's family situation at the police station. At first, they couldn't believe it. Parents usually wouldn't be so biased. But now, they've seen it for themselves. One officer can't help but speak up. Parents, you're really funny. Shen Ran hasn't come back late at night, and you're not worried? Instead, you're criticizing her. Shen's father frowns angry. Officers, is Shen Ran saying bad things about us in front of you? She lies all the time and likes to spread rumors. Tell me where she is, I will go find her and settle this. She is at the police station now. Since you're family, you can come with us. The officer who spoke earlier looks coldly at Shen Yunru. As for you, Shen Yunru, you are suspected of robbery. Please come with us to assist with the investigation. What? Note. All explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall tone has been simplified. Shen's father and mother looked shocked. They both looked at Shen Yunru, who is already pale. Yunru, what exactly happened? Please tell me. Shen's father was furious, nearly glaring with anger. He hated anyone damaging the Shen family's reputation, even if it was his daughter, who had already married. Dad, it's not me. I don't know what happened. Shen Yunru shook her head, her eyes already red. The 2 police officers lost patience. One of them spoke. Enough. If there's a problem, go to the police station. Let's go now. Shen Yunru clenched her teeth and nodded. Okay. That fool, by man, is good at causing trouble but not fixing it. No matter what, she absolutely cannot admit to this. At the police station, Chief Zhang and Aunt He hadn't left yet. Shen Ran said she didn't want to trouble them, but Aunt He insisted on staying. You saved my life. I must protect you. Whatever happens when your parents and sister come, I'll speak up for you. I won't let them bully you. Hearing this, Shen Ran felt a little touched. She had only helped Aunt He once, but she kept it in her heart and wanted to repay her kindness. Meanwhile, the Shen family members wished she would just disappear. It's true what they say. True family isn't always decided by blood. Sometimes, a stranger can be more caring than a family member. Just then, there was a commotion outside the police station. Soon, 2 police officers brought Shen's father, mother, and Yunru inside. On the way, Shen's father had already asked the officers about the situation. So, as he entered, he hurriedly approached Shen Ran with a worried look. People who didn't know better might think he was concerned about his daughter. But his first words were, Shen Ran, why do you always have to fight with your sister? This has nothing to do with her. Why did you let the police come and arrest her? When he said this, everyone present was speechless. Is this even human language? His own daughter nearly got hurt, and the father didn't show any concern, but instead questioned her. And he immediately retorted, I ask you, old Shen's family, is Rand really your biological daughter? You come here and scold her without knowing the facts. Is this how a father should behave? Editor Zhang also spoke up, Old Shen, I think you're usually quite smart. Why are you so confused about this matter? Seeing Aunt He and Editor Zhang, Shen's face darkened further. Stupid girl, it's just a small matter, but you've made it known to everyone. You've brought shame to the Shen family. Small matter, Ran sneered coldly, her voice icy. I was attacked by 6 thugs. They not only tried to rob me, but also said they wanted to bully me, ruining my reputation. Do you know how dangerous I was today? If I hadn't escaped cleverly, I might be in the hospital now. So, in your eyes, this is just a small matter? Do you think those thugs aren't cruel enough? Are you satisfied only if they really kill me? Shen's father suddenly fell silent. Comrade Shen Tai, this is the police station. Please watch your words. The senior officer, looking grim, continued, Ran is now a victim. As police, we have the right to arrest the suspects. No one has the authority to interfere with the investigation. This was a rebuttal to Shen's father's earlier comment about the police arresting Shinyan. Shen's father blushed and his neck reddened, but didn't dare to argue out of respect for the police officer's authority. Shen's mother came over, worried, and advised, Old Shen, say less. Let's hear what the police have to say first. Shen's father snorted through his nose and said no more. Shinyan clenched her teeth. Darn it, aren't her parents supposed to love her? Why aren't they defending her more? The senior officer's gaze also turned to her, his face stern as he asked, Comrade Shinyan, you should understand the situation. Bai Man is your friend. Did you encourage her to do this? Shinyanru's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She quickly shook her head. No, officer. I didn't know about this. I didn't do it. Anyway, she had no evidence, and she would never admit it. The officer asked again, then how do you explain how those thugs knew that Shen Ran had money? Father and Mother Shen looked at Shinyan with surprise and disbelief. Earlier, on the way here, Shinyan repeatedly assured them that she had nothing to do with this matter. Compared to Shen Ran, they trusted Shinyan, their adopted daughter, more. That's why Father Shen was so angry. He thought Shen Ran was being unreasonable and deliberately involving Yanru. But now, what did they hear? Without a doubt, it was that Yanru told Bai Man about Shen Ran having money, which made Bai Man greedy, leading her to cause trouble for Shen Ran. Mother Shen shook her head in disappointment. Yanru, I am so disappointed in you. Shinyan cried and shook her head. Mom, I didn't mean to. I just mentioned it by accident. I didn't think Bai Man would listen. And he sneered coldly. You say it was an accident? A girl full of bad intentions. I really underestimated you. And he has worked at the street office for many years and has seen all kinds of people. She could see through Shinyanru's fake acting immediately. No wonder Shen Ran has such a bad reputation outside. It's probably all Shinyanru's doing. Thinking of this, and he looked at Shen Ran with more sympathy. Ran, don't worry. With me here, no one can bully you. Shen Ran nodded gratefully. Thank you, Andy. I feel you're even better than my parents. Mother Shen's face turned red with embarrassment at her words. She was Shen Ran's real mother, but being compared to an outsider made her feel uncomfortable. Compared to Mother Shen's slight guilt, Father Shen only felt ashamed and embarrassed. He glared at Shen Ran angrily. You little brat, what are you saying outside? Police officer, I truly didn't mean for this to happen. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have told Bai Man no matter what. Shinyan spoke sincerely, shifting all the blame onto Bai Man. Just then, a noisy group of people arrived at the police station. It was Bai Man and her cousin Li Ming's family. Li Ming had always been a carefree troublemaker. His family was anxious and trying to gather money to buy him a job at a factory. But they only managed to gather 300 yuan. Just as they were about to give up, Li Ming suddenly said he found a good opportunity and would have a few hundred yuan in a few days. The family was very happy when they heard the news, especially after learning that Bai Man was the one who made it happen. They invited Bai Man and her family to a state-run restaurant for dinner. The police officers went to Bai Man's house but couldn't find anyone. After asking several families, they finally traced the case to the state-run restaurant. This caused some delay. Because Li Ming and Bai Man were suspects in the crime, and their case was more serious than Shinyanru's, the police didn't share this information. Besides Li Ming and Bai Man, others thought the police had caught the wrong people and kept protesting loudly. Finally, they arrived at the police station. When they heard the officers explain the situation, both families were stunned. Li Ming and Bai Man looked terrified, their faces pale and trembling. They learned that Bai Man had encouraged Li Ming to find some troublemakers to ruin Shen Ran. Li Ming's mother suddenly lost her temper. She rushed at Bai Man, grabbed her hair, and started hitting her hard. "You little brat, you shameless girl, you've ruined my son. I will beat you to death. Beat you to death." The slaps echoed loudly through the hall. Bai Man was beaten like a stray dog, her face swollen and blood dripping from her lips. Her family watched nervously, but didn't dare to step in to stop the fight. Eventually, 2 police officers separated them. Li Ming's mother kept struggling and shouting, "Why are you stopping me? She caused my son to go to jail. My son's bright future is ruined." "Bah," and he spat. "Don't you know what kind of person your son is? You really think a pie will fall from the sky? Who can earn hundreds of yuan overnight? Your family didn't doubt it at all, and even went out to celebrate. In my opinion, they knew all along. They were just pretending not to know." Most people present agreed with her words. Because Li Ming's mother was too emotional, the police officers had to take her family to the interrogation room. Only Bai Man's family, Shen Ran, Shinyanru, and Shen's parents remained on the scene. Now that everyone was here, they could face each other directly. The police officer looked sternly at the disheveled Bai Man and asked, "Comrade Bai Man, did you plan this? Did Shinyanru participate?" Bai Man wiped the blood from her lips and glared at Shen Ran with clenched teeth. "I can't stand Shen Ran, that shameless person. I wanted her money, so I encouraged my cousin to deal with her." Shen Ran couldn't help but laugh. TSK, even now, Bai Man still wants to protect Shinyanru. It seems she truly considers Shinyanru her friend. But unfortunately, Shinyanru is bound to let her down. Hearing Bai Man's answer, Shinyanru's tense face relaxed a bit. Luckily, Bai Man, this fool, still has a sense of loyalty and didn't betray her. Now, she needs to leave the police station quickly. Being here makes her feel suffocated. Shinyanru. "Officer, you heard everything. I said I am innocent. Can I leave now?" Bai Man's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly lifted, and a look of hurt flashed across her face. Although Shinyanru didn't really get involved in this matter, if she hadn't approached her and said some vague things, she wouldn't have had these thoughts. And, in fact, she only went after Shen Ran to stand up for her. Even today, after being slapped and beaten by her aunt at the police station, she kept her promise and didn't betray her. But now she wants to leave quickly, with no intention of helping her. At this moment, Bai Man felt regret and coldness in her heart. She realized Shinyanru wasn't as wonderful as she thought. Maybe she was wrong about her? "Officer, now that everything is clear, can our family leave?" Shinyan's father, with a dark face, looked a lot calmer. He had been worried that Shinyanru was involved in this, but since Bai Man denied it, it should be fine. Just as the officer was about to speak, Shen Ran immediately said, "I think this needs further investigation." She wouldn't let Shinyanru off so easily. She still had more tricks up her sleeve. She didn't want to reveal them now, just to let everyone see Shinyanru's stubborn refusal to admit guilt. And Shinyanru and Bai Man, this fake sisterhood, should soon face a showdown. Shen Ran looked at Bai Man's family and said coldly, "You saw it just now. Your daughter, Bai Man, encouraged others to try to ruin me. My husband is in the military, and insulting military family members has serious consequences. It will definitely affect your white family. Are you sure you're just going to watch your daughter admit guilt without revealing who is behind this? It would be better if she went to jail, but you have another son. Do you really want to see his future ruined too?" Hearing this, the white parents, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, all became anxious. They are very traditional and value boys more, so when they saw that Bai Man was of little value, they decided to give up on her. But they couldn't give up on their son. He's the backbone of the family, and they can't let anything happen to him. Mother White immediately stepped forward and slapped Bai Man. You brat, if you want to die, we won't stop you. But you also need to think about your brother. Quickly tell the police if someone is instructing you. Yes, sister, you used to care about me so much. You wouldn't really want me to have no future, right? Bai Man's younger brother looked worried and sad. He is about to graduate from high school. If this incident affects him, he might not even find a job. Bai Man didn't react to her mother's slap, but when she saw her brother's anxious face, she suddenly felt a little upset. She has loved this brother since childhood and was often reminded by her parents to help him in the future. If her brother's future is ruined because of her, she would definitely regret it. Between her good friend and her younger brother, Bai Man finally chose her brother. Moreover, just now, Shinyan's actions had made her feel cold inside. Bai Man looked at the police officer and loudly said, "Officer, I lied just now. Actually, Shinyan encouraged me." She kept saying her parents favored Shen Ran and even revealed that Shen Ran had a lot of money. When I said I wanted to ruin Shen Ran, she didn't stop me. So, Shinyan definitely participated in this. She is the mastermind. Shinyan had been feeling proud of escaping blame just a second ago, but when she heard this, she exploded. However, she held back. She skillfully took a handkerchief out of her pocket. Tears immediately fell from Shinyan's eyes. Sniff, sniff, man. Why did you say that? I treat you well, consider you a good friend, often give you things, and yet you lie and slander me. White Man clenched her teeth and said, I don't need to lie. What I said is the truth. Shinyan suddenly cried out. The truth? You need to provide evidence for that. You can't just accuse me with your words alone. That would be so unfair. And clearly it's because you're jealous that Shen Ran married well and want to steal her husband, the team leader. That's why you often oppose her. It has nothing to do with me. White Man's face turned pale, speechless, and unable to defend herself. Now she finally realized that Shinyan was not as simple as she seemed. She is a hypocrite. She smiles when she needs her, but when she's in trouble, she immediately shifts the blame. Shinyan, you are so terrible. White Man was so angry she clenched her teeth and wished she could rush forward and tear her apart, but she was stopped. Shinyan continued to add fuel to the fire. Comrade police, look. White Man's emotions are unstable, and she talks incoherently. Do you really believe her testimony? This made some sense, and the police officers seemed to be considering it. At that moment, a young police officer strode into the room. Captain Zhang, we just received an anonymous tip. It included a small tape recorder with a recording inside. I think this recording might help with your investigation. Shen Ran, who was watching eagerly, brightened her eyes. Oh wow. The main event is here. The tape recorder? Everyone was stunned. Electronics are very valuable these days, especially a rare device like a tape recorder. No one expected a righteous person to be willing to come forward and report. If it can help with the case, that's perfect. Captain Zhang, the veteran police officer, quickly said, Hurry, open the recorder and let's listen. Yes, the young police officer nodded. When they turned on the recorder, a familiar voice came out. Hey, things haven't been going well lately. Shinyan's pupils suddenly shrank. This is her voice. How is that possible? When she visited White Man's house to chat, her house was clearly empty. What's wrong, Yanru? Is something bothering you? Suddenly, Bai Man's voice came from the recorder. At the scene, Bai Man looked up with a tired face, also confused. That day, she was home alone on her day off, and everyone else had gone out. How could someone have recorded her conversation with Shinyan? Everyone's eyes shifted between Shinyan and Bai Man, feeling surprised. The voices were theirs. Maybe someone was holding a tape recorder and happened to pass by the Bai family, accidentally recording a conversation? No matter what, with the evidence in front of them, they decided to listen and find out what was really going on. Yanru, tell me, did that mean girl Shen Ran bully you again? It's not exactly bullying, just a lot of things happened. That girl has so much money. Are your parents really spoiling her like that? There's nothing I can do. She's my biological sister, and I can't compete. The recorder kept playing. The more they listened, the more speechless everyone became. Shinyanru's scheming is really deep. Anyone could see that the Shen family favored her, but she deliberately said the opposite to gain Bai Man's sympathy and make her feel she was standing up for her. Bai Man is also naive. A few words are enough to make her angry, almost wanting to tear Shen Ran apart. Could it really be true, as Shinyanru said, that Bai Man hated Shen Ran because she was jealous of Shen Ran's military officer husband? If that's true, Bai Man is trying to ruin a marriage, which is a serious crime. Several police officers shot sharp looks at her. Bai Man trembled all over and lowered her head even more. Shen Yunru's parents' faces had turned completely black. They never expected that their obedient and well-behaved adopted daughter would slander them outside. No one knew better than them how much they loved her, despite her favoritism, and how they completely ignored their biological daughter. But now, that familial love felt like a sharp knife stabbing into their hearts. At this moment, Shen Yunru's face looked so unfamiliar. It was frightening. After listening to all the recordings, the scene fell into silence for a while. Everyone isn't as naive as Bai Man. Shen Yunru's subtle words are actually guiding Bai Man to commit a crime. So, Shen Yunru is the mastermind. She previously refused to admit it and shifted all the blame onto Bai Man, crying so pitifully with a handkerchief in her hand. She was just acting. I didn't expect such a soft and beautiful face to hide a heart so cruel. The police officer looked serious and glared at Shen Yunru, speaking in a deep voice. Comrade Shen Yunru, do you have anything to say? At this moment, Shen Yunru's face was pale and she collapsed to the ground. Hearing the officer's question, she still stubbornly said, "Officer, I didn't mean to do it. I only complained a little in front of Bai Man. I really didn't think she would do such things. And didn't you hear? I already warned Bai Man, but she refused to listen and insisted on doing her own thing. It's not my fault. Shameless. Even now, you're still arguing. You're so hateful." Bai Man was so angry her head almost seemed to smoke. The crowd holding her back deliberately loosened their grip, and she immediately rushed forward, claws out, trying to scratch Shen Yunru's face. She scratched once. Blood immediately appeared on Shen Yunru's face. It hurt so badly that her face felt hot. Shen Yunru was instantly furious. She already resented Bai Man for involving her, and now she dared to hit her. Shen Yunru decided to fight back, slapping Bai Man across the face. "You're the real villain. Your whole family is terrible. Shen Ran was right. You're just a dog around me. You come at my signal. Do you think I enjoy being friends with you? You're as stupid as a pig, and your pig face makes me sick to look at. Shen Yunru, I will kill you." Bai Man was so provoked by her words that she turned red with anger and started scratching her face wildly. Shen Yunru didn't back down either, grabbing her hair and tearing hard, even pulling a chunk of her scalp. It hurts so much. "Shen Yunru, you villain. Bai Man. Pig-headed. Stupid." The two were wildly fighting, neither giving in, fighting fiercely. The crowd watching, including the police officer, didn't step in to stop them. These two women are quite troublesome and deserve their punishment. Let them fight each other. After all, no one will get seriously hurt. Shen Ran casually took out a bag of sunflower seeds, cracking and eating them while happily watching the scene. Oh, her gift for Shen Yunru was really wonderful. Yes, the anonymous justice person who reported her was actually her. Earlier, the little white cat followed Shen Yunru and recorded Shen Yunru plotting with Bai Man using a tiny recorder worn around her neck. She specially found an old radio in her space and recorded the conversation by cutting out the beginning and end. Then she wrote a short anonymous tip letter by hand, attached the recorder, and quietly dropped it into the mailbox this morning. According to the delivery schedule, it will reach the police station tonight, revealing the truth. Shen Ran, thanks to the delivery guy for being on time. Seeing Shen Yunru arguing and shouting like a shrew, Shen Ran shook her head with a sigh. Where's the gentle and kind hostess image she promised? Once exposed, she's crazier than a mad dog. Shen Ran handed some sunflower seeds to Aunt He and deliberately said loudly, "Auntie, here, have some seeds. I have a question for you. My parents used to scold me, saying I'm less filial than Shinyan and that I'm rude and unrefined. Do you think that's true?" And he spat out the seeds she was eating and said, "No way. Your parents are blind. They mistake a treacherous wolf for a treasure. Don't listen to them. If they don't like you, come stay with me. I don't have a daughter, so I promise to spoil only you." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Shin father and Shin mother looked more miserable than if they had eaten something bitter. They felt bad, but Shen Ran was happy. Today's victory was so satisfying, it was better than drinking a cold soda. "No need, Auntie. Although my parents are not very kind, they wouldn't make things difficult for me at this critical time." Shen's father and mother indeed didn't make things hard for her. They were both very angry with Shinyan and went straight to their rooms without saying a word to Shen Ran. If it had been before, they would have scolded her at length. Shen Ran felt relaxed and happy. She closed her door, entered her space, and cuddled her little white cat, petting it wildly. Little white, I'm so happy today. Meow meow meow, Ran, be gentle. This kitty's fur is about to be pulled out." The proud little creature, while complaining, lay on the ground showing its belly for her to pet. "I just washed my white fur today, and I smell so nice everywhere. Let you pet me for a few more minutes, humph." Shen Ran smiled happily. "Okay, today you're the hero. I'll reward you with some delicious food." The little white cat's big, round eyes sparkled with surprise, and its fluffy head nodded proudly. "Then let's add 10 more minutes so you can pet me enough." "Haha, okay." After saying that, Shen Ran increased her petting strength, fully enjoying the fun of cuddling her cat. After playing with the little white cat for a while and giving it some snacks, Shen Ran was ready to have dinner. Tonight, she was so happy she decided to eat a big meal. The space robot, Xiao Fun, had already prepared a table full of seafood feast. King crabs, Boston lobsters, Dorado oysters, Japanese abalone, conchs, small yellow croakers, and more. A variety of seafood filled the entire table, dazzling to look at. Shen Ran opened a can of chilled cola, drinking happily while enjoying her meal. So satisfying. After dinner, Shen Ran took a walk around her space twice, then went to the study to study. This was a must-do every night. Learning is like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you fall back. In half a year, she would take the college entrance exam, so she needed to master the knowledge of middle and high school from this era quickly. After spending 2 hours in the study, Shen Ran went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Tonight was a bit late, so she decided not to go to the gym for boxing practice. She would practice more tomorrow. After taking a shower, Shen Ran left her space. It was already 11 p.m. The night breeze was blowing gently, cool air coming in through the window. Along with it, there was the constant buzzing of tireless crickets and mosquitoes. Shen Ran moved her mind, using her thoughts to make these little creatures leave. Soon, all the annoying sounds around her disappeared. Shen Ran sat on the edge of the bed and did a skincare routine on her pretty face. Looking at herself in the mirror, no matter how many times she looked, Shen Ran still marveled. She actually had such a naturally beautiful face. Oh, if only she could split into a man. Then she could marry herself, and it wouldn't be a loss at all. Suddenly, Shen Ran remembered her cheap military officer husband, Qin Lai. She didn't know how his mission was going, or when he would return. When he came back, he would probably rush to ask for a divorce again. Getting divorced might be for the best, so she wouldn't have to be disliked by him all the time. Meanwhile, deep in a mountain forest, inside a cave, a pile of firewood crackled as it burned. A tall man with a scarred face and sharp eyebrows was silently roasting a sweet potato.
Ashu.
Suddenly, he couldn't help but sneeze. Next to him, Zhang Wen quickly asked, "Boss, are you okay? Did you catch a cold?" "I'm fine." Qin Lai shook his head indifferently. Chun Song picked up a roasted sweet potato, eating and smiling as he said, "There's a saying back home that if you suddenly sneeze, Someone is thinking of you. Boss, maybe your wife-in-law is thinking of you, hee. Chen Lai's cold eyes narrowed, and his gaze shot like a blade at Chen Song. Chen Song immediately stopped smiling and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, boss, I was wrong. Chen Lai's voice was cold. Tomorrow morning, run 10 laps around the forest. Chen Song's face showed a painfully fake smile. Boss, 10 laps might be too much, I can't finish. Chen Lai shot him a glance. If you hesitate again, it'll be 20 laps. Chen Song quickly answered, 10 laps. Just 10. I was wrong, boss. Darn it, his mouth was so bad, he just couldn't hold it in. Zhang Wen looked at him with a speechless expression. This guy really knew how to stir trouble. Knowing full well that the boss hated that person intensely, he still dared to joke about it. Truly mischievous. Now you've been disciplined. Zhang Wen stood up. Boss, Chen Song, and I are going to get some water. He needed to remind this young man so he wouldn't be rude again later. Chen Lai nodded. Go ahead. After they left, Chen Lai stared at the firewood pile for a while, lost in thought. For some reason, he kept thinking about Chen Song's words earlier. Sister-in-law misses you. Does Shen Ran miss her? That's almost impossible, like the sun rising in the west.
No, wait.
Why am I so bothered by this? Chen Lai frowned and pushed down his restless feelings. Right now, he needed to focus on his task and not let anyone disturb his mind. Back at the Shen family. The next morning, while Shen Ran's parents were having breakfast, an unexpected guest arrived. Hey, everyone's here. A fashionable middle-aged woman with trendy curly hair walked in proudly. This was the mother of the novel's hero, Fu Ziming, and also the strict mother-in-law of Shinyan, the fake daughter-in-law. She was very proud and liked to show off. Her walk and her eyes, nose, and mouth all pointed upward. As soon as she arrived, Shen's father quickly stood up with a smile. Mother-in-law, what a surprise. Have you had breakfast? Would you like us to prepare something for you? Shen's mother also hurriedly stood up, a little nervous. Hello, mother-in-law. The woman's expression darkened. Hello? No, it's not a good day. Your daughter, my daughter-in-law, is now in trouble with the police. And you still have the heart to eat breakfast here? Shen's father explained. Mother-in-law, you've misunderstood. You might not know the full story. Enough. I've already visited the police chief before coming here. The woman impatiently cut him off, then looked at Shen Ran, who was still munching on a meat bun, and said with displeasure, Is it you, girl, who got my daughter-in-law into trouble with the police? Even a dog needs a master. Do you know who I am? How dare you oppose our Fu family? Shen Ran finished her bun, patted her hands, and smiled sweetly. Sorry, I really didn't know Shinyan was a dog. I also don't know who you, this dog mother-in-law, are, since humans and dogs don't understand each other. Mother Fu was suddenly overwhelmed with anger. Mother Fu's face turned red with rage. She had lived a comfortable life for many years and had never been insulted like this before. The Fu family ancestors were wealthy merchants with vast wealth. At the founding of the country, they donated $1 million in assets and were known as top-red capitalists. Because of this, the 10-year political movement did not affect the Fu family. Instead, it made their status even more secure. Father Fu is now the general manager of a big hotel in Beijing. Mother Fu doesn't work but loves charity work and is well known for her kindness. In the upper circles of Beijing's ladies, Mother Fu is a top figure, someone like Mother Shen, who is so eager to get in, can't even squeeze in. If her son hadn't threatened to marry a girl from a third-rate family, the Fu family would never have interacted with the Shen family. Shinyan is really foolish to cause such a big trouble. If not for the sake of the Fu family's reputation and her son's future, she wouldn't want to step into the Shen family's door. Shen Ran looked innocent and said, Didn't you say Shinyan is a dog? Since you're her mother-in-law, that makes you a dog too. This made her laugh. The evil mother-in-law clearly disliked Shinyan. Otherwise, she wouldn't say things like, Even a dog must look at its owner. If Shinyan had been there, she probably would have been so angry she'd spit blood. Father Shen and Mother Shen also reacted when they heard this. Mother Fu called Shinyan a dog, which implied she was also insulting her parents, so they were indirectly insulted too. Father Shen immediately looked a bit unhappy. Mother-in-law, although your Fu family is big and powerful, you can't bully people like this. Mother Fu snorted. Bully? Your Shen family is so well-behaved, yet your daughter is such a failure. This comment insulted both Shen Ran and Shinyan. Father Shen and Mother Shen were speechless. These two daughters really had some issues. Shen Ran didn't care and picked up a meat bun to continue eating. Anyway, she didn't see these two as her real parents, so she just ignored them. There was more drama coming, so she wasn't in a hurry to argue. Seeing they said nothing, Mother Fu became even more arrogant. Tell me, what does your Shen family plan to do? Do you still want Shinyan to come out? Father Shen looked a bit embarrassed. Mother-in-law, the police have already investigated this matter thoroughly. We really can't do anything. Yes, Mother Shen nodded along. We also want to help Yunru, but there's nothing we can do. Although Yunru's actions were indeed too much, she is still their own child they raised, and they can't bear to see her suffer in prison. As for the true nature Yunru revealed last night, Father and Mother Shen chose to forget it selectively. Everyone can be stubborn and tell lies sometimes. At least Yunru was quite obedient before. Seeing their attitude, Mother Fu nodded in satisfaction. Then she turned to Shen Ran. And you, what do you think? I guess you don't want your sister to be in jail either. Shen Ran looked surprised. Sister? I don't have a sister. Where would I have a sister from? Mother Fu gritted her teeth. I'm talking about Shen Yunru. Shen Ran. Oh, I see. You're talking about your little daughter-in-law. You. Mother Fu was so angry she choked. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I'll tell your parents. Dear parents, Shen Yunru can't go to jail or get into trouble. Otherwise, it will affect the Shen family. You understand, right? Mother Fu circled around and finally revealed her purpose for visiting. Father Shen nodded. Of course, we don't want things to turn out like this. Mother Fu raised her head proudly. That's good. Let's work together to get Shen Yunru out. Father Shen looked a bit hesitant. But the case is already closed by the police, and there are so many witnesses. It's not easy, Mother Fu said. I have some connections with the police chief. As for the onlookers, I have my ways. The Bai family has a son. If I introduce a job to him, Bai's parents will definitely do everything they can to make Bai Man change her statement, so Bai Man takes the blame alone. As for the Li family, they were in another interrogation room and wouldn't know the details. And Director Zhang and Aunt here are even easier to handle. Just tell them the recording was faked and not credible. The police also have a unified statement, so most problems are solved. The biggest issue is Shen Ran. Mother Fu said, as long as Shen Ran stops pursuing this matter, Yunru can be released. Father and Mother Shen's eyes brightened as they listened. But when they heard the last sentence, their expressions froze. They knew how stubborn and unreasonable Shen Ran could be. If she is not to be held responsible, it is simply a fantasy. But if I don't try, how will I know it's impossible? Mother Shen opened her mouth. Xiao Ran. For the sake of me and your father, maybe you could just... Stop, Shen Ran interrupted her, speaking sarcastically. Your face means nothing to me. Don't even think about it. Father Shen glared at her. You ungrateful girl. You eat from the Shen family and drink from the Shen family. Can't you think of the Shen family? Shen Ran sneered. Fine, I'll move out today, and I promise not to eat a single meal from the Shen family. And I'll tell others that you raised a criminal's adopted daughter and have cut ties with your own biological daughter. Father Shen. He was so angry, this girl almost made his heart attack. Seeing that Shen father and Mother Shen's talk failed, Mother Fu's face darkened. Shen Ran, do you really think that as a girl, my Fu family can't handle you? If Shen Ran hadn't married a regiment commander, she wouldn't even be worth paying attention to. Shen Ran spread her hands. Then go ahead and make a move.
Let's see what you can do to me.
Anyway, I've told my friend that if I don't show up in the next few days, he will go to the army to speak up for me. Qin Lai is on a mission and not in the army, but his leader definitely is, and he will surely stand up for me. Creating friends out of thin air, Shen Ran was quite confident. From the very beginning, Shen Ran knew she couldn't kill Shen Yunru all at once. Forget about her main character aura. Even her backer, the male lead's family, wouldn't let her disappear so easily. mainly because Shen Ran was weak and had no support behind her. Her cheap husband Qin Lai, let alone, was almost sick of her and definitely wouldn't help. Shen Ran didn't want to clash directly with the Fu family. She would definitely lose if she did. Better to take this chance to make a big profit. Shen Ran, if you want me not to pursue this, it's fine. Shinyan hurt me, so as long as your Fu family pays me compensation, I'll agree to your terms. Hearing this, Mother Fu scoffed. So, you've been talking about money all along. Fine, I can give you that. Tell me, how much do you want? I want this much. Shen Ran held up 3 fingers. Mother Fu, $300. The young girl's eyelids are very shallow, so a little money can easily dismiss her. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted words. I would have just thrown the money in her face. Shen Ran sneered. 300? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Mother Fu's face changed. So, you want 3,000? You really dare to ask for that. Do you know what 3,000 yuan means? Shen Ran smiled. I don't need to know what 3,000 yuan means. That's not the amount I want. When she said this, the 3 people present were all stunned. Shen Father's voice trembled as he said, Young girl, you don't mean to say you want 30,000, do you? Shen Ran nodded decisively. Yes, 30,000 yuan. 30,000? Mother Fu's voice was sharp and loud, like a screeching bird. Do you think that trashy girl, Shinyan, is worth 30,000? Shen Ran said, She's definitely not worth it, but your family's reputation and your son's future career are worth it. Shen Ran didn't dare ask for more. She knew this was Mother Fu's limit. Don't be fooled by Mother Fu's outward kindness. She is actually very stingy. If she gave away this money, she would definitely feel heartache and take it out on Shinyan. Oh, just thinking about it makes me excited. Sure enough, hearing Shen Ran's words, Mother Fu hesitated. But she still wanted to struggle a bit. People's hearts are never full. Do you really think you can handle so much money? That's 30,000. It could buy several houses. Shen Ran smiled slightly. Then I won't trouble you. If I can't handle it, I'll donate it. Donation was impossible. She had already planned how to use the money. In the end, Mother Fu agreed to give the money. That morning, she sent someone with a leather suitcase. When opened, it was filled with bundles of cash. Shen Ran, happy to receive the money, went with Mother Fu to the police station to close the case. Because they still needed to go through official procedures, Shinyan wouldn't be released until 2 days later. After leaving the police station, Shen Ran immediately went to the veterinary station. She didn't go to work today, probably because Old Master was waiting anxiously. Sure enough, when the bus reached the outskirts, she saw a familiar figure. Sun Jingfei hurried over. Ran Jia, why didn't you come to work this morning? Grandpa and I thought something happened to you. Shen Ran casually explained herself and then apologized to Old Master Sunday. Then she pulled Sun Jingfei aside to ask him, You're from Beijing. Do you know anyone selling a house? Sun Jingfei's eyes lit up. Sister Ran, are you getting rich? Do you want to buy a house? Shen Ran smiled happily. Yes, I want to buy a house. Houses from the 1970s are like cabbages. She now has some money, so she needs to buy one quickly. Because these are buildings worth hundreds of millions or even billions in future value. The next day, Shen Ran didn't go to the veterinary station. She took a day off on purpose to go buy a house. Sun Jingfei was really helpful. As soon as she said she wanted to buy a house, he immediately recommended a reliable person. Are you Brother Xiaowang? Introduced by Sun Jingfei. At the agreed meeting spot, Shen Ran saw a tall, thin man with dark hair waiting. Xiaowang didn't expect the person coming would be such a beautiful woman. He blushed and awkwardly smiled. Yes, I am. Are you Comrade Shen? They greeted each other and then got straight to the point. I have several courtyard houses, all family heirlooms, guaranteed to have something you like. Xiaowang held a thick leather notebook, flipping through it loudly. Shen Ran stood nearby, carefully looking at the listings on the notebook. All of them looked good. She wanted to buy all of them, but unfortunately, she didn't have enough money. She only had 30,000 yuan stolen from Mother Fu and about 1,000 yuan in savings. Together, That's just over 31,000 yuan. That seems like a lot for this time, but if she wanted to buy several courtyard houses, it still wasn't enough. Comrade Shen, which one do you want to see first? Xiao Wang stopped and pointed at the record in the notebook. How about this 3-in-1 courtyard? It's just ahead, only a few steps away. And it's very close to Jing University, only 5 or 6 minutes on foot. All right, your recommendation is reliable, Shen Ran nodded. Let's see this one first. She just wanted a house close to Jing University. Whether she studies there later or not, having a place nearby is definitely the best choice. This prime location will be impossible to buy in the future, even with money. It's hard to get such a good place. After passing 2 turns, the alley becomes wider. Xiao Wang stops in front of a gray wall and black-tiled courtyard gate. The big red wooden door has some old marks on it. Xiao Wang pushes the door open, making a creaking sound. The noise startles the sparrows in the old locust tree in the yard, and they fly away quickly. This is the 3rd courtyard, Xiao Wang says as he steps inside, turning to Shen Ran beside him. Look at the layout. The 1st courtyard has a back room, which used to be for servants. The 2nd courtyard has the main house and side rooms. The 3rd courtyard has a back room and a small courtyard where you can plant flowers or grass. The entire yard, front and back, covers about 280 square meters, which is quite spacious. Shen Ran walks on the blue stone slabs behind Xiao Wang. The stones look very old, with rounded edges from many years of wear. The locks on the doors are rusty, and many rooms look like they haven't been used for a long time. Where's the owner? Shen Ran asks, touching a wooden pillar in the corridor. The wood grain is still clear, and it looks well maintained. He's inside the main house. Xiao Wang calls out as he passes through the archway into the 2nd courtyard. Grandpa Zhang, someone wants to see the house. Someone responds from inside, and an elderly man with white hair walks out. Young lady, take a good look. I've lived here my whole life, and everything is well preserved. Grandpa Zhang is quite old, but still stands straight. He looks like he's experienced a lot. His family probably had a notable background, or he wouldn't have such presence. Grandpa, the yard is so nice. Why are you selling it? Shen Ran asks. Grandpa Zhang clears his throat and sighs helplessly. Honestly, my son is a troublemaker. He gambled away the family savings and owes a lot of debt. The debt collectors are at the door. If I don't sell the house, well, he wipes his face, his eyes red. It might even cost someone their life. This yard was passed down from my father. I've lived here for many years, and I really don't want to sell it. But I have no choice now. People in the family gossip, and I know everything. There's no need to hide it. Shen Ran doesn't speak and walks over to look at the side room in the 2nd courtyard. Turning to the agent, Xiao Wang, he asked, the original price was 22,000. Yes, that's the amount. Xiao Wang quickly nodded. Grandpa Zhang's yard could have sold for more, but he was in a hurry to sell and lowered the price. Talking about his son's gambling problem, Grandpa Zhang's back was slightly hunched. Shen Ran looked at him and suddenly said, 2,000 yuan, I can pay today. Xiao Wang was shocked, eyes wide open, unable to close his mouth. Wow, this girl is really good at bargaining. Only 2,000 yuan? Grandpa Zhang looked reluctant, his voice dry. Miss, if you add a bit more, I can at least pay off my son's debt and keep some face. 2,000 yuan is too little. I really can't sell it. With such a big yard, selling for only 2,000 yuan is like cutting off a piece of himself. He had checked. Nearby 2-entry courtyards had sold for 2,000. But his is a 3-entry Sihiyuan. It shouldn't be priced too low. Grandpa, Shen Ran said calmly, analyzing carefully, your yard looks well maintained on the surface, but it's clear it hasn't been repaired for many years. Look at the roof tiles. Some are missing, and the window paper on the window frames is torn. The lock on the door is rusty. All of these need replacing, which costs over 1,000 yuan. Shen Ran took out a neatly folded stack of money from her army green shoulder bag, showing the brand new Union Jack note to Grandpa Zhang. See, this 2,000 yuan is real cash I can give you. If you're willing, we can go to the local housing bureau now to handle the paperwork, and the deal is done. Grandpa Zhang stared at the money for a long time, his lips trembling. The word, deal, stuck in his throat. He just couldn't say it. He was reluctant. Losing 2,000 yuan at once. How long would it take to earn it back? His reckless son probably wouldn't earn that much in his whole life. Suddenly, loud knocking came from the front door. "Old fool, come out quickly." A loud, aggressive shout outside. Grandpa Zhang's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Young comrade, wait a moment. I'll be right back." Before he finished speaking, Grandpa Zhang had already run to the front yard. Xiao Wang frowned and forced a smile at Shen Ran. "Most likely, the debt collectors are here." Shen Ran raised her eyebrows slightly and listened carefully to the noise coming from the front yard. "Old fool, if you don't pay tonight, we'll take this yard as payment, or else." The thug sneered sinisterly and threw a blood-stained cloth onto Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang held his son's clothes, looked at the blood on them, his legs went weak, and he looked at them with a sad face. "Please don't hurt my son. I promise to pay you back tonight." The thug's slanted eyes swept around the yard. "If you really don't have the money, then this yard will cover the debt." Grandpa Zhang trembled constantly. There's money. I'll send it over tonight." "Humph." The thug snorted coldly. "Spit." He spat on the ground arrogantly and said, "Don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink the wine. Tonight is the final deadline." After saying this harshly, the thugs laughed and left the yard. Grandpa Zhang crouched on the ground holding the clothes, crying softly. After a moment, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, stood up with effort, and took a deep breath. He looked deeply at the old locust tree in the yard, then turned and walked toward the second courtyard. "Miss, we'll go with your plan. 2,000 yuan for the deal." Grandpa Zhang's eyes were red, his voice trembling but firm. It's better to sell the yard for 2,000 yuan than to use it as debt collateral. His son only owed those people 1,500 yuan. If he used the yard as collateral, he would lose more. Selling it to the girl and paying off the debt, he could still keep 5,000 yuan. With that money, he could go to the suburbs and live a better life. He wouldn't let his son know about this money.
Wow.
Xiao Wang looked at Shen Ran in shock. This young man's luck is really good. He had brought people to look at the house many times before, but Grandpa Zhang refused to lower the price, so nothing was sold. Today was just a coincidence he happened to meet the debt collectors. Grandpa Zhang was emotional and surprisingly agreed to sell. Shen Ran nodded calmly, okay. She didn't try to push the price down further, which was already very considerate. There was no question of taking advantage. Other people's unfortunate fate wasn't her fault, so she didn't need to pay for it. With a spit and a nail, she agreed on 20,000 for the deal, so there was no need to keep lowering the price.
There's no reason to hesitate now.
To avoid delays, Xiao Wang immediately took the two people to the housing bureau to handle the paperwork. When signing the agreement, Grandpa Zhang's hand trembled so much he almost couldn't hold the pen. With Xiao Wang's help, he finally signed his name in the seller's section. Until both parties pressed their fingerprints on the paper, Shen Ran felt at ease. In her past life, she worked herself to the bone in modern times, trying to earn enough to buy a house worth $1 million, which was almost impossible. And now, she had easily bought a house. It's a courtyard house, in a good location, worth at least hundreds of millions in the future. Actually, she was also grateful to her fake daughter. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been able to scam so much money to buy the house. Thanks to her fake daughter's contribution, she was willing to do it several more times. After leaving the housing bureau, Shen Ran put the property booklet into her pocket and went with Xiao Wang to see a second house. It was a two-courtyard house in another narrower alley. The gate was made of two simple wooden boards with rusted door handles, badly corroded. This yard is 160 square meters, originally priced at 10,000 yuan, Xiao Wang explained as he pushed open the gate. The owner is an elderly lady who had a tough time. Her son and daughter-in-law betrayed her, reported her to the authorities, and her husband couldn't survive the forced labor, passing away there. Xiao Wang sighed and continued, now that the elderly lady has been exonerated and brought back, she doesn't want to be involved with her unkind son and daughter-in-law anymore. So she plans to sell the house and move to the countryside, far away from them. The yard was quiet, overgrown with weeds, and a few wildflowers swayed gently in the corner. The main house's door was half open, revealing a dim interior. Shen Ran stepped into the yard, noticing moss on the ground, clearly neglected for a long time. She looked around and saw that several window panes in the east wing were broken, patched with newspaper. Little Wang stepped forward and knocked on the door of the main house, calling out, "Grandma Zhao, the potential buyers are here." Inside, there was a creaking sound of wood, followed by the noise of someone dragging their feet. After a moment, the door slowly opened. An old woman with a hunched figure appeared at the door. Her hair was completely white, and her face was full of deep wrinkles. Her dull eyes showed exhaustion and sadness. Seeing Shen Ran, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She forced a small smile and said, "Come in and sit down. The house is messy, please don't mind." The interior was simply furnished, with an old Eight Immortals table and a few broken chairs missing arms or legs. From these pieces of furniture, it was clear how badly the old couple's home had been damaged when they were reported and attacked. The old woman invited them to sit wherever they liked, then sat on a nearby chair, staring blankly into the yard. Shen Ran softly asked, "Grandma Zhao, how much do you plan to sell this house for at the lowest price?" Grandma Zhao snapped out of her thoughts and sighed, "Young comrade, I won't ask for much. 9,500 yuan is fine. Although the house is a bit old, it's where I've lived most of my life. If it weren't for the painful memories, I wouldn't want to sell it." This house held traces of her and her husband's half a lifetime of life. She was truly reluctant to part with it. But after going through those events, living here made her wake up in the middle of the night, haunted by scenes of people breaking into and smashing her home. Plus, her rebellious son kept coming around, which made her feel upset. It might be better to sell it and leave, so she wouldn't have to see or think about it anymore. Shen Ran frowned slightly and walked around the room. "Grandma Zhao, look at this house. The east wall has cracks and needs rebuilding. If not repaired, it might not last long. And the doors and windows are all broken. The ground is uneven and full of holes, so it needs fixing. The repair costs will probably be quite high. I genuinely want to buy it. 8,800 yuan. If you agree, I can pay you right now." Grandma Zhao's face darkened and she sighed, "Young comrade, that price is a bit too low. This is the only house I have left in my life. I thought I could spend my old age here, but now..." It seems she remembered some sad memories and Grandma Zhao wiped away her tears. "I just want to sell the house and move to the countryside to find a quiet place, to live peacefully for the rest of my days." Shen Ran felt a bit sorry, but buying a house is a big decision, and she couldn't let emotions take over. Besides, she didn't have much money. Shen Ran, "Grandma Zhao, I understand your situation, but I am just an ordinary person. It's not easy to save up some money. 8,800 isn't a small amount for me either. Your house has been empty for many years, and fixing it up will be a big project. If you sell it to someone else, they will probably find more problems and offer a lower price. If you sell the house to me, I will repair it carefully and restore it to its original look. Buying a house is a transaction, not about feelings. Everyone's money is hard-earned and has its use. Her own money didn't come from nowhere, so she naturally wanted to use it wisely. Of course, she also liked vintage houses, so repairing it was to bring back the old charm of the house." Grandma Zhao pursed her lips and was silent for a long time. Her eyes wandered around the room, as if recalling past memories. After a while, she made a firm decision. "All right, girl, I'll sell it to you for 8,800. I don't want to bother anymore. I just hope you will keep your word and treat the house well." This girl looked pretty and sharp, so she probably wouldn't ruin the yard. She didn't ask for much, just occasionally passing by, and taking a look at the yard was enough for her. Shen Ran breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile on her face. "Grandma Zhao, don't worry. I will take good care of the house. Let's not delay and go to the housing bureau now." Xiaowang knew someone at the housing bureau. Even though this was the second time Shen Ran went there, no one was surprised. These days, strange things happen all the time. Buying a few houses isn't a big deal. Soon, the transfer procedures were completed. Before leaving, Shen Ran looked back. She saw Grandma Zhao standing at the gate of the yard, her eyes full of reluctance and helplessness. The old lady was quite pitiful. Having a son who only cares about himself is almost worse than not having one at all. But this is none of her business. Everyone has their own fate, and she just needs to focus on her own life. Today was really smooth. She viewed 2 houses and bought both. She still has over 2,000 yuan left, just enough to see a 3rd house. The last house is inside a courtyard at the very back of the alley. The entrance looks very plain, with several holes in the gate. But when she pushed open the courtyard door, Shen Ran felt pleasantly surprised. In a small yard about the size of a palm, there was a grapevine. The green vine climbed along the wall and bamboo trellis, covering half the roof. Under the grapevine, there was a stone table and 4 smooth stone stools. This yard is small, only about 80 square meters, with 1 main room and 2 small rooms. Xiao Wang explained as he walked inside. The owner is a young man. He plans to go abroad soon, so leaving the house empty is a waste.
He wants to sell it cheaply.
Shen Ran walked under the grape trellis. A gentle breeze made the grape leaves rustle. She touched the stone table, which showed signs of age, but when she looked closer, it was almost dust-free. The main room's door was unlocked. When she pushed it open, the interior was simply decorated. There was a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. At that moment, a young man came in from outside. He was dressed in a neat suit, carrying a suitcase, apparently ready to leave and pack his things. Seeing Shen Ran, he paused slightly and politely smiled. "Are you here to look at the house?" He was very handsome. He was the first time he saw such a good-looking young woman. Xiao Wang quickly introduced him. "This is the owner, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, this is Comrade Shen. She's quite interested in your house." Mr. Chen nodded, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and said, "I don't have many other requirements. If the price is right, I want to close the deal quickly. I'm leaving on a cruise tomorrow, so I'm in a hurry." Shen Ran raised an eyebrow. Although it was the late 1970s and the situation wasn't as tense, those who could leave the country easily probably had strong backgrounds. She asked Comrade Chen, "How much do you plan to sell this house for?" Mr. Chen replied, "I was originally thinking of selling it for 3,000 yuan, but I'm in a hurry to sell now, so the price is negotiable." Shen Ran nodded, looked around the room, and thought for a moment. "Mr. Chen, I really like this house, but it's a bit far from the city. I'll offer 2,000. If you agree, we can go handle the paperwork right now." Mr. Chen frowned slightly. "Comrade Shen, isn't 2,000 a bit too low? This house is in a good area, and I put a lot of thought into designing the yard." Shen Ran smiled. "Mr. Chen, I know the strengths of this house. But as you can see, there are many places that need repairs, and that will cost quite a bit. Also, you're in a hurry. If you wait for another buyer, it might take longer to close the deal. 2,000 is not a small amount for me either, and I'm offering it sincerely because I truly like this house." Mr. Chen stayed silent for a while, glanced at the box in his hand, then looked at the small courtyard he had lived in for many years.
Finally, he sighed.
"All right, I'll sell it to you for 2,000. I'm only agreeing because I'm short on time. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell it this cheap." Shen Ran felt a surge of joy.
"Thank you.
It's really good timing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to buy it." After agreeing on the price, Shen Ran and Mr. Chen went to the housing office to complete the paperwork. When she got the keys and walked out of the alley with Xiao Wang, the sky was already dim. Xiao Wang felt like he was dreaming. Looking at the 3 keys in Shen Ran's hand, he couldn't help but whistle. "Comrade Shen, your bargaining skills are amazing. I've been doing this for years, and I've never seen anyone negotiate so quickly and cleanly." They had bought 3 houses that day, saving 4,000 to 5,000 in total compared to the original prices. That was something unthinkable before. Shen Ran smiled. "It's also thanks to you, Brother Wang. You found such good listings today. If not for you, I would have missed this chance. Here's a small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." As she spoke, Shen Ran handed him 5 large bills. The agreed commission was 20 yuan, but she gave him 30 more, which was quite generous. Xiao Wang was delighted with the unexpected bonus. He accepted it happily, exchanged mailing addresses with Shen Ran, and said with a grin, "Miss Shen, if you ever want to buy another house, just come to me." I'll make sure you find one you love. Shen Ran smiled and replied, Okay, thank you very much. After the person left, she looked at the 3 new property certificates with bright eyes. Haha, Shen Ran suddenly owned 3 houses overnight. In the future, she could relax on the sofa, cross her legs, and collect rent to become a wealthy woman. It was another happy day. Mingyu sure said, Everyone, our first 100,000 views. Please give a 5-star review and follow us. Hope everyone can become rich and beautiful, just like the heroine with great luck. While Shen Ran was so happy about buying a house, the fake daughter Shinyan was suffering even more. She came out of the police station the next afternoon. When she reached the Shin family's gate, before she even entered the yard, her mother threw all her luggage outside. Since you say we favor others, I'll show you favoritism. You're already married, so don't come back to our family often. Her mother was so harsh because she had argued with Shen Ran's father that morning. Shen Ran received 30,000 yuan, which made Shen Ran's father very jealous. He wanted to get some too, but he was very fake and too shy to ask directly, so he encouraged Shen's mother to speak for him. Honey, that rebellious girl doesn't like me, and I can't communicate with her. You and she should sit down and talk nicely, say some soft words, and get her to give half the money, saying we're holding it for her. As long as she handed it over into his pocket, there was no reason to give it back. Shen's father was very scheming, but he didn't expect Shen Ran to ignore him completely and directly scolded Shen's mother out of the room. If I give you the money, do you think I'm a fool, or are you fools? Should I go to the Fu family and tell them about your shady dealings? Shen's mother was scolded so badly she was covered in tears and turned to complain to Shen's father. As expected, Shen's father, who only wanted the money, scolded Shen's mother again. You, as a mother, can't even handle your own daughter. What's the use of you? Shen's mother felt wronged but dared not argue with Shen's father, nor could she blame Shen Ran. In the end, she vented her anger on Shen Yunru. If it weren't for you, the Shin family wouldn't be so chaotic. Go back to your in-laws' house. The Shin family doesn't want you, Mom. Do you really not want me anymore? Sniff, sniff. Shen Yunru wanted to use her old trick again and just took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Mother Shen suddenly slammed the gate shut with a loud bang. Shen Yunru paused, her sad expression instantly turning into a cold, frightening look. Fine, old wife. Since you're so heartless and unkind, don't expect me to come back ever again. Shen Yunru, carrying a lot of luggage, angrily returned to her husband's family. But as soon as she arrived, she found her room was a mess. Helper Lin Ma looked embarrassed and said, Young madam, the lady said starting today, your room will be moved to the servants' quarters on the 1st floor. Note, titles are not important here. This is a fictional story, so no need to criticize. What? Why? A flash of anger appeared in Shen Yunru's eyes. That stubborn old woman. She just made a small mistake, and she's being so harsh to her. Do you still have the nerve to ask why? Mother Fu appeared displeased, waving her hand to let Lin Ma go. Then she turned around, gritting her teeth and whispering, Do you know? I spent 30,000 yuan to get you out. 30,000? Shen Yunru's pupils trembled slightly, almost unable to believe it.
Mom.
Are you joking? For Mother Fu, who is extremely stingy, to spend 30,000? That's almost impossible. Shen Yunru, are you questioning me? Do I look like I'd joke about this? Mother Fu's face showed a hint of anger, and her words were sharp. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. All that money was taken by your sister. I told you, you're really stupid. There are many ways to ruin someone, but you chose the worst one. It's clear she's an unworthy adopted daughter. Shen Yunru couldn't understand what her son saw in her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Seeing Mother Fu so furious, Shen Yunru's heart sank. Could it be that Shen Ran, that mean girl, really took the 30,000? What does 30,000 mean? In this era, where the average monthly salary is about 30 to 40 yuan, it would take at least 80 years of work to save that much, and she'd have to eat and drink nothing. The latest Shanghai brand watch from the department store costs 120 yuan each. 30,000 yuan could buy 250 watches. All that money was just a cheap trick to hurt Shen Ran, that hateful person. She really can't accept it. Come on, don't tell me you still want to secretly plot against Shen Ran. Seeing through Shinyanru's thoughts, Madame Fu frowned and scolded. You're really stupid. You just got out of the police station. If something happens to Shen Ran, everyone will suspect you first. You need to behave yourself from now on. If it affects the Fu family, I will make Zimming divorce you. Mom, I wouldn't dare. Please don't overthink. Shinyanru cursed Madame Fu silently many times but pretended to be ashamed and said, This was indeed my fault. Causing such a big loss to the Fu family, I won't make the same mistake again. I'm sorry for everyone. Do you think saying sorry is enough? Madame Fu sneered coldly and ordered, Starting today, you will live in the servants' room and work with Aunt Lin at the Fu house. Whenever you can pay back the 30,000 yuan, you won't have to do these chores. Shinyanru's face stiffened, feeling embarrassed. Mom, I am at least the young mistress of the Fu family. Asking me to work with a servant. Does that sound proper? Madame Fu. Enough, don't change the subject. The mistake was yours, and you must pay me back this money. Shinyanru bit her lip. Mom, I don't have a job, so where would I get the money? Zimming's salary is with you. Madame Fu raised her eyebrows. What, are you trying to get my son's wages? Don't even think about it. If you don't have a job, go find one. You've been married into the Fu family for 2 years and haven't even had a child. Yet, you still have the nerve to eat and drink for free, and now you complain about doing chores. At this point, Shinyanru knew there was no room to turn back. Her family looked down on her now, and she couldn't leave her husband's family either, or she would have nowhere to go. She could only grit her teeth and nod. Understood, Mom. I will work hard. Once her husband, Zimming, returned, her problems would be solved. She just had to endure a little longer. Shinyanru really thought she could get through it by just enduring, but the next day, she almost broke down. The Fu family lived in a 3-story Western-style house with a yard. The yard alone covered about 300 square meters, and there were more than 10 rooms. The Fu family does not only have Lin Ma as a helper. Lin Ma is the housekeeper who takes care of Madame Fu and follows her orders. After receiving the command from Madame Fu to discipline Shinyanru, Lin Ma immediately arranged for Shinyanru to clean the toilet. Shinyanru was also loved and raised in the Shin family. She had never been treated so unfairly before and immediately became unhappy. But she put on a brave face and, even if unwilling, did not show it too obviously. She secretly found Lin Ma, crying and sniffling to complain about her difficulties, hoping Lin Ma would assign her an easier task. However, Lin Ma kept repeating, I'm sorry, young madam, but the lady ordered it. If you don't work, you must return the money to her or leave the Fu family. Shinyanru's composure broke in an instant, her face turning as pale as a pallet.
Fine.
I understand. Great, even a helper in the Fu family could be bullied by her. When Zimming returns, she won't let any of these people go. In the hot summer, the toilet smelled terrible. The sight was disgusting, full of waste and urine stains, with flies and mosquitoes everywhere. As soon as Shinyanru entered the toilet, she frowned. She used to go to the bathroom for a few minutes without feeling anything, but now that she had to clean it herself, she felt hopeless.
Ugh.
Ugh. Shinyanru covered her mouth, gagging and retching throughout. After finally finishing cleaning, Lin Ma told her to go to the vegetable garden to dig soil and plant vegetables. Shinyanru opened her mouth to refuse, but Lin Ma started nagging again. Young madam, hurry up and work. The lady said if you don't finish, there will be no lunch. Shinyanru clenched her teeth and took a deep breath.
Hold on.
If she can't even endure this small difficulty, how can she overthrow the old hag in the future? Under the blazing sun, the scorching heat made it hard to keep her eyes open. Shinyanru squinted and worked in the vegetable garden for half an hour but couldn't bear it anymore. It was too hot, too exhausting, and her head was dizzy. If she fainted like this, maybe she wouldn't have to work anymore? This thought flashed through her mind. Shinyanru immediately decided to act on it. Lin Ma, ugh, my head hurts so much. I can't stand steadily. Shinyanru swayed as she stood up, then suddenly sat down hard, collapsing to the ground. The supervising maid, Lin Ma, immediately shouted, "Young madam is feeling faint from the heat. Someone help her." Soon, Shinyan was hurriedly carried back to the living room by a few maids. Lying on the sofa and enjoying the cool breeze from the fan, Shinyan felt a little better. But she still kept her eyes closed, pretending to be faint. She refused to believe it. She was already suffering so much, and her mother-in-law would still make her work? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang in her ear. "Pour water on her to wake her up and make her continue working, or she won't get any food today." Shinyan. That cruel old woman. She is so hateful. When the maids brought a basin of water, Shinyan woke up. "Mom, I've rested enough. I can go outside to plant vegetables now." Shinyan forced a fake smile, her teeth almost clenched. She couldn't afford to argue with her mother-in-law. At least, not before she gained control of the Fu family. Hurrying and rushing, she finally finished planting all the vegetables in the yard before lunch. When she returned to the living room for her meal, she found her lunch consisted of only 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. There was not a single piece of meat or vegetables. Usually she ate at least 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. Just as she was about to ask why, Lin Ma explained, "Young madam, the wife said that from now on, you should eat the same meals as the maids. She hopes you won't mind." Shinyan. What could she do? She could only grit her teeth and swallow this bitter pill. If she had known she would face such hardship, she would never have used by man's foolishness to deal with Shen Ran. She was too impatient. And Shen Ran, that wicked girl, was lucky enough to escape a disaster. Shen Ran.
Next time.
Your luck will run out. Shinyan bit down hard on a bun, imagining it was Shen Ran, and swallowed it bite by bite. After lunch, before her rest, Lin Ma came again to assign her more work. There are a bunch of clothes in the yard, washed and changed over the past 2 days. "Please wash them quickly, young madam." Looking at the mountain of clothes in the yard, Shinyan's eyes rolled back, and she felt like fainting again. Mother Lin quickly supported her and started reciting a prayer. "Young lady, you can't faint again. If you faint, the work will be yours, and you won't be able to eat or sleep until you finish washing." Shinyan took a deep breath. "Wash. Can't I just wash?" Resigned, she sat in front of the laundry basin, desperately scrubbing with a washboard. A large pile of clothes, Shinyan finished washing only when it was dark. Her hands were swollen and red, her arms sore and tired. Dinner was just a bowl of porridge with some vegetables. Hungry and exhausted, Shinyan couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. Ugh, so tired. Working so hard. Unlike her usual fake crying, this time Shinyan was truly crying. She sobbed loudly, feeling very wronged. Not far away, seeing this scene, Madame Fu snorted. Mother Lin looked a bit embarrassed. "Madam, I think young lady can't hold on much longer. Maybe we should lighten her workload tomorrow." Madame Fu rolled her eyes. "Lighten what? She deserves what she gets. No need to pity her. Her son was still out on a mission and hadn't returned. Once he came back, she wouldn't have a chance to scold Shinyan anymore. Now, she had to torment her severely, or she wouldn't be able to vent her anger." Back at Shen Ran's place, she was lying on the sofa in her space villa, casually watching TV and eating strawberry-flavored ice cream. She looked very relaxed. Shinyan was released by the police yesterday, and Shen Ran knew about it. With Madame Fu's sharp and harsh personality, she definitely wouldn't let Shinyan have an easy time. It's a pity I can't be there in person. I really want to see how Shinyan is being tortured." Shen Ran sighed as she finished a strawberry ice cream. Then she got up and cut half a Kylan melon, scooping it up with a spoon and eating eagerly. Honestly, eating ice cream and watermelon freely in the hot summer is truly delightful. On the scorching desert plain, behind a large rock, 3 figures dressed in camouflage were hiding. Chen's Song licked his cracked lips, a hint of longing in his eyes. "Darn, it's so hot I feel like I'm going to fry. If I survive this mission and get back, I swear I'll eat 10 or 8 big popsicles." Zhang Wentua adjusted his glasses and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to eat watermelon, the kind chilled with well water, very cold. I can finish a whole one by myself. Seeing the tall figure next to him remain silent, Chen Song asked out of curiosity, "Boss, what about you? What do you want to eat?" Qin Lai raised his sharp eyebrows, and the scar on his right cheek looked cold and stern. "I don't really want anything," Chen Song pressed on. "Come on, boss, just tell me one thing. That way, we'll have hope to go back after completing the task." Qin Lai frowned. He was never picky about food. He ate whatever was available and rarely thought about what he wanted. But if he had to choose, his mind involuntarily recalled that night after the mission. The scene of a woman smiling, holding a plate, waiting at the door for him to come home. Qin Lai's throat moved twice. Meatballs. Meatballs? Chen Song and Zhang Wentao exchanged confused looks. Why did the boss suddenly want to eat that? Could it be made by his wife? No way. That woman Shen Ran was so difficult. She wouldn't cook for the boss. If she did, it would mean the boss had feelings for someone else. Chen Song and Zhang Wentao looked at each other, afraid to speak. Although they supported the boss divorcing Shen Ran, they believed he shouldn't have an affair during marriage. That was immoral. After this mission, they planned to investigate carefully and find out who it really was. They couldn't let that woman ruin the boss. Shen Ran. "Hey, it's me." Surprised? Unexpected. Aunt Zhang looked embarrassed and said, "This rooster is too picky. I'm worried it might starve." Shen Ran replied, "Animals are like people. When they're hungry, they'll find food. Don't worry, it won't starve. Dr. Shen, please check my big, white duck. It sounds hoarse. Did it eat something bad?" Another tall, thin ant held a big, white duck. Shen Ran noticed scratches on the duck's wing, as if it had fought with something. The tall ant nodded and said, "Yes, last night a weasel came by. The white duck fought it off and chased it away." Shen Ran smiled and said, "That explains it. Ducks often make loud quacking when they fight. The hoarseness will go away in a few days." The tall ant laughed and said, "Oh, I see now. Step aside, step aside. It's my turn now." Another round-faced woman giggled and pushed forward, saying, "Dr. Shen, when do you have time? Come to my house for tea. I want to introduce you to someone. I promise you'll enjoy good food and drinks." Shen Ran raised an eyebrow but hadn't spoken yet when the tall, thin ant suddenly snapped. "I tell you, Antly, your nephew is such a mess. Looks like a monkey. Why would you want to introduce him to Dr. Shen?" "Dream on." "Exactly." Aunt Zhang, holding the rooster, chimed in. "Dr. Shen is so handsome and has a steady job. She can enjoy a good life on her own. Why would she like your nephew?" "Mind your own business." Dr. Shen has no opinion about this. Antly spat at them and then smiled at Shen Ran. "Dr. Shen, I heard you're already 21. You should get married soon. If not, you'll be an old maid with no one to marry. I'm just trying to help you." Shen Ran was stunned. Where does she get this sense of superiority? What does her marriage have to do with her? Shen Ran was never soft-hearted. If someone tried to cause trouble for her, she would definitely stand up for herself. "Antly, whether I'm old or married has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. If you really care about me, could you lend me 100 yuan? I need some money." "I don't have any money." Antly immediately guarded her pocket cautiously. "Don't ask to borrow money from me." Antly is known for being very stingy. Asking her for money is like asking for her life. Shen Ran sneered. "You just said you were doing it for me, but you wouldn't give me a penny. You're really a tight-fisted person." People around chuckled quietly. Antly looked annoyed and muttered softly, "No wonder I can't find a husband. I'm so strong-willed. Who would want me?" Shen Ran's eyes lifted slightly. "Sorry, but I am already married." Hearing this, the aunties watching nearby were all surprised.
What?
"Dr. Shen is married? We didn't know." "Yeah, we've been coming to the vet station often this month, but we've never seen your husband come to pick you up." Shen Ran replied, "He's in the military." Just 4 simple words, and everyone understood. A soldier. They are very busy in the army and rarely see each other throughout the year. Antly, who was trying to introduce Shen Ran to someone earlier, felt awkward now. She realized she had been talking for nothing. Shen Ran was already married. She quickly slipped away to avoid embarrassment. After the brief surprise, other aunties came over to chat. "Dr. Shen, I've been having some chest pain lately. Can you take a look? Come on, sister. Dr. Shen is a veterinarian. She can't treat people. Why are you bothering her? Why not? Dr. Shen is pretty. Just looking at her face makes me feel like I could eat 3 bowls of rice. Hee, me too. If I don't come to the vet station every day, I feel like a piece is missing inside. Not far away, Grandpa Sun and Sun Jingfei were used to this scene. Since a month ago, a livestock farm near the vet station was established, and more people moved into the area. The once quiet and calm vet station became lively. Occasionally, aunties and uncles would bring their chickens, ducks, and geese to ask questions. Without exception, everyone was amazed by Shen Ran's appearance at first sight. After experiencing Shen Ran's incredible animal affinity, everyone was impressed by her special ability. Grandpa, Sister Ran is so popular. I think she's even more popular than you, Sun Jingfei teased with a mischievous smile. More popular? Well, if she is, so be it. Better than me. I hope someone will help carry on the veterinary work. Old Master Sun was smoking a dry pipe, tapping the pipe on his head. Bad boy. Learn more. Don't lose the things our ancestors passed down. Grandpa, you're hitting me again. Sun Jingfei rubbed the bump on his head, feeling a bit annoyed. You promised me that once Ranjia became a full member, I could go out and explore. I really am not interested in veterinary work. Old Master Sun looked serious. I promised, but as long as you work at the veterinary station for a day, you must work seriously. That's being responsible for your work. Okay, I understand. Sun Jingfei nodded in agreement, thinking that someday he would make a name for himself and make Grandpa proud of him. Shen Ran finished dealing with a group of uncles and aunts around her before entering the veterinary station. Grandpa Sun, sorry for the delay. Old Master Sun smiled and said, It's okay. I saw what happened earlier. Helping at the door counts as part of your work. Shen Ran skillfully put on her veterinary work clothes and asked, Grandpa Sun, later do I still need to go to the pig farm to help with castrations? Old Master Sun replied, Yes, you and Xiao Fei go later. I won't need to go. You should be familiar with the procedures by now. Shen Ran nodded. Got it. I will complete the task. Old Master Sun looked at her with a pleased expression. When this girl first joined the veterinary station a month ago, she was just an intern helping with chores. In just a month, she had learned many things and didn't need his worry. She was improving very fast. He was truly happy to have the chance to guide such a talented student in his lifetime. After working most of the day and nearing sunset, Shen Ran finally finished work and went home. Shen's father and mother had already finished dinner and gone upstairs. The first floor was very quiet. In the kitchen, a small aluminum pot with water sat on the coal stove, and a metal lunchbox was placed beside it. This was the dinner that Aunt Sue, the family helper, had prepared for Shen Ran. When she opened the metal lunchbox, a delicious smell of meat wafted out. Shen Ran's eyes lit up. It was her favorite 4-flavor meatballs. At the bottom of the lunchbox, there was a full layer of plain white rice. Above the plain white rice, on the left are 6 meatballs, on the right is stir-fried water spinach, and 2 soft-boiled eggs are placed on top. The dish is simple, but smells very good. Aunt Sue's cooking skills are truly impressive. While eating the delicious meal, Shen Ran feels a bit lost, as if Aunt Sue is really her family. Recently, Shen's father and mother have been giving her the cold shoulder. Their reason for the cold treatment is quite funny. A month ago, Shinyan was caught by the police because she tried to scheme against Shen Ran. Shinyan was detained. Later, Shinyan's mother-in-law, Fu, came to ask her not to pursue the matter further. Seizing the chance, Shen Ran asked Fu for 30,000 yuan. Shen's father is greedy and has been very interested in this money. Lately, he keeps finding excuses to ask her for money, but she always responds coldly and refuses. This made Shen's father very angry, and he grew more dislike for her. As for Shen's mother, she is an indecisive housewife. She dislikes whatever her husband dislikes. Their usual words are, If I had known you, this disobedient girl, was so unruly, I wouldn't have bothered to have you. Shen Ran retorts, Then you might as well put me back inside and raise a puppet who listens to you. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want parents like you, who are so biased. These words made the couple very angry, and they started a long Cold War. Every time they see Shen Ran, they just snort coldly and say nothing. Shen Ran isn't afraid of this kind of silent treatment. Deep down, she never really considered them her parents. If it weren't for some reasons that kept her staying at Shen's house for a while, she would have left long ago. Of course, before leaving, she would definitely roll up her sleeves and give these two old folks a good beating. After finishing her meal, Shen Ran went back to her room upstairs. As soon as she entered, the little white cat jumped down from the windowsill. Meow meow, Ran Ran, you're back. Today I wandered outside all day and met some old friends to catch up. Hee hee, since Shen Ran adopted the little cat, it mostly stays in the space, having fun. But after a month of staying in the same place, it gets bored. So these days it goes out to play and comes back at night. The little cat's snowy white fur is dirty and messy from rubbing against something outside. Shen Ran took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust off her pet and gently stroked its fluffy fur. Feeling satisfied, she smiled and said, "You've been outside all day. You must be hungry. Let's go to the space to enjoy some delicious food." In the next moment, a person and a cat appeared in the space. The white cat skillfully ran to the shelf, choosing treats for itself. Shen Ran didn't stop it but called the robot Xiaofan over and asked it to do something. "Help me find a few sets of old-fashioned, elegant teaware in the supply warehouse. Make sure they look refined and high quality." "Yes, master," the robot Xiaofan responded in a crisp, mechanical voice. Within 20 minutes, 10 sets of teaware were arranged on the coffee table in front of Shen Ran. She looked at them one by one and finally chose a set of sky blue teaware. Next door, Grandma Wen loved drinking tea. Her family had many good teas, but her teaware was a bit old. Shen Ran had visited her house several times and had long wanted to give her a set of new teaware. Tomorrow was Grandma Wen's 60th birthday, and Shen Ran had already taken leave to celebrate with her. After wrapping the teaware carefully, Shen Ran went to the gym to practice boxing and fighting skills. After a month of training, her overall physical condition had improved. Although her delicate skin still turned red easily when pinched, she was much stronger now, and her fighting ability had increased. She was no longer a fragile girl who would fall over with a push, but a tough woman who could handle 2 or 3 men alone. Before, she could only do half an hour of boxing before gasping for breath and feeling exhausted. Now, she could easily handle an hour of boxing. After a vigorous workout, Shen Ran lay in a massage bathtub, enjoying a beautiful rose milk bath and applying a luxurious facial mask. Her body was so perfect and her face so beautiful that she had to take good care of herself. Women, after all, love beauty. She enjoyed going out every day looking stunning and surprising everyone. After her bath, Shen Ran went to the study to study. In the past month, she had reviewed most of the middle school knowledge from this era and found it quite easy. Now, she was ready to start studying high school material. There were 5 months left until the college entrance exam, and she was determined to seize this opportunity. The next day in the morning, Shen Ran took a wrapped set of tea utensils to Grandma Wen's house. "Ran, you're here too," Grandma Wen greeted as Shen Ran arrived at the door. Grandma Wen is a kind and lonely person. A young widow, she raised her son alone and helped him marry. Sadly, both her son and daughter-in-law died in an accident. Since then, Grandma Wen is kept to herself and rarely socialized. Aunt He is the women's director at the local community office and cares a lot about lonely elderly people. Grandma Wen is gentle and kind, and Aunt He gets along well with her. They have a good relationship. Now, with Shen Ran joining, the 3 of them get along even better. "Good morning, Aunt He. What delicious food did you bring?" "It smells so good." Shen Ran sniffed the air, catching a whiff of meat. Aunt He smiled warmly at her. "You're so perceptive. I went early this morning to the supply store and bought some pork. I made a pot of tender braised pork for Grandma Wen. You should try some later." Shen Ran's eyes lit up instantly. "That means I'm lucky. Your braised pork must be delicious. You're such a gluttonous girl," Aunt He chuckled kindly. They linked arms and walked into Grandma Wen's yard, where Little Potato wagged his tail excitedly to greet them. Woof woof woof. Smells so good.
Ran.
I'm so happy you're here. Little Potato quickly ran up and pawed at Shen Ran's leg, signaling he wanted petting and cuddles. Annie said, "Oh, this little guy is always so enthusiastic when Ran comes." "You're really popular, Ran." Shen Ran smiled, crouched down, and gently petted Little Potato's head. She said, "Let's go to the kitchen. Grandma Wen is probably there making something tasty for us." A green Jeep sped down the road. Zhang Wenjing drove quietly, while Chen Song, sitting in the passenger seat, grinned and said, "We finally made it to Beijing. This mission was really dangerous. Luckily, we all came back alive. Boss, you said you really wanted meatballs. How about we go to the state-run restaurant and have a meal? I'm craving meat too." Qin Lai sat in the back, closing his eyes to rest. Hearing this, his sharp eyebrows raised slightly. "No need. Let's get back to the unit quickly, so the political commissar doesn't worry." Chen Song nodded and said, "Okay, Zhang Wen, drive a little faster." Zhang Wen, who was usually quiet, suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Boss, I think I saw my sister-in-law just now." Chen Song looked confused. "Seeing her is fine. Why did you stop the car?" Zhang Wen looked a bit embarrassed. "I think I saw. She was with a man. He was riding a bicycle and was with her." Qin Lai suddenly opened his eyes wide, his black eyes deep and unreadable. "Drive, follow them, and see what she's doing." Kind and friendly Grandma Wen, quiet and cooking-loving helper Su Ma, cheerful Aunt He, and the veterinarian station's old master Sun and his grandson Sun Jingfei. At first, Shen Ran was a bit unfamiliar with this era, but they gradually warmed her heart and made her feel like she belonged in this world. Especially Grandma Wen. Every time she finished work at the veterinarian station and passed by her house, the old lady would always try to feed her. Green bean soup, red bean soup, snow fungus soup, watermelon, cold dishes, and so on. The old lady treated her like her own granddaughter, always wanting to make her delicious food. People are not like plants. No one can be completely unfeeling. In Shen Ran's heart, she already regarded Grandma Wen as a very close family member. She is very generous to her loved ones. This set of teaware is indeed very expensive. When she took off the tag, she saw the price. Seems to be several tens of thousands. But Shen Ran didn't mind at all. Not to mention she has hundreds of similar sets in her space. Even if she only had one, she would give it away. That's just the kind of person Shen Ran is. If someone is truly kind to her, she will return the favor double or even 10 times. "Grandma Wen, I carefully picked this teaware.
If you don't want it, I'll be sad."
Shen Ran continued, "Also, I recently came into some money, so buying this set didn't cost much." Grandma Wen wanted to refuse, but Shen Ran added, "I don't drink tea often, and I can't return it at the department store. I'll just keep it if you don't want it. If you really don't want it, I'll have to throw it away." Then Shen Ran picked up a teacup and made a throwing gesture. Grandma Wen quickly stopped her. "Hey, kid, don't throw such a nice cup. I want it. Can I have it?" Shen Ran chuckled and placed the teacup on the table. "That's right. You've always been so good to me, so I should buy you a gift." Hearing this, Grandma Wen's eyes turned slightly red. "Ran girl, you really are a good child." If her son and daughter-in-law were still here, maybe she'd have such a filial and lovely granddaughter too. Sadly, life is unpredictable. Seeing Grandma Wen's mood dip a little, Shen Ran guessed she was recalling past events. "Grandma Wen, today is your birthday. It's a happy day, so you should be happy. I'll perform a little show for you." Grandma Wen felt warm inside and smiled, saying, "Okay." Shen Ran mysteriously took out a rubber glove from her pocket. Her delicate hands skillfully twisted it a few times, blowing it into a chubby, transparent balloon. She then took out a ballpoint pen and quickly drew a cow's face on the balloon. "Look, this is near our veterinary station outside the city, at the farm where the cows are raised." The glove balloon moved with her wrist, growing bigger and smaller. Last month, a cow was about to give birth. During delivery, the cow suddenly had difficulty. Shen Ran's fingers curled into a shape like a contraction, and she exaggerated her expression. "I saw it wasn't going well, So I grabbed the cow's leg and shouted, "Push harder." Grandma Wen instinctively interrupted, her cloudy eyes brightening. Suddenly, with a big push, the calf was born. Shen Ran vividly described, then handed the calf balloon to the old lady and asked, "Guess what the calf did after it was born?" Grandma Wen shook her head. "I don't know." "It suddenly started talking like a human," Shen Ran said with a mischievous smile, then imitated a calf's call. "Moo, thank you, Dr. Shen." She exaggerated the ending with a funny drawl. Little Potato, lying on the ground taking a nap, was so startled that it almost jumped up. Amid Grandma Wen's uncontrollable laughter, Shen Ran suddenly pulled out a silver thread from her pocket, like a magic trick. "Now, let's invite Dr. Shen from the veterinary station to demonstrate the new hanging thread pulse diagnosis." Shen Ran looped the silver thread around Grandma Wen's wrist, closed her eyes, and shook her head as if in deep thought. "Pulse shows." Shen Ran suddenly opened her eyes, smiling with her almond-shaped eyes. "Tonight, you can eat 3 big bowls of longevity noodles." Ha ha! Grandma Wen couldn't hold back anymore and burst into hearty laughter. "What happened? Why are you all laughing so happily?" Andy's husband, Editor Zhang, walked in with a big smile. He was accompanied by a playful green-feathered parrot on his shoulder. As soon as he saw Shen Ran, the parrot flew over immediately. "Ran Ran, Ran Ran.
Tasty, tasty."
Shen Ran, the little glutton, is back again, asking her for food. "Woof, woof, woof. Dirty parrot, stay away from the fragrant girl, or I'll bite you." Little Potato rushed over and shouted at the green-feathered parrot. "Bad dog, bad dog." The green parrot flapped its wings and squawked loudly in midair. For a moment, the living room was filled with both barking dogs and squawking parrots. These two little things keep fighting as soon as they see each other. "It's so funny." And he carried 2 bowls of dishes into the room. Grandma Wen smiled warmly and said, "They're just excited because of Miss Ran. Every time she appears, they get very lively." Editor Zhang nodded. "That's right. My green parrot has never been this enthusiastic with me. How can you compare yourself to Miss Ran?" And he glared at him. "All right, stop standing there. Go help me serve the food. When the wife speaks, everyone listens." "Got it, let's go." Editor Zhang quickly went to the kitchen. Soon, all the dishes were on the table. Braised pork, steamed base, sticky rice balls, potatoes and eggplants, and fried peanuts. Today, only Grandma Wen, Shen Ran, Aunt He, and Editor Zhang are eating. 5 dishes are enough. Aunt He even specially served a big bowl of longevity noodles for Grandma Wen. "Old lady, come, eat the longevity noodles first. Don't let them get cold." Grandma Wen's eyes welled with tears. "Thank you, little He. You've worked hard today." Aunt He cheerfully waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's what I should do," Shen Ran said. "Grandma Wen, I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a long life like the southern mountain pine." Editor Zhang added, "Happy birthday, Grandma. Stay happy and smile always." "Yes, yes, yes." Grandma Wen's eyes sparkled with tears. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Everyone enjoyed a hearty lunch amid laughter and joy. Aunt He's cooking skills are truly excellent. Shen Ran accidentally ate too much and felt full. Little Potato also had a round belly from eating. The green parrot loved peanuts, and the plate of peanuts was almost half gone. Its belly was nearly bursting. Aunt He and Editor Zhang had plans for the afternoon, and Grandma Wen needed a rest. So Shen Ran offered to take the 2 little ones for a walk after the meal. And so, Shen Ran stood with a green parrot on her shoulder and a cute little yellow dog at her feet. Each person has a parrot and a dog. They confidently set out on their journey. Shen Ran took the 2 little ones for a walk around the street. All along the way, the 2 little creatures kept arguing. Little Potato, "Woof, woof, woof. Ran likes me the most." Green Feather, "You ugly parrot, so ugly I could eat you in one bite." Green Feather Parrot, "Silly dog. You're ugly." Not only did Green Feather curse aloud, but inside, it was also insulting. "Stupid dog, besides acting cute. What else can you do?" "I can sing for Ran, but all you do is bark." Shen Ran was getting a headache from the noise of the two little ones, and her mouth twitched. Luckily, the proud little white cat was in the space. If she let it out, with its claws, it might turn into a scene of chaos. She somewhat regretted taking them out for a walk. Stop arguing. If you keep fighting, I won't play with you anymore. Shen Ran used her secret weapon. Little Potato and Green Feather Parrot immediately stopped making noise. They liked Ran very much. They liked her smell and dared not disobey. Little Potato and Green Feather Parrot looked at each other, huffed, and turned their heads away. At a corner, Little Potato's ears suddenly twitched, and it ran ahead. Little Potato, don't run around. Shen Ran hurried after it. If Little Potato got lost, she wouldn't be able to explain to Grandma Wen. Green Feather Parrot cursed loudly. Silly dog. Running around. Though it cursed, it still flew from Shen Ran's shoulder to check the surroundings first. After confirming the direction Little Potato ran, Green Feather Parrot flew back to guide her. Ran, stupid dog, over there. Led by Green Feather Parrot, Shen Ran zigzagged through a small alley and finally reached the door of a dilapidated yard. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, a sharp dog's bark came from inside the yard. Ran. Help. They want to eat me. Shen Ran's heart skipped a beat. That was Little Potato's voice. It had been caught. Just as she was about to rush in, she saw 4 or 5 burly men carrying 2 sacks, walking out with a smile. Shen Ran quickly slipped into the space. Her fighting ability was limited. Fighting 3 ordinary people alone was not a problem, but in front of her was a strong-built man and 5 others. She had no chance to win, so she decided to hide first. Seeing Shen Ran disappear in place, the green parrot on the wall looked confused.
Huh?
Where is Ran? After a minute, Shen Ran reappeared where she had just vanished. She quickly asked, Little Green, where did those people with the burlap sacks go? Over there. Over there. Although still a bit confused, the green parrot pointed the way for Shen Ran. She ran quickly and finally saw the group of people. They were carrying 2 burlap sacks, one with small potatoes and the other, it seemed, with a dog, but she couldn't hear any sounds from it. Watching them get on a tractor, Shen Ran felt anxious. No, she had to do something. If those people leave on the tractor, she won't be able to find Little Potato. Ring, ring, ring. Excuse me, lady, please move aside. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Shen Ran turned to see Zhongwen Shu, a reporter from the local newspaper, whom she had met a few times before. He was riding his bicycle and had also seen her. His face showed a hint of surprise as he stopped his bike and asked with a smile, Comrade Shen, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Shen Ran didn't answer but jumped onto his back. Reporter Zhong, I'll explain later. Hurry. Follow that tractor and see where they're going. Hearing her anxious voice, the reporter immediately sensed something was wrong. Got it, I'll leave right now. He pushed off with his long legs, and his bike sped off quickly. Comrade Shen, what happened? Can you tell me? While pedaling fast, the reporter asked Shen Ran. She replied, Those people took my dog. They might be planning to kill and eat it. I have to save it. Hearing this, the reporter was instantly furious. Those people are really cruel, daring to eat dog meat. Hang on tight, this road is a bit steep. I'll ride faster. With that, the reporter pedaled even harder, his legs almost smoking. The roads back then were paved with stones, which made riding quite bumpy. The bicycle was riding very fast, and several times the wheels rolled over big rocks. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Ran was sitting on the back seat, feeling like she was sitting on a spring, almost bouncing off several times. Fortunately, she held tightly onto reporter Zhong's clothes, so she was safe. But her bottom was a bit hurt, feeling swollen. Shen Ran grimaced in pain, but could only bear it. Meanwhile, a military green jeep was driving on the opposite road. Suddenly, the jeep stopped. Zhongwen. Boss, I think I saw my sister-in-law. She's sitting on a guy's bicycle. Qin Lai's eyes were dark and cold, and his voice was sharp. Drive, follow her, and see what she's doing. Zhongwen. Yes, soon. The jeep turned around and chased after the bicycle. Inside the jeep, Chen Song, sitting in the front passenger seat, stretched his neck and kept looking out the window. While looking, he muttered, Hey, I think I saw that guy. He looks pretty handsome from the side." Suddenly, a cold feeling swept over him. Chen Song shivered and quickly changed his words, "But no matter how handsome he is, he's not as handsome as the boss. Our boss is a star in the Beijing military. So many girls chase after him but can't get him." Driver Zhang Wen looked a bit speechless. "Chen Song, can you shut up? The boss is married. Don't you worry about someone with bad intentions taking advantage of that?" Chen Song muttered. "Right now, it's just the three of us, no outsiders." "Chen Song." A cold voice sounded. Chen Song immediately straightened his back and apologized. "Sorry, boss. I won't say anything else. I'll keep quiet." Zhong Wenshu was pedaling his bicycle furiously. But no matter how hard he pedaled, he couldn't catch up with the tractor ahead. Seeing him gasping for breath, Shen Ran patted his back and said, "Reporter Zhong, why don't you stop and let me ride?" "It's okay. I still have strength." Zhong Wenshu refused without thinking. Men can't say no, especially in front of the girl they like. Even if he had to pedal until his legs smoked, he would try harder. "Comrade Shen, hurry up a bit. I'm about to make a move." Zhong Wenshu clenched his teeth, his forehead bulging with veins, and his legs pedaled as fast as a motor. Unfortunately, the bicycle chain slipped off. With a creak, Zhong Wenshu stopped the bike. Shen Ran asked, "What's wrong?" Zhong Wenshu looked embarrassed. "The chain fell off. I'll see if I can put it back on." Shen Ran jumped down from the back seat of the bike, looking a little worried. Since the chain was off, it might not go back on immediately. If it took a minute or two, the tractor ahead would definitely be gone. Ran. The green parrot fluttered above her head, flapping its wings excitedly.
Jeep.
Noticing the bird's alert, Shen Ran looked behind her. She saw a green Jeep slowly driving in the distance. Nowadays, only soldiers drive Jeeps, so they would probably help. Shen Ran's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over. "Hey, why is the sister-in-law coming this way? Did she see us?" Inside the Jeep, Chen Song looked surprised. Zhang Wen, sitting in the back, raised an eyebrow. "Qin Lai, stop the car." As soon as the car stopped, Shen Ran ran to the front. "Soldier, She was about to ask for help when the sunlit, handsome face appeared at the passenger window. "Hello, sister-in-law. Is there something you need?" "Sister-in-law?" Shen Ran looked at the face in front of her, desperately searching her memory for clues. Finally, she remembered. Her name was Chen Song, a good friend and subordinate of Qin Lai, always close to him. So Qin Lai was also in the car. Had he just returned from a mission? Shen Ran quickly opened the back door and met a pair of familiar black eyes. A smile appeared on her face instantly. "Qin Lai, I knew you'd be here." "That's great." Without waiting for Qin Lai's permission, Shen Ran plopped down next to him. Just as she was about to close the door, Zhong Wenshu squeezed in two. "Comrade Shen, the bicycle chain broke. Since you found a soldier to help, I'll come along too." Together, the green parrot also flew in and perched on Shen Ran's shoulder. Suddenly, the back seat was crowded. The original three people in the car. Zhang Wen and Chen Song exchanged a quick look, both grimacing slightly. Wait. Why does this scene feel a bit off? They were supposed to be following Shen Ran to see what she was doing with a male friend. But now, they're in their car and there's also a parrot? The parrot can talk, which is pretty funny, but its color is a bit eye-catching green. Qin Lai's deep black eyes flickered a couple of times. Just now, Shen Ran had smiled at him. So, was she happy because she saw him come back? "Qin Lai, tell them to start driving and catch up to that tractor ahead. Grandma Wen's little potato has been taken." Qin Lai. Ahem. Maybe he was overthinking. He still remembered Little Potato, a soft, yellowish puppy dog. He and Shen Ran had rescued it before. "Qin Lai, Zhang Wen, start driving faster." "Yes, boss." Zhang Wen pressed the accelerator, and the Jeep sped up quickly. Zhong Wenshu adjusted his glasses, eyes shining with curiosity. From Shen Ran's tone earlier, she seemed quite familiar with the soldier next to her. What kind of relationship do they have? Zhong Wenshu didn't dare to ask directly. He had only met Shen Ran a couple of times, so they were just casual friends. Recently, he'd been too busy and hadn't had time to visit her at the vet station. At that moment, the man in the front passenger seat turned his head and smiled as he introduced himself. "This comrade, what's your name?" "I'm Chin Song, a soldier." Zhong Wenshu responded with a gentle smile. "Hello, comrade Chin Song. I'm Zhong Wenshu, a reporter from the People's Daily." "Oh, so you're a reporter. No wonder you look so different." Chun Song complimented him with a smile, just about to ask how he knew Shen Ran. Suddenly, the green parrot flapped its wings and flew onto Qin Lai's head. Ice face. Ugly. The air inside the car grew quiet. Qin Lai's face darkened instantly. Shen Ran's forehead twitched. This was another problem caused by the original owner. Earlier, the original owner had argued with Qin Lai at the end of the street, scolding him for always having a cold, expressionless face, and saying his scar was ugly. Chief Editor Zhang's house is nearby. The green parrot likes to forage in the area and happened to overhear everything. After Qin Lai left, the mischievous parrot flew over to the original owner and tried to mimic her speech, almost getting caught and having its feathers pulled by the irritable owner. Because of this, the green parrot was afraid of her before. But after spending these days with her, the little thing has become very bold. Now, it even dares to mock and jump around on Qin Lai's head. Seeing Qin Lai's face turn darker, Shen Ran felt guilty and quickly caught the parrot down. "Little green, stop making trouble." Once Shen Ran held the little bird in her hand, it immediately calmed down. Qin Lai shot her a cold glance, his dark eyes filled with icy anger. "Did you teach it to say those words just now?" "I didn't. I don't know it well enough." Shen Ran hurriedly denied. Ran. Kiss." The green parrot chirped and pecked at Shen Ran's cheek twice. Qin Lai sneered coldly, as if saying, "Let's see how you explain this." Shen Ran rubbed her forehead, feeling hopeless. She thought, "I can't explain this clearly anymore. Might as well give up." The atmosphere in the car cooled to freezing point. Everyone heard what the parrot said, and their expressions varied. Shen Ran felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. The green parrot was in her hand, looking around with its tiny bean-sized eyes darting around. It opened its mouth to speak, but Shen Ran quickly covered it with her hand. "My little ancestor, shut up now." The green parrot looked aggrieved. Ran. Hungry? Looks like this little foodie was hungry again. Shen Ran took some sunflower seeds from her pocket and offered them to it. The little bird was so happy it eagerly grabbed a seed with its beak, cracking the shell in just a few bites. Its skill at cracking sunflower seeds was as good as an ant watching a show at the village entrance. Spit. Not sure if it was intentional or not, the parrot suddenly turned its head and spat at Qin Lai. A black sunflower seed shell hit him right on the forehead. Qin Lai's eyes turned cold, and the icy glare almost seemed to pierce through. "Sorry, little green didn't mean to do it. It was just being a bit naughty." Shen Ran was startled by his intense gaze. She hurried to reach for the seed shell on his forehead but was stopped by his hand, which held her wrist firmly. The fair-skinned wrist was tightly grabbed by a dark bronze hand. Qin Lai's calloused palm made her skin feel hot, and the smell of gunpowder mixed with blood filled the air. He clenched his jaw, leaned close to her ear, and his breath was hot. "Shen Ran, long time no see. You're trying new ways to torment me again. You really are something. I told you it wasn't on purpose. Please let me go." Shen Ran struggled hard, but her strength was no match for Qin Lai, this stubborn man. Zhong Wenshu couldn't sit still anymore. He looked a bit annoyed and said, "Comrade soldier, please let Shen Ran go. You hurt her." Chen Song in the front seat kept turning back, wanting to say something but hesitating. Others might not know, but he, Zhang Wen, and the boss knew Shen Ran very well. This woman had been married to the boss for 2 years and had never done anything proper. She often caused trouble in public, showing no respect for the boss's reputation. Every time she insulted the boss, she would also curse Zhang Wen and him. The harsh words still sounded sharp in his mind. Sometimes she even deliberately caused trouble, forcing the boss to clean up after her. So, whenever she appeared, he felt a strong rejection. Today, Shen Ran approached them voluntarily, asking for help to find a dog. He was surprised, thinking she suddenly turned kind. But now he saw her true intention, to humiliate the boss by letting that loud parrot insult him. Such a mean woman was unbearable for anyone. Just then, Grandma Wen, who was driving, suddenly spoke. "Boss, that group of people has gotten off the tractor." Shen Ran's heart raced. "Qin Lai, please let me go quickly. If Little Potato is in trouble, I won't be able to explain to Grandma Wen." Seeing her anxious face, Qin Lai loosened his grip slightly. Shen Ran pulled her wrist back and glared at him. "Let's go, Comrade Zhong. We need to check it out quickly." Shen Ran and Zhong Wenshu got out of the car together. This was a strange place, looking like the suburbs. It was a bit deserted, with no signs of people living nearby. Not far away, there was an old warehouse. That group of rough men was carrying 2 sacks and walking toward the warehouse. Shen Ran turned around and looked coldly at Qin Lai in the car. She spoke. "Qin Lai, no matter what conflicts we had before, those are in the past now. As an ordinary person, I kindly ask for your help as a soldier." She had mentioned before that with her skills, she could handle 2 or 3 people at most. Zhong Wenshu seemed very weak and not capable of helping much. The group of 5 or 6 men was too many for her alone. She initially planned to follow them to find their exact location and then have Zhong Wenshu go back and report to the police. Now, with Qin Lai and the others, she didn't need to be so complicated. This way, Little Potato could be rescued faster. "Don't worry, after this is over, I will return to the army with you," Shen Ran said. She didn't specify what she would do at the army, but Qin Lai understood. He looked at her deeply and nodded. "Okay, I hope you keep your promise and don't play any tricks." Their conversation was confusing to others. But since the situation was urgent, no one asked questions. They decided to go to the warehouse together. Zhong Wenshu and the green parrot were left in the jeep. Qin Lai also wanted Shen Ran to stay, but she said, "You know I have a good connection with animals. With me here, we can find Little Potato faster." She didn't explain her skills to him. It was better not to say too much, or he might become suspicious. It was better to show her abilities directly. She had her reasons, which she would mention later. Soon, Shen Ran and the others arrived at the warehouse door. As they approached, they heard laughter from inside. "Wow, today's luck is really good. We caught 2 dogs. We're so lucky we'll have dog meat tonight. Haha, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Look at this little yellow dog, it's pretty fat. It probably has an owner. What if the owner comes looking for it? What's the big deal? We've already eaten it. No one will know, and there's no proof." Exactly. This abandoned warehouse is pretty remote. We drugged a girl here before for fun and no one found out. Haha, speaking of that, I'm thinking about doing something big tonight. Let's catch a few more girls. Alright, let's kill the dog, cook the meat, buy some wine, and enjoy drinking and eating while having fun, haha. At the warehouse entrance, Shen Ran and Qin Lai and the others looked very cold. They thought it was just a simple dog thief, but it turned out to be a bunch of animals worse than pigs and dogs. There's no need to hold back. Beat them to death if you want. Qin Lai frowned and kicked open the warehouse door.
Bang!
Hearing the noise, 6 big men inside suddenly stood up. When they saw Qin Lai and the others in military uniforms, they looked panicked. What's going on? Why are soldiers following them here? They must have overheard their conversation. That's dangerous. Big brother, what should we do? A scared man with a pale face trembled and his legs shook non-stop. Who cares? The big brother kicked him down and looked fierce. Haven't we done enough bad things over the years? He then looked at Shen Ran with a lecherous, disgusting expression and licked his lips. Brothers, no need to look for women. There's one right here, and she's really pretty. If we team up and take out these soldiers, this beautiful woman will be ours. Qin Lai's pupils suddenly shrank into 2 cold points. His eyes were no longer just cold, they carried a nearly tangible killing intent. It was as if a blade was scraping across his eyes inch by inch, causing the air to tremble slightly. His Adam's apple moved as he slowly and deliberately spoke a few words. His voice was so low it sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. Say that again. The words from the soldier in front were soaked with a bloody smell. It was like the click of a gun being cocked, so clear it made people shiver. The big men behind him felt a chill and almost collapsed to the ground. Only the big brother was still trying to hold on. He spat and said fiercely, "Brothers, if you don't want to die, get your spirits up. Otherwise, if they expose our crimes, only death by gunfire awaits. There are only 3 of them and 6 of us. We can easily beat them. Don't be afraid." When he finished, the worried faces of the other big men froze. Yes, now they only have one choice: to eliminate these 3 soldiers. Otherwise, they will be the ones to die. A few strong men immediately picked up sticks from the ground, their faces showing hostility. Zhang Wen and Chen Song exchanged a glance and assumed defensive stances. They heard what these troublemakers just said and felt very angry. Shen Ran is the wife of the boss, their sister-in-law. Even if they dislike her, they would never allow her to be bullied. Most importantly, they are soldiers. Even if Shen Ran were just an ordinary woman, they would fight hard to protect her. "Brothers, charge!" The older brother gave the command, and several strong men rushed forward with sticks. A fight was about to start. Qin Lai frowned. Just as he was about to tell Shen Ran to get back into the jeep, a man with a stick swung toward him. He sidestepped to avoid the attack, grabbed the man's arm, and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. He looked toward Shen Ran and saw she had already run to the corner. In the corner, there were 2 burlap sacks, probably holding the 2 small dogs. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Lai's eyes. He had previously thought Shen Ran was just pretending to rescue the dogs to gain favor and avoid divorce. But now, in such danger, she was actually willing to save the dogs. Shen Ran untied the sack, and the small potato inside immediately jumped into her arms, sniffing her and trembling with fear. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ran, I almost got eaten, it's so scary." The little guy was trembling in her arms. Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." Shen Ran gently patted the small potato and then untied the other sack. When she opened it, she froze. Inside the sack was a badly injured, emaciated gray wolf dog, unconscious. There was blood on the back of its head and signs of being beaten with a stick, clear evidence that someone had hurt it badly. No need to guess. It was definitely those troublemakers. Meanwhile, the fight was still ongoing. Shen Ran looked over and saw Qin Lai and the others each fighting 2 people, almost overpowering them. Since that was the case, she didn't need to go over to help. Shen Ran quickly picked up the wolf dog and warned the small potato at her feet. "Small potato, let's leave first." Small potato barked twice and immediately followed. Shen Ran had just reached the warehouse door when a tall man was kicked away by Qin Lai. Bang! The man fell right at Shen Ran's feet. He clutched his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked fierce. He looked up and met Shen Ran's gaze. "Darn it! You old hag, think you can run? Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." After saying that, the man jumped up and swung his fist at Shen Ran. "Be careful." Qin Lai's pupils shrank as he rushed over desperately. Bark, bark, bark. Small Potato, who had been hiding behind Shen Ran, saw someone trying to hurt her and immediately bared her teeth and charged forward. With a fierce bite, she clamped onto the man's leg. "Darn it! Trash!" The man paused for a moment, cursed, and tried to kick Small Potato away. Shen Ran quickly kicked out, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. Ah! The man felt a sharp pain explode in his groin, and he doubled over in pain. His eyes widened, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, and he made strange sounds in his throat but couldn't say a word. Seizing his pain, Shen Ran struck again, kicking him in the chest. As he fell to the ground, she rushed forward and punched his nose twice. The man saw stars, his eyes crossed, and his tongue lolled out. He wobbled and then collapsed backward, unconscious. All of this happened in just a few seconds. By the time Qin Lai rushed over, the fight was over. He was stunned. Zhang Wen and Chen Song, who had taken care of others behind him, also looked at the scene in shock. Wow, When did Shen Ran become so powerful? Thinking of what just happened, both of them tightened their pants and suddenly felt a chill down their backs. They had only secretly criticized Shen Ran before, never scolded her face to face, so she probably wouldn't know, right? Are you okay? Qinlai had many questions but knew it wasn't the right time to ask.
I'm fine.
The person on the ground is the one who's hurt. Shen Ran smiled happily. She had just seen Qinlai and the others' expressions, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Compared to the admiration in their eyes for her appearance, she preferred this kind of surprised look. She didn't need a hero to save her. She felt confident that she could save herself, which was wonderful. This area was in the suburbs, not far from the veterinary station. Shen Ran needed to take the unconscious wolf dog to the vet for treatment. Zhang Wen and Chen Song were tying up several large men on the ground with ropes. Chen Song said, "Boss, why don't you go with your sister-in-law? We'll drive these people to the police station later." Shen Ran was about to say she didn't need help, but Qinlai spoke first. "Let's go together. If these people have accomplices, I can catch them all." He also had some questions he wanted to ask her privately. Okay. Shen Ran didn't refuse anymore. She was holding the wolf dog and couldn't move easily. Having a strong bodyguard nearby made her feel safer. Shen Ran looked at Chen Song and asked, "Chen Song, please help me take Little Potato to Grandma Wen's house next to the Shen family. Also, tell her about my situation." "Thank you." She had been out walking with Little Potato and the green parrot for a long time, and Grandma Wen would definitely be worried. Okay. Chen Song hesitated, still a bit unaccustomed. Before, Shen Ran always acted bossy and unreasonable when she saw them. He never expected her to thank him this time. It was quite surprising. Zhang Wen was also a little surprised. But even though he was surprised, he didn't show it. After entrusting Little Potato to Chen Song, Shen Ran carried the wolf dog and left with Qinlai. The veterinary station was in another direction, not needing to pass by the jeep from earlier. Zhong Wenshu waited in the jeep for a long time, but didn't see them return. Ran. The green parrot kept flying around inside the car, looking very anxious. Zhong Wenshu had no choice but to get out of the car with the parrot and go to the warehouse to find someone. As soon as he reached the warehouse door, he saw two soldiers dragging a group of unconscious men outside. Zhong Wenshu looked around but didn't see Shen Ran's figure, only noticing the Little Potato. He couldn't help but ask aloud, "Comrade Chen Song, where did Shen go? Is she all right?" Chen Song replied, "Nothing's wrong. She went with the boss to the veterinary station to rescue a dog." Zhong Wenshu asked, "Do you know which way they went?" "I want to go see." He had been to the veterinary station twice before, but only by bus, so he wasn't familiar with the area. At that moment, a tall man woke up and was about to curse loudly, but Chen Song punched him unconscious. Then he looked up with a half-smile and said, "Reporter Zhong, I have a question. Why do you like to follow Shen so much?" Zhong Wenshu looked uncomfortable. "Comrade Chen, I can't tell you. I have my reasons." Chen Song raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that you like Shen?" Zhong Wenshu's face suddenly turned bright red. He wanted to argue but couldn't, since what Chen said was true. Chen Song sneered. "Did Shen tell you she's already married?" Shen Ran was really bold. Just now, he had a good impression of her, thinking she behaved well today. But now, it seemed she was about to deceive the boss. "What? She's married." Zhong Wenshu suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Chen Song thought he had been tricked by Shen Ran and advised, "Reporter Zhong, I suggest you stay away from Shen. She's not as simple as she looks." This woman appeared delicate and pretty, but when she got angry, she could really torment someone. Wasn't the boss tricked by her too? Zhong Wenshu said, "Impossible. Comrade Shen Ran isn't like that. She was so kind and gentle, his ideal woman. He wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly of her." Zhong Wenshu kept a serious face, showing the attitude of a journalist. "Comrade Chen, as a soldier, you should be careful with your words and actions. Please don't spread rumors." Chen Song clicked his tongue. "It seems you've been brainwashed by Shen Ran. You're defending her so fiercely." Zhong Wenshu was a bit angry. "Brainwashed? I've only met Comrade Shen a few times. Even if she is married, there is no need to tell everyone, right? I am just an ordinary friend of hers, so I should not know about this.
Huh.
You've only seen her 2 or 3 times. Chun Song was confused. Could it be that Zhong Wenshu is just wishful thinking? Chun Song, come help out. Zhang Wen, who was nearby, couldn't stay silent anymore. Sometimes this guy really talks too much and says anything. Zhang Wen, Brother Wen, please tell the boss about this. I beg you. Chun Song looked a bit panicked. If the boss finds out, he will definitely give him a hard time. Zhang Wen chuckled. Good luck with that. It's not that he likes to complain, but Chun Song really needs to be disciplined. Fortunately, this is just a personal matter between the boss and his wife, not a military secret. If it were a military secret, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to handle it. Zhang Wen said, you should apologize to your wife voluntarily, then accept your punishment from the boss. Chun Song's face immediately fell. All right, I got it, he said. Hearing the words, wife, Zhong Wenshu's expression stiffened instantly. So, Sister Shen Ran really got married? Her spouse is Qin Lai? No wonder they sounded so familiar in the car earlier. That makes sense. Qin Lai is a soldier, and he wouldn't openly grab the arm of a single woman officer. Now, everything makes sense. Zhong Wenshu's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He had thought he was doing the right thing by defending Shen Ran and telling Qin Lai to let go. But he didn't realize they were a married couple. A small argument, and he rushed over like a clown. He sighed bitterly. His first secret crush, and he never even confessed, ended just like that. Luckily, he didn't say anything, or he would have only embarrassed himself. Qin Lai is so outstanding. Shen Ran marrying him must be very happy. That made him feel at ease. But why does his heart feel so heavy? The trees are lush, and the mountain air is cool. On a country path, Shen Ran is holding a wolf dog, walking side by side with Qin Lai. They don't speak, and the air is so quiet it's almost deafening. Finally, Qin Lai couldn't hold back and asked, you just now, the way you hit so perfectly, did someone teach you? No, I taught myself, Shen Ran said. She knew he would ask and had already prepared her excuse. Anyway, it would show sooner or later. I usually stay at home bored, so I like to read comic books. They have some martial arts moves in them. I secretly practiced a few, and I found they were pretty useful. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. Can I see those books? Shen Ran shook her head. No, I can't. After I finished reading, I was afraid someone would find out, so I burned them all. After all, those were outdated ideas from old times. That was a good reason. Qin Lai's sharp eyes flickered with doubt, but he didn't press the issue further. He knew Shen Ran very well and was sure she wouldn't have any problems. Suddenly, Shen Ran's small dog in her arms started whimpering. The little dog scratched at her arm nervously, as if trapped in a bad dream. She immediately lowered her head and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. The bad people have been driven away. No one will hurt you anymore. She gently stroked the dog's back, her movements tender, like caring for something fragile. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix tree, casting dappled light on her fair arm, making the red mark on her wrist stand out even more. Qin Lai's gaze suddenly froze, as if burned. The purple and blue bruises were from when he had grabbed her earlier in the car. Qin Lai's voice tightened. I'm sorry. Even when Shen Ran was acting out, he never laid a finger on her. But this time, he seemed possessed, burning with anger, filled with an indescribable emotion. He didn't even understand what was happening to him. He was supposed to take 2 or 3 months to finish a task, but he worked desperately and finished it in a month, rushing back in a hurry. And what happened? A green parrot almost broke his composure. Ice face. Ugly monster. Those words deeply hurt his heart. He seemed to see the Shen Ran from the past, proud and mocking him as a country bumpkin. Not the woman who, before his mission, stood at the door smiling and waved at him, inviting him to eat meatballs. Which one was really her? Qin Lai didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. But none of that mattered anymore. This time, when she returns, she is determined to divorce him. Jingjing Vet Station. Sun Jingfei is holding a cloth, wiping here and there inside the house. While wiping, he sighs. Ah, Sister Rand isn't here. It feels so boring. I have nothing to do. Poof. Old Master Sun, holding a porcelain cup of tea, suddenly spits out his drink. Young man, if you're really bored, go find a partner. Life might become more lively. Sun Jingfei immediately refuses. No way. I'm only 20. I'm not in a hurry to find someone. He hasn't built his career yet, so finding a partner would only slow down his progress. Old Master Sun slams his cup on the table, looking displeased. Stop thinking about going out all the time. Right now, no speculation or risky ventures are allowed. If you get reported, you'll end up in trouble, Sun Jingfei grins. Oh, Grandpa, I do everything so responsibly. Are you still worried about me? Old Master Sun snorts through his nose, not bothering to argue. If this kid were truly responsible, he wouldn't be so worried all the time. Luckily, Shen Ran is taking over at the vet station. Otherwise, he'd be worried about losing face in front of the ancestors someday. It's strange. Usually, a bunch of people come to the vet station to relax and chat, but today not a single person is here. Old Master Sun, holding a cigarette, looks around at the entrance. Sun Jingfei rinses his cloth in the water basin twice and responds, because Sister Rand isn't here. You know how popular she is. She told those aunties and uncles yesterday that she would take a day off, so they didn't come today. She's here. Sister Ran has arrived, Old Master Sun suddenly says. Sun Jingfei wrings out his cloth, smiling. Grandpa, are you hallucinating? How could Sister Ran come today? Just as he finishes speaking, a familiar, clear voice comes from the gate. Grandpa Sun, come help me. Look at this little wolf dog. Someone hit its back of the head, and it's been unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ran runs in holding a disheveled little wolf dog. Behind her, a tall figure follows. Sun Jingfei immediately recognized that this person was the one who had visited the veterinary station over a month ago. It seemed his name was Qin Lai, the lover of Sister Ran. Didn't they say he was on a mission? Hey, I know this dog. Shen Ran quickly placed the dog on the hospital bed, and Sun Jingfei exclaimed in surprise. Shen Ran was stunned. You know him? Sun Jingfei nodded. Yes, about 2 months ago, an older man brought this dog here. It turned out the dog was called Longya, a mixed breed of wolf and dog. It was brought back from the grasslands a year ago by its original owner. The original owner was a retired soldier. Sadly, after returning home, his old illness flared up, and he passed away in the hospital within half a year. He had no wife or children but got along well with neighbors. Longya was very obedient and well-behaved. After the owner died, several families wanted to adopt Longya, but Longya didn't want to leave. Although smart, it couldn't understand human death and stubbornly believed its owner would come back. No matter the weather, Longya waited at the alley entrance where they used to go home, hoping the owner would appear. It waited for a whole half year. At first, some kind people pitied Longya and fed it a little, but gradually, everyone had their own things to do, and Longya was forgotten. Longya seemed to realize its owner wouldn't come back voluntarily, so it set out across the city to find its owner. 2 months ago, Longya was captured by bad people and was badly injured. It took a lot of effort to escape. Luckily, it met a kind uncle who knew it on the way. Seeing how badly hurt it was, the uncle couldn't bear to see it die, so he brought it to the veterinary station for treatment. I remember this dog was trembling all over from pain during treatment, but it never made a sound. Sun Jingfei sighed and continued, I heard it was a stray dog at first. I even wanted to adopt it, but it sneaked away in the middle of the night. Now, seeing it again, so badly hurt, what a tragic fate. After hearing Longya's story, Shen Ran was deeply moved. In modern times, there's a famous movie called Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Anyone who watches it will cry over the touching story and the loyalty of the dog. One day, a scene from a movie became real, and she saw a real-life version of Hachiko, the wolf dog. Sometimes, pets are more reliable than people. That's why she prefers playing with small animals like the white cat, the little potato, and the green parrot. Because only pets won't betray their owners. After a checkup, Old man Sun looked serious and said, "This wolf dog is severely malnourished, with multiple broken bones. With proper care, it can slowly recover. The main problem is that blow to the back of its head, which shattered its skull. Treating this is a bit tricky, so it depends on whether it can survive this ordeal." Shen Ran quickly said, "Grandpa Sun, please treat it. I will cover all the follow-up costs. She's not always kind. Sometimes she's selfish and only cares about herself." But after learning about the wolf dog's condition, she felt a strong urge to save it no matter what. Maybe it was the loyalty of the wolf dog that moved her, or perhaps her inner beastly nature influenced her, making her instinctively want to protect animals with intelligence. If she hadn't encountered such a situation, she wouldn't have acted. But now that she has the ability, she will do her best to help. Shen Ran said, "Grandpa Sun, let's start treating it now. Tell me what you need, and I'll cooperate." "All right, go get the razor. We'll shave its fur first, and do a simple treatment on its wounds." Old man Sun spoke, and Shen Ran immediately took action. Sun Jingfei helped out whenever he could, passing things from time to time. Qin Lai stood nearby, watching like an outsider. From their conversation, he finally learned that Shen Ran worked at a veterinary station. He hadn't expected that after his mission, she would find a job for herself. Suddenly, Qin Lai remembered that a long time ago, he had advised Shen Ran to find a job, or she'd be bored staying at home all day. But as soon as he suggested it, she jumped up and scolded him harshly. She called him useless, said he couldn't even support his wife, and told him to go out and work. She also said he gave her too little money. Only 20 yuan a month, enough to feed a beggar. In fact, 20 yuan a month was quite a lot. In the city, a typical family's expenses could be covered with just 10 yuan a month. Qin Lai initially wanted to hand over all his salary to live a warm life with his wife and children. Unfortunately, Shen Ran disappointed him greatly. Watching her busy figure in front of him, Qin Lai's eyes were deep and filled with complicated feelings. It seemed she had changed a lot recently, becoming gentler, kinder, and more hardworking, completely different from before. It was as if she only started to change the moment he mentioned divorce. So, does she really not want a divorce that much? But why did she only realize this after they reached this point? On the other side, Zhang Wen and Chen Song drove a jeep, taking the group of troublemakers to the police station. Along the way, they also returned the little potato and the green parrot to Grandma Wen. Grandma Wen was very scared when she heard what happened, but when she learned Shen Ran was with Qin Lai, she relaxed. With Captain Qin around, Ran will definitely be safe. Next to them, Zhong Wenshu, who had gotten out of the car, heard this and smiled bitterly. So Qin Lai is a captain. He had guessed Qin Lai held a high military rank, but he didn't expect it to be so high. Qin Lai, only about 25 or 26, already being a captain shows how excellent he is. And he is just a small reporter at a newspaper, completely not comparable to Qin Lai. Zhong Wenshu gave up completely. He went home feeling lost, not even eating, just lying there all day. In the evening, his older sister came to see him. Seeing his depressed look, she was a bit surprised. "Little brother, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Zhong Wenshu. "No, sister, you're overthinking." His sister worried. "Then tell me what happened. I can help you share." Zhong Wenshu forced a smile. "Sister, you can't share feelings." Hearing this, his sister became excited. "Little brother, did you pursue a girl and she didn't agree?" "It's okay, there are many good girls. Sister can introduce you to a nice one." Zhong Wenshu shook his head. "It's useless. No one can compare to her." Sister Zhong angrily poked his forehead with her finger and scolded. "You're so stubborn. The girl doesn't like you, and you still refuse to see the truth. Tomorrow, I will take you to a matchmaking event. I don't believe you can't find someone better than that girl." Wen Jinshua looked stubborn and said, "Big sister, I won't go. Please don't waste your effort. If you have nothing to do, just go out. I want to sleep." It was clear she was trying to send him away. Big sister Wen was very angry. Their parents passed away early, and she raised her younger brother by herself. He had always been obedient and sensible, never going against her wishes. She never thought that one day he would speak to her like this because of a woman. So, what did that woman do to hurt him so much? She must find out the truth. Meanwhile, at the Fu family, after a month of being nagged by her mean mother-in-law, Shinyan, who was pretending to be the adopted daughter, received good news. Her husband, Fu Ziming, was returning from the army after completing his mission. Shinyan was so happy she didn't bother to tidy herself up and ran straight to the front door. As she reached the door, a tall, handsome man got out of a green jeep.
Ziming.
"You're finally back," Shinyan sobbed and rushed toward him. Fu Ziming had just gotten out of the car when he saw a dark-skinned, simple-dressed woman rushing at him. He frowned and stepped aside, causing the woman to fall to the ground. He thought another woman was trying to flirt with him and immediately said with disgust, "I hate women like you who have no shame. Just go back where you came from." Sniff sniff, Ziming, it's me Yunru. Can't you recognize me? Shin Yunru was lying on the ground, looking pitiful and crying with a sad expression. In the past, Shin Yunru dressed beautifully, and when she showed this kind of pitiful look, Fu Ziming would always hold her and comfort her for a while. But today, he didn't hold her at all. Instead, he scolded her. "Who sent you here? How dare you pretend to be my wife? Are you tired of living?" It's no wonder Fu Ziming didn't recognize Shin Yunru. Over the past month, Shin Yunru spent her days cleaning the toilets, working in the yard planting vegetables, and was also sent to the old house to farm by Madame Fu. Under the hot sun, her originally fair skin turned dark, and her health declined due to poor diet, making her look much more tired. Compared to her previous self, Shin Yunru now looked like she had aged 10 years.
Fu Ziming.
Even if I look different, can't you recognize my voice? Shin Yunru was truly angry. She got up from the ground, crossed her arms in a huff. This was a usual gesture when she was upset. Hearing her familiar voice, Fu Ziming finally recognized her. "Yunru? Wife. Why do you look like this?" "How dare you ask? I look like this all because of your mother." Shin Yunru accused him loudly. "Do you know how much your mother has tormented me while you've been away?" Then she exaggerated the story, adding details. After hearing her story, Fu Ziming felt heartbroken. He wanted to hold her in his arms to comfort her, but then Shin Yunru continued. "Your mother even made me go fertilize the vegetables in the garden. I ran over here just to see you, without even changing my clothes." Hearing this, Fu Ziming, who was very particular about cleanliness, frowned and subtly moved a few steps to the side. Shin Yunru saw this and looked hurt. "Are you disgusted with me?" "No, wife, you've misunderstood. I just came back from outside and I smell sweaty. I don't want to make you uncomfortable." Fu Ziming quickly explained. He loved his wife dearly and would never dislike her. He just couldn't stand the smell of the farm work. "Don't worry, I'll go talk to my mother properly. You've suffered these days, I'm sorry." Fu Ziming, holding back his anger, still embraced her. Shin Yunru leaned against his broad chest, feeling her frustration ease a little. "All right, you should help me teach Madame Lin a lesson. She's just a servant, yet she's acting superior to me. Let's go. I'll handle it now." Fu Ziming changed from hugging to holding her hand, then took a deep breath. They went to the living room, just as Madame Fu came downstairs, followed by Madame Lin. When Fu Ziming saw the person, he immediately scolded. "Mom, I haven't been here for a while. Even if Yunru did something wrong, how can you treat her like this?" Fu's mother paused with a smile on her face, grinding her teeth as she said, "She already explained everything to you. Do you even know what she did wrong and you're still defending her?" Fu Ziming replied, "I know, it's just 30,000 yuan. Our family isn't short of money. The money you donate every year is more than that. Why argue with Yunru over this? Huh? Just 30,000 yuan. Fu's mother sneered coldly, her chest filling with anger. "Do you know how much 30,000 yuan is? It's enough for your salary for decades. And you still think it's a small amount." Fu's mother grew angrier as she spoke, finally saying, "Otherwise, you can pay her back this money. From now on, your entire salary for the next few decades will be handed over. I want to see how generous you are." Hearing this, Fu Ziming frowned with displeasure. "Mom, we're family. Why are you so strict about money? I give you more than half my salary every month, In the army, his monthly allowance was about 100 yuan. He gave 20 yuan to his wife, Shinyan, 60 yuan to his mother, and kept the remaining 20 yuan for his own expenses. If he really handed over all his salary to his mother, not only his wife but even he himself wouldn't agree. He was generous outside, often treating his comrades to meals and buying things extravagantly. If he handed over all his salary, he would have no money left, which was definitely not acceptable. Mom, please don't bring this up. You hold all the money of the Fu family and you look down on my small salary. When Fu Ziming said this, there was some resentment in his tone. The Fu family was a big family with a lot of inherited wealth passed down through generations, at least several 100,000 yuan. But because of 30,000 yuan, his mother was bullying his wife. Wasn't that a slap in his face? Hearing that her beloved son was so upset for his daughter-in-law, Fu's mother's eyes reddened with anger. Some say sons are just here to collect debts, and that marrying a wife makes you forget your mother. I didn't believe it before, but now I think those people are right. You're really going to make me angry to death. Mother Fu gasped for breath and pounded her chest with her fist. Madam, please don't get too upset, or it might harm your health. Lin Ma quickly stepped forward, helped her sit on the sofa. Seeing her mother like this, Fu Ziming felt a bit guilty. Sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Please don't be angry. Shinyan rolled her eyes silently. What a stubborn old woman, pretending to be sick. Who doesn't know how to act? I can act even better than you. Suddenly, Shinyan let out a loud cry and swayed unsteadily. What's wrong, Yunru? Fu Ziming immediately worriedly supported her. Maybe I've been out in the sun too long and am tired. I feel so dizzy. Shinyan leaned into his arms, looking weak. Although she still smelled like waste, Fu Ziming no longer cared. He gently carried her horizontally and was about to take her to the second-floor room. Let's go, I'll take you to rest. He stepped toward the staircase.
Ziming, wait.
Shinyan quickly called out, pointing to a servant's room on the first floor. My room is over there. Mom told me to live and eat with the helpers, so I moved there.
What?
Fu Ziming stopped in his tracks, anger flashing on his face. He turned to his mother and said, Mom, that's too much. How can you let Yunra live in the servant's room? Isn't that humiliating her? The helpers in the living room? No, living in the servant's room isn't humiliating. Aren't they people too? Mother Fu looked coldly. Shinyan made a big mistake. Letting her suffer a little is fine. Don't oppose me just because of her. Fu Ziming looked serious. Mom, I don't want to argue with you, but I'm really disappointed in you. Before he got married, his mother was very kind to him. She would fulfill any wish he had. But after he married, her attitude changed completely. She was no longer the caring mother she used to be, and often argued with him. Sometimes he even wondered if she didn't love him, or why she couldn't accept Yunru. Seeing the two of them arguing, Shinyan felt proud and kept stirring the situation. Ziming, don't blame Mom. She's doing this for me. It's all my fault. I think she's just blinded by money. Fu Ziming looked coldly at Lin Ma and ordered. Lin Ma, quickly get someone to tidy up the upstairs rooms. If it's not done in 20 minutes, you can leave. He hadn't forgotten what Yunru just said, that Lin Ma, as an accomplice, had bullied her. Madam. Lin Ma instinctively looked at Fumu, who sat grimly on the sofa. Finally, she waved her hand at her, saying, Go. Yes, Lin Ma called a few helpers and went upstairs. Fu Ziming carried Shinyan to the servant's room on the first floor to rest. Fu Mu sat stiffly on the sofa, her face dark and gloomy. She had long known that in her son's heart, Shinyan, that sly woman, was most important. But when it came to this comparison, she couldn't help feeling very upset. In the servant's room, Shinyan leaned on Fu Ziming's chest, crying for a while. Fu Ziming wanted to comfort her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a foul smell hit him, and he quickly closed it again. In the end, he couldn't help but say, Wife, maybe you should take a shower first. Once Lin Ma and the others finished tidying up, you can go straight back to your room to rest. Shinyan pouted. All right, Although she wanted to stay close to her husband a little longer, her smell was a bit unpleasant, so she decided to take a shower to freshen up. Not long after Shinyan left, Lin Ma and her helpers finished tidying up the upstairs rooms. Before going upstairs, Fu Ziming looked proud as he spoke to Lin Ma. Lin Ma, you've worked in our family for many years. Since it's for my mom's sake, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Apologize to Yunra later, and this won't happen again. Lin Ma nodded obediently. Okay, I understand. As a helper, she would do whatever the owner said. The Fu family paid well, and she didn't want to lose this job. Soon, Shen Yunru finished her shower and changed into a clean outfit. Fu Ziming also went to another shower room and quickly took a shower. Returning to their familiar wedding room, the two hugged each other and leaned against a bed, chatting for a while. Learning that Fu Ziming only made Lin's mother apologize to her and didn't punish anyone else, Shen Yunru felt unhappy but didn't say anything. Today, Ziming stood on her side, which was already a big slap to his mother. If she punished her trusted aides again, and his mother held a grudge against her, it would be a bad outcome. Shen Yunru leaned into Fu Ziming's arms, pretending to be gentle and sweet, and softly said, even if Lin's mother doesn't apologize, it's okay. I don't want us to cause too much trouble between you and your mother because of me. These words softened Fu Ziming's heart completely. His Yunru was still so kind and generous.
Yunru, I'm sorry.
I made you suffer, he said gently, kissing her forehead. Looking at her handsome face, Shen Yunru blushed and said, Ziming, you've been away for over a month. I really miss you. Last night, I even had some shy dreams about you. She shyly glanced at him, her delicate hand exploring his body. It was a subtle hint. In the past, during such moments, Fu Ziming would turn passive into active and pounce like a hungry wolf. But today, seeing Shen Yunru's dark face, Fu Ziming felt no desire at all. Honey, he grabbed her restless hand and said hoarsely, I'm a bit tired today. Shen Yunru's face froze, and her expression became awkward. Before, even when Fu Ziming came home late at night exhausted, he would hold her tightly and make love 2 or 3 times. But now, in broad daylight, he said he was tired? Sniff, Ziming. Do you dislike me? I've been doing so much work lately, and my skin isn't as fair and smooth as before. It's understandable if you dislike me. Shen Yunru bit her lip, pretending to be stubborn, and said, maybe we should sleep separately for a while. I'll move back to the servants' room on the first floor so you won't see me and won't be bothered. After saying that, she tried to get up. Fu Ziming quickly held her back. Don't go, honey. In Lu Ziming's eyes, a hint of apology flashed as he patiently explained, I didn't dislike you. I was just worried you were overworking yourself, especially since you almost fainted today. I'm fine now. I've recovered. Shen Yunru blinked her pitiful eyes and, feeling a bit stubborn, said, I feel like you don't love me as much anymore. Is it because I look uglier now and you don't like me? Don't overthink it. There's no way I don't love you. In the end, Lu Ziming showed his love through actions. However, his usual enthusiasm seemed a bit perfunctory. Lu Ziming wasn't sure what was wrong with him. He just felt a bit distracted. Maybe he really was superficial and cared about appearances. But he couldn't tell Yunru that, to avoid hurting her. After a hurried moment, Lu Ziming got up to put on his clothes. Let's go. Before it gets dark, let's visit your family. Immediately, Shen Yunru, who had been feeling down, perked up. She hadn't been back to the Shin family for a month after being driven out in disappointment. Now that her husband was back, she wanted to return openly and give the Shin family a good look at her strength. His gaze unintentionally fell on Shen Ran's face. The orange sunset shone through the car window, outlining her gentle features. Her delicate nose cast a small shadow under her eyes, and her lips were pressed into a soft pink, like peach blossom petals just blooming in early spring. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye looked especially lively in the flickering light inside the car. She was probably really tired, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she was still worried about that poor wolf dog in her dreams. Qin Lai's throat moved, wanting to say something, but he felt it was unnecessary. The trees outside the window flashed by quickly, making him dizzy. He reached out, wanting to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, but his hand stopped halfway and curled into a fist. This wasn't appropriate. They were about to get a divorce, so he shouldn't do anything too forward. Moreover, she disliked him. If she knew he had touched her, she would probably point at him and scold him loudly. Suddenly, the bus jolted sharply, causing everyone inside to sway. Shen Ran, who had been sleeping against the window, tilted her head to the other side. Almost instinctively, Qinlai reached out and gently supported her cheek with his palm. The warm, soft touch spread through his hand. His hand paused, and his ears suddenly felt hot, along with his neck. He hurriedly turned his head away, but the feeling lingered, as if it had taken root, sticking firmly in his palm. The bus kept moving forward, and her breath brushed lightly against his wrist, feeling a little ticklish. It seeped into his heart, making it tremble. He kept his arm stiff, holding her head with his hand, not daring to move or pull back. He couldn't quite understand what he was feeling right now. Even though they were about to divorce, and he was completely disappointed in her, why was his heart still pounding faster? Qinlai thought for a moment and finally sorted out his feelings. Maybe her change over this time surprised him too much, making him curious about her. No, this kind of feeling shouldn't happen. He was usually decisive and firm. If he had decided to divorce, he shouldn't hesitate anymore. Even if Shen Ran was really starting to change for the better. But what if she was just pretending? Qinlai no longer wants to give a second chance. A chance for her to hurt him again. His life should not be stuck in a broken marriage he can't escape from. He had already decided that after the divorce, he wouldn't marry again or have children, but dedicate his life to his country. Thinking this through, Qinlai felt relieved, and his face looked more relaxed. However, the hand supporting his cheek didn't move away. Just like that, Shen Ran slept all the way, with Qinlai's hand supporting her. When they were close to Shen's house, Qinlai finally withdrew his numb hand. Shen Ran tilted her head and suddenly woke up. "We're here." A deep, magnetic voice sounded, and Shen Ran responded with, Oh, then stood up. The two got out of the car one after the other. "Qinlai, I'll see you off." Shen Ran waved her hand at him. "No need, it's almost dark. You should go back to the army quickly. Remember to come pick me up tomorrow." She hadn't forgotten about their divorce. Since he was back, it was better to finish the divorce as soon as possible. Qinlai didn't reply and walked ahead on his own. Shen Ran scratched her head and followed. When they reached near Shen's house, they saw a couple. It was the fake daughter Shinyan and her husband Fu Ziming. Seeing her, Fu Ziming looked at her with disgust and said, "Shen Ran, are you stalking me? No matter how many tricks you play, I won't look at you, Shen Ran." "Wait, brother, what are you talking about?"
Fu Ziming frowned.
"What nonsense did I say? You're the one who's always scheming. You knew I just came back from a mission and followed me on purpose." Shen Ran was speechless. "Do you even hear yourself? This is the Shen family home. How is me coming back to my own house following you? Are you out of your mind?" Fu Ziming froze for a moment. He had indeed forgotten that. On the way to the Shen house, his wife, Shinyan, had been complaining in his ear, saying that Shen Ran bullied her and often asked around about him. Just hearing that made Fu Ziming feel disgusted. He hated women who were unfaithful and insincere. So when he suddenly saw Shen Ran appear, he instinctively scolded her. "Anyway, haven't you done enough shameful things before?" His voice was full of open contempt. He still remembered how, back when he came to the Shen house for dinner, Shen Ran had deliberately tried to get close to him. He hadn't expected that even after getting married, she still wouldn't behave properly.
Some people just never change.
"Shen Ran, I think you'd better give up whatever you're thinking. Stop doing things that make you lose face."
Slap.
Shen Ran's eyes turned cold as she struck him across the face. Enough was enough. He was being annoying. That was all in the past. Why bring it up again? What's the point? The original Shen Ran had indeed once tried to get close to Fu Ziming, but after she got married, she gave up on that. She had no idea why he was still making a fuss. And now that he was shouting insults right in her face, if she didn't fight back, she'd be a saint. With her temper, that was impossible. Shen Ran, how dare you hit me? Are you tired of living? Fu Ziming's eyes burned with anger as he shouted. Qin Lai stepped forward, his tall figure blocking her. He was half a head taller than Fu Ziming, his broad shoulders stretching the lines of his uniform. His tan skin gave off a cold, firm strength. His dark eyes were like a frozen lake, deep and chilling. When he looked at Fu Ziming, the air seemed to freeze. Captain Fu, he said coldly, you are the one who spoke rudely to my wife first. If she hit you, you brought it on yourself. Each word carried a heavy, icy pressure that almost made Fu Ziming lose his breath. Fu Ziming clenched his fists tightly, his jaw tense. He hated this feeling. He and Qin Lai were both young, outstanding captains in the army, about the same age, both admired by many. Yet somehow, Qin Lai always made him feel overshadowed. Every time he faced Qin Lai, he always felt overshadowed. He was just a simple, unconnected person. Why should he be better than Qin Lai? Fu Ziming felt unfair and kept rushing to take on tasks, trying to prove he was better than Qin Lai. But each time, Qin Lai proved him wrong. Repeated failures made him more annoyed with Qin Lai. It was funny that Qin Lai was brave in the army, but his marriage was a mess. Compared to that, he was much happier. This was the only way he could surpass Qin Lai. He used to watch from behind, thinking Qin Lai's marriage with Shen Ran wouldn't last long. But unexpectedly, Qin Lai stepped forward to defend Shen Ran. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back anymore.
Fu Ziming's nerd.
Captain Qin, you probably don't know, your wife once flirted with me. After I refused her, she turned around and married you. Isn't that ironic? Shut up. Qin Lai suddenly grabbed his collar, pulling him forward with force. Fu Ziming, I know exactly what kind of person my wife is. If you dare to slander her again. So, are you going to hit me now? Fu Ziming was not afraid but very calm. My wife saw everything herself. You can ask her. Watching the scene, Shinyan hurried over, looking worried. Brother-in-law, Ziming is right. I know about this too. You're such a good person. You shouldn't be held back by someone like Shen Ran. Please let Ziming go. Qin Lai's breathing quickened for a moment, but soon calmed down. He suddenly remembered the last time Shen Yanru casually said something that almost made him misunderstand Shen Ran. Shen Yanru never told the truth, and he didn't believe her. Since the people involved were present, he didn't need to ask others. He turned to look at Shen Ran and said seriously, Shen Ran, what do you say? Say. Shen Ran, full of anger, rolled up her sleeves and said fiercely, I'll hit first. She ran over to Shen Yanru, grabbed her hair, and started pulling. Shen Yanru, you really haven't learned your lesson. You dare to come in front of me and show off. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Let go. You're pulling my hair so painfully. Shen Yanru cried out loudly and quickly begged Fu Ziming for help. Ziming, come save me. Fu Ziming was about to go over, but was stopped by Qin Lai. Captain Fu, it's just a small fight between women. As a grown man, there's no need for you to get involved. Of course, if you really want to fight, we can have a match first. Fu Ziming's face darkened. Qin Lai was a top fighter in the special forces, very skilled, and he could win against him. If they fought directly, he would only embarrass himself. No one stopped them, and Shen Ran beat Shen Yanru happily. She grabbed her hair and slapped her repeatedly, saying, You little brat, you previously ordered by man to find some troublemakers to bully me. The police even detained you. If your mother-in-law hadn't paid your debt, do you think I would let you go so easily? You just got out of the police station not long ago, and are still spreading rumors about me everywhere. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Just wait, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shen Ran scolded while secretly watching Qin Lai's reaction. Seeing his surprised expression, she felt a little relieved. She originally planned to part peacefully with Qin Lai, taking 5,000 yuan and leaving after the divorce. But today, Shen Yanru and others came to provoke her and even revealed her past affair with Fu Ziming. That was her fault, and she had to take responsibility. But the mistake was revealing it too early. She should have waited until after the divorce and received the 5,000 yuan. What if Qin Lai got angry and refused to give her the money? She was greedy for money and couldn't allow anyone to ruin her plans. So, she had to teach Shin Yunru a lesson. Hearing Shen Ran's angry words, Qin Lai's face darkened. During his absence, such a big incident had happened. Even the police and Fu's mother were involved, so it must have been very dangerous. But today, Shen Ran didn't mention anything to him. Did she not trust him? Qin Lai suddenly felt restless and looked at Fu Ziming's face, which he also found a bit annoying. He punched him in the face. Since your wife is bullying my wife, I will beat you to vent my anger. They haven't divorced yet, so he has the right to avenge his wife. Fu Ziming was stunned after being punched by Qin Lai. After reacting, he looked furious and immediately fought back. Qin Lai, you started it, don't blame me. Fu Ziming's face was dark as he swung a punch, but missed. Qin Lai stretched out his long leg and kicked him in the back, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Fu Ziming turned around awkwardly and began to attack fiercely. Qin Lai calmly dodged and occasionally punched him. The two fought intensely, exchanging blows. At first, Fu Ziming could handle it, but later he could only defend himself and was pushed back step by step. Shen Ran, who was playing slap games with her fake daughter Shinyan, was stunned. Wait, why are Qin Lai and Fu Ziming fighting? They are fighting quite fiercely, much more exciting than her pulling hair and slapping. She decided she had to try harder and not hold Qin Lai back. Shen Ran took off her small leather shoes and slapped Shinyan's face fiercely. Stop talking nonsense everywhere. Stop nagging. Stop pretending to be innocent. Ugh.
Sister, please.
Let me go. Shinyan cried loudly, her voice hoarse from crying. Shen Ran showed no mercy and kept slapping. This person is full of bad intentions. If it weren't for the current laws, she really wanted to get rid of her. In less than 5 minutes, Shinyan's face was swollen like a pig's head. Over at Qin Lai's side, the fight was almost over. He had beaten Fu Ziming so badly that his nose and face were swollen, and he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Good job, Shen Ran gave Qin Lai a thumbs up. Ziming. Seeing her husband lying on the ground, Shinyan hurried over crying. After confirming that Fu Ziming was okay, she let out a sigh of relief. She helped Fu Ziming up, and the couple supported each other, too afraid to look at them, and hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Today's beating of the drowning dog was so satisfying. Shen Ran crossed her arms and laughed loudly, laughing until she was doubled over. Qin Lai stood nearby, watching her smile so happily, but he looked completely expressionless. Let's go to your room. I have something to ask you. Shen Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh no, this could be bad. Second floor room. As soon as the door was closed, Qin Lai asked directly, was what Fu Ziming just said true?
Did you really?
Like him back then? No, Shen Ran answered firmly. Not only her, but even the original owner never liked Fu Ziming. The original owner just wanted to prove she was better than the fake daughter, which made her do foolish things. Qin Lai's face didn't relax. Instead, he changed his way of asking. Then he said you were trying to charming him. Shen Ran awkwardly scratched her head. She didn't want to admit it, especially since not only Shinyan and Fu Ziming knew about it, but Shen's parents also knew. If Qin Lai went to ask them, he would find out the truth. No matter what you think, I was impulsive back then, and I regret it now, Shen Ran said honestly. Qin Lai almost laughed in anger. So, it was really because Fu Ziming rejected you that you planned to manipulate me at the wedding and make me marry you? Shen Ran's face changed slightly, and she immediately denied. No, absolutely not. Anyway, the original owner hadn't told anyone, so she wouldn't admit it. Not. Qin Lai suddenly clenched his fists tightly, staring at her. Then tell me, after we got married, how do you explain your attitude of avoiding me like the plague? Shen Ran's throat tightened, and she couldn't say a word. Indeed, over the past 2 years, the original owner had done many excessive things to Qin Lai, and she couldn't argue. Seeing her silent, Qin Lai let out a short, mocking snort and said sarcastically, I used to wonder why, even though you actively sought me out and married me, You hated me so much after we got married. I thought I did something wrong, that I wasn't good enough. I tried to meet your unreasonable demands and endured your insults and torment. I thought that with time, you would slowly accept me. But no matter how much I backed off, you refused to give in. Back then, I didn't understand why we ended up like this. Now I finally understand." He suddenly stepped closer, his tall figure exuding a frightening sense of pressure. "I am the leftover defective product you chose, the backup you grabbed after you couldn't get what you wanted. You're a complete fool. Shen Ran, how can you treat me like this? Is your heart made of stone? Or do you have no heart at all?" The accumulated grievances of 2 years suddenly burst out, and Shen Lai's eyes turned red. Shen Ran was momentarily speechless. A hint of complexity flashed across Shen Ran's face. She didn't expect that the usually icy Shen Lai had so many hidden feelings inside. She thought he was as indifferent as a piece of iron, caring about nothing. At this moment, Shen Ran felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. She is not the original owner and has no prejudice against Shen Lai. From a normal person's point of view, Shen Lai has indeed suffered a lot of unfairness. With the idea of parting on good terms, Shen Ran felt it was necessary to explain herself. "Actually, I had a reason for what I did back then. Please listen to my explanation." "Explanation? You've already admitted everything. What is there to explain?" Shen Lai interrupted her coldly. The fleeting emotional wave just now seemed to have never existed. He kept a stern face, with a deep coldness in his eyes. "Shen Ran," Shen Lai looked at her with a sarcastic tone. "Do you find it interesting to keep playing this act? In these 2 years, I believe I have never wronged you. On the contrary, you have someone else in your heart, yet you vent all your resentment on me. Isn't it what you wanted when I proposed divorce? Why do you have to pretend in front of me, putting on a scene of reluctance? You really don't want to leave, do you?" Shen Lai paused and sneered. "If you get divorced, what excuse do you have to get close to Fu Ziming? After all, we are still in the same army. No wonder every time Fu Ziming goes on a mission, you go back to your parents' house. You don't want to stay with me for a day. It turns out your heart has already flown away." Hearing this, Shen Ran felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect Shen Lai to misunderstand her so deeply. If she didn't clarify, that 5,000 yuan would really be lost. So she quickly said, "Shen Lai, you misunderstood. I don't like Fu Ziming at all, never have. I'm just very jealous of Shinyan." At this point, Shen Ran sniffed, and her eyes started to turn red. Shinyan took away the life that should have belonged to her and replaced her identity. But no one criticized her. Instead, everyone liked her, supported her, and always blamed Shen Ran for being petty and unreasonable. Why should that be? If she hadn't been switched at birth, she should have been the one loved and spoiled. She was not willing to accept this. She was really unwilling. That's why she kept comparing herself to Shen Yunru everywhere. She just wanted everyone to see that she was no worse than her. When she first charminged Fu Ziming, it was a moment of foolishness, trying to compete with Shen Yunru, which led her to do such a stupid thing. She also regretted it afterward. Truly, she was very sorry. Phew. She finally said everything she had been feeling deep inside. Shen Lai was probably the first to know. Seeing her effort to explain, maybe his anger would lessen a bit? If not, she might just cry for him? For 5,000 yuan, she wouldn't just shed tears, she might even perform a dramatic act like hanging herself with a noodle. After saying all this, Shen Ran immediately lowered her head. Seeing the woman in front of him looking guilty, Shen Lai felt a mix of emotions. It turned out she would also bow her head to him someday. But everything had already happened, and the hurt was done. What was the point of saying all this? Even if her seduction of Fu Ziming was justified, what about afterward? Why did she marry him and then treat him so coldly? It seems that Shen Lai guessed what Shen Ran was thinking. She quickly looked up and said, "By the way, that woman Shinyan isn't as simple as she looks. She often whispers bad things about you in my ear. She says you're rough and insensitive to others' feelings, and that you're not as good as Fu Ziming. She also says you have no parents to support you. I was brainwashed by her, So I treated you badly. Now I see her true face clearly and understand many things. That's why I've changed so much recently. She shifts all the blame onto Shinyan. She's really clever. Since she's been so honest, Qinlai probably won't be angry with her anymore, right? Shen Ran's thoughts are simple, but Qinlai isn't so easy to fool. He's a former scout and very sensitive about many things. Plus, he doesn't fully trust Shen Ran because she has a past. So, why can't you tell right from wrong? Why do you believe others so easily? Qinlai asks coldly, then continues. I think you secretly look down on me. Otherwise, you wouldn't fall for others' tricks so easily. Shen Ran can't respond to this because she really thought that way. But she doesn't want to admit it, so she quickly says, You're wrong. I wanted to live a good life with you. But on our wedding night, you went on a mission and left me alone. Then you were gone for months, never checking if I was okay. I was a little upset about that. Qinlai laughs bitterly. Just a little upset? You hold a grudge and torment me for 2 years? Before we got married, I told you clearly I often go on missions and can't always be home.
You said you didn't mind.
Why are you bringing this up now? Shen Ran, you really don't tell the truth at all, he says. Shen Ran raises her eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. Do whatever you want. I've said everything I need to. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. She has her temper too. After all, it's all the mess the original owner made. She's just cleaning up and taking responsibility. She only told a few harmless lies to smooth things over. Does she have to kneel and beg him to believe her? Why should I suffer this unfair treatment here? Seeing her cold and indifferent attitude, Qinlai suddenly felt a surge of anger. He quickly suppressed his emotions and blurted out, I think you just can't let go of Fu Ziming. You're fooling yourself. Unfortunately, you're rushing to get close, but he doesn't even bother to look at you. He probably insults you behind your back for not being faithful. You're scheming so much just to avoid the divorce, aren't you? Qinlai sneered, his eyes full of contempt like needles piercing her. Shen Ran, you're really cunning. Smack. Shen Ran couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him. Who said, I don't want a divorce. Fine, let's do it. Tomorrow I'll go handle the paperwork. Whoever doesn't want a divorce is a dog. Qinlai stormed off angrily, with a slap mark on his face. So annoying. Shen Ran irritably grabbed her hair and collapsed onto the bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. She was actually happy today because she had fought with Shen Yunru and Fu Ziming. But then she argued with Qinlai again. Just now, she slapped Qinlai, and his intense glare was frightening. In the end, he said nothing and just turned to leave. She had really offended him deeply. In her memory, Qinlai had never been this angry before. It seemed he was truly heartbroken today. She didn't want to hit him, but Qinlai's words were too harsh. His anger made him say all sorts of reckless things. There's a saying that people speak very harshly when they're angry.
Sigh.
Shen Ran sighed, turned over, and buried her face in the pillow. Slapping Qinlai earlier felt satisfying, but now she felt a little regretful. After all, she was in the wrong about this. The original owner had left so gracefully, but the mess was really hard to clean up. Forget it, since they're getting divorced tomorrow and will never see each other again. There's no need to worry anymore. Shen Ran didn't go downstairs for dinner tonight. Her mood was already bad, and seeing the Shen family members made her even more upset. Shen Ran went to her space. As soon as she entered the space, the little white cat eagerly rubbed against her. Meow, the little creature looked at her with a few curious glances, tilting its head in confusion. Ran, why do you look so worried? Is something bothering you? You can tell me. It's nothing. Have you eaten? Do you want some more snacks? Shen Ran gently patted the little cat's head, picked it up, and headed toward the snack shelf.
Yes.
I want to eat cat food. That one is too hard to open. Can you open it for me? The white cat stretched out its fluffy paw and pointed at the canned cat food on the shelf. Shen Ran smiled. Okay, I'll open it for you, little glutton. While the little white cat was eating the canned food, Shen Ran decided to share something with it. In a few days, I might adopt a wolf dog. Its background is quite sad. The loyalty of the wolf dog, Lengia, touched Shen Ran, and she decided to take it in. Although Lengia wasn't awake yet, with her special abilities, she believed it would be willing to accept her. Shen Ran also told the little white cat about Lengia's story. At first, the little white cat was a bit resistant. It was Ranran's only beloved pet. If she added a dog, what if her affection was divided? But after hearing Shen Ran's explanation, the little creature's initial resistance disappeared completely, leaving only tears in its eyes. Woo-woo, Lengia is so pitiful. Why is it so sad? From now on, this kitty will share half of its favorite canned food with it. The little white cat, tears in its eyes, solemnly admitted this. Seeing how earnest and adorable it looked, Shen Ran couldn't help but chuckle. There's plenty of dog food in the space. Lengia can eat it for decades. You don't need to share your canned food. The little white cat's big, round eyes lit up.
Great.
No need to share the canned food. It could enjoy it all by itself. Seeing the happy expression on the little creature's face, Shen Ran couldn't help but smile again, feeling much happier herself. They say pets are great healers for the soul, and that really is true. Master, the barbecue grill, and all the ingredients are ready. At that moment, Xiaofun, the robot, spoke nearby. Shen Ran followed it to the villa's yard, where the barbecue grill was set up along with many ingredients. Tonight, feeling a bit down, a spicy and delicious barbecue was just what she needed. Shen Ran sat at the table, looking around at all the delicious food. There were grilled beef skewers, pork ribs, large shrimp, Boston lobsters, chicken wings, chicken feet, sausages, oysters, and more. Master, I'm going to start grilling. First, I'll prepare 10 skewers of grilled beef. The robot Xiaofun somehow found a white chef's hat and humorously put it on its head. With a click, it turned on the grill, and the grayish charcoal fire immediately lit up. Its metal fingers skillfully spread the meat skewers on the grill. When the beef touched the hot surface, the edges curled into waves. Xiaofun expertly used a brush, dipped it in a special sauce, and brushed it over the meat while turning the skewers to coat the other side. Soon, the whole yard was filled with the smell of grilled meat. The beef on the skewers had turned a caramel color, and the juices made the skewers shiny. Xiaofun poked the meat with a metal skewer to check if it was cooked through. Satisfied, it neatly placed the 10 skewers on a white ceramic plate, adding some fresh green lettuce leaves on the side. Eat it while it's hot, master. It won't taste good when cold. Xiaofun's electronic voice sounded proud, and the brim of its chef's hat was still slightly wobbling. Shen Ran. Why does this robot seem to be becoming more human? Shen Ran picked up a grilled beef skewer and took a bite. In an instant, her eyes lit up. Wow, crispy outside, tender inside, rich but not greasy, so delicious. After finishing one, Shen Ran grabbed 2 more skewers and shoved them into her mouth. Xiaofun, your cooking skills are amazing. Shen Ran mumbled happily, her eyes shining. Next, Xiaofun grilled other foods, each tasting great. Shen Ran ate her fill, her mouth full of food, feeling very satisfied. After dinner, she went to check the farmland. Because the soil was fertile and the air suitable, crops that normally took months to grow were ready in just a month. The small robot Xiao Hui followed her, reporting recent results. This month, we harvested 100,000 gene of rice and flour and another 100,000 gene of crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. We also collected about 10,000 gene of various fruits, including apples, grapes, plums, and oranges. Vegetables like bok choy, Chinese cabbage, tender bean sprouts, and lettuce. Each of them yielded 10,000 gene, a Chinese weight unit. Shen Ran's smile grew wider at the news. This is great. Based on this trend, her space will soon have more and more food, fruits, and vegetables. Not just for 100 years, but even for hundreds of generations, they probably won't run out. Later, she can sell the surplus food, making money grow on money, and she will never worry about money again. After enjoying a delicious barbecue, she received this happy news. Shen Ran was no longer upset. She doesn't need a man. Men only slow down her earning speed. Tomorrow, she will go to the military to get a divorce. Mingyu sure. Boo-hoo, catching a cold in the summer is really uncomfortable. Sniffling and sneezing while typing, her eyes were always foggy. Please give a 5-star review and send love energy, my dear friends. I love you all. As night fell, the military family compound was very quiet. Shen Ran returned home. As soon as he opened the door, a dusty smell hit him. It seemed that while he was away on a mission for a month, Shen Ran had been gone for a month. Shen Ran's eyes darkened. He lit the kerosene lamp on the wall with a match and turned toward the kitchen. He picked up a water bucket from the kitchen and went to the well outside to fetch water. Under the dim moonlight, the water in the bucket shimmered with tiny flashes, reflecting his dusty face. Shen Ran took a dry, hard pancake wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket, its sharp edges hurting his palm. These pancakes were what he carried with him during his previous missions. It was late today, and the cafeteria was probably already closed, mainly because the mark of a slap on his face hadn't faded yet, and he didn't want others to laugh at him. Leaning against the well, Shen Ran scooped some water with a gourd-shaped ladle from the bucket. He drank the cold water straight from the bucket, nibbling on the pancake and swallowing quickly. After finishing the last piece, Shen Ran took off his coat, lifted the water bucket, and poured the icy water over his head. The summer night was cool, and the icy well water was even more piercingly cold. Shen Ran kept his eyes tightly closed, showing no emotion on his face, letting the water flow down from his head. After a long while, he opened his eyes and wiped his face. The evening breeze gently moved the small strands of his hair on his forehead, revealing his calm eyes beneath his brow bones, deep and unfathomable. After a quick, cool shower, Shen Ran went inside the house. He closed the door tightly and entered the room, sensing something was wrong. On the dressing table by the bed, the obvious bottles and jars were gone. The bed, usually covered with floral sheets, was now bare, only a blanket remaining. Shen Ran opened the wardrobe, but Shen Ran's clothes were also missing. He looked around and finally saw a leather trunk in the corner. Opening it, he found it was filled with Shen Ran's belongings. She hadn't lied. She really planned to divorce him. The missing bottles, jars, clothes, and luggage were all part of her planned farewell. Shen Ran slowly closed the trunk, the click of the lock echoing in the empty house. The wind outside blew in, extinguishing the kerosene lamp on the table, plunging the room into darkness. He crouched in front of the trunk, his back against the cold wall, his lips pressed into a stiff line. That night, Shen Ran couldn't sleep at all. He thought a lot, recalling his past with Shen Ran and what she had told him today. He realized she had suffered so much in places he didn't know. He understood that her change over the past month wasn't for him, but because she had figured out what she wanted. Yet, he had maliciously guessed about her and said many cruel words. Unable to help himself, Shen Ran reached up and touched his cheek. The slap she gave him still felt hot, as if it had just happened. Outside, the crickets chirped tirelessly, disturbing his peace. Shen Ran turned over and sat up, in the dark, taking out a box of matches and a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The click of the matchbox lit a small flame, illuminating his sharp-featured face. In an instant, he blew out the match. He had long quit smoking. Shen Ran disliked the smell of smoke on him. Since their wedding day, he had stopped. The cigarettes in his hand were from Chen Song, given to him during his last mission. Unable to sleep, Shen Ran didn't want to lie in bed. He went to the yard and started practicing military exercises. His posture was agile, each kick and punch carrying a fierce wind-like sound. After practicing a set of boxing moves, a light sweat appeared on his forehead. This was only the warm-up. Shen Ran added another fighting technique to his practice. Military boxing emphasizes explosive power, while fighting skills focus on grappling. Combining strength and softness, Shen Ran practiced vigorously, sweating all over. He repeated the practice once, then again, and again. Almost the whole night, Shen Ran stayed in the yard. When tired, he would lie down to rest. When thirsty, he drank well water. By morning, his eyes were bloodshot. Early in the morning, when Chen Song and Zhang Wen came to see him, they were shocked by his appearance. Chen Song said, Boss, did you sleepwalk last night? Why do you look so terrible? Zhongwen looked around and saw some plants in the yard were knocked over, as if damaged intentionally. Boss, did you practice boxing all night? Chen Song's eyes widened as he noticed some details. Qinlai didn't deny it and turned to walk toward the main house. Chen Song and Zhongwen looked at each other, both surprised. After a month of intense work, they were exhausted. Yesterday, after dinner at the army, they went straight to sleep. They slept until late morning and still felt they hadn't rested enough. If not for the army horn sounding, they wouldn't have wanted to wake up. They didn't expect the boss to stay awake all night. Could he be worried about something? Thinking about the purpose of today's visit, Chen Song felt nervous. Yesterday, on the jeep, he said some unkind words about Shen Ran in front of Zhong Wenshu and Zhong Reporter, but he was quickly proven wrong. Later, Zhong Wen scolded him and told him to come personally to explain the situation to the boss and apologize to Shen Ran's sister-in-law. Seeing the boss's cold attitude, he found it hard to speak. He felt that if he said anything, he might get into more trouble. They entered the house, and Qinlai had changed into clean clothes. Zhong Wen cleared his throat and asked, "Boss, did sister-in-law not come back with you last night?" He also signaled Chen Song with his eyes. Chen Song showed a bitter smile, thinking, "I caused this trouble, I have to face it myself." "Yeah, boss, where is sister-in-law?" I have something to discuss with her." Chen Song fiddled with his fingers, looking a bit uneasy. Qinlai pursed his lips. He wanted to say, no need to call her sister-in-law, because from today on, Shen Ran would no longer be their sister-in-law. But Chen Song's hesitant manner clearly hid something, so he quickly suppressed his impatience. He raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Sorry, boss. I didn't keep my mouth shut." Chen Song first apologized, then roughly explained what happened yesterday in the jeep. As he finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head, straightened his back, and waited for the boss to scold him. But after half a minute, there was no sound at all. Chen Song felt nervous and quietly looked up, right into the boss's face, which looked stormy.
His heart sank.
Oh no, the boss is angry. Shun family mansion. When Shen Ran went downstairs for breakfast, her longtime silent father and mother surprisingly spoke to her. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they started blaming her. "Father, did Yunru and Ziming come over yesterday? I heard you fought with Qinlai and them." "Mother, Shen Ran, this is too much. If not for the call from your in-laws, we wouldn't even know about this. Yesterday evening, when Shen Ran fought with Yunru and Ziming in the jeep, it happened right at dinner time. Most people were busy in the kitchen and didn't hear the commotion outside. Father and mother vaguely heard the noise at the door, but didn't go out to see. They just didn't like to get involved in trouble. Moreover, earlier, something embarrassing happened to the Shen family. Although it was settled by the Fu family, some information still got out. Father and mother disliked gossip and didn't like going out. Early this morning, they had just gotten up when they received a call from the Fu family. On the phone, Fu's mother first scolded the Shen family harshly, then started yelling at Shen Ran and Qinlai. "How did you raise your daughter? Making her so unruly and even corrupting your son-in-law. I don't care. You better bring Shen Ran and Qinlai to the hospital to apologize to our Fu family, or I won't let this go." Listening to Shen mother's explanation, Shen Ran paused while drinking soy milk. "Let me go apologize?" she asked. "Why not? Don't you want to apologize?" "It's your fault and Qinlai's fault," her father said with a frown. He then ordered, "Finish breakfast quickly and call Qinlai. Tell him to come from the army and go to the hospital with you. I won't apologize." Shen Ran refused firmly. "I've already hit them. Why should I apologize? They deserved it." Her father's eyes widened. "Shen Ran, you rebellious girl. Are you trying to make me angry to death?" Shen Ran took a bite of fried dough stick and smiled. "Dad, you keep saying you want to die from anger, but I haven't seen you die yet. I'm really curious. What does dying from anger look like? Why don't you show me?" Her father slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Shen Ran, you're cursing me to die." Shen Ran shrugged. "You said it yourself, so it's not my fault." Her father pointed at her, furious and chest tight. "Enough, enough. Stop arguing." Shen mother quickly tried to mediate, looking at Shen Ran with great disapproval. Shen Ran, can't you just listen to us once? We're your parents. We're not going to hurt you. The in-laws said if you don't apologize, they'll go to the army, and that will affect Qin Lai. That wouldn't be good. Shen Ran looked indifferent. Let her go complain.
She doesn't have the guts, she said. MRS. Fu naturally wouldn't dare.
Forget about Shinyanru's mistake earlier, and yesterday's conflict was also caused by Fu Ziming's deliberate provocation. If it really came to an investigation, Fu family wouldn't come out well. Her father and mother didn't know the details, and seeing Shen Ran's fearless attitude, they got angry. Her father said, "If you don't listen to me, get out of the Shin family. Don't block my way here." Her mother added, "Exactly. All you do is argue every day. If I knew I'd have you, I wouldn't have given birth to you. Here we go again," Shen Ran said, poking her ear with her finger. "All these words you say over and over. Aren't you tired of repeating? Maybe you should find a new catchphrase, her father and mother." What kind of punishment did they suffer to have such a rebellious daughter? They were so angry they felt like they might explode. After breakfast, Shen Ran was ready to go out. Yesterday, Qin Lai left angrily, and she loudly told him from behind not to pick her up today. She would go to the army herself. Since things had gotten so complicated, she didn't want to owe him any more favors. It was just a matter of taking a few more bus rides. When passing by Grandma Wen's house, Little Potato ran out of the yard. "Woof, woof, woof. Ran, you should go see Grandma. She just fell in the kitchen and can't get up." The little guy was very anxious, barking and sniffling as he spoke. Shen Ran's heart skipped a beat. She hurried to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw Grandma Wen on the ground, calling out in pain. "Grandma Wen, are you okay?" Shen Ran wanted to help her up, but Grandma Wen quickly waved her off. No, I can't get up. I hurt my back. It hurts so much," Shen Ran said. "Wait a moment, I'll call Aunt He." She quickly went to Aunt He's house, where Editor Zhang and Aunt He were having breakfast. Seeing Shen Ran come over, they wanted to ask if she wanted to eat together, but she quickly explained her purpose. When they heard Grandma Wen had fallen, they were very worried and immediately got up to help. A cart was available at Aunt He's house. The three of them carefully lifted Grandma Wen onto the cart. Editor Zhang pushed the cart, and Shen Ran and Aunt He hurried to follow, heading to the hospital. At the hospital, the doctor conducted a detailed check on Grandma Wen and finally said, "The elderly lady has hurt her back and needs to stay in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. During this time, she can't move and needs full-time care from a family member." Grandma Wen was alone, with no other relatives. Editor Zhang and Aunt He were both busy with work and couldn't take time off. The veterinary station was quite quiet during this period, so Shen Ran could take a few days off. She volunteered, saying, "I'll stay to take care of Grandma Wen." Grandma Wen was very kind to her, and it was only right to return the favor. Grandma Wen was touched and took her hand, asking, Ran, it's okay, right? If you're busy with work, go ahead.
You don't have to worry about me."
Shen Ran patted her hand and said, "It's fine. The veterinary station isn't busy right now. Thank you, Ran." Grandma Wen couldn't help but tear up. She had thought before that if her body couldn't handle it, she might as well die. After all, she had no real attachments in this world. But now, suddenly, she didn't want to die anymore. After settling Grandma Wen, Shen Ran borrowed the hospital's landline from the nurse and made 2 calls. The first was to the veterinarian station to ask Grandpa's son for a few days off. The second was to the military. She had planned to go to the military today to divorce Qin Lai. But now, because of Grandma Wen's situation, she couldn't go. Before making the call, Shen Ran prepared herself mentally. Yesterday, she had slapped Qin Lai and harshly told him she would divorce him today. Anyone who didn't was a dog. But she had broken her promise. Ahem. Feeling awkward, Shen Ran scratched her head and finally dialed the military phone number in Beijing. The phone rang a few times, then a clear, professional male voice answered. "Hello, this is the Beijing Military District." "Who are you looking for, comrade?" Shen Ran replied. "Hello, comrade receptionist. I am looking for Qin Lai from the 378th Division." Commander Qin, the receptionist said. Please hold on, I will transfer you to the duty office. After a short wait, someone from the duty office answered. When they heard she wanted to speak with Qin Lai, they told her to wait a few minutes. 5 minutes later, a deep, hoarse voice came on the line. Hello? Who is this? Shen Ran tightened her grip on the phone. It's me, Shen Ran. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Long enough that Shen Ran thought the signal had cut out, until Qin Lai's cold reply came. Is there something? Shen Ran closed her eyes and poured out her carefully prepared words all at once. I can't go to the military today. Grandma Wen fell and hurt herself at home. The doctor said she needs someone to take care of her. Once her condition stabilizes in a few days, I will. Got it. Qin Lai's voice suddenly interrupted her. Shen Ran was stunned. Why was Qin Lai being so agreeable? Normally, he would have mocked her or scolded her. But now, he just told her to take care of the old lady. His tone was calm, almost indifferent. Take care of the old lady first, Qin Lai said again. I have other things to do. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, the call ended with a sharp click. Shen Ran was still a little stunned. Wait, that was it? She had been ready to be scolded, but nothing happened. Actually, Qin Lai was never the type to hold grudges. Even when the original Shen Ran had yelled at him before, he would only respond with a few sarcastic remarks, and by the next day, everything would go back to normal. So, she had just been overthinking. Shen Ran let out a sigh of relief. She decided that once Grandma Wen recovered, she would go to the army base and finalize the divorce with Qin Lai. After all, he had stood her up once before, so this time she would be the one to do it. That way, they would be even. No one owed the other anything. Carrying a bag of apples, Shen Ran returned to the hospital room. Grandma Wen, I bought you some apples. Grandma Wen was leaning against the headboard, chatting with the elderly lady in the next bed. Hearing that, she quickly waved her hand. Rand, you shouldn't have spent money on me. I can't eat apples anyway. Take them back and eat them yourself. Shen Ran smiled. I bought the soft kind on purpose. I don't really like them either. If you don't eat them, I'll just throw them away. Don't throw them away. Fine, I'll eat them. You always use this trick on me. Grandma Wen sighed helplessly, but her heart felt warm. She truly felt blessed to have met such a kind and caring girl. Old Wen, who is this young lady? The elderly woman in the next bed asked curiously. Let me introduce her, Grandma Wen said with a loving smile, holding Shen Ran's hand. This is Shen Ran, my granddaughter. In her heart, she had long seen Shen Ran as her own granddaughter, but this was the first time she had said it out loud. The other old lady's eyes lit up. Oh my, your granddaughter is so beautiful. Even prettier than the girls on those calendars. Grandma Wen's face was full of pride. Of course. My Ran is truly lovely. And she's married to a soldier, one of the youngest and most promising commanders in his unit. Very handsome too. Oh, that's wonderful. Your granddaughter is really blessed, the other lady said with admiration. Shen Ran gave an awkward smile, feeling a little uneasy. She knew Grandma Wen meant well, but she wasn't comfortable with that kind of praise. How can I say this? It feels like only women who marry well are valued. Maybe this idea has existed in every era. But regardless of what others think, Shen Ran wants to create her own path. When others introduce her, they should be proud to say she is herself, not defined by her husband. Grandma Wen kept praising Shen Ran endlessly. Shen Ran felt a little embarrassed listening nearby. She peeled an apple for Grandma Wen and gave a neighbor an apple too, then said, Grandma Wen, could you give me the house key? I want to go to your house and gather some daily supplies. Grandma Wen smiled and nodded. Sure, just bring 2 sets of clothes and some toiletries. No need for more. Shen Ran replied, Okay, if you need anything, just ask the nurse. She also asked the neighbor to help take care of Grandma Wen before leaving the hospital room. In Beijing, at the military training ground, Chen Song was exhausted, doing frog jumps while shouting, I'm so annoying. I was wrong. After saying that, he looked like he was about to cry and said, Brother Wen, I've been doing frog jumps for an hour. That's enough, right? I'm so tired. Zhang Wen stood nearby with a serious face and shook his head. No, the boss told me to watch you finish 1,000 frog jumps. You still have 125 left. Keep going, Chen Song whined. Brother Wen, if I die from exhaustion later, remember to take care of my body, Zhang Wen said seriously. Don't worry, even if you die, I will hold your body and finish those 1,000 frog jumps. Wow, Chen Song yelled. Brother Wen, are you even human? You really don't see me as a brother at all. Zhang Wen snorted. Serves you right for being so annoying. Chen Song said, from now on, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Come on, jump faster. The boss is coming. Zhang Wen saw a figure walking quickly from afar and warned him. Chen Song immediately got serious and kept jumping. Qin Lai approached silently, just watching Chen Song suffer his punishment. When Chen Song reached 1,000 jumps and tried to stand up, his foot slipped and he fell forward. A pair of big hands quickly caught him. Looking at the person coming in, he was surprised. Boss. Qin Lai, are you okay? I'm fine. How could I be hurt? Even if I have to jump 1,000 times, I can do it. Chen Song boasted confidently, making a big promise. Qin Lai nodded. All right, since you're so capable, then do 1,000 more. Don't, boss. I'm just bragging. I can't do it anymore. Chen Song tugged at Qin Lai's sleeve and started whining. Zhang Wenduo couldn't stand it anymore. Enough, Chen Song. Stop shouting. Your broken drum of a voice is hurting my ears. Didn't you see that the boss was joking with you? Huh? Chen Song finally realized that the boss in front of him was a bit different from this morning. Although there were dark circles under his eyes, the serious look from this morning almost scared him to death. Now, the boss's mouth was actually curved into a smile. Yes, the usually expressionless boss was actually smiling. It was almost unbelievable. Could it be that he was just trying to act cute and make the boss laugh? Haha, he's really a genius. Chen Song grinned and chuckled. Smack. Zhang Wen slapped him on the head. Stop smiling foolishly. The boss asked you to change your clothes because we're going out. Chen Song. What are we going out for? Zhang Wen. What do you think? You haven't apologized to Sister Shen Ran yet. The boss said he's going to see her. Chen Song's face suddenly looked bitter. Oh no. Shen Ran was even more difficult to deal with than the boss. He could already imagine being scolded harshly. Shen Ran first went back to the Shen family. At this time, Shen's father had gone to work, and Shen's younger brother was at school. Only Shen's mother and the maid, Su Ma, were at home. Seeing her suddenly return, Shen's mother instinctively scolded her. Why did you come back? Didn't you go to work at the veterinarian station? Running around like this every day, aren't you afraid they'll fire you? Shen Ran sneered. Don't worry, no matter what, I'm better than you, this useless person. Shen's mother was furious. You actually called me useless, Shen Ran. Then what should I call you? You have no job outside, do no chores at home, and even Su Ma is better than you. If not useless, then what are you? Shen Ran. I am your mother. How can you say that to me? Mother Shen shouted at her, her face turning red. I gave birth to 3 children for the Shen family. I am a great contributor. Why do you say I am useless? Shen Ran looked at her coldly. Having a child makes you a hero.
It's not even for me.
I don't want to argue with you, but you came to bother me first. Every time she argued with her parents, they liked to use moral guilt to control her. But they never truly raised her. At most, they gave her some care in recent years, but she's not even as well off as a fake daughter. If she didn't have to wait until she got into college to leave, she really wouldn't want to stay in the Shen family listening to their nagging. But on the other hand, saying some harsh words every day to annoy them felt pretty good. Ignoring her mother's sad eyes, Shen Ran went straight to the kitchen. Mrs. Su, could you go to the supply store later and buy some big bone sticks? Mrs. Su smiled warmly. Of course. Are you craving bone soup? Yes, I haven't had your homemade bone soup in a long time, Shen Ran added. Cook a little extra. Neighbor Granny Wen got injured and is in the hospital. I want to bring her some soup. Hearing this, Mrs. Su looked concerned. Old Granny Wen fell? Is she okay? Is it serious? Granny Wen was known as a kind and easygoing old lady in the neighborhood. She rarely went out, but everyone liked her. Shen Ran said, "It's not serious, just a back injury. She needs to rest in the hospital for a few days. I'll bring her some things." "All right, go ahead and do your work," Mrs. Su said. "Later, I'll make the bone soup and send it directly to the hospital so you don't have to make another trip." Shen Ran felt warm inside. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Su." Mrs. Su smiled. "Don't be so polite. It's what I should do." After Shen Ran left, Mother Shin went into the kitchen and asked bluntly, "Mrs. Su, what did Shen Ran say to you just now? Tell me." This stubborn girl always spoke with a sharp tone, full of fire. Yet she was smiling and chatting with a helper. As a mother, could she really be less important than a helper? Ran said that Granny Wen from next door got hurt, and she asked me to cook more soup to send to the hospital. She also wants to go and take care of Granny Wen. This was originally a good deed done by Ran girl, and telling Mother Shin about it would make her happy. However, Mother Shin frowned and said, "Shen Ran really is. Why does she do such kind things? She would rather take leave from work to take care of people. If she loses her job, where will she find such a good one?" She didn't want Shen Ran to lose her job and stay at home, which she found annoying. Mother Shin said, "Mrs. Su, when you take the bone soup to the hospital later, tell Shen Ran to go back to work at the veterinary station this afternoon. Just say I told you." "Oh, okay." Mrs. Su's mouth twitched as she responded. Mother Shin really has no self-awareness. She has such a poor relationship with Ran girl, but still acts so bossy. She would pass this message to Ran girl, but whether Ran girl would follow, it was not something she could control. Shen Ran finished packing at Grandma Wen's house and also gave little potato food for 2 more days before returning to the hospital. At the hospital's inpatient department, Shen Ran ran into a familiar face. It was Shun Yunru's mother-in-law, Fumu, the mother of Fu Ziming. Seeing her carrying a lot of bags, Fumu sneered and said, "Oh, weren't you supposed to not come to the hospital to apologize? Why are you here again?" Yesterday, her son had just returned from a mission in the army, and that night he was beaten so badly he looked terrible. If her son hadn't told her about it this morning over the hospital phone, she wouldn't have known. She was furious and called the Shin family to scold them, demanding Shen Ran and Shin Lai come to apologize. But Shen's father answered and said Shen Ran refused to apologize. Hearing this, Fumu was so angry she almost lost her temper, but felt helpless. She didn't dare cause too much trouble because, after all, her son was in the wrong. She thought she could only suffer in silence, but then she saw Shen Ran again in the hospital. It seemed Shen Ran was still afraid she would complain to the army. Immediately, Fumu put on a haughty attitude and mocked her words. "Throw away all those broken things in your hands. Our Fu family doesn't care for your apologies. As long as you kneel and kowtow 3 times in front of me, I will forgive you on behalf of the Fu family." When Shen Ran heard this, she couldn't help but laugh angrily. "Madam, are you confused or have you lost your mind? Do you really think I will kneel and apologize to you?"
Dream on.
Fu's mother's eyes widened with anger. "You uneducated girl, try saying that again if you dare." She hated being called old. She was only in her 40s and didn't consider herself old. "Oh, you're getting so worked up?" Shen Ran sneered coldly. "Don't try to boss me around with your old-fashioned family head attitude. Shen Ran, don't fall for that. Want me to kneel? You'd better go home and ask your ancestors if they agree. Oh, and I suspect there's something wrong with your family background. I think I need to investigate thoroughly. Your ancestors might have been traitors or spies, right? Otherwise, why keep talking about kneeling? I must report this. You dare. Don't talk nonsense." Fu's mother's face turned pale with anger. Although the Fu family was a capitalist family, they had many enemies. If someone caught her in a lie, it would be bad. Most importantly, her husband, old Fu, would never forgive her if he found out she was saying these things outside. Shen Ran, "I was just joking. Don't take it to heart," she said, trying to calm her. But Shen Ran shook her head. "No, I've already heard it in my heart. Unless you can make up for the damage you did to my ears, I won't report you. You're just after money." Fu's mother gritted her teeth. Shen Ran looked serious. "How can you slander me like that?" "No, I must report you. I can't stand this injustice." Don't go, don't go. How much do you want? Fu's mother hurriedly stopped her, sweating nervously. Shen Ran smiled and extended a finger. Fu's mother's forehead twitched as she remembered how she had blackmailed before, trembling. You wouldn't really want 10,000, would you? Shen Ran replied, Huh? I only wanted 1,000 before. Since you're so reasonable, let's make it 10,000. Fu's mother's eyes rolled back, almost fainting. Not far away, Chen Song, who was accompanying the boss to the hospital, saw this scene and was stunned. Boss, is that woman really Shen Ran? Chen Song was very confused. If the previous Shen Ran had been in this situation, she would have just shouted loudly. How could she be so clever now? Qin Lai was also a bit surprised. It seemed that somewhere he didn't know, Shen Ran had really changed a lot. There is an old saying, once some people realize something, they become very smart. Could Shen Ran be like that? Maybe she was hurt deeply by her family and finally saw through Shinyan's true nature, which made her act this way. Local people and materialists like Qin Lai would never guess that Shen Ran's body had already been taken over by a different soul. By now, Mother Fu had already left in frustration. Before leaving, she promised to send the money to Shen Ran within 2 days. Shen Ran waved at her back. Remember, it's 10,000 yuan. If it's less, I will write a complaint. Mother Fu's figure stiffened, then she quickly ran away. Seeing her so timid, Shen Ran chuckled softly. She turned her head and saw 2 figures at the corner. Qin Lai stood straight, looking at her with a complicated expression. Chen Song was behind him, awkwardly waving his hand. Sister-in-law. Hello. At this moment, Zhang Wen had parked the jeep and was coming up the stairs. Seeing the 2 standing at the stairway, he asked confusedly, What are you doing here? A few steps forward, he saw Shen Ran from a distance and quickly greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Like Qin Song, he disliked Shen Ran because of some of her previous actions. But no matter how much he disliked her, she was still the boss's wife, and they would show her some respect on the surface. Shen Ran nodded. Hello. After speaking, she looked up at Qin Lai, using her eyes to ask what was going on. Hadn't she already called him and said she wouldn't go to the army today? He had promised, so why was he here at the hospital again? Could it be that he changed his mind and insisted on dragging her into a divorce? Cough. Qin Lai cleared his throat and said, I heard Grandma Wen fell and hurt herself. I came to visit her, and I also have something to talk to you about. Actually, Chen Song's mistake could have been fixed if he had come to apologize himself. He didn't know what was going on, but he just wanted to come along and see. Oh, Shen Ran nodded. Then come with me. Chen Song and Zhang Wen weren't familiar with Grandma Wen, so they didn't go. Qin Lai followed Shen Ran back to the hospital room. Grandma Wen was still chatting with the old lady next door. When she saw Shen Ran return, her eyes lit up, and when she saw Qin Lai behind her, she became even more excited. Ran girl, why did you call little Qin over? Come, let me introduce you. This is from the Li family, and he is your love. Grandma Wen happily introduced the person, and the neighbor kept praising him. Qin Lai is a bit shy and quiet. When people praise him, he just nods and doesn't say much. Seeing his awkward expression, Shen Ran knew he wasn't comfortable in this kind of scene. Grandma Wen, Qin Lai has something to do. I'll go see him off. You rest for a while. Grandma Wen kindly waved her hand. All right, go ahead. After leaving the hospital room, Shen Ran asked, Are you here today to push me to get a divorce? You can see that Grandma Wen is still in good spirits, but she can't get out of bed now and needs someone to take care of her at any time. Maybe we should wait a couple of days. Yes, Qin Lai nodded. Shen Ran wanted to say more, but when she heard this, she paused. Qin Lai said, Today I came for something else. Let's talk outside. There are many people and a lot of noise in the hospital, and if someone overhears, it wouldn't be good. Shen Ran followed Qin Lai outside the hospital. Under a big tree ahead, Chen Song and Zhang Wen were waiting for them. Brother-in-law. Shen Ran approached, and Chen Song looked apologetic. I want to say sorry to you. Shen Ran looked confused and looked around. What's going on? It's like this. Chen Song gritted his teeth and quickly explained everything. After hearing this, Shen Ran's forehead twitched with a dark line. So, Zhongji was interested in her. No wonder he always looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. The key is, they've only met 2 or 3 times. Isn't this liking a bit too cheap? Shen Ran forgot that she was very beautiful, which easily attracted single men. Moreover, people in this era are simple and warm-hearted. Love at first sight is quite common. Remember how Qinlai fell in love with the original owner at first sight and was willing to be tricked into marrying her? But later, because the original owner was too troublesome, Qinlai's romantic feelings were completely destroyed, and he lost hope. During this period, Qinlai suddenly experienced some emotional fluctuations, mainly because what Shen Ran had done recently touched him deeply. The topic shifted away, returning to Shen Ran. Reporter Zhong liked her, but she chose to ignore that for now. As for Chen Song's big mouth, she really disliked him. She knew that Qinlai's 2 brothers, Chen Song and Zhang Wen, had strong opinions about the original owner, but she rarely interacted with them, so she didn't take it to heart. She didn't expect Chen Song to be so careless with his words, openly insulting her in front of a suitor. She couldn't tolerate that. The original owner was sorry to Qinlai, but not sorry to him personally. Why should he care? Your apology, I don't forgive you, Shen Ran said, lifting her head with a displeased look. Chen Song's face fell, and he spoke with a tearful voice. Sister-in-law, what should I do to make you forgive me? If she didn't settle this, the boss would definitely punish him again later. He admitted he had crossed the line. Even the boss hadn't said anything, so he had no right to speak carelessly. Humph. Shen Ran snorted, refusing to pay him any attention. Chen Song scratched his head. Maybe. I can give you some compensation to make up for your hurt feelings. He suddenly had a bright idea, just like how Shen Ran had earlier demanded money from Mother Fu. Paying some money to apologize seemed simple enough, and he was willing. Shen Ran initially turned her head away. But when she heard this, she immediately turned her head back, eyes shining. Are you serious? Actually, Chen Song had already apologized, so she couldn't really do anything to him. After all, he's a soldier. At most, a few curses wouldn't be enough. It was better to be straightforward. Like offering compensation. It would hurt him financially and make her happy. 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Shen Ran's eyes light up, Chen Song suddenly trembled all over. Oh no, he had slipped up again. His terrible mouth. This time, he was definitely going to suffer a big loss.